Hey, Uncle Song, I'm not very short of money now. Why are you so anxious to give me money? Ling Yun giggled, although his words were polite, but his hands were not slow at all. He took the check in an incomparably smooth manner, and put it casually into his trouser pocket. Before Ling Yun went down to the Tianqing, he made a huge bet with Xie Zhenyan and Go Jun. At that time, Song Jingyang gave the testimony. Now it's time to reap the 100 million. This 100 million, just after the college entrance examination scores came down, Go Lianqing also sent someone to Song Jingyang to ask for it. At that time, Song Jingyang was so anxious that he called Ling Yun specifically for this. According to the provisions of the contract, the winner or loser of both parties can be determined after the university admission notice is confirmed or not. Song Jingyang naturally understood what Ling Yun meant, and after carefully reviewing the betting agreement, he directly used this reason to send away the person Go Lianqing sent to ask for money. Now, although Ling Yun has filled out his university application, it will take at least 10.5 months to get the admission notice from Yanqing University. Ling Yun doesn't care, but Song Jingyang can't wait. Who is Song Jingyang, so he naturally understands that the iron should be struck while the iron is hot. Ling Yun has already dealt with the enemies, and has just finished filling out his application form. If he doesn't give this 100 million yuan to Ling Yun at this time, is it true that he really has to wait until Ling Yun's admission notice is received before handing over the gambling money? Song Jingyang is not that stupid. Uncle Song, I have made a deal. If the admission notice of Yanqing University is not sent to me, I will not refund the 100 million. Of course Ling Yun was in a good mood at this time. He put away the check and still teased Song Jingyang. Song Jingyang's face was flushed with a smile. Ha 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 ha, Ling Yun, don't use words to arrange me, I can also put words here. If Yanqing University dares not send you an admission notice, I will spend another 100 million to buy it. 200 cars are blocking the gates of Yanqing University every day. Let me see who can get out. Ling Yun was stunned. He knew that Song Jingyang could do what he said, and he thought that Uncle Song was really fierce. After a while, Ling Yun closed his mouth obediently, and pointed at Song Jingyang with a thumbs up, admire. The whole room roared with laughter. Even the mature and prudent Mr. Morong, and the usually unsmiling youngest Han. He couldn't help grinning, and after he laughed, Old Man Morong glared at Song Jingyang and said, I mean you are in your 40s, and sometimes you talk to someone in your 20s when you talk and do things. Like a brat, he just opens his mouth to talk nonsense, without even a gatekeeper. Song Jingyang smiled and said, Hey. Old Man Morong. Who said I was talking nonsense? I think back when we were young, it wasn't like we never did things like blocking doors. Ling Yun is now the #1 student in the college entrance examination in our Jiangnan province. It is the blessing of Yanqing University that he applied for the entrance examination. If they still don't accept him, why don't I make trouble? Seeing Morong Wencher and Song Jingyang bickering for fun, everyone couldn't be happier. The house was full of laughter and joy. Tang Meng hung up a Bing's phone in the distance, and walked back with a smile. He first said to Song Jingyang, Uncle Song, you don't know, the college entrance examination is different now. Our famous schools in China, I have already held the information of the top students in the college entrance examination in each province and city in my hands. Actually, with grades like Brother Yun's, there is no need for him to fill in any university applications. Those prestigious universities will offer him various favorable conditions, begging him to apply for his own university. To put it bluntly, snatch the best xuanhuan. Don't say that you can choose your major at will, and you don't even have to pay the tuition fees for 4 years. The school covers everything. This time it was Song Jingyang's turn to be dazed, and he muttered to himself, is this what schools are doing now? However, Ling Yun nodded secretly, thinking that this kind of situation is no different from the cultivation sects in the big world of cultivation, robbing cultivation talents everywhere. After Tang Meng finished speaking, he turned his head and said to Ling Yun with a smile, "Brother Yun, it's done. Go Lianqing has already handed over the property transfer agreement to Bing. The total assets are 3.5 billion, which I estimated almost. Go Lianqing didn't dare to make trouble." The more Tang Meng spoke, the more excited he became, his voice became louder and louder, and he didn't hide anyone, so everyone heard it very clearly. Morong Wencher, Song Jingyang and others were all moved. Ling Yun had already expected that things would go very smoothly. He nodded with a smile and said, "Hee, Go Lianqing knows it well. If he dares to make trouble again, even gods will not be able to save him." Ling Yun then said to the excited Tang Meng, who didn't know how to be good, "But don't get complacent too early. The assets of 3.5 billion is not a small amount. We just got it for nothing. Maybe someone will be jealous. In addition, even if we can successfully receive these assets, with your current ability, you may not be able to play around, but don't be choked to death." How could Tang Meng listen to these things at this time? He grinned and said, "Hey, don't worry about this, Brother Yun. I know I can't do it. Can it be that Grandpa Morong, Uncle Song and the others can't do it? And they taught me woolen cloth." Tang Meng is so shrewd, he understood the meaning of Ling Yun's words in an instant, and directly transferred this hot potato to the hands of Morong Wencher, Song Jingyang and others. I didn't expect Song Jingyang to be more straightforward, and he said it very easily, "Ling Yun, you don't have to worry about this matter. Anyway, we don't have anything to do, except tossing about those antique jewelry. We will help Tang Meng deal with the matter of receiving assets." "That's right, after taking over, we'll help Tang Meng find a few excellent professional managers to help him take care of these properties. The real rich people now choose to hire excellent professional managers. They just need to hide behind the scenes, take care of their property, and grasp the direction of investment." Song Jingyang is talking about the general trend. Song Jingyang's statement is actually the same as what Ling Yun told Tang Meng at the beginning. Of course, he understands this better than anyone else, so he smiled and nodded, not to mention it. While the waiters were shuttled to serve the food, everyone started chatting. The topics ranged from what happened to Li Jiujiang tonight, to Ling Yun's volunteer application, and to some of Ling Yun's experiences in going to the capital. Soon, a Bing ran through the halls and came to the private room where Ling Yun was. He rushed in, handed the agreement in Ling Yun's hand, and said with a heavy breath, "Brother Yun, this is Golian. The property transfer agreement in the city is 3.5 billion in total. I have read it carefully, and there is no problem." Ling Yun took the agreement, just nodded calmly, but without looking at it, he threw it to Tang Meng, and said with a smile, "Your big job is coming. 3.5 billion assets, including developed or undeveloped land, real estate, companies, hotels, equity, private real estate, bank deposits, and personal investment. This is definitely a big job for Tang Meng, and it is also a challenge." Ling Yun didn't take it seriously, but Tang Meng regarded it as a treasure. He hugged the property agreement tightly with both hands, sticking it tightly to his body. At that scene, he wished he could press the agreement into his stomach, so he was willing to accept it. With the addition of 3.5 billion assets, the establishment of Tang Meng's Chandi Group, even if it is a matter of course, no wonder he is not excited. After seeing Ling Yun and Tang Meng's respective performances after getting the agreement, Morong Wencher, Song Jingyang and others couldn't help but give each other a wink. The meaning expressed in the eyes was very clear: Ling Yun has changed. After going to the capital for a trip, Ling Yun, who came back again, is no longer the Ling Yun who suddenly came to the antique market and wiped out all the rough jadeite in Yidingxuan. For ordinary people, a huge wealth that may not be spent in a lifetime, for Ling Yun, gradually began to transform into a data, a symbol. Tang Meng was like a miser, holding on to the property transfer agreement tightly, when his cell phone rang again. Tang Meng picked up the phone, and after listening to a few words, he said he understood. He hung up the phone, turned to Ling Yun and said, "Brother Yun, the police car that sent Qi Xiaoqing's mother has arrived at the hotel." After hearing this, Ling Yun immediately stood up. He first smiled apologetically at everyone, and then said, "Seniors, I have something to deal with right now. The food is almost ready, you should eat first, don't worry about it, wait for me." Morong Wencher laughed and said, "Okay, you go and do your business first, we won't wait for you. Bing, stay here and toast a few seniors for me." After Ling Yan took Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu out of the suite and left, Song Jingyang spoke with a strong sense of loss in his tone, "Hey. Ling Yan is just too busy, and now I want to have a good meal with him, are so difficult." Old man Morong laughed loudly and said, "Okay, Xiao Song, I understand what you mean. The girl Feishue told me that if it weren't for the college entrance examination, Ling Yan wouldn't have returned to Qingshui City. Don't be melancholy." Song Jingyang stared at the table full of food, and said depressedly, "But I haven't given him this gift yet." Morong Wencher smiled and shook his head, "Why are you in a hurry to give gifts, anyway? You brought the gifts yourself today, and the gifts we prepared for Ling Yun are still in your own home. You want to win the jackpot? There is no way." Yu Xingjin chimed in, "Hee, it's all right, there are only 5 of us left in this room, so stop bickering here, and there is such a big table of food, drink. Bing got up, smiled, and toasted. Tang Meng asked the waiter to open a total of 2 luxurious private rooms, one for men and one for women, with clear distinctions. At this time, Qi Xiaoqing was dragged into another luxury suite by Ning Lingyu and Xua Mining. Together with Morong Feishue and Kong Xiuru, there were 11 stunning beauties in total, sitting or standing, competing for beauty. Gu Panqing, the goddess aura exuded by each of them is enough to eclipse the lights on the ceiling. However, Ling Yun kept walking and directly past the door of the suite. "Brother Yun, don't you ask Qi Xiaoqing to go downstairs together? No, let her eat with peace of mind first, so as not to be sad when meeting her. When we arrange for her mother, she will have enough to eat. Then let their mother and daughter meet again." Ling Yun had already sensed with his spiritual sense that in their room, the food was ready and everyone had already started eating, so he didn't bother them, and he didn't even call Qi Xiaoqing, and directly took Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu down upstairs. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu took the elevator to the first floor. As soon as they got out of the elevator, Ling Yun habitually swept them away with his divine sense. Yuan. The powerful spiritual consciousness of the peak of his 9th-level body training radiated out in an instant, covering the entire lobby on the first floor of the Triumph Hotel. The lobby on the first floor of the Triumph Hotel can only be described in 4 words, resplendent and resplendent, but because the lobby is sparsely populated and scattered here and there, it looks extraordinarily empty and deserted. A dripping police car was parked outside the revolving door of the hotel. 2 police officers in plain clothes were accompanying a middle-aged woman in plain clothes, and they were talking while standing next to the sofa for guests to rest in the lobby, persuading the woman to sit down and rest. The hair and shoulders of the 2 policemen were wet. It was obvious that they had just come in from the outside. There was no doubt that the middle-aged woman was Qi Xiaoqing's mother. Ling Yun only scanned with his divine sense, then sighed inwardly, immediately put away his divine sense, urged Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, "Hurry up." The 3 of them quickened their pace and soon came to the hall. Ling Yun raised his eyes and went straight to the 2 plainclothes policemen. Tang Meng happened to know the 2 policemen, and he raised his hand to greet them as he walked, "Uncle Li, Uncle Zhou." The 2 policemen naturally also noticed Ling Yun and the others. When they saw Tang Meng, they immediately smiled and waved, and one of them called Xiao Meng kindly. Tang Meng personally called Kong Ruiyong to pick up Qi Xiaoqing's mother. Naturally, Kong Ruiyong would not neglect, and directly arranged for 2 of the most capable assistants around him. They are naturally familiar with Tang Meng. Uncle Li, Uncle Zhou, I'm sorry to bother you to come this late. When he came close, Tang Meng took the initiative to speak kindly to the two policemen. The taller Uncle Li immediately raised his hand when Tang Meng said that he was being so polite, and frowned slightly, saying, I think you're really promising now. You're still so polite to the two of us? Tang Meng was quite embarrassed at what he said. He laughed and scratched his head, as if he had dealt with it. Another policeman named Zhou smiled and took the initiative to introduce Ling Yun and the others. He pointed to the middle-aged woman beside him and said with a smile, This is Qi Xiaoqing's mother, Qi Yuzhen. Qi Yuzhen was dressed very plainly. Apparently she came from a poor family, and her hair and upper body were also wet from the rain, clinging wetly to the weak body. Her face was sallow and haggard, her eyes were dull, red and swollen. She had obviously cried, and she hadn't closed her eyes for a long time. This woman is only about 40 years old, but she looks like she is in her 50s, with gray hair. Her figure was extremely thin, and she stood there hunched over, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Although her face is covered with wrinkles, her skin is already very rough, and her hands are also covered with thick calluses due to years of hard work, but only the outline of her face can be seen. You can know that when she was young, she must have been an incomparably beautiful beauty. The policeman surnamed Zhou made an introduction, and said angrily, that Li Tian is really not a thing. He even locked him in the underground garage for 2 days and 2 nights. Ling Yun frowned when he heard this. Anger was rising, but in front of Qi Yuzhen, he didn't burst out. He just smiled and said softly to Qi Yuzhen, Hello, Auntie. I'm Ling Yun. They are all my friends. You are safe now. Don't worry. From Qi Yuzhen's vigilant eyes, Ling Yun saw a kind of deep worry mixed with helpless sadness, as well as the numb despair of isolation and helplessness. It seems that Ling Yun's handsome face and spring-like smile played a role. Qi Yuzhen's numb eyes showed a bit of spirit and anticipation. She opened Qi's chapped lips and said, Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Where's my daughter Xiaoqing? Qi Yuzhen was locked up for 2 days and 2 nights, and what she was most worried about was naturally her 2 daughters. Ling Yun smiled and said, Auntie, don't worry, Qi Xiaoqing is fine. She is safe now and is eating upstairs. You can see her in a while. Also, your little daughter is safe now. I will pick her up right away after I send you upstairs, so that your family can be reunited. Qi Yuzhen really couldn't bear the slightest blow anymore. Ling Yun didn't want to make her worry, so he didn't say anything about Qi Xiaohong's specific situation. Come on, I'll help you upstairs. As Ling Yun was talking, he smiled and stretched out his right hand. Ling Yun didn't just want to help Qi Yuzhen. He had long seen that Qi Yuzhen had accumulated chronic diseases due to years of fatigue, and he wanted to take this opportunity to treat Qi Yuzhen's body. Qi Yuzhen obviously hesitated and felt a little embarrassed. She naturally looked at the 2 policemen beside her. The policeman surnamedly smiled and said, Don't worry, that wicked young man, Li Tian, was taken care of by him, and your family was also saved by Ling Yun. Ah? Qi Yuzhen was a little dumbfounded. She looked at Ling Yun in disbelief, and there was a touch of sincere gratitude in her red and swollen eyes. Thank you. Thank you. I can go by myself. Qi Yuzhen was about to take a step forward as she spoke, but before she could take a step, her left leg bent suddenly, her thin figure staggered, and at the same time she groaned in pain. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, except for Ling Yun, who shot like lightning and immediately helped Qi Yuzhen up without letting her fall to the ground. Qi Yuzhen suffers from severe rheumatism. It is raining so heavily outside now, and it is the time when the rheumatism is attacking violently. She can bear the severe pain all the way here, just relying on one breath. I can't move anymore. Let me help you go. Ling Yun winked at Tang Meng calmly, then held Qi Yuzhen's left arm with his right hand, and began to return the same way. "Uncles, do you have any other work tonight? If it's okay, why don't you go to the 5th floor for a drink?" Tang Meng naturally understood the purpose of Ling Yan's winking at him, so he took the initiative to stay and greet the two policemen. "Hee, you said it lightly. Director Tang just caught such a big fish, and there are still many things waiting for us to do. We don't have time to drink, let's go." The two policemen were on business, so they casually rejected Tang Meng's invitation to stay and turned around. "Go out, get in the car and leave." Tang Meng knew that tonight must be a sleepless night in the Public Security Bureau, so he didn't keep the two of them too much. He just followed them out, watched the police car leave, and hurried back. Qi Yuzhen stayed in the cold underground garage for 2 days and 2 nights, and experienced wind and rain all the way. His body was stiff and cold, and his lips were blue from the cold. Ling Yuni supported Qi Yuzhen. Immediately, he knew Qi Yuzhen's physical symptoms clearly. He didn't delay even a second, and started to treat Qi Yuzhen directly. First, a soft stream of pure yang qi rose from Ling Yan's dantian, and quickly entered Qi Yuzhen's body, making Qi Yuzhen's body warm in just a split second. Ah? Qi Yuzhen felt something strange in her body trembled, and she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. "Don't be afraid, Auntie. I'm treating your illness. You'll be fine soon," Ling Yan explained to Qi Yuzhen with a smile. He controlled the pure yang qi to move around in Qi Yuzhen's body, and when Qi Yuzhen felt the warmth and comfort all over his body, he forced the pure yang qi out of Qi Yuzhen's body, toasting Qi Yuzhen's clothes, and soon dry all of Qi Yuzhen's clothes. Although Qi Yuzhen's clothes were only dried, it seemed easy to say, but in fact it was extremely difficult. Even in ordinary fire. It is also impossible to dry a piece of wet clothes in an instant, not to mention that the clothes are still worn on another person's body. To achieve this, not only a very high temperature is needed, but also the hot pure yang qi can't hurt Qi Yuzhen's body. The only way is to force the soft pure yang qi out of Qi Yuzhen's body. And it must be condensed on her clothes. Ling Yan, who is at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body training, now controls his true qi to the point where he can send and receive his qi freely, and do whatever he wants. This. Qi Yuzhen was so stunned that she almost forgot to walk. She couldn't help but raised her right hand and touched the clothes on her upper body. "I found that my clothes were really warm, as if I had just been exposed to the sun." Ling Yan smiled. "Auntie, your leg hurts, and it will heal soon." While speaking, Ling Yan's Zhenqi didn't stop, still urging the pure yang Zhenqi to slowly enter Qi Yuzhen's body, and simply let the pure yang Zhenqi swim in Qi Yuzhen's body for a small week. "Just need a small Sunday, enough." When they came upstairs and the elevator door opened, Ling Yan had quietly let go of Qi Yuzhen's left arm, allowing her to walk out by herself. All the way to the elevator, Qi Yuzhen was dizzy from the warm pure yang energy, until she stepped out of the elevator in a daze, and suddenly realized that all the joints in her body no longer hurt. "My God!" Qi Yuzhen turned her head in surprise, only to find that Ling Yan was standing behind her, looking at her with a smile on her face. "Auntie, I have cured all of your tormenting illnesses. From now on, you only need to strengthen your nutrition and take care of your body." Ling Yan made a move, assisted by pure yang Zhenqi, and healed a rheumatism. "Isn't that a matter of minutes?" Thanks. Qi Yuzhen has been suffering from rheumatism for many years. Whenever it rains and cloudy days, she is so painful that she can't stand up. Now that all her illnesses have disappeared, she is so excited that she doesn't know what to say. She just keeps saying thank you incoherently. Only those who have suffered from rheumatism know what kind of pain it is when rheumatism attacks. "Auntie, you don't have to be so polite, it's just a little effort." In addition, there was a happy event just now. I haven't had time to tell you that Qi Shaoqing has just completed her application. She is applying for the Guanghua School of Management of Yenqing University, majoring in business administration. Ah? Really? When Qi Yuzhen heard the news, her thin and delicate body froze, and then she could no longer control her emotions, and tears of joy welled up in her eyes. For a mother who has worked so hard and saved money to support her child in school, there is no news that is more exciting and gratifying than hearing that her child has been admitted to university. Of course it's true. Qi Xiaoqing got the second place in the province, and she will be admitted to Yanqing University 100%. Ling Yun confirmed with a smile. To be continued. When a person is under great sorrow and joy, he is most likely to get angry, especially a person as weak as Qi Yuzhen. So at the beginning, Ling Yun didn't tell her the best news for Qi Yuzhen, but chose to tell her only after she had recuperated her body thoroughly. This child, this is really thank you. Qi Yuzhen was so happy and excited, she didn't know what to say for a while, but kept saying thank you to Ling Yun. Ling Yun's rescue of Qi Xiaoqing happened at the right time. His treatment of Qi Yuzhen was even more effortless. Of course, he would not take these small things to heart, but these two things were very different for Qi Xiaoqing's family. It is a great kindness. Auntie, look, you're here again. I said it's just a matter of little effort. You don't have to always say thank you. I'm embarrassed to say it all. Looking at the excited Qi Yuzhen, Ling Yun suddenly thought of Qin Qiuyue, thinking that if her mother knew that she and Ling Yu both got such good grades in the exam, she would be very pleased, right? As soon as this idea came out, Ling Yun suddenly realized that he wanted to go to Tianshan Tianjianzong and find his mother back. How urgent is it? In a flash of thought, Ling Yun had already made up his mind, but he didn't show all this on his face. He just smiled and said, Auntie, your room has been opened. You and Xiaoqing will be in the room first tonight. Stay in the hotel. I will pick up Xiaohong in a while, and let your family reunite. Qi Yuzhen was stunned when she heard this. She wiped the tears off her face in a panic, raised her eyes to look around her. A trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. Live here? It was impossible for her not to be embarrassed. One night in this 5-star hotel would cost at least 1 month's income of hers, and she simply couldn't afford it. Ling Yun is so smart. He saw Qi Yuzhen's expression and understood what she was worried about, so he smiled lightly and said, Don't worry, Auntie. This hotel belongs to me. You can rest here safely. I will arrange everything else. You don't have to worry about it. Consider those. Your hotel? Qi Yuzhen was even more shocked. She was taken aback for a moment, and said in a panic, But, how is this so embarrassing? At this time, another elevator door opened, and Tang Meng stepped out of the elevator. He smiled for Ling Yun and said, Auntie, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. You can just live here with peace of mind. Besides, it's raining so much outside now. Since Tai Xiaohu practiced, he talked less and less. He accompanied Ling Yun and Qi Yuzhen all the way up, and he hasn't said a word until now. It was Tang Meng who came up. Only then did he help Ling Yun out of the siege. Ling Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Tang Meng, Go and call a waiter and open the door of the room. In the banquet hall on the 5th floor, when Ling Yun got the room card, although he memorized the room number, he handed the room card to Qi Xiaoqing, and now they can't open the door at all. Okay. I'll look for it. Tang Meng left in response, while Ling Yun took Qi Yuzhen, followed the house number, and waited at the door of the opened room. Gossip less, wait until the waiter opened the door and entered the room. Ling Yun personally arranged for the waiter to prepare a table of good meals and deliver them to the room as soon as possible. Then Ling Yun said to Qi Yuzhen, Auntie, the meal will be here soon. You should rest here first, and when Xiaoqing is full downstairs, I will let her come to see you. Ling Yun has no details. After making arrangements, he took the initiative to say goodbye and left Qi Yuzhen's room with Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. This child, this kindness, how can our family afford to repay it? Qi Yuzhen was covered in dust, looking at the luxurious layout in the hotel suite. She didn't dare to sit down at all, and after Lingyan left, she stood there alone and muttered to herself. Brother Yun, it's raining so hard, are you really going to pick up Xiaoqing's sister right now? In the elevator downstairs, Tang Meng asked Ling Yun. Ling Yun's face was solemn. He nodded, and said in a deep voice, I still don't know what trick Qi Xiaohong has been restrained by. If you wait a minute longer, you will be in more danger. What is the rain like this? It's more important to save people. Xiaohu, go to the 5th floor and see if Qi Xiaoqing is full. When she is almost finished, take her up to meet her mother. Tang Meng, you also go back to the 5th floor. I have been away from the banquet hall for a long time. Ling Yu, Ninger and the others will definitely be anxious if they can't find me. You go to the banquet hall to support yourself. Tang Meng nodded, and then asked again, okay, what about you, Brother Yun? Ling Yun smiled lightly, don't worry about me. After Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu went to the 5th floor, Ling Yun stopped the elevator on the 4th floor, walked out, and went straight to Qin Dongshua's private room. Brat, the whole night is not enough for you to work, you don't even care about your meal. Seeing Ling Yun coming in, Qin Dongshua turned around, raised his beautiful Yuanshan eyebrows slightly, a little angry, and even more distressed. Ling Yun laughed, and asked concerned, Auntie, haven't you eaten yet? Why don't you go up and eat? Qin Dongshua pursed the corners of her beautiful lips, and said angrily, Auntie is not hungry, there are too many people upstairs. Qin Dongshua is like a fairy in the sky, she likes to be clean the most. There are so many people in the banquet hall, she would rather not eat than go up to join in the fun. Ling Yun and the others ate very late in the afternoon in Villa No. 1. He knew that Qin Dongshua would not be hungry at this time, so he nodded and said, okay, when I get home in the evening, I will personally make supper for my aunt. As soon as she talked about cooking, Qin Dongshua became furious. With a twist of her delicate body, she came in front of Ling Yun, raised her slender fingers like spring onions, and lightly tapped Ling Yun's forehead. Humph, brat, you dare to mention cooking, believe it or not, my aunt will beat you up? Ling Yun knew why Qin Dongshua lost his temper, so he had no choice but to pretend, hey, auntie, I was just joking with you. It's all my fault. I'll accept punishment, and it's all up to auntie. Qin Dongshua exhaled like blue, staring at Ling Yun's face for a long while. Her beautiful face suddenly blushed inexplicably, bit her lips lightly and said, don't think you can get away with it like this, I will settle the debt with you when I get home. Ling Yunqin said, it seems that this time my aunt was really irritated. He resolutely stopped talking about cooking, and avoided the topic lightly. Auntie, why didn't Aunt May come over tonight? Qin Dongshua seemed to feel that the situation between the two of them just now was a bit like flirting between lovers. She moved her lotus steps lightly, and her delicate body took 2 steps back lightly, moving away from Ling Yun. Then she said, Aunt May back to Qin's house. Qin Dongshua explained Aunt May's whereabouts lightly, then glanced at Ling Yun again, and said fiercely, stinky boy, you have been to the capital, and you have seen everyone in the Ling family. You must go to the Qin family. This sentence has a lot to do with it, so Qin Dongshua naturally said it using voice transmission. Ling Yun understood Qin Dongshua's meaning very well. He is actually a figure who affects the 8 major secular families in China. It would be hell if we never saw him again. Ling Yun nodded solemnly, with a stern expression on his face, and said through voice transmission, don't worry, auntie, after I've been busy for a few days, I'll go with you to Qin's house to meet my grandparents, and those uncles. Ling Yun called grandpa without any hesitation. Qin Dongshua was overjoyed when he heard this, and his tone became much gentler. He said softly, that's about the same. Do you have anything else tonight? Ling Yun came to see Qin Dongshua, and he wanted to talk about it. He smiled and said, also, I have to go to the provincial hospital to pick up someone. Unknowingly, Qing Dongxue got very close to Ling Yan again. She raised her hand again, poked Ling Yan's forehead lightly, and said coquettishly, "You are more ruthless than anyone else when you start out, but when you soften your heart, you can risk it. Do you want to save a little girl who has nothing to do with him? I really don't understand you." "Let's go, Auntie will accompany you." Ling Yan was stunned. "Auntie, it's raining so much, you don't need to go. Anyway, I'll be right back." Qing Dongxue stared at Ling Yan with a smile on her face and didn't say a word, but Ling Yan's hair was bristling. In the end, she had no choice but to nod and agreed to let Qing Dongxue accompany her. The two of them had no belongings, so they left as soon as they said they would, and soon came to the lobby on the first floor, but before they could go out, Ling Yan glanced at the scene outside, opened his mouth wide in shock, and stopped in his tracks. Outside the revolving door of the Triumph Hotel, on the square used for parking, at some point, countless densely packed, colorful umbrellas appeared. Umbrellas are next to each other, and they are all opened at this time to resist the heavy rain falling from the sky. Under the light of the hotel, they look like colorful flowers blooming in the dark. On the densely packed umbrellas, rain splashes everywhere and countless drops of water hit by the brilliant light, a gorgeous and hazy water mist was formed. And under the countless umbrellas, there are young and energetic faces, all boys and girls aged 17 or 18, all of them are all soaked in clothes, standing in the rain that submerged their ankles, their eyes are firm and persistent. There are hundreds of people. Ling Yan swept away with his divine sense in an instant. Looking at these young faces that he knew or looked familiar, his body felt as if struck by lightning, and he felt his blood rushing up. He was moved like never before. Qing Dongxue naturally noticed it too. She also stopped in her tracks, and asked in shock, "What's going on here? Why are there so many people here all of a sudden?" Ling Yan looked through the heavy rain, looking at the 3 buses outside the hotel gate that hadn't turned off. He was silent for a few seconds before he said, "They are all my high school classmates. They must have heard about my 0 score in the college entrance examination, so they came here to support me and talk to those officials." Among the crowd of teenagers, Ling Yan saw Zhang Dong, Chai Hanlin, Gu Yuanlong, Sha Guoxing, and even Jia Meng. There were quite a few of them in class 3 and 6. Others, including those from Ning Lingyu's class, and those from Tang Meng's class, many, all rushed over. There were 2 other people, who were struggling to hold up the umbrellas in their hands, and each greeted the students around them, asking them to enter the hotel lobby as soon as possible. Ling Yan saw it clearly, the 2 girls were Zhang Ling and Zhuang Meina. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The torrential rain poured down. The rain in the sky poured down like splashing water, and the rain was blocked by many layers, but Ling Yan's eyesight is so strong now, this little rain can't affect his sight at all. Ling Yan could see clearly that Zhuang Meina, who was standing in the torrential rain, was rarely wearing any makeup, not even lipstick, and her face was facing the sky. Although this made the few tiny freckles around her nose stand out clearly, but it also made her whole person become extraordinarily pure and real. Not only did Zhuang Meina wear no makeup today, but she even wore a very low-key dress. She wore a white long-sleeved shirt, a pair of light blue stretch jeans, and white sandals with half heels. Because of the rain on the ground, she rolled up half of her trousers early, exposing her 2 fair calves to the damp and cold air and rain. They were crystal round and extraordinarily eye-catching. So Ling Yan looked at Zhuang Meina with a little more kindness in his eyes. He knew that Zhuang Meina had begun to change. But when Ling Yan's eyes turned to Zhang Ling again, his 2 sword eyebrows frowned slightly. For some reason, Zhang Ling's usually bright and lively eyes were obviously red and swollen, and the eyes were full of red blood. Obviously cried, even the voice of calling out to greet classmates was very hoarse. "Students, there are so many private cars parked here, those people must have not left yet. Everyone, don't stand in the rain, hurry into the hotel, cough cough, the rain is really heavy, be careful not to catch a cold. As expected of a quick talker, Zhang Ling was still so eloquent, but when he shouted loudly, he was suddenly swallowed by the cold wind and rain, causing a hoarse cough. Ling Yan's classmates, especially Zhang Dong, Chai Hanlin, Sha Guoxing, Gu Yuanlong, and others, they would naturally not be idle at this time, and they were busy calling out to the students around them. Get them into the hotel lobby as soon as possible. Stinky boy, it seems that you are a good person in school. It is such a small matter that you can attract so many students to come to help you. Such a scene, even Qing Dongxue, who was used to many big scenes, couldn't help being moved. After she quietly stared outside the door for a while, she glanced at Ling Yun beside her with her beautiful eyes. Heartfelt praise. Ling Yan's heart felt hot, and he took out his mobile phone with a flip of his hands. Called Tang Meng directly, and the call was connected immediately. You and Tai Xiaohu, call a Bing, and the people with Qinglong, come down quickly. Oh, don't forget to call Ling Yu and Ninger. After explaining, Ling Yun immediately put away the phone, and then said to Qing Dongxue, Auntie, you go to the sofa and wait for a while, I'll go out for a while. Ling Yan's voice did not finish. In a flash, he had already rushed to the side door next to the revolving door, and raised his hand to push the door out. Although he hadn't rushed into the rainstorm yet, the damp and cold air had already rushed towards his face. At this time, many of the students outside had already rushed up the steps, huddled together, and were busy putting away their umbrellas. Some were busy wiping the rainwater off their faces and hair, some were twisting their wet clothes vigorously, and some boys in sneakers were stamping their feet desperately, trying to get rid of the rainwater in their shoes. Ah, it's Ling Yun. Ling Yun is here. Ling Yun came out of the hotel. Immediately, a few sharp-eyed classmates spotted him. They came to help Ling Yun. When they saw Ling Yun, they shouted excitedly. These yells immediately overshadowed the sound of the rain, and reached the ears of almost everyone, and everyone raised their heads. Turning their heads, they all looked up the steps of the hotel. Zhang Dong's stature, like a bamboo pole, stands out among the crowd of classmates. Holding his umbrella high, he looked back and saw Ling Yun. You won the first prize in the college entrance examination in our Jiangnan province, so everyone rushed over to drink your wedding wine. Do you think you are receiving it, or are you receiving it? Unexpectedly, under such circumstances, Zhang Dong was still in the mood to make fun of him. Ling Yun smiled, his smile was bright and sunny, and he said with red lips and white teeth, reception, definitely reception. He took the conversation first, and then immediately used the dragon roar, and the voice piercing through gold and cracking stones sounded in the square, everyone, don't pile up at the door, let's talk in the lobby of the hotel first. Don't catch a cold. Before the words were finished, Ling Yungao's tall and handsome figure had disappeared on the steps of the door, and the next moment, he had come to Zhang Ling's side. Apparate. At this time, Ling Yun didn't care about shocking the world anymore. Anyway, most of these classmates have seen the scene where he threw Tai Xiaohu in the sky on the school playground. Don't get caught in the rain, they know how to take care of themselves. Let's talk about it in a hotel. Although Ling Yun saw Zhang Ling's strangeness, he couldn't care less about asking what happened to her now. With one arm wrapped around his left hand, he wrapped around Zhang Ling's wet and cold delicate body. Arriving at the side of Xuanhuan, who was already in a daze, she did the same thing, wrapped her right arm around Xuanhuan's delicate body, and with just a light leap, she passed through tens of meters of night sky and rain, and appeared on the steps of the door again. Ling Yan's movement was too fast, and in the rainstorm, no one's gaze could keep up with Ling Yan's movement speed. When his figure stopped again, the students rushing up the steps were shocked to find that the two organizers of this collective action were both held in Ling Yan's arms, and a burst of good-natured laughter erupted from the crowd. This time is different from the past, this is different from in school, everyone has graduated, the pressure of the college entrance examination is gone, the speech and demeanor are naturally a lot more casual, the laughter is laughter, but it is more cordial. Of course, Zhang Ling was hugged by Ling Yun before, but this time, in front of hundreds of classmates who were suddenly embraced by Ling Yun, she was still shy while enjoying Ling Yun's warm embrace. At that scene, her delicate body immediately became hot, her heart was beating violently, and she was about to struggle to leave Ling Yun's embrace instinctively, but she found that her delicate body was already so soft that she couldn't exert any strength at all. In the past few days, her family has undergone major changes, and she really misses this hug too much, as long as Ling Yun is around, she doesn't have to bear the pain and pressure caused by her parents' divorce, let alone think about her illusory future. Bang 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 bang. This is the sound of Zhuang Meina's heartbeat, which is more violent than Zhang Ling's heartbeat. It is like a galloping horse running over her heart. She curls up in Ling Yun's arms very well, and hears everything except her own heartbeat in her ears. Not anymore, because this is the first time Ling Yun hugged her. That sudden warmth, that powerful sense of security that makes anyone feel at ease in an instant. There is also the dizziness of being suddenly hit by happiness, which impacted Zhuang Meina's heart and mind together, causing the shyness in her heart to be drowned in an instant, disappearing without a trace, and only looking forward to Ling Yun can hold her for a while longer. Everyone hurry to the hotel. It doesn't matter to Ling Yun, let alone graduated. It doesn't matter if he hasn't graduated yet, he has no intention of letting go of Zhang Ling and Zhuang Meina. Instead, greet the students to enter the hotel first. At the same time, Ling Yun operated the Shenwu Chunyang immortal art again, allowing the pure yang qi to flow through the whole body, overflowing the body, and covering Zhang Ling and Zhuang Meina's whole body, helping them dry their drenched clothes as soon as possible. But, this is a 5-star hotel. Some female students who came desperately from other places looked at the brightly lit hotel lobby and the bright tiled floor that could reflect people's shadows, and hesitated under their feet. Speech humming. Obviously, the rainwater on their bodies was afraid of staining the hotel floor and causing displeasure to the hotel staff. Ling Yun laughed happily, and said with a smile, "It's okay, this hotel is mine, everyone can come in as you like. Sit as you like, don't think about anything else." "Ah? The hotel is yours?" Ling Yun's words made countless students around him dumbfounded, and all of them were stunned. There is only one big revolving door in Kaishan Hotel, with 2 side doors next to it. Of course, Zhang Dong and others will not compete with other students to enter. He squeezed all the way to Ling Yun, and asked Ling Yun with a face full of shock, "Damn it, Ling Yun, didn't you? When did you buy this hotel? I heard it's worth hundreds of millions." Since Ling Yun finished the college entrance examination, he hasn't seen his classmates, and he hasn't even contacted them. Seeing that they are willing to brave the rain to come to support them for their own affairs, I am moved and happy, so I smiled and said, "I just bought it, that's fine, you guys go in quickly, you are all soaked." "Bought it just now? Did I hear you right? Buying a super 5-star hotel these days is like buying cabbage?" Zhang Dongshan muttered a few words, stunned for a while, then suddenly raised his thumb at Ling Yun, said "Niu Yu," then turned around and walked inside along the crowd. Ling Yun's classmates, especially those who have had a good relationship with him in the past few months, naturally want to talk to him after seeing him, but this is not the time to talk, let alone the place to talk, so they can only give up temporarily. It took more than 2 minutes for all the students who came to enter the hotel. So many people stood in the magnificent lobby of the hotel, and immediately filled the originally empty, quiet and elegant lobby. Our people. After everyone went in, Ling Yun lowered his head, looked at Zhang Ling and Zhuang Meina who were huddled in his arms like cute cats, and said with a smile, "Have you warmed up? Tell me, did you go and buy yourself or me? Take the 2 of you in?" For such a long time, the clothes of Zhang Ling and Shuang Meina's whole bodies have long been evaporated by Ling Yun's pure yang energy, and they are warmer than the clothes that had just been exposed to the scorching sun. Zhang Ling and Shuang Meina blushed at the same time, they looked at each other from Ling Yun's arms, snorted at the same time, hurriedly left Ling Yun's arms, and rushed into the side door of the hotel as if fleeing. Wow! What are you doing? So many people. In the lobby of the hotel, a rough voice sounded. It was Tang Meng who came down. He only glanced at the dark crowd, and said in astonishment, "Damn it, why are you all here?" Among the more than 100 people, at least 1/5 belonged to Tang Meng's class. He naturally knew each other, and after being shocked, he immediately shouted with joy. Seeing that Tang Meng had come down, Ling Yun didn't enter the door, so he ordered loudly, "Tang Meng, arrange rooms for all the students. In addition, arrange 10 private rooms. You go to the kitchen to cook the best meals. There is a big feast tonight, and I want to entertain them well." After talking to Tang Meng, Ling Yun said to the students again, "Tang Meng will arrange for everyone to stay in a while. You should clean up first, try not to catch a cold, I have something urgent here, go out first, and be back soon." Then Ling Yun sent a secret message to Qin Dongxue, "Auntie, let's go." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Although Ling Yun hadn't asked in detail yet, he was exquisitely clear and had already guessed the ins and outs of the matter almost. The students came from all directions in the rain, but it was a bit late because of the sudden rainstorm due to sudden changes in the weather. But Ling Yun was still grateful for this kindness and friendship with classmates from the bottom of his heart. "So of course we have to throw a big feast and entertain them well. It is enough for Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, a Bing, Ning Lingyu, and Shui Mining to do these small things for the classmates. It is really not necessary for Ling Yun to do the work himself, he still has business to do. It is still important to save lives." When Qin Dongxue came out, she had an extra umbrella in her hand. Ling Yun looked at it and said with a smile, "Auntie, I'll be in the car soon." "There's only a little rain, so what are you doing with an umbrella?" Qin Dongxue rolled her eyes at Ling Yun, and said coquettishly, "I know you won't be covered by such a small amount of rain, but I brought the umbrella for that little girl." Ling Yun blushed, thinking that it was his aunt who was more careful about these things. He chuckled a few times, rushed into the rain curtain first, and got into the Porsche sedan, driven by Tang Meng one after another, with Qin Dongxue. "Stinky boy, my aunt sees that you are getting stronger and stronger. Such a heavy rain will evaporate in an instant?" Qin Dongxue sat in the car, looking at Ling Yun in the driver's seat with her beautiful eyes. She was a little shocked, but said in surprise. Ling Yun's body skills were fast, but Qin Dongxue's body skills, who had also practiced the phantom fish dragon step, were not slow, but even so, Qin Dongxue's fluttering hair was still wet from the rain. Ling Yun started the car, smiled and replied, "Hey, isn't it the same for my aunt, isn't it raining?" Even though he said so, Ling Yun knew it very well. He is now at the peak of the 9th level of physical training, and when the powerful Zhenqi in his body circulates, it can already faintly leak out of his body, forming a layer of Zhenqi cover on the outside of the skin of his body. No matter how big it is. Can't touch him. And Qin Dongxue was just 1 level behind. Although a 5-level congenital master had powerful innate qi to protect his body, he still couldn't cover his hair with innate Zhenqi. That's why he was wet by the rain and had no time to dry it off. But in this way, Qin Dongxue's beautiful long hair like a black waterfall fell. Out of thin air, a layer of fine water droplets was covered, and it was hit by the lights inside the car. The crystals were so dazzling that Qin Dongxue was so beautiful that Ling Yun was stunned. Qin Dongxue scolded with a smile, "What are you looking at, brat? Don't hurry to drive." "Hey! Auntie is so beautiful." Ling Yun pretended to be stupid and gave a compliment. He collected his mind and started the car. The car quickly turned around, rushed out of the gate of the Triumph Hotel, and disappeared into the boundless rain. The GPS system on the car now. Ling Yan knew how to use it a long time ago. He didn't need to call to ask. He directly called up the address of the provincial hospital, followed the prompts of the navigation system, and went straight to the provincial hospital. There were rivers of rain on the road, but there were few vehicles. Ling Yan was very anxious. Driving the car very fast, the Porsche made many twists and turns, and in less than 20 minutes, it drove into the gate of the provincial hospital. After entering the provincial hospital, Ling Yan slowed down and at the same time put his consciousness to the maximum range again. He drove the car to search the inpatient department, and finally parked the car at the gate of the inpatient department. When the two got out of the car and wanted to enter the gate of the inpatient department, they encountered a little trouble. Two guards in uniform stopped them politely. "It's already 10 o'clock, past the time for visiting patients. If you want to visit patients, please come back tomorrow." Ling Yan took out 2 boxes of Jisoo cigarettes with a smile, casually threw them on the tables of the 2 guards, and said very politely, "You two, we are not here to visit patients, we are here to pick up my sister from the hospital, please give convenient." Ling Yan was already very patient to be so polite, but those 2 guards didn't know how to flatter him. "Pick up your sister and leave the hospital? Is there a certificate issued by the doctor? Show us it." A guard made things difficult on purpose, but both of them cast their perverted gazes on Qin Dongxue, looking up and down, and Ling Yan could hear them swallowing their saliva. Qin Dongxue's pretty face was instantly covered with frost, and the beautiful Yuanshan eyebrows frowned slightly. So the smile on Ling Yan's face became even brighter. He stepped forward calmly, raised his hand and wiped the 2 boxes of Jisuyan lightly, put it back into the interspatial ring, and then replied lightly, "No. Then you can come back tomorrow. However, if you insist on visiting your sister, you can only go in by yourself. This beauty must stay here and wait for you." The perverted eyes of the 2 guards stared at Qin Dongshue's beautiful face and exquisite body without blinking. They didn't even notice that Ling Yan put away the 2 packs of cigarettes and was still magnanimously accommodating. "Get out." Ling Yan was impatient for a long time. He cursed to get the hell out, stretched out his hand to hold Qin Dongshue's hand, and walked directly inside. "Hey! You dare to force your way in, what are you trying to do?" The 2 guards stood up abruptly and were about to rush over to stop Ling Yan and Qin Dongxue. One of them ran a few steps and raised his hand to break Qin Dongshue's shoulder. "Court death." Ling Yan was finally enraged. He stepped back abruptly, stretched out his left hand and clasped the guard's wrist, gently broke it and then tugged it again. "What?" A shrill cry sounded, and the guard who wanted to make a fool of Qin Dongshue's wrist was directly twisted by Ling Yan, and his arm was also pulled off the joint by Ling Yan. The severe pain can be imagined. Humph. Ling Yan didn't favor one over another. He flicked his right finger, and a blow of his finger directly hit another guard's knee, causing that man to kneel on the ground with a thud, in pain. "Trash, just showing the door to the hospital, you really think of yourself as an uncle? Shameless." Ling Yan cursed, casually, without even looking back, picked up Qin Dongshue's snow-white catkin again, and went straight to the elevator entrance. Let's go in, the 2 of them have gone in, let's go in quickly." It's like pulling 2 to 5 or 80,000 just by looking at the door. Have you encountered a heart problem now? It deserves it. Seeing Ling Yan and Qin Dongxue enter the elevator, the 7 or 8 family members of the patients who were also turned away by the 2 indifferent guards all felt very refreshed, and all rushed in shouting and cursing, which was regarded as a trip to Ling Yan. Hitch ride. Ling Yan led Qin Dongxue into the elevator, only to suddenly realize that he was still holding Qin Dongshue's hand. His handsome face flushed, and he hurriedly let go. Qin Dongxue didn't care, she had a pretty face. There was a touching smile on the corner of the beautiful lips, it's just two ordinary people, can you make a mistake? Ling Yun glared and said, "Humph, it's fine if you don't let me in, the worst is to find another way, but they shouldn't keep looking at my aunt with a pair of dog eyes, isn't that courting death?" The other way Ling Yun said was to go out directly. Fly upstairs, but only the 7th floor. It was extremely easy for Ling Yun. Pfft. Qin Dongxue covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly, and said angrily, "I'm also angry, really." The elevator quickly came to the 7th floor. Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue got out of the elevator, followed the house number to find the 722 ward, and then saw two burly men standing at the door of the ward with their hands behind their backs, calm and arrogant. That posture is like a bodyguard. "Brother Yun." I saw Ling Yun coming. The two big men immediately looked serious, and bowed their heads respectfully and called Brother Yun. They were of course Qinglong's younger brothers arranged by Tang Meng to protect Qi Xiaohong. N. Ling Yun nodded slightly, and asked, "Where are people?" A little brother of Qinglong said, "It's inside, unconscious." Ling Yun frowned slightly, and said lightly, "There is no business for you here, I have cleaned up 2 guards on the 1st floor. You go down and deal with it." "Yes." The two Qinglong brothers took the order and walked away, but Ling Yun said again, "I have already taught you a lesson, so don't do anything again." "Yes." The two Qinglong brothers stopped in their tracks, responded again, and then left. Ling Yun gently pushed open the door of the ward. He and Qin Dongxue walked in one after another. He glanced over and immediately saw Qi Xiaohong lying quietly on the hospital bed. Qi Xiaohong is not yet 16 years old this year, but she is already slim and tall, with a slender figure and a pretty face, which is 6 points similar to her sister Qi Xiaoqing. A look as a beauty embryo. She was in the middle of an infusion, lying quietly on the hospital bed, motionless, her face was very pale, her slightly protruding chest rose and fell with her weak breathing, like a sleeping angel. Ling Yun glanced at the hanging bottle first, and found that it was just ordinary glucose, and he immediately relaxed. He was not afraid of anything else, but he was afraid that the doctor would prescribe medicine for Qi Xiaohong indiscriminately. It will also cure problems. Qin Dong's snow lotus steps moved lightly, and soon came to Qi Xiaohong's bedside. Susho put on Qi Xiaohong's pulse door, and half a minute later, she sent a voice transmission to Ling Yun, "It's okay, it's just that I was put into a coma, the point is that the hand is very heavy, if the point is not released, the little girl will fall asleep to death." Ling Yun's anger came from his heart, he didn't need to explore Qi Xiaohong's veins at all. He had already seen that Qi Xiaohong's acupoints were tapped by one of the 3 masters of the Sun family with a unique technique, and the shots were extremely heavy. "I can't spare them," Ling Yun said in a deep voice, then stepped forward and said, "I'll relieve the acupuncture points." Running the yin and yang formula, Ling Yun's hands were like the wind, and he tapped 3 fingers in succession, instantly unlocking Qi Xiaohong's acupuncture points. Then Ling Yun held Qi Xiaohong's meridians, and sent a stream of true energy into her body to help her unblock the meridians that had been blocked for the past few days. 10 minutes later, Qi Xiaohong moaned, and finally woke up slowly, and she slowly opened her eyes. She opened her eyes and stared blankly for a while, with a thoughtful look in her eyes, then turned her head left and right, slightly moved her stiff neck, and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Where is this? How am I here? Where are my mother and sister?" Ling Yun sighed, this family of 3, mother and daughter, encountered a catastrophe and bad luck, but they always thought about each other in their hearts. "Your mother and your sister are fine, you are fine now, we will take you to see them." Ling Yun tried his best to show a warm smile, and said to Qi Xiaohong very gently. Suddenly, Qi Xiaohong shrank her tender body suddenly, looked at Ling Yun vigilantly and said, "You guys, who are you? Where are you taking me?" Obviously, she had already remembered the horrible scene before she fell asleep, and she didn't believe Ling Yun's words at all. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Seeing Qi Xiaohong's vigilant and tense face, Ling Yan secretly smiled, saying that the little girl was quite vigilant, and at the same time secretly praised Qi Xiaohong for his goodwill. Even a strong adult, who was pressed on the sleeping point by someone with extremely heavy acupuncture techniques, fell into a coma for several days, and then woke up suddenly, may not be able to behave like this, let alone a 15-6-year-old girl. Don't worry, wait for me to make a call. It was very convenient to make a phone call. Ling Yan quickly called Ning Lingyu and asked if Qi Xiaoqing was by her side. Lingyu said that they happened to be together, so Ling Yan asked Qi Xiaoqing to answer the phone. Qi Xiaoqing, I'm in the provincial hospital now, and your sister is already awake. After Ling Yan said a word, he handed the mobile phone in his hand to Qi Xiaohong, who was on the hospital bed, and then said with a smile, say a few words with your sister and see if I am a good person. Qi Xiaohong took Ling Yan's call suspiciously, and when she heard her sister's excited and worried voice from the phone, she immediately realized what had happened. What Ling Yan and Qin Dongxue admired was that Qi Xiaohong didn't shed any tears during the whole process of talking with her sister. This girl from a poor family has learned to be strong early. Brother Ling Yun, thank you. When Qi Xiaohong handed the phone back to Ling Yun, she had already changed her name to Ling Yun as her elder brother, and she even turned her head and said to Qin Dongxue, my sister is so beautiful, like a fairy. Pfft. Qin Dongxue couldn't help being elated, her delicate body trembling with laughter, leaning back and forth, this kid can really talk. Ling Yun scratched his head, he had heard too much of the word thank you tonight, and his ears were calloused. But Ling Yun didn't say much, just asked with a smile, Sister Xiaohong, how do you feel now? Can you walk on the ground? Qi Xiaohong's big dark eyes rolled around, just about to make Ling Yun carry her on his back as a prank, but Qin Dongxue caught sight of him out of the corner of his eyes. Immediately stopped this thought, and said very obediently, I feel good now, I should be able to walk by myself. While talking, Qi Xiaohong exhausted all her strength, stretched her arms, stretched her waist a lot, and twisted her waist by the way. After moving his stiff body, he turned over and got out of the hospital bed. Ling Yun looked at Qi Xiaohong. With the movement of her arms stretching upwards and the twisting of her slender waist, the pair of already plump mountains stood out on her chest, trembling slightly in the hospital gown, and she said in her heart that she was a little girl. It's okay, what are you doing with such big breasts? Brother Ling Yun, Sister Fairy, let's go? Qi Xiaohong got out of bed and got used to it a little bit, moving her feet. Then he immediately hugged Qin Dongshue's arm and offered to leave. Ling Yan's heart was secretly moved, and he said that this little girl was not only sweet-mouthed, but also had a strong mind. He could see at once that between Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue, it was better to curry favor with Qin Dongxue than with Ling Yun. Little girl, don't mess around. This is my aunt. Ling Yun knew that Qin Dongxue had always liked to be clean, so he was afraid that Qin Dongxue would turn his back on him, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to stop her, and at the same time took the opportunity to reveal Qin Dongshue's identity. Oh, my aunt is so young, she looks as old as my sister. Qi Xiaohong immediately said again. Qin Dongxue clearly knew that Qi Xiaohong was trying to make her happy. But she was still very happy, she didn't care that Qi Xiaohong was still wearing a hospital gown. She said to Ling Yun coquettishly, why are you yelling? She can call me sister if she wants, what's the big deal? For the current Qin Dongxue, she dreams of being 10 years younger. Qi Xiaohong said that she is as old as her sister. How can I be happy in my heart? Ling Yun was speechless, thinking that if that was the case, wouldn't Qi Xiaohong be a generation taller than herself? Then she will make a lot of money by being so cheap. Thinking of this, Ling Yun's forehead is full of black lines. Fortunately, Qi Xiaohong's mouth turned quickly, and at the same time he changed the address for Qin Dongxue, otherwise Ling Yun would definitely lose his temper. While Ling Yun was secretly refreshed, he also admired Qi Xiaohong's performance very much. Although the little girl came from a poor background and was young, in terms of character and thoughts, she was definitely on par with the little demon girl xuanhuan. Is there anything else to pack? After Ling Yan asked this question, she felt that this sentence was inappropriate. Qi Xiaohong was kidnapped from a coma and brought to the hospital. How could she have anything to pack? Qi Xiaohong looked at herself and said with some reluctance, "It's my original clothes." Upon hearing this, Ling Yan immediately said, "No, let's buy new ones when we go back." "Let's go." The three of them left the ward and went downstairs. When they came to the first floor, they found that the place was empty. The two guards who had been taught a lesson no longer knew where to go, and no new guards came. Dealing with things is straightforward, he smiled, and took the initiative to hold up the umbrella Qin Dongxue brought to protect the two of them when they went out and got into the car. As soon as she got into the car, Qi Xiaohong hugged her shoulders and complained that she was cold. She hadn't had any water or rice for several days, and she was actually very weak by relying on the glucose drip to supplement the necessary nutrients. "It's okay, just hold on for a while, and when you get back to the hotel, have a full meal first, and then take a hot bath." Ling Yan comforted the little girl, and then started the car. At this moment, there was a crackling sound of thunder in the sky, which made Qi Xiaohong scream in surprise, and jumped into Qin Dongshua's arms. Ling Yan scanned this scene with his divine sense, and couldn't help laughing and teasing. "I thought you were really fearless, so you are afraid of thunder?" Haha. Qi Xiaohong's face was terrified, her delicate body flinched. Ling Yan's words hit her nails, she was really afraid of thunder. Ling Yan thought it was interesting. He drove with a smile, and quickly left the provincial hospital and returned to the Triumph Hotel. The rain had dropped a lot, and Ling Yan had already firmly memorized the route. In the night rain, Ling Yan drove faster and returned to the Triumph Hotel in only 10 minutes. At this time it was already past 10:30 in the evening. Ling Yan drove the car directly to the side of the revolving door of the hotel, and then stopped the engine. Before getting out of the car, Qin Dongxue asked Ling Yan for Qi Yuzhen's room number, and then said to Ling Yan, "Let me take Xiaohong upstairs, it's getting late, you should hurry up and deal with your affairs." Ling Yan was stunned, and thought that the aunt who had never eaten fireworks in the world was willing to take Qi Xiaohong upstairs. It seemed that the aunt really liked this girl. It is expected that Qi Xiaoqing should be with her mother now. Ling Yan felt that it was inconvenient for him to go to their room, so he was so happy, so he nodded and said, "That's all right, just trouble my aunt." Qin Dongxue led Qi Xiaohong out of the car, and after entering, Ling Yan also got out of the car. "Call a doorman casually and ask him to park the car." Then entered the hotel. The lobby of the Triumph Hotel was once again empty and quiet. Even the muddy floor had been cleaned by the sanitation personnel. Ling Yan knew that after nearly an hour, Tang Meng must have arranged everything, and he didn't need to worry about it at all. With a relieved smile, Ling Yan went straight to the elevator. Came to the banquet hall on the 5th floor. The current banquet hall is much more lively than it was at the beginning. None of the original more than 300 guests were willing to leave, and the wine was almost exhausted. It was the time when the wine was hot, and you were coming and going, toasting each other while pushing glasses. There are so many guests, but they all gave red envelopes. Moreover, they are all double. Tang Meng naturally wouldn't drive them away, but he was too busy, so he had to call several department managers of the hotel over, and transferred more than a dozen waiters to the banquet hall, interspersed back and forth, to serve. This is the advantage of own hotel. You can do whatever you want, orders and prohibitions, no one dares to say no. Seeing Ling Yan enter the banquet hall, many blushing and thick-necked guests rushed over with their glasses, desperately trying to toast Ling Yan. Of course it was impossible for Ling Yan to drink with them. He explained with a smile that he was still a student. He was still young, and then calmly displayed his peerless agility, quickly rushed out of the siege of many guests, and rushed to the passage in the corner of the banquet hall. Naturally, Ling Yun returned to the room where Morong Wencher and the others lived first. After he entered, he came to his seat and did not sit down. He stood there and drank 3 glasses of wine. Then he embarrassedly said, "Grandpa Morong, Uncle Song, Boss Yu, Mr. Han, I'm really sorry tonight, my high school classmates came here suddenly, hundreds of people." Morong Wencher laughed straight. "We already know about this, the little guy is very popular, and your classmates are also bloody teenagers, you should treat them well." Song Xingyang went on to say, "Ling Yun, don't worry about us, we've already finished eating just now, I'll wait for you to come back and tell you, then I'll go back, but after you've been busy for 2 days, you can go to the antique market for a while. Come on, we all have gifts for you." This sentence is the key. While speaking, Song Xingyang did not forget to wink at Ling Yun. Ling Yun understood, and nodded with a smile. He didn't need Song Xingyang to remind him to go. Gifts came second. The key antique market, after he swept away the spirit stones last time, now there are a lot of spirit stones. Ling Yun is sure I won't let it go. Seeing that Ling Yun agreed, Morong Wencher and others stood up first, and said with a smile, "Okay, let's eat and drink enough, we old guys don't make trouble here, let's go?" Ling Yun wanted to send it off, but was held down by Song Xingyang. "You are busy with your work, you have enough trouble tonight, we won't bother you," said, laughed and went out to leave. Ling Yun let go of his consciousness, and watched the 4 of them walk out of the banquet hall together. He loosened his shoulders, leaned his body on the wine table, and said lightly to himself, "This night is really busy." At this time a young waiter came in. She saw that Ling Yun was the only one facing the door, standing lazily, her face blushed suddenly, and she asked in a panic, "Boss, is this table cleared?" Ling Yun smiled slightly, and said lightly, "Clean it up." After speaking, his slender body bounced like a spring, passed sideways by the waiter, and soon came to the luxurious private room next door. Pushing the door open and going in, Ling Yun was taken aback for a moment, and said in astonishment, "Why, just a few of you." No wonder Ling Yun was stunned. This is the room where Zheng Mei eats, but now only Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, Bai Xianer, and Morong Feishue are left in the room. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Brother Ling Yun. When Yin came in, Bai Xianer stretched out her figure, and directly displayed the Xing Luo Jiushan technique, and Bai Ying rushed into Ling Yun's arms in a flash. Bai Xianer was very wrong tonight, she didn't even eat much of this sumptuous dinner, just because Ling Yun had been busy all night and had no time to accompany her at all. Fortunately, Ning Lingyu and Miao Xiaomiao had coaxed Bai Xianer repeatedly in private. She knew that Ling Yun had business to do, otherwise, she would be reluctant to leave Ling Yun's side. Xianer recklessly slipped into Ling Yun's arms. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou looked at each other in tacit understanding, both could see envy, helplessness, and shock in their eyes. What I envy is that Bai Xianer can take Ling Yun's arms without any scruples regardless of the occasion, but they are helpless because it is almost impossible for them to do this, and what is shocking is Bai Xianer's physical skills. Now, both Lin Menghan and Yao Rou have cultivated to the 9th level of Ho Tian. They are people who know the goods. At a glance, Xianer's body skills are extraordinary. Now they are compared with Bai Xianer, even 1/10 of Xianer's not on. The gazes of Lin Menghan and Yao Rou split instantly. She turned her head and tried her best to suppress the urge to rush into Ling Yun's arms. She smiled affectionately and said, "They? They were all dragged away by your classmates, even Teacher Kong. Pulled it hard." Ah? Ling Yun felt relieved when he heard it, and thought to himself, Ling Yu, Ninger, Chao Shanshan, Long Wu, Miao Xiaomiao, these are all from Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, and all of them are influential figures in their respective classes. The classmates here are here, if you can stay here quietly, then it will be hell. So it's like this. Ling Yunqin said, "That's fine, it will save me trouble." Ling Yun, that, Qi-Xiaqing's sister, how is it now? Yao Rou suddenly smiled and spoke, her pretty face was full of concern. She originally wanted to call Ling Yun her husband, but since Morong Feishue and Bai Xian'er were present, she didn't have the nerve to call out. If only Lin Menghan was present, then the voice of husband would have been uttered naturally. After all, Yao Ruan and Lin Menghan were often together during this time. The two of them have become so familiar that they can hardly talk about anything. Ling Yun replied with a smile, she is fine now. My aunt and I just brought her back, and now she is back with her mother. That's good. Yao Rou obviously breathed a sigh of relief, but then put on an expression filled with righteous indignation, and said angrily, when we were eating just now, we heard about Qi-Xiaqing's tragic experience, and we couldn't wait to see him again. Go find that Li Tian to settle the score. Ling Yun nodded secretly, saying that Yao Rou, like Qi-Xiaqing, was born in a poor family and understood the hardships of the poor best. So when she heard about Qi-Xiaqing's tragic experience, she would empathize with her and wanted to vent her anger on Qi-Xiaqing. Li Tian has been abolished by me. After saying something indifferently, Ling Yun took Bai Xian'er and walked forward, found a random seat and sat down. He glanced at Morong Feishue who hadn't spoken, and asked with a smile, are you all full? Morong Feishue's heart suddenly jumped. Xiao's face turned red slightly, she was ice-snow smart, Ling Yun was asking everyone, and looking at her, it was because he was afraid that he would neglect him. Morong Feishue took a deep look at Ling Yun with her starry eyes, and nodded slightly. But still did not speak. Lin Menghan smiled and said, we are all full, it's you, who has been busy working around all night, and didn't even have time to eat. Are you full? Ling Yun wouldn't believe it, he didn't have to think about it at all, most of the exquisite dishes on the table knew without even touching the chopsticks. The atmosphere of their meal must be very special and weird. As for why, Ling Yun naturally knew it well, but he would not point it out on the spot, so he pretended to be confused and said, it doesn't matter much if I don't eat 1 or 2 meals now. Since you are full, go back first. Ling Yun gritted his teeth and said the last sentence. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou are the only 2 women who have had a relationship with Ling Yun. Although Ling Yun is about to break through the most important Qi training period. It is impossible to have real sex with them, but it is always no problem to accompany them back and have fun in the bedroom. I thought so, but Ling Yun knew that after he returned to Qingshui from the capital last night, he didn't go to Qingshuiwen Villa to meet Qin Dongxue, which already caused his aunt's displeasure. Now that Qin Dongxue is in the hotel, if he doesn't go back, Qin Dongxue won't be so good-tempered anymore. What's more important is that Ling Yun also has a lot of serious business, so he needs to discuss it with Qin Dongxue alone, and ask her to help him make up his mind. What's more, so many high school classmates came here just now, if Ling Yun didn't show up to accompany them, it would be unjustifiable both emotionally and rationally. Sure enough, when Ling Yun asked them to go back now, the expressions on Lin Menghan and Yao Rou's faces changed suddenly, they were obviously stunned, and deep disappointment appeared in both pairs of beautiful eyes. That kind of pitiful resentment made Ling Yun he didn't dare to look directly, so scared that he quickly turned his head away. Be it Lin Menghan, the current Yao Rou, or even other beauties, they are here tonight, who is here for this meal? Isn't it because of the one in front of them, the cruel thief who makes them think about it day and night? Yao Rou is docile and well-behaved, she is better, but Lin Menghan's eldest lady's temper was suddenly aroused by Ling Yun. She let out a coquettish snort from her nostrils, and stood up abruptly. I'll go back. Yao Rou, let's go. This was Zheng Ling Yun's anger. Ah? Yao Rou was dumbfounded, she sat there, looked at Lin Menghan, then at Ling Yun, suddenly became at a loss. Let's go. He is so capable, you still worry that he has nowhere to go? Lin Menghan was stunned, and even more angry, her beautiful face turned pale, and as her breath became short of breath, the pair of huge plump breasts trembled slightly. Such a scene, even a woman would be moved. Sister Lin, this. Yao Ro had already stood up, but she still couldn't make up her mind. Of course, she knew how much Lin Menghan missed Ling Yun during this time, so she also understood why Lin Menghan was so angry now. But if she wanted to follow Lin Menghan now, according to Yao Ro with a soft personality, she still can't do it. Humph. If you don't go, I will go. Lin Menghan stomped her feet and left as soon as she said she wanted to leave. In the end, she was ashamed and angry, and gave Ling Yun a resentful look. She twisted her slender waist, and directly performed lightness kung fu, and passed Ling Yun. After another shake, she got out of the bag. Room. Sister Lin. Yao Ro hurriedly shouted, just about to chase after her, but stopped her steps and turned her gaze to Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you, don't be angry, Sister Lin, she. At this moment, Yao Ro still did not forget to explain for Lin Menghan. Ling Yun could only smile wryly. There is no need for any explanation, because I missed myself to the extreme, and this kind of strong emotion will be produced under the extreme disappointment. Ling Yun is too happy to be happy, so it is naturally impossible to get angry. As for women, if you don't have a little temper, how can you still be a woman? Just turn around and coax. What else? Hurry up, don't let anything happen to her alone. Ling Yun saw that Yao Ro was still acting foolishly, so he quickly used sound transmission and said to Yao Ro. Lin Menghan is now at the peak of the 9th level of acquired heaven, and he has also cultivated the frost palm. Although he has a certain ability to protect himself, Ling Yun is still not at ease. There are murderous threats around him, and the enemy will not be able to deal with him for a while. Attack those around him. Yao Ro has also reached the middle stage of the 9th level of acquired heaven. Although she still doesn't know combat skills, the two of them will at least have a support when they are together. Oh. Seeing that Ling Yun was really not angry, Yao Ro felt relieved, twisted her graceful body, and immediately chased him out. When Morong Feishue saw Lin Menghan and Yao Ro, one was angry and the other left in a panic. She pursed the corners of her beautiful lips, and sighed softly, You, how could you talk like that? Didn't you just drive them away? It's no wonder they get angry. Although she was blaming Jiachen, there was a hint of secret joy in her tone. No matter what, she and Bai Xianer were the only two left in this room now. Most of the pressure in Morong Feishue's heart disappeared out of thin air. Ling Yun sat there quietly, frowning slightly, raised his hand to brush his long hair, and said in a deep voice, It's not what you think. I suddenly have a bad premonition. I always feel restless, feeling there must be something big happening tonight, so I want to let them go back earlier. What Ling Yun said was the truth, because too many things happened tonight. Although Ling Yun handled everything with ease and handled everything seamlessly, he felt that his mood was getting more and more chaotic and he couldn't calm down at all. His premonition in this regard has always been very accurate. For this society, what Ling Yun feels the most, and what he fears from the bottom of his heart, are two things. One is that the communication in this society is too developed, and the exchange of information is too convenient, too fast, and too easy. The other is that the transportation in this society is also very developed. It takes only 2 hours to travel by plane for a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers. Frankly speaking, the combination of these 2 points far surpasses the great world of cultivation. The first one allows you to have almost no secrets at all, and the second one allows those enemies who want to deal with you to come to you at any time to deal with you. Ling Yun has already returned to Qingshui City, more than a day and a night. If his enemies want to deal with him, it is expected that they have come to Qingshui. Those enemies do not make a move. If they do, it will definitely be a thunderbolt. Ling Yun was in the capital. He was like a lonely family. He could fight and leave whenever he wanted. No one could keep him, but this was in Qingshui. If the enemy came, he would not be able to go anywhere, so he could only choose to fight. The problem is, with so many people around him, he can't take care of them at all. Seeing Ling Yan frowning, Morong Feishue felt inexplicably distressed, but she knew that she couldn't help him at all. Ling Yan, are you too tired? If you feel tired, go back and have a good rest, don't think about anything, just sleep well. Ling Yan raised his head, seeing the concern and distress on Morong Feishue's face, he immediately relaxed and showed a bright smile. I'm fine. To be continued. I'm fine. At this moment, Ling Yan's deep eyes became incomparably clear, filled with powerful confidence, his smile was bright and sunny, and Morong Feishue's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. This outstanding and flawless big boy seems to be made of iron. He has never said that he is tired, and he has never bowed his head to any difficulties. Morong Feishue wanted to go to Ling Yan's side, even rubbing his temples and pressing his shoulders to express her concern and comfort her lovesickness, but in the end she didn't walk over. Morong Feishue's heart skipped a beat when she was watched by Ling Yan. She blushed, quietly avoided Ling Yan's gaze, turned her head to look out the window, and said casually, the rain seems to be a little lighter. When you go to the capital this time everything will be fine. Went well? During lunch, Ling Yan talked about some of her past experiences in the capital. Morong Feishue was there at the time, but she didn't ask about those things. Ling Yan naturally knew what she was asking, because before he went to the capital, he shared a secret with Morong Feishue alone, the secret of his life experience. Ling Yan said with a smile, there is no danger, it went smoothly, and I have seen everything that should be seen. Morong Feishue's delicate body trembled slightly, but she still didn't turn her head, and said softly, Ling Yan, congratulations. Ling Yan is silent, recognizing his ancestors and returning to his ancestors is recognizing his ancestors and returning to his ancestors, but there are so many things waiting for him to do in the capital, and there are so many dragons and tigers for him to break into, so what is there to congratulate? After being silent for a while, Morong Feishue seemed to be talking to herself again, I'm leaving Qingshui early tomorrow morning. I'm going to Hong Kong to attend an international jewelry appreciation exchange meeting. I'll be on the plane at 8 o'clock in the morning. Oh? Ling Yan was taken aback for a moment, and then asked, how many days? Morong Feishue said, I'm going to go for about a month. I also need to take care of the business of Tianqi Pavilion in Hong Kong. She seemed to be speaking very calmly, but even Bai Xian'er could tell that Morong Feishue's words were full of deep reluctance. All right. If you have any trouble over there, be sure to call me and I'll help you deal with it. Ling Yan continued, since this is the case, then you should go back to rest earlier, so as not to delay tomorrow's flight. Time to speak. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening, so Ling Yan also asked Morong Feishue to go back to rest. How much Morong Feishue wanted Ling Yan to send her on the plane. She even hoped that Ling Yan could go to Hong Kong with her, but unfortunately she knew. This is simply impossible. But then Ling Yan said again, if there is nothing to do tonight, I will take you to the airport tomorrow. This is what Morong Feishue was waiting for. Ling Yan is surrounded by so many excellent girls, and now she is given such a chance to be alone with Ling Yan, she already feels satisfied. In Morong Feishue's heart, she was filled with excitement. As if she was afraid of Ling Yan's repentance, she hurriedly said, then it's a deal? My grandfather and the others have gone back? Then I have to go back too. Ling Yanqin said that he finally sent another one away. He laughed and said, all right then, I'll ask someone to take you back now. Morong Feishue turned around lightly. Jiao smiled and said, no need, I drove here by myself. Ling Yan smiled and said, then I don't worry, it's too late, and it's still raining, what if something happens? After speaking, he took out his mobile phone and called Tai Xiaohu directly to ask him to come down. Personally escort Morong Feishue home. After Morong Feishue reluctantly left, Ling Yan suddenly leaned his back heavily on the back of the chair and let out a long breath. Bai Xian'er withdrew from Ling Yan's arms, quietly turned to Ling Yun's back, and gently massaged his shoulders. Ling Yun enjoyed Bai Xian'er's massage to the fullest, and lazily said, "Xian'er, you have to be prepared, from now on, we may face a big battle at any time." Bai Xian'er kept moving her hands, narrowed her narrow and long foxy eyes, and said coquettishly, "Brother Ling Yun, Xian'er understands, as long as the enemy dares to come, throw them all into the sinkhole to feed the strange fish." Ling Yun chuckled, well said, let's do it like this. When the time comes, we will fight side by side and see who can kill more. As Ling Yun spoke, he gently raised his hand, and held Bai Xian'er's slender hand on his right shoulder. He felt a warmth, and finally calmed down. Just after resting for a while, Tang Meng called, "Brother Yun, all the students here want to see you, when are you coming?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "Where are you all? I'll go there now." After hanging up the phone, Ling Yun got up, put on the large sunglasses for Bai Xian'er with his own hands, checked the room again, made sure nothing was left behind, and left the luxury private room with Bai Xian'er. It was past 11 o'clock, and the guests in the banquet hall had already left one after another. After walking for less than half, the rest of the people also left their seats one after another, preparing to go home. No matter how lively the banquet is, there will be times when the music ends. Ling Yun doesn't care. He holds Bai Xian'er's hand, quickly walks through the banquet hall, and goes straight to the elevator. The two came to the 4th floor again. Ling Yun took Bai Xian'er to the private room where Qin Dongxue stayed, and asked her to wait here. After all, Bai Xian'er's appearance and background were too shocking, and Ling Yun didn't want her to appear in those rooms in front of classmates. Otherwise, don't say anything, and everyone can just look at Bai Xian'er. Bai Xian'er has learned a lot since she took shape, and she has gradually adapted to human life. She has become more sensible, and she understood as soon as Ling Yun said it, and agreed to obediently wait for Ling Yun in the room. After Xian'er settled down, Ling Yun left the room and took the elevator again, but came to the 3rd floor of the hotel. This floor is the floor of Triumph Hotel, purely for catering for guests. Not only are there more than 20 large private rooms, but there is also a hall dedicated to holding wedding banquets. The more than 100 students who came to support Ling Yun, it was arranged in this hall, by Tang Meng. In Tang Meng's words, it's convenient for Brother Yun to go from room to room in this way. Look, our champion is here. It's not easy, it's coming out after 1,000 calls. Haha. As soon as Ling Yun walked into the hall, he was discovered by those students sitting facing the door. Those people feared that the world would not be chaotic, and shouted excitedly. The students stood up one after another and looked towards the door. Ling Yun entered the hall. With a glance, I was startled by the hot scene in front of me, and I was stunned. He sighed in his heart, "Dear students, are you really sure that you are here to support me? Are you here to eat me? Is he still dressed like this?" There are 3 rows and 4 rows, a total of 12 large round dining tables, and about 10 people sit on each table. The sumptuous meal has just been served, and no one has moved their chopsticks yet. But all kinds of foreign wine, red wine, white wine, and beer on the table have already been opened, and they are even quite empty. Obviously, some students who can't wait have already drank them in advance. The most exciting thing is not this, but their clothes. Well, quite a few male students came down shirtless, showing their strong or thin bodies, and some of them were wearing the original wet trousers. There are also those who wear big pants, and wear the free shoes provided by the hotel on their feet. This is quite normal, and what's even more weird is that some male classmates, after taking a hot bath in their own room, simply came down in the hotel's white nightgown, but this way they were wrapped more tightly. The problem is not only that boys dare to wear it like this, but also very few girls who are bold. She was also wrapped in a snow-white nightgown, her freshly washed hair was wet, and it was casually scattered behind her head, making Ling Yun dare not look at it after one glance, but she wanted to use her yin and yang eyes fiercely in her heart to see their faces. Inside the nightgown. Are you wearing underwear? Ling Yun was speechless, thinking that it was understandable to get wet in the heavy rain, but it would take a lot of courage to dare to appear in front of hundreds of people just wearing this. Sure enough, the world is going downhill, people's hearts are not old, and the strong have their own strong hands, It seems that I have to work harder and try to get closer to my classmates. Zhang Dong sat at the table on the left at the front, and he kept waving at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you are here, everyone is waiting for you to speak, and asks you to teach us the secrets of the college entrance examination. Ling Yun laughed loudly, and walked all the way to the front. He said as he walked, it's okay to say a few words, but today we don't talk about the college entrance examination, we are just drinking tonight, just having fun, I will accompany everyone, let's get drunk. Just kidding, Ling Yun has finished filling out his college application, so why do he still need to take the exam? Tang Meng appeared from nowhere, leaned close to Ling Yun and asked, Brother Yun, I have already arranged for my classmates to stay, and I have shared more than 50 rooms. Ahem, fortunately our hotel is big enough. There are plenty of rooms available. Seeing Tang Meng's blushing face, Ling Yun knew that he had drunk it, nodded and said with a smile, that's good. Tang Meng asked again, then there is nothing else tonight? Ling Yun saw Tang Meng's posture, it was the rhythm of having a big drink with his classmates, he smiled slightly and said, there is nothing else, but before drinking, you'd better call Uncle Tang, I always feel that something will happen tonight, let him try to be prepared. When Tang Meng heard it, his heart immediately trembled. The little drink he had just drank disappeared without a trace in an instant, and he said in surprise, is there still a problem? Ling Yun didn't want to be so turbulent, he patted Tang Meng's shoulder lightly, and said with a calm smile, maybe I'm worrying too much, but be careful, you'd better make a phone call just in case. That's fine, then I'll call my father right away. Tang Meng took out his cell phone and went out after speaking. Ling Yun stepped onto the stage with big strides, and pressed his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. The hall fell silent instantly, and everyone wanted to hear what Ling Yun had to say. Who would have thought that Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed down, dear students, what you are wearing today really opened my eyes, I admire it. While talking, Ling Yun clasped his fists and cupped his hands in a serious way. The audience roared with laughter, everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and someone booed, haha, we finally have something that Brother Yun admires. Ling Yun immediately turned serious, and cast a dragon whistle, covering the audience, and said seriously, thank you. Thank you all for coming to support me, Ling Yun. I, Ling Yun, can't repay you. However, I happen to make a little money today. How about it, one of you present today counts as one, and each of you is 500,000. Please accept it. I won't talk about the other useless things, let's start drinking now, and we will get drunk. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Silence. Indescribable silence. For a full half a minute, in the entire hall, even the sound of breathing could not be heard, but the sound of saliva and swallowing could be heard one after another. Some people were frantically digging out their ears, some people raised their hands to cover their hearts that were about to jump out of their mouths, and some people kept pouring wine. A bottle of foreign wine worth more than 4,000 yuan seemed to be empty, but they didn't know what to do. Unconsciously. There are more than 100 people, 500,000 each? Did I hear it wrong, or did Ling Yun say it wrong? No one heard what Ling Yun said in the last sentence, everyone was already stunned by the sentence of 500,000 per person. I wipe. Tang Meng, who was calling Tang Tianhao outside, staggered when he heard Ling Yun's words, and almost fell to the ground. VODTW. On the other end of the phone, Director Tang Tianhao, who was frowning and listening to the phone, suddenly heard his son swearing. He stood up in a rage and shouted, "Who are you scolding, brat?" In the hall, sitting in the front row, Xuanhuan, who was sitting on the big dining table in the middle, was also stunned in shock, her small mouth painted with red lip gloss was slightly opened, feeling unbelievable. Is this still the Ling Yun who is so fussy about the taxi fare of more than 30 yuan and insists on making himself pay? Is this still the Ling Yun who insisted on forcing himself to increase the registration fee of ordinary clinics to 300,000? Shui Mining clearly remembered that because of that matter, Ling Yun did not hesitate to cry herself out, and even said something convincingly, everyone has everyone's life, and saving people for free is a big fallacy that hurts people. The most irritating thing is that I was really persuaded by him at the time, cheating and deceiving. This big liar is going to piss me off. My God, is Ling Yun crazy, or is this world crazy? After a while of silence, people gradually began to whisper, and soon, everyone's voices changed from low to high. Gradually it turned into a hustle and bustle, and there was a lot of noise in the hall. Of course they were all talking about the 500,000 per person. There are more than 100 people, each with 500,000 yuan, which is more than 50 million yuan. With Ling Yun's words, he gave away more than 50 million yuan. How generous and generous is this? 500,000. Even today when the Huaxia currency is depreciating sharply, it is not a small amount. It can allow people to buy a decent house in a second and third tier city, and a luxury car, which is equivalent to 5 or 6 years for an ordinary white-collar worker. Income. I can't ask for it. Anyway, I definitely won't ask for it. We came here because we were unfair and angry. How can we ask for Ling Yun's money? I don't want it either. We didn't do Ling Yun any favors. We can still live in such a luxurious hotel for nothing, and the food is so good. It's more comfortable than other people's travel. How can we ask for Ling Yun's money? Yes, we are not here for money. We are here for the friendship of classmates. 500,000, I don't know how many relatives can be turned into enemies. How many brothers turned against each other, how many couples were disturbed by it, and even divorced. However, there are more than 100 students in the hall, although they come from different backgrounds, rich and poor. Personalities are also different, but at the end of the discussion, everyone quickly tended to the same, and no one was willing to accept Ling Yun's gift. Of course, it doesn't mean that the 100 people don't love money, or even on the contrary, they are willing to come to help Ling Yun. They are all extremely smart classmates, and everyone may not have their own little calculations in their hearts, but on this occasion, no one will risk the world's disgrace, let alone shame, and take the initiative to accept Ling Yun's 500,000. High school students and young people, at this moment, show their youthful vigor, and youth to the fullest. In the end it was Zhang Dong, who stood there, desperately waving his hands to let the noisy classmates sit down, blushing and giving a concluding speech to Ling Yun. Ling Yun, you heard it too. We came here because we felt unfair on your behalf. Everyone is here to seek justice for you. Of course, we came a step late and did not help you. Now it seems that we will give you back. You have caused a lot of trouble. Because Zhang Dong was too excited, he spoke incoherently. He paused, collected his thoughts a little, and said, we all accept your thanks to us, but we will never accept this money. If we take this money, what will we become? Is our friendship with classmates only worth 500,000? It is good. Zhang Dong's generous speech elicited thunderous applause, and the students clapped their hands in succession. Tonight's supper, we are all set to eat it. It is the first gathering of students after graduation, and it can be regarded as a graduation meal. We will definitely stay in this 5-star luxury hotel, but you have to take back that sentence just now. Don't worry, we will all forgive you, haha. At the end, Zhang Dong didn't know what he said, so he laughed and sat back. Ling Yun stood on the stage, listening to it interestingly. He didn't speak until Zhang Dong finished speaking, then asked with a smile, is it finished? In that case, let me say a few more words. Ling Yun beckoned to Ning Lingyu, who was below, and asked her to come up. After Ning Lingyu stood beside him, he said again, everyone should know that our family used to be very poor. No one knows better than me and Lingyu, what a poor word can push people to. Ling Yan's voice was resolute, but those things are in the past, I won't mention the past. But now, I have money. To tell you the truth, this 50 million is really a small amount in my eyes now, a very small amount. This 50 million is nothing to me, but once it is distributed to you, it can change the fate of most of you. And fate is really important to a person. 500,000 yuan per person does not make you rich overnight, nor does it allow you to worry about food and clothing for a lifetime, but it allows each of you to easily complete your studies, and even after graduation in 2 or 3 years, go down to earth to do what you want to do, what you like to do, and solve your worries. Trust me, this is important. I didn't do this to show off my wealth, and I wouldn't use such a small amount of money to show off my wealth. It's not shameful enough. Ling Yan made a joke, which caused the audience to burst into laughter. He continued, today, regardless of whether you have helped me or not, you are worth 500,000 yuan for coming here, despite the rain. If I don't have money, I won't give you a penny. I won't even say thank you, because we are classmates. But now I have money. It's not short of money at all, and it's not for showing off wealth, but to let my classmates, let you complete your studies and realize your ideals. This is a good thing. I'm not going to hide it from everyone. Tang Meng is going to set up a Tiandi group soon. This group will cover various industries such as finance, real estate, medicine, steel, oil exploration, hotels, transportation, etc. I can guarantee it now, etc. Everyone is successful in their studies. After graduation, there will be a place for you in the Tiandi group. Everyone can rest assured that the treatment of our Tiandi group is guaranteed to be no worse than that of any Fortune 500 company in the world. At the entrance of the hall, Tang Meng, who came back from the phone call, heard this quietly, and was happy in his heart, thinking that it turned out that Brother Yun's money was not in vain. This is to win people's hearts, to win over talents for my Tiandi group in advance. It's not bad, it's not a loss, just think of it as sending them the cost of advanced training in advance. Now, tell me, after graduating from university, do you want to work in our own Tiandi group? The audience is naturally unanimous. He replied suddenly, I want to. There is no need to ask, Tang Meng is a ready-made example. How long has he been with Ling Yun? How chic and beautiful is he now? To paraphrase a fashionable saying, Tang Meng is now the winner of the winners in life. Ling Yun smiled and asked again, then tell me, I'll give you 500,000 now, do you want it? Ling Yun has already talked about this point. If anyone says no, it will be forced by Chen Er, and all the students shouted like booing, yes. Then there was a burst of warm applause, plus a burst of joyful and contented laughter. 50 million yuan won the hearts of more than 100 people. Regardless of whether they can really become talents in the future, whether they can really do great things for Ling Yun, at least they know the bottom line and are loyal to Ling Yun, so they can use it without worry. Tiandi Group has net assets of tens of billions since its establishment. God knows how far it will grow in the future and how many talents it will need. In fact, Ling Yun didn't lose anything in this deal. What's more, Ling Yun gave the money just to thank them, and these remarks were just to make these students accept it calmly. Then can we drink and laugh as much as we want now? After Ling Yun finished speaking, before everyone could speak, he took Ning Lingyu's shoulders, left the host stage, and walked down. Humph. Anyway, you are right. As soon as Ling Yun sat down, she saw Xuanhuan pouted and said angrily, don't blame the little demon girls for being angry, fussing over every detail, and desperately amassing money. This is Ling Yun's principle. It is Ling Yun's principle to give generously and scatter money wantonly. Ling Yun had the pleasure of distributing money occasionally. He didn't care about it with the little demon girl. He just said with a smile, Ninger, getting angry makes you age quickly, you get wrinkles, huh? The little demon girl was so frightened that she immediately lost her temper, causing Chao Shanshan, Long Wu, Miao Xiaomiao, and others on the table to sneer and laugh. In fact, there is one more important reason that Ling Yan said just now. He didn't say it, it was his own reason. His reasoning is the word fate. Came here through time travel, in the same family, rose against the sky, scored 0 in the college entrance examination, and supported by classmates in the rain. Those who can come here are all due to fate. What is really worth the 500,000 is this fate. If Ling Yan pretends to be confused and fails to fulfill this fate, a crowd of demons will dance around on his path of comprehension, and it will be difficult to prove the Tao, because he cannot pass the hurdle of his true heart. Jiao Mei was the first to toast, crying, with tears streaming down his face, "Brother Yun, I'm convinced, and I sincerely apologize to you." Ling Yan stood up, smiled, and patted Jiao Mei on the shoulder. "It's over, do it." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. It was approaching midnight, and the heavy rain in Qingshui City was still falling non-stop. The entire Qingshui City was enveloped in the sound of rushing rain. On the roads and roads of Qingshui City, water flows into rivers everywhere, most of which are below the knees of people, and even in some low-lying places, the stagnant water can flood the thighs of adults. Fortunately, Qingshui City is located in the south of the Yangtze River, and it is a rainy place. The drainage system of the provincial capital city is fairly well built, and with the lessons learned from the heavy rainstorm at the end of March, Li Yifeng, secretary of the municipal party committee, focused on repairing the major drainage pipes in the city. This allowed Qingshui City to escape the fate of being flooded again. On the ground of Qingshui City, countless turbid water streams formed, converging into small streams, flowing into the rivers in Qingshui City, and finally flowing into the Qingshui River in the north of Qingshui City with the momentum of tens of thousands of galloping horses. This caused the water level of the Qingshui River to rise sharply, and the waves were rolling and powerful, like an angry dragon rushing towards the Qingshui Bay in the east. Qingshui River, also known as Qingshui River, is located in the north of Qingshui City, crossing Qingshui City from west to east, to be precise, crossing the Linjiang district of Qingshui City. The main urban area of Qingshui City has been located on the south bank of Qingshui River since ancient times, but in the past 2 decades, with the development of the economy, the overall planning of the country and Jiangnan province, the center of gravity of the entire city has more and more signs of moving northward. Especially in the past 10 years, with the explosive growth of the real estate industry, many new large-scale real estate buildings and new economic development zones in Qingshui City have been built on the north bank of Qingshui River. It is precisely because of this that since Li Yifeng took office as the leader of Qingshui City, he has been far-sighted and formally proposed the concept of building Linjiang New City. Linjiang New City naturally included the original Linjiang district, and was bounded by the Qingshui River that traversed Qingshui City, and then extended 15 kilometers north as a whole, with a total area of 800 square kilometers. At present, Linjiang New City has basically been planned. And it has begun to take shape. Many state-owned enterprises and large and medium-sized enterprises in Jiangnan province, including schools, hospitals, etc., have completed office buildings, and even some units have already settled employees. Officially working here. The merchant's sense of smell is the most sensitive, because it is from the northernmost point of Linjiang New City. Less than 80 kilometers to the northeast is the economic and financial center of Huaxia, Hedong City. There is no doubt that once the construction of Linjiang New City is completed, it will definitely be a remarkable achievement of Li Yifeng. On the north bank of Qingshui River. At the eastern end, near the sea, there is an open space that has not yet been developed, covering a total of 120 mu. This open space. Leaning against the green hills in the north, Qingshui Bay at the end of the Qingshui River to the south, the vast East China Sea to the east, and the Linjiang New City Economic Development Zone to the west. There are green mountains and green waters, beautiful scenery, and convenient transportation. It is a treasure land of geomantic omen, and it is not an exaggeration to say that every inch of land is worth every inch of gold. And when Ling Yan's ordinary clinic opened, Li Yifeng gave Ling Yan an opening gift with a swipe of his pen. The 120 mu of land was used to build a medical and drug research center. Li Yifeng has always acted vigorously and resolutely. Never procrastinating, the land was approved, and the promise was fulfilled immediately. The city government allocated funds and invited bids for construction. It has been more than a month since the ground was broken. Of course, just breaking ground. So far, there has been no foundation-laying ceremony. Ling Yan must attend the foundation-laying ceremony. Ling Yan is so busy that he doesn't even have time to look at the engineering drawings. How can he have time to attend any ceremony? Now, on the construction site of more than 100 mu of land, there are several rows of red brick bungalows that have just been built. The bungalows are new, and even the cement between the brick joints is not dry. Anyone who has only seen the construction site will understand that such a red brick bungalow was built for those construction workers to live in. There was a sound of rain, and the rainwater flowed down the flat-roofed eaves of the bungalow, forming a series of white water curtain waterfalls, and then formed turbid water streams on the ground, flowing around. On the easternmost side of the last row of red brick bungalows, in an unremarkable bungalow, under the dim light, 7 or 8 construction workers, most of them shirtless, only 2 or 3 wearing cheap t-shirts or shirts bought at street stalls, were sitting around a small round table, playing cards in full swing. Golden flower, I won. A rough roar of excitement rang out, and a tall and muscular young man with a bare upper body, revealing a bronzed tendon, smiled triumphantly, and won him more than 200 yuan, which just turned his money. The loser was a small foreman, about 35 or 16 years old, who looked like someone who had been doing physical work all year round, with very strong muscles. He was really unlucky tonight. He kept losing money, and finally got a good hand, but the opponent won more than 200 yuan. This hand was his 2 days' wages. Seeing the strong young man grabbing the money proudly, the little foreman's face was gloomy and terrifying. He turned his head to look at a wooden bed next to the door, and shouted violently to the person lying on the bed, "Li Jun, are you fucking hatching eggs on the bed? Are you playing or not?" Li Jun, who was lying on the bed, looked very ordinary. He belonged to the kind who couldn't be found if he was thrown in the crowd. He looked like the kind of taciturn, honest person. Li Jun was silent, and he answered after a few seconds, "Wang Gong, I really don't know how to play cards." Wang Gong was obviously desperate to find fault. He slapped the table, stood up abruptly, and cursed at Li Jun, "Fart your mother, you fucking have been here for more than a month, every day, it's time to watch it tonight, and you still say no?" Li Jun was silent again. He lay on the bed without moving, and said after a long time, "Wang Gong, I really don't know how to do it. Besides, even if I know how to do it, I don't have the money to fight." What Li Jun said was true. Wang Gong agreed to take him in under the condition that he would take care of food and shelter, giving him a symbolic 500 yuan a month to buy some necessities. But Wang Gong knew this, but he refused to let go. "Damn, didn't you just send you 500 yuan yesterday? You didn't buy anything, and you said you have no money?" Everyone laughed, even though they knew that Wang Gong was in a hurry to vent his anger on Li Jun, but no one cared, because this Li Jun was too simple and honest, and his origin was unknown. He was the target of everyone's bullying. Li Jun said silently, "Wang Gong, I still need this money." Wang Gong was even angrier. "Fart, you were paid yesterday, you were asked to drink and you didn't go, and now you are asked to play cards and you don't play cards. It's only 500 yuan, do you keep it for a fart?" Li Jun stopped talking, his eyes were fixed on a calendar by the bed, and he remained silent. This was a kind of silent resistance, but it aroused Wang Gong's anger even more. He suddenly got up and pushed away the workers beside him. A few steps came to Li Jun's bed, and grabbed the calendar beside Li Jun's bed. It was thrown directly out the door. Cho cho cho, I've been staring at this calendar in a daze all day long. This is not your wife. What are you doing looking at it? Come play cards with me. Li Jun finally looked up at the angry Wang Gong. It was an extremely weird look. Mr. Wang, I'm leaving the construction site tomorrow. I hope we can get together well. Wang Gong was taken aback by Li Jun's strange eyes, but suddenly heard that Li Jun was leaving the construction site tomorrow, and he was furious. Disdainful and mocking, hey, I said why are you not working honestly today, so you want to leave? Come to me to earn a month's money, and leave as soon as you say? There is no way. Get up and play cards with me. As he spoke, Wang Gong grabbed Li Jun's arm, trying to drag him up from the bed. Wang Gong was still swearing, what about him? You can leave if you want, but you have to lose all the 500 yuan tonight. Seeing that Wang Gong's hand was about to grab Li Jun's arm, Li Jun, who had been half lying on the bed, raised his arm, flipped his wrist lightly, and grabbed Wang Gong's wrist. Wang Gong, don't bully people too much. Wang Gong only felt a sharp pain in his wrist. As if being clamped by a pair of steel pliers, the whole arm went numb in an instant. He was so shocked that he never dreamed that Li Jun, who was honest on weekdays and couldn't kick a fart with 3 legs, dared to touch him, let alone Li Jun had such great strength. I'm stupid. How dare you hit me? Wang Gong said angrily. What? He dares to do it? The 7 or 8 people who played cards together were all from Wang Gong's hometown, so there was no one who did not form a group. When they heard that Wang Gong was beaten, they all left their seats and surrounded them, all of them with unkind faces. Especially the strong young man who won the money. He was not polite to Li Jun. Hey, dare to fight with my brother Wang, are you tired of working? Li Jun was surrounded by 7 or 8 people at the head of the bed, but he didn't panic at all. He didn't even lift his eyelids, but just smiled lightly. I'm not tired of work, but you are. Looking for death, beat him. That strong young man had a fiery temper. When he saw Li Jun's boastful words, he immediately became furious and kicked Li Jun on the bed. Humph. With a cold snort, Li Jun lifted his right foot lightly, and kicked the calf kicked by the young man like lightning. Ah! After hearing a scream, the strong young man staggered back, and then fell to the ground with a plop. Li Jun didn't intend to stop when he made a move. He grabbed Wang Gong's right hand and gently pulled and then pushed it out, and he threw Wang Gong out in one fell swoop. Li Jun took advantage of the momentum to bounce up, and with a swipe, he pushed the 3 workers who were standing by the bed to the ground, then got out of the bed, and stood barefoot on the cold and wet brick floor. In less than 10 seconds, 5 people fell to the ground, and the other 3 didn't even react, and they were all scared to death. Li Jun didn't care about their reactions at all. He just bent down and put on his coat, and then put on his pair of cloth shoes. Wang Gong, no matter what, thank you for taking me in during this period of time, and today we will be cleared. Based on Li Jun's occupation, if he didn't kill Wang Gong, it could be regarded as a clearing of the two. After Li Jun finished speaking, he glanced outside the door. In the heavy rain not far from the door, at some point, there was already one more person standing quietly. 3 months. Yes. Let's go. Walk. After Li Jun and the person outside the door had a few questions and answers, they calmly walked into the rain. Soon, the 2 figures disappeared into the vast rainy night. What kind of Li Jun is this? These are the 2 yellow rank killers who failed to attack and kill Ling Yun on the Tiger Cliff in Longpan Mountain 3 months ago, but were banned by Ling Yun instead. Li Yi and Jiao Fei. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. They go, really go, look, there is no one in sight. A thin worker lay cautiously on the crack of the door until he lost sight of Li Yi and Jiao Fei, then he turned pale and stammered. The leader, Wang Gong, still sat down on the ground, repeatedly rubbing his shoulder and wrist with his left hand, gritting his teeth in pain every time he rubbed. But he has been away all year round, and he has finally seen some of the world, and his brain is quite good. Yes, he came out to avoid revenge. This kind of person, we don't provoke. I'm sorry, ouch, it hurts me to death. Wang Gong instantly judged that Li came to him incognito, just to avoid being chased and killed by his enemies. He suddenly thought of his group of people. For more than a month, he felt a creepy fear in his heart for what Li had done. The back whizzed and felt cold. Wang Gong turned his head. Shaoli, it doesn't matter if you kicked him? The Shaoli he was talking about was the tallest young man with the strongest body. At this time, Shaoli was sitting on the ground with a pale face, grinning in pain, and the cold sweat oozing from his head was as thick as soybeans. Big. In the middle of the front of Shaoli's calf, a big bun the size of a steamed bun had already bulged, and the bruises were faintly purple-red, which looked extremely terrifying. Li Yi is a killer who has been strictly trained by the Heavenly Killing Organization. He knows how to kill with one blow, and he has a thorough understanding of the parts of a person's body that cannot bear force. The front of a person's calf can hurt for a long time even if it is slightly bumped. It is even said that he kicked him. It's time for a kick. No. It's okay, the leg is not broken, but I won't be able to work for a week. Wang Gong was also thankful that his arm was not dislocated. He rubbed his swollen wrist and said, "It's good that it's fine. It seems that you can't bully people casually when you're out in the future." They were just some construction workers living at the bottom of the society. After being beaten, they didn't think of chasing them out for revenge, but chose to swallow their anger and endured it silently. In heavy rain, Li Yi and Jiao Fei waded through the muddy water, walked side by side in silence, and soon walked out of the construction site, all the way south, and came to the Qingshui River. Jiao Fei stopped first, reached out and took out an old mobile phone from his trouser pocket, and took out a 50 yuan mobile phone card bought from a roadside stall. Gently pinch it off with your fingers, and throw it into the Qingshui River. Li Yi was naturally doing the same thing, silently. He threw the broken SIM card and the old cell phone into the Qingshui River. For 3 months, the two used this to keep in touch, so Jiao Fei could easily find Li Yi. To become a professional killer, the first thing to learn is the way of concealment. After the two came down from Longpan Mountain, one went to the construction site to move bricks, and the other went to the slaughterhouse to kill pigs and sheep. They were all incognito and hid in the market. They were lucky, but they were not found by their former enemies and people from the Heavenly Killing Organization. Jiao Fei spoke first. "Ling Yun didn't lie to us. Last night, my lower abdomen suddenly hurt like a knife. The restraint he imposed on me has already started to break out." Li Yi was silent, and said after a long while, "Yes, I felt it during the day today. My chest has been tight and painful. It should be that the restraint has started to attack. From Ling Yan's restriction on them to today, no more, no less, a full 3 months, but Jiao Fei's skill is slightly higher than Li Yi's, so his restriction occurred 1 day earlier." Jiao Fei looked at the surging river, his eyes were still cold. However, he couldn't hide a trace of despondency, and suddenly smiled bitterly. "It's ridiculous that we want to kill him." Li Yi was silent again. "You said, will he really lift the ban for us?" Jiao Fei turned around and looked at Li Yi, with a glint of hope in his cold eyes, obviously hoping to get Li Yi's affirmative answer. Ants even steal their lives, who would spare their lives? As if knowing that Li Yi would not answer, Jiao Fei grinned self-deprecatingly, and said with a smile, "I think we should. In his eyes, we are not even an ant. I've already made up my mind, if Ling Yun doesn't lift the restriction for me, I'll give myself a good time." Li Yi finally raised his eyelids and took a look at Jiao Fei. why didn't he think so? I just don't know how many of those 4 snipers are still alive. Jiaofei muttered casually, and then laughed again. I'm going to die, and I still have the mind to think about these boring things. Let's go. I have a place to stay. Let's stay there for 1 night, get through tonight, and tomorrow night, go find Ling Yun. Li nodded, and the 2 down-and-out killers walked west along the north bank of Qingshui River, stepping on the muddy road. The rain became lighter, but the wind blew up, and there was a hint of chill between the sky and the earth. In Qingshui City, on a wide main road, the turbulent water can submerge people's knees. A blue high-end car was slowly moving forward along the water, but it was getting slower and slower, and finally had to come to a complete stop. Humph, what kind of broken road is this in Qingshui City? The water is so deep when it rains. I really don't know what the people in the municipal government do for food. Inside the blue car, Lin Minghan's pretty face was flushed, her beautiful eyes were full of tears, and she patted the steering wheel with her angry hands, not knowing who she was angry with. Sister, are you still angry with your husband? On the co-pilot's seat, Yao Rou looked cautious and softly comforted Lin Minghan, who was driving. Before Lin Minghan rushed to the elevator, Yao Rou caught up with her. She began to persuade her from the elevator, until now, but the more she persuaded, the less effective she was. I'm not angry with him, but it's just that he didn't say a word to us throughout the night. He finally said a few words, but he wanted to drive us away. How can he bully people like that? Lin Minghan and Yao Rou are both women who had a real love affair with Ling Yun. When facing Ling Yun, they naturally think differently from those girls like Long Wu and Chao Shanshan. Before the college entrance examination, since Ling Yun swept away all the spirit stones from the antique market in Qingshui City, and prepared to practice the Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue, Ling Yun has never touched Lin Minghan once until today. Suffering from the pain of being alone in an empty room? There was really no other way for Ling Yun to go to the capital, but Lin Minghan missed him day and night, and looked forward to it every day, and finally brought Ling Yun back. In the afternoon, she also received a hint from Ling Yun. So I deliberately dressed up and came to accompany Ling Yun, planning to wait for him to clean up Li Jiuzheng's uncle and nephew, then go home with Ling Yun and go to Wushan Yunyu together to comfort the pain of lovesickness. Even Lin Minghan had already thought about it in his heart. As long as Ling Yun is willing, she can disregard the shame. Tonight, she and Yao Rou's 2 daughters will serve one husband together, and she is willing to do so. Unexpectedly, not only did Ling Yun not say a few words to her all night, but after finally finishing his busy work, he drove them away as soon as they met. Extreme expectations turned into complete disappointment. How could Lin Minghan accept this? Yao Rou has always been submissive, and she is obedient to Ling Yun, and she will bear it if she says she can bear it. But Lin Minghan couldn't take it anymore, so her little girl lost her temper and couldn't control it. Yao Rou, look, just tonight, how many women are there in our private room, and they are all young. They are all dressed up like fairies. I don't know who he will bring back tonight. The more Lin Minghan thought about it, the angrier he became. As he spoke, tears flowed down like broken beads. Obviously he was extremely wronged. The reason is that only the newcomers laugh, but never hear the old ones cry. Lin Minghan was not just thinking about Ling Yun, nor was she just thinking about the bed. She was really frightened by those girls who were sticking Ling Yun tighter and tighter. They are all women, and Lin Minghan is someone who has experienced it, so how could she not understand the thoughts of girls like Longwu and Chao Shanshan? It seemed that she was angry because of Ling Yun's neglect, but it was actually a woman's instinctive jealousy. Jealousy is real. After listening to this sentence, Yao Rou finally understood. She pouted coquettishly and exaggerated, so my sister is jealous. Lin Minghan's pretty face was blushing, Yao Rou's eyes turned white with tears, and she said bitterly, I don't believe it, looking at Long Wu, Chao Shanshan, Ninger and the other little girls. Don't you feel jealous? Jealous? Yao Rou admitted it frankly, but immediately asked back, "But Sister Lin, does it work for us to be jealous? Can you control our husband's fickleness, or can you stop those little girls who were chasing after her husband?" Lin Menghan was taken aback by Yao Rou's words. She gritted her teeth, seemed to think about it carefully, but in the end, like a deflated ball, she stopped talking. The fact is obvious, she can't stop both sides. Humph, he's just a philanderer. Lin Menghan had no choice but to grit his teeth angrily. Yao Rou smiled lightly, and continued to ask, "Sister Lin, we both know about the husband and Zhuang Meifeng. Tell yourself, if the husband doesn't bother, is it you who have the opportunity or I who have the opportunity?" This. Lin Menghan was dumbfounded, suddenly speechless. Lin Menghan understood better than anyone else that if it hadn't been for Zhuang Meifeng's accident, Ling Yan's first time would not have been allowed to her no matter what. It originally belonged to Zhuang Meifeng. Lin Menghan said angrily, "Humph, what's wrong with you, silly girl? Why do you keep talking to him? Aren't you afraid that he will be snatched away by those goblins?" Yao Rou turned a deaf ear to it, and continued on to herself, "Since my sister is afraid, why did my sister leave? If it were me, I would stay there and not leave. In the end, it is not certain who my husband will take with me. Anyway, I think the chances of the two of us are always greater." Lin Menghan was dumbfounded when she heard that. She quickly wiped away the tears on her face, turned her head and scolded Yao Rou, "You son of a bitch, why didn't you say that earlier?" Yao Rou sneered, "I want to say it, but you run so fast, can I make it in time?" Immediately, Lin Menghan's heart was full of remorse, and he felt so tender. At that time, he wanted the car to turn around and go back to the Kaishan Hotel. He, but sister, don't worry. With your hot and sexy figure and the moves you have learned, you don't have to worry about your husband being snatched away. He can't hurt you even if he wants to love you." While speaking, Yao Rou boldly stretched out her left hand, and grabbed Lin Menghan's towering chest like lightning. "What?" Lin Menghan let out a coquettish cry, his plump and seductive body tilted, and he was about to grab it back with his hand. The two were arguing in the car without noticing it. Not far behind their car, a long-haired woman wrapped in black gauze and with an incomparably enchanting figure stepped on the water and leaned over silently. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. This woman is extremely tall as Long Wu. She is wrapped in black gauze, and covered with a translucent black gauze of the same material. The body is the same, the breasts are attractive, the waist is like a willow, and the two slender and straight breasts are looming in the gauze skirt. It is the devil figure among the devil figures. The corners of her skirt fluttered, and she could be seen standing on the muddy water on the road with a pair of bare feet, but she was not worried about falling into the water. It can arouse the desire in any man's heart. See. Her long black hair was flying against the wind like a waterfall, and her feet seemed to be stepping on the water, but it was more like floating on the water. What was even more strange was that although it was raining heavily, not a single drop of the rain could fall on her. On her body, around her graceful body, there seems to be an invisible air shield, which automatically bounces all the rainwater away. From the hair strands to the soles of the feet, not a single drop of water is stained. Of course, the most captivating thing is her pair of eyes that are so beautiful that people can't look directly at them. The pupils of the eyes are dark, and the two eyes are big and bright. If Ling Yan was here, as long as he saw this dress and these eyes, he would immediately know that she was the saintess of the demon sect. The saintess of the demon sect suddenly appeared like a ghost, and she stepped on the water. She surpassed Chana Fairy in the Guanhan Palace with extraordinary grace, and any woman could not help but feel ashamed when she saw it. Bang bang bang. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were frolicking in the car, and they didn't notice that the holy maiden of the Mazong came to their car at all. They suddenly heard someone knocking on the car window, and they both looked up at the same time. What? As soon as Yao Rou raised her head, she saw a black figure outside the car, through the opposite car window, and instinctively let out an exclamation. The demon sect saintess bent sideways, lowered her head, and looked at Lin Menghan and Yao Ro in the car through the car window. She first let out a series of charming laughter like silver bells, and then asked softly, she's a beautiful woman. It's raining so hard outside, can I get in the car to take shelter? Lin Menghan was also taken aback when she saw the holy maiden of the demon sect, but she was a special soldier after all, and her determination and adaptability were much stronger than Yao Ro's, so she didn't exclaim in alarm, but forced herself to calm down in an instant. Masked woman? This is not making a movie. This is a bustling urban society, and it is raining heavily. It was approaching midnight again, and there would be a masked woman knocking on her car window to ask for shelter from the rain? No need to think about it, Lin Menghan knew immediately that they were in trouble. Now that they have cultivated, they are people from the Jianghu. What Ling Yun has been worrying about has finally happened to them. Lin Menghan turned his head quickly, looked at Yao Ro like lightning, and immediately understood Yao Ro's thoughts through his eyes. She turned her head, smiled, and said to the demon sect maiden, I'm sorry, we. A playful smile flashed in the big eyes of the holy maiden of the Mazong. She raised her eyebrows and said lightly, if you don't open the car door, then I'll just go in right away? Come in without opening the door? Lin Menghan was stunned, wondering if she could break the car door. I thought so. Lin Menghan started the car quietly, and at the same time winked at Yao Ro desperately, telling her to call Ling Yun immediately. Boom! The sudden loud noise startled Lin Menghan and Yao Ro. They both stopped their movements at the same time, looked back, only to see that the rear door on their left had disappeared. A figure exuding absolute temptation has already sat in the back seat of the car. Hee, as expected of Ling Yun's woman, she's quite smart. The demon sect saintess sneered coquettishly, her voice was like a silver bell, she blinked her beautiful eyes, and her graceful body trembled slightly. Lin Menghan and Yao Ro were stunned. The demon sect saint's charm is unparalleled in the world, and even Ling Yun is almost in trouble, let alone 2 acquired 9-level masters who are just beginners? If you don't want to suffer, just be obedient and follow me. Otherwise, don't blame others for destroying flowers. At that time, even if you want to rob Ling Yun, you won't be able to rob Ling Yun? Hee. The Mazong saintess obviously heard the conversation between the two in the car just now. You. Lin Menghan scolded, just about to make a move, but after a second thought, she stopped the gesture again, and asked tentatively, who are you? Since you know us so well, you should know how powerful my husband is, don't you? Aren't you afraid that he will settle accounts with you when the time comes? When Lin Menghan said this, he was delaying time, waiting for Yao Ro to get ready to fight together, but he also wanted to take the opportunity to learn more about the other party's origin and purpose. Who would have thought that as soon as these words were said, the beautiful eyes of the saintess of the demon sect turned cold, and her voice was no longer as charming and gentle as before, and she said coldly, Husband, you sound so close, are you married to Ling Yun? How shameless! If you dare to call him husband in front of me again, believe it or not, I will tear your mouth to pieces. Let me tell you, as long as there are women who dare to be by Ling Yun's side, I will catch them one by one, shave their faces, and make their voices hoarse. I wonder if Ling Yun wants you. The aura and fierce murderous intent displayed by the saintess of the demon sect made Lin Menghan startled for a moment, but she giggled coquettishly again, and said charmingly, Ling Yun asked me to settle accounts. He himself has too many troubles tonight. How can you find time to find me? Do it. Before the holy maiden of the demon sect could finish speaking, Yao Ro suddenly scolded, her tender body twisted like lightning, and she slapped the holy maiden of the demon sect with her left palm. Lin Menghan and Yao Ro had a perfect understanding. At the same moment, she twisted her body abruptly, carrying a bone-piercing icy air in her right palm, and savagely hit the demon sect maiden behind her. Sister, run away. Walk together. Of course, both of them made false moves, not to mention that Yao Ro didn't know any combat skills at all, let alone using her own internal power. His arm can't reach the demon sect saintess at all. When the two turned around and waved their palms, their other hands suddenly opened the car door, and the two delicate bodies twisted at the same time, wanting to jump out of the car and run away. There is no other reason. The other party can remove their car door without any effort. This kind of skill is definitely far better than theirs. But the next moment, Lin Menghan and Yao Ro turned pale with shock at the same time, because they found that their bodies were firmly sucked by a terrifying suction force, let alone jumping off the car. They couldn't even move forward. What kind of martial arts is this, and how high is this cultivation? Giggle. The demon sect saintess laughed lightly again. Hua Ji trembled and said, "Close the car door obediently, and drive away. You won't suffer. If you don't obey me again, I'm really welcome." Bang bang. Lin Menghan and Yao Ro looked at each other with difficulty, and they both saw the despair in each other's eyes, and they both closed the car door forcefully. Their strength is too far behind, and there is no chance to resist at all. If the opponent wants to kill them, it is no different from crushing an ant. It wasn't until this moment that Lin Menghan deeply understood why Ling Yun practiced so crazily and always put improving his own strength and realm first. "Can you tell us why you want to arrest us?" Lin Menghan also wanted to delay the time, hoping that there would be vehicles or pedestrians passing by nearby, so he could call someone to report to the Kaishan Hotel, or call the police directly. The demon sect saintess sneered and said, "Didn't I tell you just now, because you are Ling Yun's women?" Immediately after, the voice turned cold. "Okay, don't delay any longer. I can guarantee that no one will come to rescue you." She reached out and pointed at the intersection not far ahead. "See, the camera at the intersection is no longer flashing." Lin Menghan and Yao Ro looked ahead and found that it was so. They were horrified in their hearts. They didn't know how powerful an enemy they had encountered. The charming voice of the demon sect saintess sounded again. "Beauty, drive quickly, don't think about it." Lin Menghan frowned. "The water ahead is very deep, the car can't get through." The demon sect saintess smiled and said, "Who told you to go forward? Turn around and go west." 12 midnight, Triumph Hotel, 3rd floor. In the hall where Ling Yun and those more than 100 students were located, the lights were still on, and there was laughter and joy, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. Everyone had almost eaten, and drank a lot of wine. There were all kinds of wine bottles on the table, and it was just when the wine was hot. Kong Xiaoru had been dragged from Zhang Ling's room by her classmates in class 3 and 6, and invited to the host stage, where she spoke a few words. She couldn't resist the toast offensive of her classmates, and drank most of the bottle with the red wine. 2 beautiful blushes flew up on her pretty face, surpassing the rouge under the light. The bright red was eye-catching. Don't worry, I promise there will be no problem. Come on, do it." Tang Meng opened his mouth to drink tonight, and it was really refreshing. He never refused to come. Whoever made a toast would drink it dry, and he was eager to drink. Ling Yun drank the most. Regardless of male or female, almost every classmate came over to toast him. In less than an hour, Ling Yun mixed the 4 kinds of wine and drank more than 100 cups. Very drunk. He drank happily tonight, so of course he wouldn't use his strength to force the alcohol out. Although he wouldn't get drunk if he forced it out, it would be like drinking plain water, so he might as well not drink it. At this time, Zhang Dong, who had already had too much to drink, came to Ling Yun again, put his arms around Ling Yun's neck. His eyes were red, and he choked up and said, "Ling Yun, Thank you. Thank you. I'm worried about my college tuition. You just gave me $500,000, and I don't even know how to repay you." Holding his wine glass, Ling Yun smiled and said, "Then you don't need to repay, as long as you have achieved academically. Come on, do it." Ling Yun drank too much. Ning Lingyu was worried. She took Ling Yun's arm and whispered, "Brother, drink less." To be continued. Now, at Ling Yan's table, there are only 6 people left. Besides himself, there are Ning Lingyu, Kong Xiuru, Shui Mining, Long Wu, Zhuang Meina. Zhang Ling and Zhuang Meina were the main organizers of this operation to support Ling Yun. Tang Meng naturally opened a room for them. Zhang Ling was in a bad mood and never came out of the room. Aware of this, he took the initiative to go to her room to enlighten her for a while. Later, Kong Xiuru couldn't resist the repeated invitations of the students in Class 3 and 6 of senior high school. When she came to the hall on the 3rd floor, she asked Chao Shanshan to go up to accompany Zhang Ling. Chao Shanshan, as the monitor of Class 3 and 6 of senior high, disappeared for 3 months inexplicably. What's the matter? It's not good not to answer, and of course it's not good to tell the truth, which makes Chao Shanshan very embarrassed. Besides, Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling are best friends. Now that something happened to Zhang Ling's family, she is naturally duty-bound. Room. Unexpectedly, as soon as she left the hall, Miao Xiaomiao also chased after her. She and Zhang Ling had been at the same table for 3 months, and they didn't like the noisy scene in the hall, so they happened to go to accompany Zhang Ling together. Ling Yun sent away another group of classmates who came to toast. He put down his wine glass, smiled on his reddish handsome face, and looked at Zhuang Meina, who was a little embarrassed. Zhuang Meina didn't have any makeup on today. She was sitting beside Ning Lingyu, Shui Mining, Long Wu, who were so stunning, she looked very unconfident. Sister-in-law, how many points did you get in the test? Which university did you apply for? Ling Yun spoke, surprisingly with the help of Jiao Jin. The sister-in-law shouted. Ning Lingyu's delicate body tightened suddenly, Kong Xiuru's delicate body trembled slightly, Shui Mining clenched her lower lip, and Long Wu stomped her feet angrily. He snorted coldly and turned his head away. If Ling Yan called Zhuang Meina's sister-in-law in front of them, it was tantamount to acknowledging Zhuang Meifeng's status in front of them. But the problem is, Zhuang Meifeng is not here now, no one even knows where she is. The only thing I know is a name, Jingxin Temple. But it was also because of today that Zhuang Meifeng was not here. It was only when Ling Yan announced Zhuang Meifeng's status in public. In such a celebration scene, the woman who should accompany Ling Yun the most was not by his side, and there was no trace of her. This made the half-drunk Ling Yun feel empty in his heart. He held his breath and felt uncomfortable. Although Zhuang Meina's appearance is not as good as Zhuang Meifeng's, she has a cheeky face and a unique water snake waist. For points similar to Zhuang Meifeng, Ling Yun could vaguely see Zhuang Meifeng's shadow from her body. Ling Yun missed her. Ah? Zhuang Meifeng was caught off guard and was stunned for a moment. After confirming Ling Yun's address to her, there were mixed feelings in her heart, and her eye circles turned red all of a sudden. Ling Yun looked good. Zhuang Meina has indeed changed, and it has changed a lot. Now, she hopes that Ling Yun will not call her sister-in-law, but also hopes that Ling Yun will call her sister-in-law, and she is really conflicted in her heart. But I called my sister-in-law. This shows that the relationship between Ling Yun and her has become closer. Zhuang Meina's joy is still more than disappointment. She quickly realized that she lowered her head slightly and replied in a low voice, "It's more than 20 points, full marks. My volunteer is Jiangnan University, Department of Pharmacy." You did so well in the exam? Congratulations. Of course Ning Lingyu knew about Zhuang Meina's usual academic performance. Although Zhuang Meina's studies are good, but every time the major exams are only a little over 600 points, she will always be more than 100 points lower than Ning Lingyu. This time, she is only 20 points away from the full score, which is definitely a super-level performance. But why would Ning Lingyu care about this now? After she was slightly shocked, she immediately congratulated her from the bottom of her heart. Jiangnan University is one of the famous top universities in China. Now it has formed a tripartite confrontation with Yanqing University and Huaqing University, and it is the top 3 in the list of famous universities in China. As for Zhuang Meina's current grades, she applied for a school in the province, so she will be admitted properly. As a classmate, Ning Lingyu naturally wants to congratulate her. Feeling Ning Lingyu's shock, Zhuang Meina only felt that the suffocation suppressed by Ning Lingyu's academic performance in the past 3 years of high school came out instantly, and she no longer had any grievances against Ning Lingyu in her heart. But she understands better than anyone else how she got her grades, so Zhuang Meina was very satisfied and said humbly, "Chang Chao just performed once, which is far worse than your and brother-in-law's grades." With a clear mind, Zhuang Meina naturally called out brother-in Ling Yun, which was tantamount to acquiescing to her new identity that did not exist. At the same time, it was also a faint demonstration, and the targets were Shui Mining and Long Wu on the table. "My sister is not here, but I am still here. If you want to take advantage of my sister's absence, to snatch my brother-in-law, there is no way. This is due to Zhuang Meina's personality, which cannot be changed no matter what." Ning Lingyu's delicate body trembled again, her beautiful face turned pale, and inexplicably, there was a rush of hot blood, and the true energy in her body seemed to be about to run wild. Not good. Ling Yan was sitting next to Ning Lingyu. He knew Ning Lingyu was going to go crazy when he saw Ning Lingyu's state. Seeing that Lingyu was about to hit the 9th floor of Hotian, how could he allow such a thing to happen? Ling Yan stretched out his right hand like lightning, and placed it on Ning Lingyu's back, channeling a huge aura of spiritual energy into her, suppressing the real energy that was about to move in Ning Lingyu's body. After confirming that Ning Lingyu was fine, Ling Yan calmly moved his hand away from Lingyu's back, but he was very puzzled in his heart. What happened to Lingyu? For no reason. Why did his mentality fluctuate so violently? Could it be the reason for practicing too fast? It shouldn't be. It seems that my sister must have encountered a difficulty in cultivation, and she must ask carefully after returning home, but she must not make any mistakes. Ling Yan suddenly embraced Ning Lingyu, and the other 4 beauties naturally saw it, and they each had their own thoughts in their hearts, but they didn't show it. Ling Yan withdrew her hand, and Ning Lingyu immediately stood up. She desperately suppressed an inexplicable impulse in her heart, and said to Ling Yun lightly, "Brother, I feel a little bored and want to go out for a walk." Ling Yan raised his head, glanced at Ning Lingyu nervously, and simply transmitted his voice into the secret. "Lingyu, cultivation is against the sky. The more you reach the threshold, the less impatient you can be, and calm your mind." The more Ling Yan said this, the more depressed Ning Lingyu felt in her heart. She nodded slightly, only to hear Ling Yan say again, "Xianer is on the 4th floor, in the room where my aunt stayed. Go and talk to her for a while." "Let's talk." Ning Lingyu nodded again, without even saying hello to the people around her. She left her seat and walked very fast, unknowingly using the phantom fish dragon step technique, and soon left the hall. As soon as he went out, tears welled up in Ning Lingyu's beautiful eyes. "Brother, I deliberately made a mistake in a multiple-choice question in the college entrance examination, and deliberately made a bet to lose to you, just to be able to tell you the biggest secret in your heart. Can't you feel it at all?" This is Ning Lingyu's heartfelt voice. Everyone felt Ning Lingyu's sudden change. Zhuang Meina thought she had said something wrong, but she was nervous and asked blankly, "Brother-in-law, what happened to Lingyu?" Ling Yan's consciousness has been firmly locked on to Ning Lingyu. Seeing her crying and running out, she felt even more puzzled. She frowned and shook her head. "It's okay, maybe she misses her mother." This was the only reason Ling Yun could find after racking his brains. After Ning Lingyu arrived at Bai Xianer's room, Ling Yun took back his consciousness, and then he realized that because of being too nervous, his back was covered in cold sweat, and most of the wine woke up in an instant. Jiangnan University, Department of Pharmacy, not bad. Ling Yun finally came back to his senses, and said to Zhuang Meina that he understood very well in his heart that Zhuang Tianda let his eldest daughter study financial accounting and his youngest daughter study pharmacy. Even if both daughters are married off in the future, Zhuang's pharmaceutical group will still belong to his two daughters, and it will not fall into the hands of people with foreign surnames. This is Zhuang Tianda's wishful thinking. You did a good job this time, thank you. As Ling Yun was speaking, he took out a check and a pen with a thought, and wrote the amount of 60 million, and handed it to Zhuang Meina after signing. You don't want to go home tonight, just stay in this hotel, 500,000 yuan per person, you can share it with your classmates. Seeing Ling Yun so generously giving away 60 million yuan, Kong Xiuru felt really distressed, but when she came down, Ling Yun had already spoken out, and she had nothing to do but feel distressed. Kong Xiuru finally spoke, with some reproach, Ling Yun, these students are all 17 or 18-year-old children. If you give them such a large sum of money all at once, you won't be afraid that after they get the money, they will be content with having fun from now on, don't want to make progress? In that case, you are not helping them, but harming them. The last sentence Kong Xiuru said was a bit heavy, but it is indeed the truth. Ling Yun stood up and said with a faint smile, so I need to ask the head teacher to help supervise this matter. If you ask Zhuang Meina to transfer every sum of money to the account of each classmate's parents, won't the matter be over? After finishing speaking, Ling Yun looked solemn, and said lightly, everyone has his own life, I only do what I should do, and I can't control other things. Xue Mining pouted her lips and whispered, anyway, you were always right. Ling Yun was upset, and glared at the little demon girl, causing Xue Mining to swallow back the words in fright, but rolled her eyes at Ling Yun unconvinced. Everyone is almost done drinking, it's time to end, let's end, I'll go up and see Zhang Ling. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he greeted all the students in the hall, then left the hall, took the elevator directly, and came to Zhang Ling's room. Zhang Ling, what's going on, have you had dinner yet? Zhang Ling obviously cried once again, and the circles of her eyes became more red and swollen. She shook her head and said in a crying voice, Ling Yun, my parents, they are divorced. Woo-woo. Unfinished to be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Since Zhang Ling came back from the capital, she has never come to look for Ling Yun, nor has she called him. Ling Yun originally thought that this little girl was shy because of the incident between the two of them on the plane, so she was embarrassed to come to see him. But he never dreamed that something happened to Zhang Ling's family. Although the effect of spiritual consciousness is the same as that of seeing and hearing with one's own eyes, it is a very exhausting thing to use spiritual consciousness. Although Ling Yun's consciousness is very concise, it can already be said to be very powerful, but it is impossible for him to let go of his greatest consciousness all the time, covering everything within the range of his consciousness. After all, he is still in the physical training stage, and has not reached the point of refining qi to transform into a god, so it is impossible for him to waste his spiritual consciousness on some insignificant places. What's more, at the time of midnight, it is the lonely male travelers staying in the hotel and the women brought back to the room from the outside. When the battle is in full swing, Ling Yun has no interest in admiring their spirituality on the bed. All kinds of ugliness. Good steel is naturally used on the blade. Therefore, Zhang Ling's parents divorced, she told Kong Xiuru, and just told Chao Shanshan and Miao Xiaomiao, but at that time Ling Yun was receiving waves of toasts from his classmates, he didn't pay attention to this place at all, so he didn't know. Ling Yun was taken aback, and his eyebrows frowned slightly, divorced, for what reason? Isn't this too sudden? Zhang Ling sobbed again, tears streaming down her face, my father is outside, and there are other women, they have been separated for more than 10 years, and they didn't go through the divorce procedure until 2 days ago, they have lied to me for 10 years, woo. Zhang Ling cried very sadly, not only crying for his miserable fate, but also crying for his poor mother. Not to mention Zhang Ling, no one can bear it. My father has lived with other women outside, and when he returns home, he still acts as if nothing has happened, and he and his mother pretend to be very affectionate in front of her. After 10 years of hiding it, Zheng suddenly heard about it from his mother. Doesn't it feel like the sky is falling? Ling Yan grinned. 10 years? 10 years, how did my poor mother-in-law survive? Suddenly, such an idea popped into Ling Yan's mind. He had never seen Liang Fengqin, but he couldn't help it. The shadow of Liang Fengyi emerged. If I meet that bitch, I won't spare her. Zheng suddenly stopped crying. With red eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, looking at her, he wished he could kill the woman who stole his father. Ling Yan secretly sighed in his heart, saying that people are really different. Think about the boss of Go Lianqing. He changes brides every night, but his wife doesn't even bother to ask. Not only that, his wife is still raising countless little faces outside, each playing their own way. As long as the two of them don't get divorced, they can do whatever they want. Thinking about Zhuang Tianda, he also raised a lot of little 3, 4, 5, and 6 outside, but what about his wife Xiao Baomen? Although he knew it well, he endured everything and pretended not to know anything. An Xian stays at home with her husband and children, and sits firmly as a housewife. As for Zhuang Meifeng and Zhuang Mina, both of them naturally knew that their father was raising other women outside, but they both seemed to agree to this, and no one argued about it. Not to be sad about it. Here, there are men's economic and status factors, women's character and thinking factors, and children's education and knowledge, as well as factors of psychological endurance. In short, facing the same thing, everyone's views and concepts are different. In a word, every family has scriptures that are difficult to recite. Ling Yan randomly found a seat and sat down, and said to Chao Shanshan and Miao Xiaomiao, the next thing is coming to an end, that Gai Tang Meng has already drunk too much, you two go down and help deal with it, don't let those drunk boys make trouble. Oh, by the way, when you go out, ask the waiter to bring a table of meals to this room. Chao Shanshan and Miao Xiaomiao were smart, knowing that Ling Yan wanted to talk to Zheng alone, they looked at each other, said that Zheng wanted to be more open, and walked out one after another. After sending the two away, Ling Yan's body bounced like a spring, and he came to Zheng side in an instant, stretched out his hand, and gently hugged her in his arms. Don't be sad, there's still me. Ling Yan coaxed him cautiously. Kong Xiuru, Chao Shanshan, and Miao Xiaomiao are 3 people, a teacher, a best friend, and a tablemate, but the 3 of them together are not as good as Ling Yan. Zheng is looking forward to this warm embrace, but he has been looking forward to it for a long time. However, getting into Ling Yan's arms, Zheng crying didn't stop, she felt at ease, and burst into tears instead. You said, how can my father do this? My mother is so beautiful and earns so much more money than him. Why does he not want my mother and run away with other women instead? How did my mother feel sorry for him? Ling Yan didn't speak, but he thought in his heart, maybe it's because your mother earns more money than your father that the two could get divorced. If a woman is too strong and excellent, it will cause an invisible pressure on her man. Once this pressure accumulates for a long time, the man will feel that he has lost his dignity and cannot hold his head up at home. At this time, if there are other people outside, once a good woman is seduced, the man's long-term pressure finds an outlet, which is a proper cheating. Because, unless you are hungry, or you are the kind of woman who can do everything you can, very few women will take the initiative to throw themselves into the arms of a man who is inferior to them. A man can regain the dignity that belongs to a man in her body. One point is enough to put Liang Fengqin's marriage in danger. Some men may hope that their wives are better than him and let their wives support them. Moreover, there are still many such men these days. But Ling Yan is definitely not one of them. No matter how many women are around him, he must guarantee that he must be the strongest and not let his women overwhelm him. Even if such a person does appear, Ling Yan will try his best to surpass her in the shortest possible time and maintain his own dignity as a man. From this point alone, Ling Yan can still be more or less considerate of Zheng father. Of course, there must be many other messy reasons for the divorce of Zhang Ling's parents, but Ling Yan no longer pays attention to it. He is a cultivator. He has seen too many gatherings and separations in the world, and life and death. Still the same sentence, everyone has everyone's life. Zhang Ling kept crying, telling her sadness. Ling Yan simply refused to persuade her, just hugged her and listened quietly, letting her confide. Sometimes, listening quietly is better than thousands of words of comfort. Yu Dao is full of energy, then declines, and exhausts 3 times. Zhang Ling has told this matter 3 times tonight. After crying completely this time, he finally calmed down gradually. The sobbing in his arms gradually became weaker until it stopped completely, and the room became quiet. After a while of silence, Zhang Ling's faint voice suddenly sounded, "Ling Yan, will you look down on me because of this in the future?" Ling Yan gently stroked Zhang Ling's hair, and said lightly, "How could it be? You forgot, since I was young, I didn't even know who my biological parents were." As soon as Zhang Ling heard this, she quickly got up from Ling Yan's arms. She stared at Ling Yan for a while, and then said, "Ling Yan, I'm sorry." Ling Yan smiled slightly. "It's okay, you have cried before, don't be sad about this matter in the future, no matter how big it is, I will face it with you." For a girl, nothing can heal a wound more than the gentle words of a beloved lover. Zhang Ling nodded vigorously. Ling Yan pointed at the door. "Go and open the door, your food is here, eat a good meal, and then sleep well, everything will be over." The doorbell rang, and Zhang Ling reluctantly left Ling Yan's embrace, and went to open the door. The chef hadn't left work yet, and the meals were ready-made, very hearty, with 4 hot dishes, 2 cold dishes, and a thick soup, which filled the room with fragrance. "It's too much, why don't you eat with me?" Zhang Ling's eyes were filled with anticipation. Ling Yan smiled wryly, "I'm too full tonight, and I've had enough wine, I'll watch you eat." Zhang Ling has been busy with work since the afternoon, and he didn't eat dinner, and he was really hungry, so he ate directly, gobbling it up. "Eat slowly, be careful not to choke, drink some soup first." Seeing Zhang Ling reincarnated as a starving ghost, Ling Yan couldn't help laughing. Zhang Ling is such a character, lively and straightforward, crying and laughing like a gust of wind. The past is the past. "Ling Yan, my mother said, I want to see you." Zhang Ling suddenly said vaguely. "She knows?" "I knew it a long time ago. My aunt is a traitor. She told my mother everything the day she blocked us at home." Thinking of the enchanting Liangfengyi, Ling Yan could only smile wryly. "Okay, after these 2 days, I will accompany you home." Seeing Ling Yan's straightforward answer, Zhang Lingfeng was secretly happy, and her heart was finally at ease. Ling Yan watched Zhang Ling finish his meal until he received a call from Xuanhuan. Then he let Zhang Ling take a good rest, gave Zhang Ling a warm kiss, and left Zhang Ling's room. The banquet was over, and the students had already returned to their rooms. In the lobby on the 3rd floor, there were only a dozen waiters cleaning the rooms. Ling Yan went directly to the 4th floor, and the rest of the people who did not leave were all here. Ning Lingyu, Qin Dongxue, Bai Xianer, Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining, Miao Xiaomiao, Long Wu, and Tang Meng, who was very drunk. Of course, a Bing and the dozen or so Qinglong boys he brought with him were also in another room, waiting for Ling Yan's orders. Zhuang Mina went back to her room. Kong Shiru drank a little too much, she didn't leave, and stayed with Zhang Ling in Zhang Ling's room. "I still want to drink, come on, cheers." Tang Meng lay sprawled on the sofa, reeking of alcohol and talking nonsense. "Damn it, Ah Bing, send a few people to take Tang Meng home." Ling Yan frowned slightly, and thought that Tang Meng should not be allowed to drink too much in the future. This kid has a capacity for alcohol, but he is too drunk to look like a human being. If it spreads, it will make people laugh. However, it was almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and the bad premonition lingering in Ling Yan's heart never happened, which made him a little relieved. thinking that he was in danger. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. A Bing, do you know where Tai Xiaohu practices every night? What Ling Yun asked was, of course, the place where Tai Xiaohu practiced his inner energy. Tai Xiaohu sent Murong Feishue home safely, but instead of returning to the Kaishan Hotel, he called Ling Yun and risked heavy rain, went straight to Qingshui River, went to practice martial arts. 12 o'clock in the middle of the night is the time when the tide of the Qingshui River rises, and it is the best time to practice the inner strength of the raging waves. Tai Xiaohu must go there every night, rain or shine, and thunder can't shake it. Brother Yun, I know. A Bing knew the relationship between Tai Xiaohu and Ling Yun, so during this time, he and Tai Xiaohu got very close. Tai Xiaohu went to practice by the river every night, and A Bing often accompanied him. Of course he knew how much Tai Xiaohu practiced. Locations. Ling Yun nodded, that's good, you send a few capable brothers over to accompany him for a while, if there is nothing wrong, wait for him to finish his training and come back with him, if there is any trouble, call me immediately telephone. Of course Ling Yun didn't have to worry about himself, but because of Qi Xiaoqing's lesson, he focused on strengthening the protection of those around him. Because only he himself knows how many dangers he brought back from the capital this trip back to Qingshui, and he must not be careless in the slightest. Yes, Brother Yun. A Bing immediately went out to make arrangements, and sent 6 brothers from Qinglong Longtang. These people all practiced with Tai Xiaohu when he first started practicing, so they all knew where Tai Xiaohu usually practiced. Qin Dongxue had never seen Ling Yun's face as if he was facing a formidable enemy. She couldn't help but asked with concern, Stinky boy, what happened? Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan and others also looked at Ling Yun worriedly, not knowing what happened. Ling Yun didn't want these women to worry about him, so he put on a smile and said, it's okay, Tai Xiaohu has reached a critical stage in his cultivation, and he may break through to the 7th floor of Hotian at any time. I'm afraid that if he can't control himself, if he rushes through the level rashly, if something goes wrong and there is no one to protect the law, it will be a big trouble. This is an excuse, and it is also a fact, Ling Yun is based on Tai Xiaohu's cultivation speed. I can feel his urgency to improve his strength, but he still has to practice step by step. Come down to earth, haste makes waste, so Ling Yun also has this aspect in mind. So it's like this. Ning Lingyu and the others listened. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief, and let go of his heart. But what kind of vision Qin Dongxue has, she has already seen that although Tai Xiaohu has reached the peak of the 6th level of Hotian, he still needs some time to hit the 7th level of Hotian, so she doesn't believe Ling Yun's nonsense. Qin Dongxue took a deep look at Ling Yun. Jiaochen said, Stinky boy, it seems that after going to the capital, my courage has become smaller. Knowing that Qin Dongxue meant something, but Ling Yun didn't refute, he said with a chuckle, be careful sailing for 10,000 years. Qin Dongxue smiled, coquettishly, non-committal, and glanced at the rest of the room with her beautiful eyes. Then he said, then we can't stay here all night, should we go home now? Qin Dongxue finally proposed to go home, Ning Lingyu and Bai Xianer naturally had nothing to do, but Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining and Long Wu's expressions all became unnatural. Before the arrival of more than 100 students, they had already finished their meal in the private room, but they stayed with Ling Yun until so late, their thoughts were written on their faces. Only Xiao remained silent, teasing Xiaojin by herself, as if she didn't care about everything. This. Ling Yun pondered for a long time without saying 1, 2, 3. The danger hadn't appeared yet, but the immediate trouble he was most worried about was still coming. When Qin Dongxue said to go home, she naturally wanted to take Ling Yun back to Qingshuiwen Villa, and Ling Yun had to go back, but in that case, what about Chao Shanshan, Shui Mining and Long Wu? Did they all take them to Clearwater Bay Villa? This is obviously unrealistic. But at this moment, Chao Shanshan, xuanhuan, Long Wu, and 3 pairs of beautiful eyes were all looking at him eagerly. Even a fool could see the meaning in their eyes. Ling Yun didn't dare to meet their eyes, so he scratched his head and said in a tentative tone, "You." Humph. 3 inaudible hums sounded, and there seemed to be some kind of warning in the tone, as if to say, "If you send me back tonight, then we will see how I settle accounts with you." There was a playful smile in Qin Dongshua's eyes. Seeing Ling Yun's headache, he secretly smiled inwardly. "Brat, you are getting entangled with so many girls, now you know that you have a headache, don't you?" Miao Xiaomiao suddenly turned around from the window, didn't look at others, just smiled at xuanhuan. "Ninger, we have been out for a long time tonight, it's too late, Grandpa should be waiting at home, let's go back first." The tone was a negotiating tone, but the tone of Miao Xiaomiao's words was unquestionable. Hearing this, Ling Yun was moved in his heart, and said that Miao Xiaomiao is really a good person. "Your brother Sinny has received it, and he must make it up to you some other day." So xuanhuan pursed her lips. She was naturally reluctant to leave Ling Yun in every possible way, but Miao Xiaomiao was her sister, who took care of her in every possible way on weekdays, and now she brought out miracle Dr. Shui. Really became ignorant. Thinking of this, the little demon girl felt heartbroken, stomped her feet as if losing her temper, and said, "Let's go." However, temper tantrums belong to temper tantrums, and the proper manners are still not forgotten. Xuanhuan first obediently said goodbye to Qin Dongxue, and then said goodbye to everyone one by one, but finally gave Ling Yun a hard look, and then left with Miao Xiaomiao. Ling Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He did not forget to send a voice transmission to Miao Xiaomiao. "Hey, thank you this time, remember to be careful on the way." Miao Xiaomiao came back via voice transmission. "Remember, you owe me once. The one that bothers me the most is gone, and the remaining 2 are easy to deal with." Ling Yun looked at Abing. "Abing, you take Qinglong's people and send Long Wu home." Long Wu really wanted Ling Yun to send her back, and also wanted to go crazy, but that was only for Ling Yun alone. With Qin Dongxue present, Long Wu really didn't dare. However, she is not a fuel-efficient lamp. She nodded and agreed first, and then said to Chao Shanshan with a smile, "Shanshan, it's so late. You don't have a place to stay. Why don't you stay at my house for one night?" It seems that the invitation is sincere, but in fact, it does not want to give Chao Shanshan and Ling Yun a chance to be alone. If she can't get it, Chao Shanshan can't get it. Seeing this scene, Ling Yun's headache intensified. "I couldn't help but sigh in my heart, woman. Woman, I really made a big mistake this time. It seems that I am still in the correct way of thinking about cultivating the big world, and I shouldn't provoke women. But headaches are headaches." Ling Yun knows that Chao Shanshan must not go with Long Wu. Ling Yun just rescued her from the devil's den. It is impossible for her to suffer any more danger. After all, Chao Shanshan is from the Chao family. She involved the Chen family and the blood clan, and her ties were too great. "Long Wu, go back and rest by yourself, Chao Shanshan can't go with you." "You." Long Wu felt so angry that he glared at Ling Yun angrily. Chao Shanshan was secretly delighted, and boldly gave Ling Yun a loving look. Long Wu tried hard to take a deep breath, and then said bitterly to Ling Yun, just wait. Turning around, she also said to Qin Dongxue in an extremely obedient manner, "Goodbye, Auntie." Qin Dongxue nodded with a smile, said to be careful on the road, and watched Long Wu go out. Ling Yun knew that he must have offended Long Wu badly this time, but he really couldn't explain it to Long Wu, he could only accept the reality. "I have no choice but to wait until tonight before coaxing. Anyway, there is another Lin Menghan to coax over there." After Long Wu went out, Ling Yun winked at Abing. Abing nodded silently, greeted everyone, and went out to escort Long Wu. "Auntie, let Shanshan go back with us, she's alone." "I'm worried." Ling Yun directly told Qin Dongxue frankly. Well, what I meant just now was to ask you to take them all to xuanhuan Villa for a night, but you drove them away. Who knows what you think? What? Ling Yan slapped his forehead violently, finally knowing that he was slapped hard by his aunt this time. He said with a bitter face, "Auntie, you." Qin Dongshui raised his eyebrows, stared at his beautiful eyes, and said sternly, "What's wrong with me?" Ning Lingyu and Chao Shanshan, seeing Ling Yan's deflated look, couldn't help but giggled coquettishly at the same time, like two delicate flowers blooming in full bloom, beautiful and incomparable. Even Bai Xianer secretly laughed. "Let's go, what's the matter, let's talk about it when we go home." Qin Dongshui finally avenged Ling Yun for making fun of her that she couldn't cook, feeling secretly refreshed, covered her mouth with a smile, and walked out of the private room first. Chao Shanshan is a member of the Chao family, and when such a big event happened to the Chao family, Qin Dongshui naturally had something to ask her alone, while Bai Xianer was a nine-tailed sky fox, and would never leave Ling Yun, so these two people, even if Ling Yun didn't say anything, Qin Dongshui will also take them back. As for Shui Mining, Long Wu, and others, they are all in between. If Ling Yun insists on taking them back together, Qin Dongshui will not stop her either. Anyway, xuanhuan Villa is so big, and some rooms are for them to live in, so it doesn't matter at all. However, through this incident, Qin Dongshui finally confirmed one thing, that is, Ling Yun is still afraid of her from the bottom of her heart, and this is enough. A group of 5 people left the private room, took the elevator downstairs, and soon arrived at the hotel entrance. The rain has stopped. The air is so fresh. Chao Shanshan shouted happily. The night is good. Qin Dongshui praised, and then said, Ling Yu drove Shanshan, Ling Yun, and Xianer, and the 3 of us performed lightness kung fu and ran back to xuanhuan. Ning Lingyu started the Maserati, Ling Yun, Qin Dongshui, and Bai Xianer performed lightness kung fu, and the 5 left the Triumph Hotel and headed towards xuanhuan Villa area. Unexpectedly, before they left Qingshui City, something that no one could have imagined happened suddenly. Boom 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 boom. At 1 o'clock in the morning, in the quiet night, several shocking explosions sounded almost in no particular order, breaking the silence of Qingshui City. In an instant, the entire Qingshui City was shattered, the ground was shaken, and there were several places where flames shot up to the sky. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. When the first explosion sounded, Ling Yun's heart suddenly sank, and he knew it was terrible. Not good. Ling Yun, who was galloping beside the car, had his sword eyebrows tightly knit, his dark pupils shrunk, his toes touched the ground violently, and his slender and vigorous figure immediately soared into the sky. This vertical, Ling Yun used all his strength, and his body shot into the sky like a shell fired from a chamber, and flew directly to the roof of a residential building tens of meters high beside the road. Ling Yan raised his eyes and glanced around, but unfortunately, this slightly old residential building was not tall enough. There were too many high-rise buildings in Qingshui City. Ling Yan was blocked by rows of tall buildings. Except for the nearby, he could see nothing but scattered lights from the windows of some tall buildings. Ling Yun, what happened? Maserati had already stopped, and Qin Dongshui's voice came from far below. Ling Yun used sound transmission to enter the secret, and his voice was extremely low. This building is too short, I can't see anything, I have to go to the front to see. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun didn't stop, and flew back to the ground from the roof of the building. His feet touched the ground, but it was as light as a feather, and he didn't even splash a drop of water. He took the phone out of the space ring and put it in his pocket, which was naturally for the convenience of answering calls. Auntie, I can't go back to xuanhuan Villa now. Take Ling Yu and Shanshan and go to Villa number 1 in Qingxi Villa area as soon as possible. If you need anything, ask Ling Yu to call me. Xianer, let's go. Ling Yan left as soon as he said that, and before he finished speaking, he was already 100 meters away. Naturally, Baixianer followed closely without missing a step. Qing Dongshua's voice came from afar, "You brat, be careful." "No." Ling Yan took Baixianer with him, and the two of them used lightness kung fu to the extreme, like two black and white lightning bolts, galloping on the road. During the gallop, Ling Yan could see where he passed. The lights in many buildings were turned on one after another. Obviously, the sound of those few shocking explosions also woke up the sleeping people. The two soon came under a building over 100 meters high. Ling Yan thought to himself that this building should be almost done, but with a height of 100 meters, it is impossible for him to jump up it with his current strength. With a sweep of his consciousness, he locked onto an air conditioner at a height of 40 meters. With a touch of the toes, it flew up. "Xianer is waiting for me below." Stepping on the air conditioner, Ling Yan borrowed his strength again, and his figure rose another 50 meters. At the same time, with a thought, the dark blood demon knife was already in his hand. Brush. The pitch-black blade of the magic knife cut into the concrete wall, like cutting tofu. Ling Yan's arm was strong, and a kite turned over. The slender figure has reached the top of the building. At this height, the whole city can already be overlooked. Ling Yan looked to the southwest of Qingshui City at the first glance. The first explosion came from the southwest of Qingshui City. In the southwest direction, two raging fires ignited in the dark night. The red flame soared into the sky, extremely dazzling. Those two places are very close to each other, at the intersection of Qingxi Road and Gufeng Road. Ling Yan just glanced at it, and his eyes were about to burst, and an unspeakable anger rushed straight to the top of his head. The blood all over his body boiled all of a sudden. The ordinary clinic and the clothing store he snatched from Xiangxi people were blown up. Moreover, these two places were not the only ones that caught fire, the northern suburbs of Qingshui City. A pharmaceutical factory near the south bank of the Qingshui River was also ablaze, but the fire was even bigger. It's the pharmaceutical factory of Shui's Pharmaceutical Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. Ling Yan had never been in this pharmaceutical factory, but he took Tang Meng, Shui Mining and others passed here several times, and these two people had mentioned it to him, so Ling Yan remembered it clearly. There is no doubt that the enemy is targeting Ling Yan in the big explosion tonight, but Ling Yan never imagined that the enemy would use such indiscriminate means. Boom! Ling Yan was so angry that he jumped down from the top of the 100-meter building, his feet plunged into the asphalt road, and made two deep pits 1 foot deep, earth and rocks splashed everywhere. "Xianer, something happened to our clinic and pharmaceutical factory. You should hurry back to Villa number 1, to see if there is anything wrong there. Remember, no matter what happens, don't worry about anything else. You must protect my aunt. And Ling Yu and the others. Also, we must protect the 3 spiritual grasses in the yard. When necessary, we can arrange a phantom array." In the eyes of the government and the citizens, the shocking bombing was already a real terrorist attack. The enemy dared to be so arrogant and destructive, and they definitely came prepared. Ling Yun was afraid that he would fall into the enemy's plan to divert the tiger away from the mountain. After all, a small clinic, a high-end clothing store, and even that pharmaceutical factory are nothing in the eyes of Ling Yun now, and they are all external possessions. For Ling Yun, his relatives and friends, and the 3 elixir plants he worked so hard to transplant, are the most precious, and there is no room for loss. In other words, the most important place for Ling Yun in Qingshui City is Villa number 1. Fortunately, Ling Yun kept the 2 blood viscounts Paul and Jester there, which made him feel at ease. "Xianer understands. Brother Master, be careful." Seeing Ling Yun's dignified expression, Xianer knew that something serious had happened. She immediately agreed, displayed the fastest movement technique Xing Luo Jiushan, and went straight to Villa number 1. Ling Yun was so impatient that he no longer ran along the road, but saw the right direction, and performed the peerless lightness kung fu phantom fish dragon step, almost along a straight line, rushing towards the ordinary clinic like lightning and lightning. During the rapid jump, Ling Yan also made several phone calls one after another. His first call, of course, was to Tang Tianhao, briefly explaining the situation, and then asked Tang Tianhao to order all the police to dispatch, focusing on 4 areas, one of which was Villa No. Xuanhuan Villa. The last place is where the two agreed to meet at the ordinary clinic. Similarly, Tang Tianhao was startled by the big explosion at the first moment. Fortunately, he received a call from Tang Meng in advance and was prepared, so he did not panic. He issued 2 orders one after another. One was to block the entire city, and the other naturally, the fire department is required to put out the fire quickly. Ling Yan's second phone call was to Bing, the boss of Qinglong, and he directly ordered him to dispatch all the people from Qinglong's Longtang and Xingtong. Hurry to the scene of the explosion and search for suspicious persons. I would rather catch 1,000 by mistake than let one go. In the face of crisis, Ling Yan used Qingshui City's black and white forces for the first time. This time, he was really angry. 10 kilometers away. Ling Yan arrived at Pingfan Clinic in less than 5 minutes. Fire engines have also arrived and are using high-pressure water cannons to put out the fire desperately. The screeching sound of brakes at the intersection, the sound of police sirens, the sound of fire trucks, and the shouts of firefighters mixed together, and it was already a mess. Ling Yan only took a glance from a distance, and knew that the ordinary clinic and clothing store were completely over, so he galloped all the way on the roof. Without even thinking about it, he rushed to the crossroads, then maximized his consciousness, and swept it violently. Where the spiritual consciousness shrouded, Ling Yan's heart sank again. It killed people. 2 salespersons who lived in the clothing store were blown to death, their flesh and blood were flying everywhere, and they were already inhuman. I'm stupid. Ling Yan stomped his feet fiercely, and cursed through gritted teeth. A ferocious aura erupted completely from his body. The aura was shocking. However, fortunately, the ordinary clinic was empty, and Yao Rou did not come back to live here tonight. The 3 nurses also went home, and they all escaped. How did this happen? How did this happen? Are there any casualties in the store? First control the fire and find a way to save people. Besides Ling Yan, Lu Jinlai, the director of the Qingxi District Public Security Bureau, was the first to arrive. As soon as he got out of the police car, he felt a turbulent heat wave. After seeing the 2 fires at the intersection, I was so shocked that I was sweating profusely that I almost sat down on the ground. Since he is in charge of the security of the entire Qingxi district, he knows best that these 2 properties belong to Ling Yan, and there was an explosion here. He, the director of the Public Security Bureau, will have to be skinned even if he is not dead. Seeing Lu Jin coming, Ling Yan came to Lu Jinlai's side in a flash, and said in a deep voice, Director Lu, don't worry about anything else, please send someone to block all traffic arteries in Qingxi district first, no matter what. Tonight the perpetrator must be arrested and brought to justice. Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed at the clothing store. Don't worry about the Pingfan Clinic, as long as the fire is prevented from spreading, let the fire department concentrate on putting out the fire in the clothing store. 2 people were killed in the explosion. Lu Jinlai was stunned, his face turned pale, and he said, What, dead? During the conversation, more than a dozen fire engines roared in. Lu Jinlai did not dare to neglect. According to what Ling Yan said, let the fire department focus on putting out the fire first, and then personally order to block all traffic arteries in Qingxi district. Director Tang will be here soon, you can wait for him here, don't worry, you don't have to bear any responsibility for tonight's incident. The fact that Lu Jinlai came here so quickly shows that he still has heart. Ling Yan gave him a reassurance, and flew away without waiting for him to say nonsense like gratitude. When Lu Jinlai saw Ling Yan's figure disappear, like a ghost, he shivered suddenly in fright. He came back to his senses after being scorched by the heat wave, and hurriedly directed all departments to put out the fire. Now, the whole intersection is in a mess. To catch the murderer, of course Ling Yan can't rely on these policemen. He possesses peerless lightness, kung fu, and powerful consciousness, so he made a decisive decision and took advantage of the chaos to search for it himself. Ling Yan's figure walked like a ghost in the red light all over the sky, crossing streets and alleys, unfolding a powerful spiritual consciousness, covering an area with a radius of 100 meters, never letting go of any corner. It was only 5 or 6 minutes. Ling Yan guessed that the enemy would not go far. He searched round and round around the intersection, and soon, he found it in a dark alley about 3 kilometers away from the intersection. Exception. Those were 2 inconspicuous mid-range black cars, which looked no different from the private cars of the surrounding citizens. Ling Yan's figure is like lightning. He just glanced at it from a distance, and almost ignored it, but with a thought, he turned back again. For nothing else, that alley is too narrow, only 1 car can pass through, and it is not a place to park at all. Moreover, there were only these 2 cars in the entire alley, parked in the shadows, one in front of the other, with their heads facing in. Without hesitation, Ling Yan flew to the entrance of the alley, let go of his spiritual sense and swept lightly, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. So it's you. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The alley was very deep, and the 2 cars were completely dark, with the windows closed and the lights off. They were parked one after the other, with a distance of no more than half a meter between them. In the car in front, Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan were both wearing jet black underwear, sitting in the driver's and co-pilot's seats respectively, with their heads buried hard and their faces sideways looking at each other, and they could see each other a twisted grin on his face. Although both of them are trying their best to control themselves, the slightly trembling muscles on their faces, the trembling pale lips, the hands that don't know where to put them, the crazy shaking legs, and the erratic eyes. The rays of light deeply expressed the tension, fear, and excitement in their hearts at the moment. Crime. The appearance after successfully planning a shocking bombing was vividly displayed on them. Covered by the black car behind them, in the darkness, their figures merged with the darkness in the car. Even if someone passed by their car, they would never notice it, let alone imagine that it was so late. The car, there will be 2 people sitting in it. But Ling Yan is not someone else. He not only has a superb IQ, but also has a condensed and powerful spiritual sense, probably for the convenience of reversing and escaping. The location where the 2 cars parked is no more than 100 meters away from the entrance of the alley. Within the envelope of divine consciousness. Although Ling Yan wanted to float over and slaughter them immediately, he still tried his best to restrain the impulse, and hid quietly at the entrance of the alley, wanting to hear what the 2 of them wanted to say. In the final analysis, Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan were nothing more than 2 playboys around 18 years old. Ling Yan had 10,000 reasons to believe that someone who dared to create such a shocking bombing was definitely instigating them and supporting them. Although these 2 vicious youngsters are bad-hearted, cruel and vicious, but their IQ and knowledge are also very high. Only by themselves, even if they had the guts of a bear, they would not dare to do this kind of murder and set fire to destroy them. The future of myself and my father came. Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa hid in the car with their heads buried. They didn't dare to look up from the beginning to the end, so they didn't even realize that the car that had been following them to protect them was already empty. They really don't want to talk and make any noise to attract others' attention. But at this moment, all kinds of emotions in their hearts fluctuated violently. It impacts their nerves and brains, making them have to speak, trying to distract their attention and tension through communication, and relax their tight nerves. Huh. Young Master Xia, do you think we have succeeded this time? After all, Go Junfa was not as patient as Xie Zhenyan. He couldn't help exhaling a foul breath, and spoke first. Zheng's pale lips twitched vigorously. After a few seconds, he replied, "It doesn't matter if we succeed or not. Anyway, no one will find us. As long as we get through tonight, we can sit back and relax and watch the fun." Both of their voices were low, almost whispering. Only the other party can hear the low voice. Go Junfa continued to ask, "With such a strong explosive, do you think anyone in the store will be killed?" Zheng was silent again for a few seconds, and said indifferently, "Those who make big things don't care about trivial matters. Since it must be blown up, what does it matter if people die or not? Anyway, Ling Yan is the unlucky one. If he is in the shop, we will blow him up to death. Since you want revenge, don't think so much." Ling Yan sneered, "When it comes to viciousness, Go Junfa is far behind Zheng." Go Junfa felt an unspeakable sense of excitement and satisfaction in his heart. He nodded, and then asked full of expectation, "Young Master Xia. You can tell that Lu Qingtian will definitely succeed now, right?" Zheng chuckled again, Lu Qingtian and his father were just defeated by Ling Yun yesterday, and his hatred for Ling Yun is more than ours. People from the Heavenly Killing Organization help him. If he can't even do this, if you can't do anything, you might as well die. God damn it. Ling Yun finally figured out the instigator behind these three evil young men, and at the same time he knew it in his heart, he suddenly felt a little doubt. What the hell is the demon sect saintess doing? Does she really want to fight me to the end? Doesn't she know my real identity by now? Or did you start to deal with me formally because you already knew my true identity? Thinking of this, Ling Yan's handsome face couldn't help showing a trace of sullenness. If the demon sect saintess is really so vicious, then she should definitely be killed. At this time, Zheng grinned again and said, "This big explosion will definitely shake the entire Qingshui city, and even the entire Jiangnan province. Ling Yan is in Qingshui city now, and he will definitely be attracted. As long as he appears," then he laughed until the end, "he will definitely die. I just can't see his arrogant and complacent look in school." When he said these words, Zheng's face showed a trace of deep-seated resentment, that kind of gnashing of teeth. Even Go Junfa couldn't help being terrified when he saw it. Go Junfa secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and he asked a little worriedly, "Young Master Xia, do you think that goddamned people can really take care of Ling Yan? Are we betting right?" The more Zheng spoke, the more relaxed he felt. He smiled triumphantly, "Young Master Go, did I tell you that you were scared out of your wits by that fat man? Ling Yan is in Qingshui now, and his power has completely controlled the black and white of Qingshui city. 2 ways, but after we get back to Qingshui, aren't we able to come and go freely? Think about it, how smooth our operation is tonight. Just from this point, you should know how powerful the background of the gods is. This killer organization is definitely not what you found out of those desperados, the little gangsters. Comparable. Don't worry, as long as Ling Yan appears tonight, he will die." In the end, Zheng concluded with this sentence. From his tone, it can be seen that he is confident this time. Go Junfa finally let out a long sigh of satisfaction, and accompanied Zheng with a smug smile. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Wow! The front window was shattered by the shock, and shards of broken glass flew across the car. Zheng and Go Junfa suddenly raised their heads in shock. In an instant, several wounds were cut on their faces and necks by the broken glass. There were 2 miserable screams, and blood flowed down his face. Then they were shocked to see an extremely handsome face appeared from the car window on Zheng's side, with an evil smile on it. The dimple on the left cheek trembled slightly, and a pair of deep and vast eyes. His eyes, as bright as stars, were staring at them without blinking. "I showed up." Ling Yun shattered the window of the car with his palm, bent over the window, and said to the 2 wicked young men who kept screaming with a smile, At this moment, in the eyes of Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa, Ling Yan's handsome face and evil smile were no less than seeing a terrifying devil. How can that be? How did Ling Yan find them, and how did he discover them? What about the people in the car behind? Didn't you promise to protect them? The two villains just instinctively exclaimed, and then they were completely stunned, even forgetting the severe pain on their faces, and the smelly blood flowing into their mouths. You, why are you here? Finally, Xie Zhenyan covered his face, shrunk his body inward desperately, and asked in terror. Ling Yan's complexion suddenly sank, and he became as indifferent as ice. He grabbed the car door handle. With a little force, he pulled the whole car door down with a bang, and threw it aside. You two have gone to great lengths to create this explosion, isn't it just to attract me to appear? Don't you expect me to die? Get out. Seeing Ling Yan's power, Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa were so frightened that they pissed their pants at the same time. How could they move? Go Junfa desperately turned his head to look at the car behind him, but that car was always quiet and no one came out to protect them. Go Jun's heart was ashamed. Ling Yan stretched out his hand, dragged the two of them out of the car like a dead dog, threw them on the ground, then took out the phone and called Tang Tianhao. Uncle Tang, have you arrived yet? Well, I have captured the two murderers who caused the bombing, and one is still at large. You can order the whole city to search for Lu Qingtian right now. Yes, it is Lu Guanwang's son Lu. All day long, he should be near the pharmaceutical factory of Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Company, Limited of Shui's pharmaceutical industry. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yan glanced coldly at the two evil young men, and said lightly, You three, Tang Meng and I have had a hard time finding it. Tang Meng really wants to make love to you now. Let's go. Ling Yan didn't listen to the nonsense of these two rubbish begging for mercy at all. He stepped forward, bent down, and grabbed the hands of the two, dragging them to the intersection step by step like a dead dog. The distance of more than 3 kilometers was dragged back so hard. Even walking like this, Ling Yan's speed was several times faster than that of ordinary people. 5 or 6 minutes later, Ling Yan came to the crossroads. At this time, the 2 fires in the clothing store and the ordinary clinic have all been extinguished, leaving only billowing thick smoke, which is constantly bubbling out. Within a kilometer around the entire intersection, there is an unpleasant smell everywhere. Burnt smell. There are more than a dozen firefighters, wearing gas masks, searching in the charred and collapsed clothing store, sorting the charred bones of the 2 people who were killed in the bombing, taking them out and stacking them in a corner inside. The entire scene has been cordoned off, and no onlookers are allowed to enter. Only the family members of the 2 salesmen who rushed to the scene knelt on the cold and wet concrete floor, heartbroken, and their painful cries were touching. Come on, let's see what you 2 trash can do. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ling Yan dragged Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa to the middle of the crossroads, and threw them forward fiercely. With 2 clicks, the wrists and forearms of Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa were severed. They let out 2 more howls. This is no longer a personal grievance. No matter what the reason is, what these 2 people have done is already a heinous crime, and both humans and gods are angry. After losing the 2 of them, Ling Yan saw Tang Meng. His eyes were bloodshot, and he silently pushed away the person who was supporting him. With raging anger in his eyes, he walked towards the middle of the intersection step by step. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Tang Meng was really drunk and reeked of alcohol, but this kid had a very strange characteristic, that is, no matter how uncomfortable the drink was, no matter how much his stomach was turned upside down, he just gritted his teeth and insisted not to vomit. In his words, no one wants him to spit out the food in his stomach. Tang Meng's solution to drunkenness, hangover medicine or hangover soup is of course necessary. Other than that, he keeps drinking water, and runs to the toilet again and again. The more he runs, the more sober he becomes. As soon as this kid got home, he drank a full stomach of strong tea and was about to go to the toilet. Suddenly, he received a call from a Bing. He heard that ordinary clinics and clothing stores had been bombed. He was half sober at that time. And stopped running to the toilet. He rushed out the door to go downstairs, and drove over in his Hummer, even faster than Tang Tianhao. Tang Meng rushed to the scene and saw Lingyun's ordinary clinic and clothing store in ruins, burning like fire. His lungs exploded with rage, he broke out in a cold sweat, and woke up 3 points from the alcohol again. From site selection to decoration, from processing various certificates to opening of Lingyun's ordinary clinic, it can be said that Tang Meng set it up by himself. His painstaking efforts and energy have been poured into it, and Lingyun has developed step by step against the sky. The witness, now it is destroyed if it is said to be destroyed. Tang Meng can't wait to catch the murderer and cut him into pieces. Now that the enemies are extremely jealous when they meet each other, Tang Meng sees that the culprits are actually Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan, so why don't they settle the old and new scores with them? He has been holding back this anger for 3 months. Tang Meng was so angry that he strode forward without saying a word, exuding an astonishing murderous aura from his whole body. When passing by a criminal policeman with a loaded gun, this kid snatched the gun from the criminal policeman's hand. Wow! Tang Meng skillfully loaded the bullet, and his murderous aura became even stronger. "Fuck you idiots, I'll kill you today." Tang Meng yelled and cursed angrily, rushing forward with a gun in his hand, about to aim. Tang Meng's anger and murderous intent. Lingyun knew it well, but with so many leaders of the Public Security Department and criminal police on the scene, he didn't allow Tang Meng to do whatever he wanted, because in that case, Tang Meng would definitely cause a big mess. Lingyun frowned slightly, just about to step forward to stop him. Tang Tianhao's slightly angry voice was heard. "Tang Meng. Does Tang Tianhao know the difficulties in his son's heart? No. Does Tang Tianhao want to avenge his son? Think. If it weren't for my current identity, if it weren't for taking care of the overall situation of Qingshui City, Tang Tianhao would definitely not wait until today. He would have done it secretly long ago, to avenge the son of the vendetta. But now he is the director of the Public Security Bureau of Qingshui City, and all actions must be done in accordance with the law and the rules and regulations. Tang Tianhao and Tang Meng's father and son are deeply affectionate, so he didn't need to say anything. He just called Tang Meng's name, and Tang Meng froze. The pace slowed down. "Back to you." Tang Meng yelled. Without looking at it, he threw the submachine gun behind him, and the policeman whose gun was taken away caught it with both hands. As Tang Meng moved forward, he lowered his head to look for something on the ground. Not far away, he saw a brick that had been blown away. He rushed forward and picked it up as soon as he bent down. Tang Tianhao's face was serious, and he was about to call Tang Meng again, but Ling Yan's voice came from his ear. "Uncle Tang, don't worry about it, let him go." Tang Tianhao opened his mouth. After all, he didn't shout out, he simply turned his head to look elsewhere, and loudly ordered the people around him to strengthen their vigilance. The blood feud would naturally be paid with blood. Tang Tianhao just waited for the end to charge Tang Mengan with a crime and bring him back to the police station. Close for 2 days. At this time, those family members who were kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly already knew that the 2 men arrested by Ling Yun were the murderers who carried out the bombing. They ignored the police around them, went mad, and rushed up desperately, covering their heads and faces, hitting and kicking Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa violently. "You guys, give back my daughter's life. Give back my daughter's life. My daughter, she's only 19 years old." The daughter died tragically without a whole body. A mother fainted from crying, and her voice became hoarse from crying. Beat me to death. Kill them to avenge my children. This is a sad father, he is like a crazy tiger, he desperately pushes away the 2 policemen who are blocking him, and kicks these 2 vicious young men. His daughter has just graduated from college and found a job as an accountant with a good income and a fairly stable income. Now she is talking about getting married. Because of the sudden rainstorm at night, she stayed in the clothing store for one night, but unexpectedly, it's farewell. The two flowery girls lost their lives at a young age and turned into charred bones. No parent can stand it. Get out of the way, let me do it. Tang Meng rushed over with a brick, his blood-red eyes shot out hatred, and his voice was indifferent without any emotion. Tang Meng, what do you want to do? Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa, whose faces were bleeding, their trousers had been worn out, their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen, and their jackets were torn to pieces, were frightened when they saw the bricks Tang Meng was holding. Shudder. Ask me what I want to do? First open your dog eyes and see the evil things you have done. Tang Meng stepped forward step by step, pointed at the smoking ordinary clinic and clothing store with the brick in his right hand, and pointed at the two piles of charred black corpses not far away, and said through gritted teeth. That's the place to cure diseases and save lives. How did the ordinary clinic offend you? How did this clothing store offend you again? You did it for no reason, what's the matter with blowing them up? Two fresh human lives, you actually blew them up alive. When the bomb was detonated, don't you think that there might be someone in such a big store? Aren't you afraid that their innocent souls will come to you and claim your life? Tang Meng questioned repeatedly, and squatted down beside Xie Zhenyan. The brick in his hand was aimed at Xie Zhenyan's head, and smashed down without hesitation. Crack! With a shrill cry, Xie Zhenyan's head was cut open, and blood spattered everywhere. Xie Zhenyan, do you remember how you beat me until 3 months ago? 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Of course Tang Meng didn't need Xie Zhenyan to answer, he felt a sense of relief when he said a word. Stretching out his left hand, he suddenly pressed Xie Zhenyan's right hand. Tang Meng raised the brick with his right hand high above his head. Xie Zhenyan struggled desperately, but was dragged all the way by Ling Yan like a dead dog. His body had already lost half of his strength, and he could no longer struggle. Stop. At this moment, an anxious shout came. Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing finally arrived at the scene. After the two people left the Triumph Hotel. As soon as they got out of the hotel gate, they each made a phone call, but their son's phone was turned off, and they couldn't get through at all. The two knew that their relationship was not good, so they immediately called their relatives, friends, and their subordinates, and mobilized everyone. If they were desperate, they would dig 3 feet into the ground. And find them before their son makes a big mistake. It's just a pity, Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa are really too smart, and they hide too well. Since they want to make such an astonishing big case, how could they be found by others? Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing split up and sent their own people. They went to the places their son usually liked to go, searched everywhere, and searched for more than 4 hours, but there was no result. In the end, the two thought that Qingshui City was still calm after midnight. Perhaps their son hadn't returned to Qingshui yet, so they deluded themselves into thinking that maybe they could spend the night safely, and after dawn, they mobilized everyone to look for their son. But whoever thought that before the two separated? They heard the earth-shattering explosion. After hearing the explosion, their reactions were almost exactly the same as Ling Yan's. They knew instinctively that something had happened. Xie Zhenting's position, soon, he received a call from below, saying that something happened at the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road, and Ling Yan's clinic and clothing store were bombed. When the two heard it, their brains buzzed at the same time. Without further ado, they rushed to the car, desperately, just in time to see the scene of Tang Meng swinging a brick. Father and son bonded. Xie Zhenting instinctively felt that the one lying on the ground was his own son, so of course he yelled to stop. When the two rushed into the cordon and came to Tang Meng's side to take a look, as expected, the two miserable teenagers lying on the ground were their sons. Xiao Tang, if you have something to say, you what are you doing? What kind of people are xuanhuan and lianqing? When they went to the scene, they immediately understood what happened. Now he would rather xuanhuan be taken away by the police, and then go through legal procedures, than watch his son being beaten to death. Tang Meng sneered, still holding the brick high in his hand, and said indifferently, "What am I doing? Don't you know if you look carefully?" Before he could finish speaking, the brick in his right hand slammed down again. With a snap, xuanhuan's wrist snapped, his flesh was bloody, his tendons were broken and his bones were broken. Ah! Xuanhuan didn't expect Tang Meng to do it as soon as he said he would do it. Before he could stop him, he closed his eyes suddenly and let out a miserable cry for his son. "There are 3 more." Tang Meng moved 2 steps to the other side, and pressed xuanhuan's other hand. "Tang Tianhao, as the chief of the Public Security Bureau, how dare you let your son commit murder?" Seeing that his son's arm was broken, xuanhuan was heartbroken, turned his head and roared at Tang Tianhao in the distance desperately, but rushed towards his son. Xuanhuan thought that no matter what, he was still the dignified deputy mayor of Qingshui City, and it was absolutely impossible for Tang Meng to do anything to him. But he was wrong. Before he threw himself on xuanhuan, his body was grabbed by the victim's relatives. Tang Tianhao's cold voice happened to come over. "Xuanhuan, you will soon know who is behind the murder." Crack! 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 Accompanied by the sound of falling down, and xuanhuan's howling like a pig, Tang Meng finally got his revenge. Xuanhuan's limbs were all severed, and he was dying. In the end, he passed out completely, his body was bloody, and he was dying. Tang Meng was spattered with blood, as if he had turned into a bloodthirsty madman. He stood up and walked towards Go Junfa. "And you?" To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Go Junfa was so frightened that he became incontinent. An unpleasant stench spread from his lower body, and people around him covered their mouths and noses. Hashtag Tang. Xiao Tang, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, I kowtow to you, kowtow. Go Junfa's whole body was like sifting chaff, lying on the ground, kowtowing like pounding garlic, begging for mercy repeatedly. Tang Meng sneered, "Wrong? Now you know it's wrong? It's too late." He slowly squatted down, patted Go Junfa's face with a brick covered with xuanhuan's blood and minced meat, and said coldly, "The bit of hatred between us is nothing more than jealousy in school. It's simply a matter of not being on the table. It doesn't matter whoever gets a little bit of a loss, and whoever makes a little bit of money. But you guys can't afford to suffer a little bit. You jumped up and down and dealt with us even harder. While Brother Yun was away and you were gaining power, you made things difficult for Ling Yu in every possible way, and beat me to the point where my head was bleeding and all my limbs were broken. Later you ran away in fright. I have no time, and I don't bother to look for you, because I know that a monk can't run away from the temple if he can run away. Go Junfa, do you know that just tonight, just a few hours ago, your father gave all of your family's property to Brother Yun, just to save your life? For the sake of everyone's classmates, Brother Yun doesn't want to kill everyone. He has already agreed to let you live. For the sake of 3.5 billion, I even thought at the most that I would beat you up and give you lesson learned. This matter will pass." Tang Meng was drunk and not drunk. He cleaned up xuanhuan, his heart was incomparably carefree, the drunkenness was only left, and now his thinking is clear and he speaks with certainty. "But who would have thought that the 2 of you are so devastated that you did such a horrific thing? Tell me, how can you ask me to spare you? You didn't make a mistake, it was a crime. And it's a capital crime." Tang Meng made a verdict. The brick in his hand was raised high again and smashed down violently. Crack! There was a scream. This time it was because the ordinary clinic was bombed. Crack! Another scream. This time it was for the bombed clothing store. Go Lianqing was held tightly by the family members of the victim, unable to move at all. Like Xiezhenting, he could only watch Go Jun's blood spatter on the spot. What's wrong with being rich? What's wrong with 3.5 billion? Even if it's 10 billion to 100 billion? Tang Meng roared loudly. The brick in his hand had already been completely shattered, so he simply grabbed another big stone. He smashed Go Junfa's ankle hard. Amidst the successive screams, Go Junfa's hands and feet were all severed, and he lay on the ground looking ugly. These 2 strikes, I did it for the 2 girls who were killed by the bomb. Tang Meng finally took his revenge, completely. He threw the stone and stood up, only feeling that the injustice in his heart had finally been completely released, even though there was blood all over his face and body. But his eyes calmed down and became extremely clear. Come on! Tang Tianhao shouted angrily. Yes. Cuff Tang Meng to me, put him in a police car, and take him back to the police station immediately. Yes. Tang Tianhao gave an order, and 2 policemen stepped forward, handcuffed Tang Meng neatly, and escorted him away. After all, Tang Meng beat someone to serious injury under the watchful eyes of everyone. Even if the other 2 are death row inmates, it doesn't work, they still have to do something about it. Watching Lao Tzu clean up his son, a smile appeared on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth. He didn't even move, and when Tang Meng passed by him, he whispered, "Nice job." Tang Meng chuckled, "Brother Yun, I never thought that beating someone with a brick would be so tiring." Human bones are not so easy to break, so every time Tang smashed, he naturally used all his strength. Ling Yun sneered and said, "Who told you not to practice? Don't say you are tired, I am tired from watching." Tang Meng laughed and said, "Then I'll go to the police station to take a shower first, my body smells too bad." "You must fish me out as soon as possible." Ling Yun disdainfully said, "It doesn't matter. Let Uncle Tang imprison you for 2 years. Seeing that the 2 of them were joking around here as if nothing had happened, the police officer who was escorting Tang Meng was new, and he didn't know the inside story, so he said in a low voice, "Be honest, let's go." Tang Meng frowned, "It's not that I haven't eaten at the police station, what are you talking about?" The new policeman thought Tang Meng was a habitual offender. He was about to get angry when his companion whispered, "You know what, this is Director Tang's son." Tang Meng and Ling Yun were laughing happily, the little policeman was dumbfounded in fright. Seeing that Tang Meng was loitering and unwilling to leave, Ling Yun pushed him with a smile and said, "Get out, it's none of your business here." Ling Yun watched the police car escorting Tang Meng whizzing away. He walked a few steps and came to the victim's family. He didn't even look at Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing, and said directly to the family members, "Such a tragedy happened in the clothing store. I feel as sad as you, please rest assured, no matter what conditions you put forward, I guarantee that the owner of the clothing store will fully compensate." Now the manager of the clothing store is Wang Hongyuan, Wang Hongyuan's boss is Tang Meng, and Tang Meng's boss is naturally Ling Yun, so what he said is of course ironclad, and everything he says is accurate. The family members of the 2 victims now know that the murderer was captured by Ling Yun. Just now, Tang Meng beat the 2 evil young men to death under their noses. They also let out a sigh of relief. Now that Ling Yun in that case, of course, everything is 1,000 thanks. "May I ask who you are?" the father of the victimized accountant asked Ling Yun. "As long as you know, what I said will definitely work. Please forgive me." Ling Yun said something politely, nodded at them, then turned around and walked away, heading straight to Tang Tianhao. "Uncle Tang, how is the situation at Shua's pharmaceutical company? Has Lu Qingtian been caught?" Tang Tianhao greeted him with a smile. "The fire over there has been completely extinguished, and Lu Qingtian has not been found yet, but don't worry, I have sent people to expand the search area. Even if he has wings, he can't escape." Ling Yun nodded and asked again, "Are there any casualties over there?" Tang Tianhao said, "That's not true. It's just that 2 warehouses were bombed and some medicinal materials were burned. Eldest nephew, you have suffered a lot tonight. With that said, Tang Tianhao looked at the ordinary clinic and clothing store that were still smoking. This ordinary clinic is really a pity. Thinking of the grand occasion of the opening of the ordinary clinic, Tang Tianhao said it was a pity. Ling Yin said lightly, compared to human lives, these are nothing. Then, the two chatted about Villa Number 9 in Qingshui Bay and the matter at the Triumph Hotel. Tang Tianhao said that the police had been sent there, and nothing had happened yet, so Ling Yun felt relieved. A few minutes later, Wang Hongyuan, the manager of the clothing store, finally rushed over with someone. Ling Yun quickly called him over, and together with Tang Tianhao, they discussed how to clean up the mess. At the southeast corner of the crossroads, there is a room on the 13th floor of the 4-star hotel that Ling Yun once arranged for Yao Rou to live in. Wonderful. Lively. Really lively. Unexpectedly, this Ling Yun really made a fuss in Qingshui City, and reacted so quickly to such an emergency. A tall and mighty figure in white clothes like snow stood facing the window with his hands behind his back. With a cold and mocking smile on his mouth, he said lightly. He was just talking normally, but his voice was like a bell, clanging like the impact of gold and stone, solid and powerful, and the shaking room was buzzing. However, no matter how loud his voice is, his voice will not pass out of the room, so there is no need to worry about people outside the room hearing it. This person controls his own voice to the point where he can do whatever he wants. What Tian Xingzi said is very true. This kid does have some tricks, but this little thing is not enough for us to see. Beside the tall and burly son of heaven, there is also an old man who looks very ordinary. His complexion is sallow, his appearance is haggard, his body is as thin as a dry wood. It seems that a gust of wind can blow him down. Hearing this, the son of heaven withdrew his gaze, turned around suddenly, and glanced at the old man with his sharp eyes, like a sharp sword. Mr. Jean, you can flatter me, but don't underestimate anyone, let alone Ling Yun. That withered old man, Mr. Jean, was swept away by Tian Xingzi's gaze, and felt that his eyes were as if being swept by an electric arc, and it was hot and painful. He didn't dare to look at Tian Xingzi, and immediately lowered his head, carefully said, yes. Mr. Jean is one of the 3 managers of the Heavenly Killing Organization, Huaxia Branch and Hudong Branch. The realm of the Holy Sun's strength. Son of Heaven, now, is it our turn to act? Tian Xingzi didn't look sideways, and smiled faintly. Mr. Jean, what are you in a hurry for? I will stay in Qingshui City for a while this time, and I plan to walk around. We have plenty of time to play with Ling Yun. Tonight, our actions are just a wake-up call for Ling Yun. According to the news from the capital, the ninjas from the east, the Blood Duke Dracula from the United States, the members of the Chen family, and the ancient martial arts masters invited by the Sun family have all come to Qingshui City. Let's see how Ling Yun and our demon sex heavenly saintess are going to deal with it. Hearing such a large lineup, Mr. Jin's withered body shook slightly, and he seemed a little surprised. There are so many experts? Isn't Qingshui City going to be in chaos? Tian Xingzi walked gracefully, and said with a proud smile, what are these people? Shaolin Temple, Maoshan Sect, Shiman family, Nangong family, Shangguan family, these families have already sent people to Qingshui. Oh, and the young master of Xinquan Sect, Master Tai Ming, he is here too. Mr. Jean was even more shocked, and asked in a surprised voice, just to deal with Ling Yun? Tian Xingzi laughed wildly up to the sky, and everything in the room trembled with the laughter. To be exact, it's for a legend. Mr. Jean murmured, then, what about our demon sect? Do you want to send some more people over? The son of heaven stopped, turned around, and shot 2 gazes of disdain for the world, and said arrogantly, it is enough to have me here. Go and settle down our people, let them be calm, and find 8 women for me after you go out. Yes. To be continued. After Mr. Jean left the room, Tian Xingzi, who was standing proudly in the middle of the room with his hands behind his back, just took a step calmly, and his tall and majestic figure came to the window again. He lowered his head slightly, and his sharp eyes penetrated the window glass, looking towards the intersection below. VODTW. Tian Xingzi didn't look at others at all, his eyes were fixed on Ling Yan's body, and doubts gradually appeared on his indifferent face. How did he manage to find those two garbage so quickly? The two rubbish in the mouth of Tian Xingzi naturally refer to Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa. They thought that Tian Sha would definitely protect them, but they never thought that in the eyes of Tian Sha, they were just possible. There are no abandoned sons. Could it be that the black knife in his hand is really the legendary dark blood demon knife? However, the dark blood demon knife has disappeared for thousands of years, so how did it get into Ling Yan's hands? Tian Xingzi pondered secretly in his heart, his eyes were as indifferent as a wolf, and as cold as a falcon, his eyes were disillusioned, and his face like iron was even more perplexed. If it's really the dark blood demon knife, why didn't he carry it with him, his hands empty? Also, according to Ling Yan's file, he also has a soft sword that cuts iron like mud. Where did you hide it? The dark blood demon knife and the dragon sword, if they are placed in the arena, they will definitely be the swords of magic weapons that can make all the people in the arena smash their heads. It can be said that for any of these two weapons, even if a bloody storm is set off, can't be overemphasized. Tian Xingzi thought that there was no reason for Ling Yan not to carry such a magic weapon with him, so he was very curious. In mid-April, Ling Yan came out of the Tianqing, and after finishing off the former police chief Luo Zheng the next day, he led Cui Lao and Du Guimo into the villa of the Zhuang family in the western suburbs of Qingshui City that night. The furious Ling Yan killed until the sky became dark and the blood flowed like a river. Almost wiped out the dozens of masters that Sun Tianbiao brought from the capital. But in the end, Ling Yan was moved with compassion, and he didn't really kill them all. He spared several seriously injured masters. The news that Ling Yan possessed the dark blood demon knife and the dragon pattern sword was spread from the mouths of those few survivors. Certainly. This news is not something that a random ancient martial artist can get. But Tian Xingzi is one of the three masters of the Heavenly Killing Organization Huaxia headquarters, and he wants to investigate Ling Yan, so he naturally has the information at his fingertips. But since Ling Yan dared to keep alive, of course he would not care about the news that he possessed the dark blood demon knife. If someone wants it, as long as he is not afraid of losing his life, just come to him and grab it. Strange. I can't see through his realm, it's incredible. Tian Xingzi was puzzled, so he simply stopped thinking about it. The corner of his mouth curled up, a playful and greedy smile appeared on his face, and he slowly shook his head and said, "Interesting, Ling Yan. You are so interesting, no wonder ever since Yi Xingchen met you, he has never forgotten you. The holy son of the demon sect? Who said that the one who owns the dark blood sword is the holy son of the demon sect? If you are the holy son of the demon sect, then who am I, Xikong Wuji?" When Xikong Wuji, the holy son of the Mazong, said the last sentence, the greedy eyes in his eyes became arrogant. The playful smile on his face also turned into a cruel sneer. The fire was extinguished, the murderer was arrested, and the residents who came from nearby to watch the commotion, as well as the passers-by who stopped by, began to gradually disperse under the persuasion of the police officers. Tang Tianhao went to answer the phone again. Ling Yan pulled Xuanhuan to the northeast corner of the intersection, and told him alone that he could handle this matter with full authority, and he must handle it properly and appease the victim's family. "Boss, then, our clinic?" Xuanhuan asked distressedly, pointing at the ordinary clinic that had become a charred ruin. Ling Yan patted Xuanhuan's shoulder lightly, and said with a smile, "I have other plans about the clinic, let's talk about it after tonight." "Let's go." What the hell is going on, how did our clinic become like this? Accompanied by several angry exclamations, 3 women broke through the cordon set up by the police and rushed towards the Ping Fan clinic. Ling Yan turned his head and saw that they were 3 female nurses from Ping Fan clinic, Sun Yujiao, Li Jinlian and Monk Xiaoming. Here I am. Why are you here? Ling Yan waved at them with a smile, greeted them and asked, with a trace of satisfied approval in his voice. Ah. Boss, are you back? When did you come back? When Shang Xiaoming saw Ling Yan suddenly, the anxiety on his face turned into excitement, and he rushed over yelling, forgetting about the bombing of Ping Fan clinic. Li Jinlian, a charming nurse, also trembled when she heard Ling Yan's voice, but her performance was just the opposite of Xiaoming's. When she saw Ling Yan, she slowed down her pace, and her hands were busy arranging her clothes in the best way. Looking at the posture, he jogged towards Ling Yan. Only Sun Yujiao, when she heard Ling Yan's voice, she felt her tender body tense, her forward figure stopped for a while, but she didn't make a turn, and still ran towards the door of Ping Fan clinic. Noticing Sun Yujiao's performance, Ling Yan thought it was a bit funny. He sighed secretly in his heart, then joked to Shang Xiaoming, both of my stores have been blown up like this, can I come over and take a look? When Shang Xiaoming heard it, she was taken aback for a moment, and then she noticed that the clothing store opposite was also bombed. She was furious and scolded, where did you come from, the crazy? Revenge against the society came to our clinic. If caught, he should be cut to pieces. Shang Xiaoming was panting heavily as she ran, with a pair of huge and stalwart breasts vibrating violently up and down, which looked very seductive. Li Jinlian gave Ling Yan a coquettish look, and said angrily, Boss, our clinic has been blown up like this, you still have the mood to joke. Ling Yan chuckled and said, if it blows up, it will blow up. Let's take it as a long vacation for you. Well, you will be paid vacation and your salary will be paid as usual. When the clinic will be built again, you will come to work again. Yeah, really? Shang Xiaoming was worried about losing her job, but when she heard what Ling Yan said, she was extremely excited, and she wished she could hug Ling Yan and kiss him a few times. At this time, Sun Yujiao, who had been silently watching the bombed ordinary clinic, turned around and walked over. She gently came to Ling Yan and the others, took a careful look at Ling Yan, and then quickly looked away and asked, Boss, what are you doing? Are you okay? Ling Yan's eyes were like lightning, and he had already noticed that although Sun Yujiao was pretending to be reserved, his face was blushing. He smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Seeing Ling Yan's appearance, Sun Yujiao knew that he was fine, and she thought that she was really worried about him, so she immediately asked, What about Manager Yao? Yeah, where's Manager Yao? Shang Xiaoming and Li Jinlian just remembered that Yao Rou usually likes to live here, and they asked in unison. Ling Yan said with a smile, Don't worry, your Manager Yao didn't come to stay at all tonight, she's fine. At this moment, Tang Tianhao finished his phone call and beckoned to Ling Yun from a distance, letting him pass. The bombing of the clinic is not a big deal, as long as you are fine. It's too late, you go home first, and talk about other things later. Ling Yan finished talking to the 3 nurses with a smile, and immediately told Wang Hongyuan, Manager Wang, it's not peaceful tonight. Go over and tell the Qinglong people to send these 3 beauties home safely. As for other things, you'll be fine by looking at it. As Ling Yan said, he raised his finger and pointed in one direction. All the people who came from Qinglong stood there. Because the police controlled the scene, they didn't come over. After arranging the affairs here, Ling Yan immediately walked towards Tang Tianhao. Ling Yan, Lu Qingtian, has been caught. After this kid detonated the explosive device, he turned around and found that his accomplice had disappeared. He was so frightened that he didn't know where to go. 4 kilometers away from the explosion site, he had a car accident and hit a tree. On the big tree, people were seriously injured and unconscious. Ling Yan couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He thought it was right, it would save him trouble, he said flatly, he deserved what he deserved. Tang Tianhao nodded emphatically, and sighed, hey, I never thought that these three brats would do such a thing, just to deal with you. Ling Yan sneered, if the sky wants to make him die, he must first make him crazy. Once a person is on the edge of a horn, he really can do anything. Tang Tianhao's expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, there is one more piece of news. Oh? Tang Tianhao said, the police sent to Villa number 9 in Qingshui Bay just reported that they found the bodies of 2 masked men in black outside your villa. They were also carrying bombs, apparently trying to blow up your villa, but what is strange is that they all died outside your courtyard, and they were actually crushed to death by some boulders. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yan almost burst out laughing when he heard that. He thought that death was good and wonderful. Fortunately, Lao Tzu had the foresight to set up 1,000 chance 9 killing formation outside the villa. Unexpectedly, it will be used today. In addition to feeling refreshed, Ling Yan was also afraid for a while. Villa number 9 in Qingshuiwen was worth more than 50 million yuan. If it was blown up, he would really be in pain for a long time. At the same time, in Ling Yan's heart, his hatred for the holy maiden of the demon sect doubled. Damn, I didn't provoke you, so what's the matter if you insist on destroying all my properties in Qingshui City? Could it be that the demon sect saintess is not my mother's apprentice? It shouldn't be. Of course Tang Tianhao didn't know what Ling Yan was thinking. He glanced at Xia Zhenting and Go Lianqing in the distance, and asked Ling Yan, what should they do? Ling Yan said with a leisurely smile, Uncle Tang, it's time to settle with them completely, let's go and have a look. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. After the fire caused by the explosion was extinguished, under the command of Lu Jinlai, the fire trucks began to evacuate one after another, and several ambulances were finally able to drive in. And Yuan. On the ground, under the dim streetlights, 2 snow-white sheets covered 2 piles of charred bones, which looked extraordinarily dazzling. At this time, most of the families of the victims had already rushed into the bombed clothing store, and together with the firefighters, they were heartbroken to search for the bones of their children. The 2 girls suffered an indiscriminate disaster, and their deaths were terrible. Their relatives, of course, should try their best to give them a whole body. Lu Jinlai actually participated in it. His slightly fat body got into the bombed clothing store, stepped on the gravel and bricks, smelled the unpleasant burnt smell, his hands were black, and he was pulling the bricks and the torn-apart shelves. The son, directing his subordinates from time to time, was stained with plaster. Tang Tianhao presided over the overall situation, and Lu Jinlai naturally had to focus on the key points and details, and performed desperately before and after running. Such a nasty explosion happened in Lu Jinlai's jurisdiction. No matter what, he had to bear a great deal of responsibility. Director Tang was at the scene, so he naturally had to do his best to behave. When Ling Yan and Tang Tianhao walked over, a group of medical staff who got out of the ambulance were surrounding the unconscious Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa, rescuing them and giving them simple and basic treatment. Xia Zhenting and Go Lianqing were enduring the harsh curses from the victim's family, watching everything in front of them silently, neither saying a word. At this time, no one cares about their identities, whether it is the deputy mayor or the richest man. Their son killed someone and was caught on the spot, they have to endure all this. It's the father's fault if the son doesn't teach. Thank you, Mayor, Boss Go, your son has done such an inhumane thing. As fathers, you must bear some responsibility, right? Ling Yan stood still, looked at Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa who were being rescued on the ground, and said to the 2 people beside him. Does Ling Yan have a healing talisman on him? Have. And there are many more. And for a moment, Ling Yan even had the idea of treating these 2 evil boys, but he dismissed it in an instant. Tang Meng had just finished his revenge when he healed the injuries of the 2 of them. This is not something that can be done between brothers. What's more, these two evil young men are indeed extremely sinful, the sins they committed. Even if the death sentence is not pronounced, it will be executed immediately. It is definitely enough to wear out the prison, and it is not worthy of sympathy and pity at all. Zheng and Go Lianqing also knew that their son had made a big mistake, and it was too late to say anything now. Thinking about the sins their son had committed, the two of them didn't say a word of rebuttal. Ku Lingyun's next sentence. Let the two feel relieved at the same time, and feel even more ashamed. Tang Meng looked a bit ruthless just now, but don't worry, neither of their ankles are broken. It's just a broken wrist. Although the wrists and ankles of Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa were bloody, they looked miserable and terrifying, but Ling Yan's eyes were like lightning, and he already knew that their injuries were not as serious as everyone imagined. The same is true. Although Tang Meng shot with anger and exhausted all his strength, he only used bricks to smash everyone's wrists and ankles once. In terms of strength, a brick is no match for human forearm and leg bones. There is no doubt about it. Ling Yan's cold voice began to sound again, at most they just suffered some pain. Compared to before, Tang Meng's limbs were all broken, which is already a big deal. Zheng and Go Lianqing were shocked at the same time, and looked up at Ling Yun. They knew Ling Yun's miraculous medical skills and believed that Ling Yun would never lie to them at this time. There is no need for Ling Yun to deceive them. Ling Yun naturally stared at the two of them, his eyes were open and aboveboard, and he said seriously, "Thank you, Mayor, Boss Go, from now on, all the grievances between us will be settled, and I will not trouble you again. I hope you don't bother me again. Of course, if you still want to deal with me and avenge yourself, I will follow suit. It's just that next time, I won't be so polite." Ling Yun personally said the words to settle the grievances, and at the same time gave the two of them a final warning. When Zheng and Go Lianqing heard this, they felt that a boulder in their hearts fell to the ground with a crash, and they were completely at ease. They wiped the cold sweat from their heads, and dared not even say it. Ling Yun nodded and said to Go Lianqing, "Boss Go, don't worry, I will send someone to the detention center tomorrow to cure your brother Go Lianshan." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun said to Tang Tianhao, who had been silent all this time, "Uncle Tang, Go Lianshan has been imprisoned for almost 3 months. I don't think he has committed any major crimes. Why don't you let him go tomorrow?" Tang Tianhao said, "Well, Go Lianshan is charged with bribery, and the amount of bribery is not small. There is no problem in other aspects. It is still possible to release on bail in advance." Although what Ling Yun said was simple, the public security organs did not arrest people casually, nor did they release people casually. Tang Tianhao's responsibility was naturally to say what he said in the officialdom. Thank you, Director Tang, thank you young Master Ling." Seeing that what Ling Yun said at the Kaishian Hotel still counted, Go Lianqing quickly nodded his head and thanked Ling Yun desperately. This son of his is completely useless, and he has become an eunuch. Now, only his younger brother Go Lianshan is a normal person. After being fished out, he can pass on a line of incense for their Go family. Of course he is very grateful to Ling Yundu. "Thank you, Mayor, I'm sorry, I have to go first." At this time, Go Junfa had been carried into the ambulance by the medical staff after a simple bandage, and was about to go back to the hospital, so Go Lianqing would naturally follow. At the same time, he and Ling Yun settled their grievances, and he also wanted to distinguish the boundaries with Zheng in front of Ling Yun and Tang Tianhao. Now he is just a down-and-out rich businessman who has nothing, so naturally he doesn't want to fight with the officialdom in Qingshui City anymore, and has a little bit of entanglement. Go Lianqing hurriedly bid farewell to Ling Yun and Tang Tianhao, then rushed into the ambulance escorting his son in 2 steps at a time, as if fleeing. Zheng is different from Go Lianqing, because he is not only Xie Zhenyan's father, but also the executive deputy mayor of Qingshui City. Ling Yan said that the grievances with him are over, but Tang Tianhao, and Li Yifeng, who is far away in the capital at the moment, the official grievances between them have not yet been settled. Mayor Xia, by now, you should know whose son is insane, and who is the son of the murderer. Seeing that Ling Yan stopped talking, Tang Tianhao finally spoke to Xie Zhenting and questioned him on the spot. Xie Zhenting was speechless, and Tang Tianhao continued, Mayor Xia, the explosion tonight has already discredited our Qingshui Municipal Party Committee and the municipal government team. The province will definitely ask for a thorough investigation. I hope that by then, you can give an explanation. Xie Zhenting couldn't hide the bitterness in his heart. He knew that his son had committed heinous crimes, and he couldn't absolve himself of the blame. This case had become the biggest stain in his political career. Come to the end. I will take the blame and resign. I will follow the organizational arrangements for all other handling results. Resigning was just the only step he could take on his own initiative. As for how the organization dealt with him after his downfall, he had no choice but to let him go. After all, his own butt was also very dirty, and he couldn't even wipe it off. Tang Tianhao remained calm. Seeing that Xie Zhenyan was also being carried into the ambulance, he said calmly, Mayor Xia, your son is going to be sent to the hospital. You should accompany him to have a look. Tang Tianhao and Xie Zhenting were almost on the same level, but at this moment, when he spoke to Xie Zhenting, he clearly had an orderly tone. 1. And it was a complete victory. So far, the entire Qingshui city has been firmly controlled by Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao, without any political opponents, forming a monolithic monolith. Xie Zhenting said goodbye awkwardly, got into the ambulance embarrassingly, and left the scene of the explosion amidst the ambulance's piercing siren, leaving only a lonely figure behind. Director Liu, come here. After Xie Zhenting left, Tang Tianhao relaxed, and called Lu Jinlai, who was washing his hands in a small puddle not far away. Lu Jinlai rushed over in a hurry, Zhu Tang, what else do you want? I'll do it right away. Tang Tianhao patted Lu Jinlai on the shoulder with a smile. Director Liu, you have worked hard tonight, you came in time, you handled the matter properly, you did a good job. Lu Jinlai was ecstatic in his heart, knowing that he had finally been recognized by Tang Tianhao, and he was expected to be promoted in the future. In Linjiang New Town, the director of the Public Security Bureau will be transferred soon, and there will be a vacancy. When Li Ji comes back, I will recommend you to him. What he really wanted, Lu Jinlai never dreamed that his promotion would come so quickly. He was overjoyed, and didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only desperately say, Jinlai will definitely live up to Director Tang's cultivation. Tang Tianhao was very satisfied. He patted Lu Jinlai on the shoulder again, and said with a smile, then go and get busy, evacuate the crowd as soon as possible, don't let the situation escalate, and follow the old rules. To prevent the situation from expanding, it is natural to try to block the news as much as possible. Lu Jinlai understood Tang Tianhao's meaning in an instant, and he hurriedly said, this subordinate understands, I'll go right away. After Lu Jinlai walked away, Ling Yan said with a smile, this Director Liu is quite good at handling things. Tang Tianhao said with a smile, when Luo Zheng was in office, he was very good at handling things, and he was promoted very quickly, but he followed the wrong person before. Ling Yan asked, why did you arrange him to Linjiang New City? Tang Tianhao smiled and replied, did you forget? Your medical and drug research center is built over there. You need a reliable person to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Ling Yan suddenly realized, so it's like this, Uncle Tang has a heart. Tang Tianhao finished his digression, finally opened his mouth, and asked about Ling Yan's business in a low voice. Ling Yan, judging from tonight's situation, these bombings are all aimed at you. What are you going to do? Do you want me to help you track down the instigator behind the scenes? To be continued. Tang Tianhao has worked in the Criminal Investigation Brigade for so many years, so of course he is not a vegetarian. He has already analyzed that with the scraps of Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa, he has absolutely no guts, let alone the ability to carry out this bombing. There must be someone behind the scenes. Ling Yun frowned. Ever since he captured Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa, he had always felt a thorn in his back. That feeling was very familiar to Ling Yun, as if he was being stared at by a peerless beast. It's not that he secretly maximized his spiritual consciousness, trying to find out the source of this feeling, but wherever the spiritual consciousness reached, everything was normal, and nothing was found, which made Ling Yun very vigilant. But these, of course, cannot be told to Tang Tianhao, Ling Yun said with a faint smile. Uncle Tang, you don't need to investigate this case, I already know who is behind this matter. The other party is very powerful. This is not something that your public security organs can do. Participated. Based on Ling Yun's current understanding of the Heavenly Killing Organization, he certainly knows how powerful the Heavenly Killing Organization is. He doesn't want to cause more casualties, and he doesn't want the police to be dispatched. Xie Zhenyan, Go Junfa, and Lu Qingtian have all been arrested. This case is over. Ling Yun gave his own suggestion. Tang Tianhao thought for a while, then nodded. Okay, then do as you said, and leave the rest to me. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Ling Yun began to perform sound transmission. However, Uncle Tang, you should also know that I brought a lot of trouble back from the capital, and there will definitely be many mysterious people coming to Qingshui in the near future. We must strengthen our vigilance and try our best to avoid such bad incidents from happening. Once your subordinates notice anything unusual, they must notify me in time. Tang Tianhao waved his hand. I know all this, but the enemy has already started attacking, so you have to be careful. Ling Yun nodded to express his understanding. Then he looked around casually, and bid farewell to Tang Tianhao. Uncle Tang, I don't know what's going on at Villa No. 1. I have to go back immediately and have a look. For Qingshui City, Villa No. 1 is Ling Yun's base camp, and has the most important relationship. He has almost dealt with it here, so of course he has to rush back immediately. Ling Yun was just about to leave, but suddenly felt a strong warning sign of danger. He suddenly raised his head. Running the yin and yang eyes, he suddenly swept towards the senior management of the 4-star hotel. At the same moment, Xikong Wuji, the holy son of the demon sect, leaned back swiftly, and his domineering and burly figure flew backwards silently, and retreated to the door of the room before stopping his figure. He actually noticed it. It's amazing. Xikong Wuji was slightly moved, and his heart couldn't be more shocked. Ling Yan's gaze scanned all the windows of that hotel, but he still found nothing. In desperation, he had no choice but to withdraw his gaze, with a serious expression on his face. God kills this time. How many killers have been dispatched to deal with me? However, this sweeping glance made the feeling of thorns on his back disappear in an instant. Ling Yan shook his head, waved to Tang Tianhao and left, after he walked out of the range of the explosion site. Finally, he no longer felt that sense of danger, so he stopped for a while. Strange, why didn't Rower even make a phone call after such a big event happened in Pingfan Clinic? Could it be that she didn't receive any news? This is obviously impossible. The 3 female nurses rushed over, even if they didn't expect it when they came. Should I call Ya Ro when I go back? Forget it, let's go home first. Auntie and the others should be waiting at home. In the dark night, Ling Yan stretched out his figure, picked the dark and secluded alleys, flashed and moved, and galloped all the way back to Villa No. 1. Who? As soon as Ling Yan approached Villa No. 1, he heard Qin Dongshua's vigilant voice. I. In response, he flew into the courtyard, and with a single vertical leap, he entered the hall of the villa. All the lights in Villa No. 1 were turned on, besides by Xiener, Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, there were many people waiting for Ling Yun. Of course, Paul and Jester were also there, as well as Miao Xiaomiao and Shui Mining who rushed over halfway, and even Miracle Dr. Shui had already arrived. Brother Lingyun. As soon as Lingyun entered the room, before he could stand still, Bai Xianer and Shui Mining rushed towards him. Divine Dr. Shui was also there. He stood up tall and asked Lingyun, what happened? Lingyun motioned for everyone to sit down, and he also sat on the sofa, briefly explained what happened, and then concluded, the enemy has already taken action, and the organizer behind the scenes tonight is the Heavenly Killing Group, but this is just irrelevant, it's just a temptation, a small loss. Now, as long as Lingyun's 2 villas are safe, other losses are like tickling for him. As if facing a formidable enemy, Miracle Dr. Shui said in a deep voice, Lingyun, how do you plan to deal with it? The corner of Lingyun's mouth curled up into a bright smile, and he said calmly, now the enemy is dark and we are clear, the only thing we can do is to do a good job of defense, so that we can respond to all changes without change. Uncle Tang has already told me that starting tonight, he will send people to protect all my visible properties in Qingshui City 24 hours a day. It is expected that the enemy will not destroy them in a big way. We don't have to think about it at all. Then, the key point of defense now is this number 1 villa. Of course, you are also the object of key protection, so as not to cause any danger. The people around Lingyun, whether they are relatives, women, or brothers and friends, as long as one of them is captured by the enemy, he will fall into a complete passivity, and he must not be paralyzed in the slightest. As for this villa, with him, Bai Xianer, and Qin Dongxue as 3 masters, plus the 2 blood viscounts Paul and Jester, Lingyun is sure that the defense here will be solid. Of course, it is impossible for Lingyun, Bai Xianer and others to sit at home every day and wait for the enemy to come to the door. They will always go out, but Lingyun has already planned for this point, and he will set up several large formations in the villa, to ensure that the enemy will never return. Well, according to the current situation, we can only do this first. Seeing that Lingyun was chatting and laughing happily, Master Xue knew that Lingyun had already figured out a strategy to defeat the enemy, so he finally felt relieved. Lingyun said sternly, Grandpa Xue, this time, the Heavenly Killing Organization has brought a lot of masters that even I can't see through. You must be more prepared when you go in and out on weekdays. Divine Dr. Xue laughed loudly in relief, hee, thank you little guy, you still remember my old bones, but you can rest assured on my side, the Heavenly Killer Organization can't afford to provoke me, a useless old man, let's talk about it. Although I live in seclusion in Qingshui City, some old relationships are still there. If the gods want to deal with me, they have to weigh their own weight enough. Lingyun knew that the old relationship mentioned by Miracle Dr. Xue was referring to the upper-level relationships in the capital, and the Heavenly Killing Organization couldn't afford to provoke those powerful figures in the capital for the sake of a reclusive old man. That's a loss-making business, and it's not worth it for the God-killing organization. Little guy, I've made a deal with you. My old man has worked so hard for most of his life. Don't let me lose all of the property he bought. If I give you these 6 companies, another place was blown up, let's see how I deal with you. After Divine Dr. Xue relaxed, he made a small joke with Lingyun. Obviously, he heard that one of Lingyun's 6 companies had been blown up. Although the loss was not big, he felt very distressed. It's not about money, it's the hard work of most of his life, so naturally he takes it very seriously. Lingyun scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled, hey, with this time, the enemy knows that we will strengthen our guard, so they probably won't make fuss about it anymore. Everyone laughed, and Miracle Dr. Xue suddenly stood up, okay, since there's nothing else to do, I'll go back first. It's almost dawn, you all should go to rest early. Lingyun immediately stood up, Grandpa Xue, I'll see you off. With a wave of Miracle Dr. Xue's hand, the person had already arrived outside the hospital, and a voice came from afar, it's only a few steps away, what else is there to give? You can go about your business with peace of mind. Out of due courtesy, Lingyun and Qin Dongxue still flew out, and only returned to the room after Divine Dr. Shui disappeared. Brush. With a flash of cold light, Ling Yun took out the dragon pattern sword from the space ring. Auntie, I don't need this dragon sword anymore, I'll keep it for your self-defense. As soon as the dragon pattern sword came out, the body of the sword immediately formed a perfect arc, the tip of the sword trembled slightly, the body of the sword was cold, reflecting the lights in the room, the silver light shone, and it was as thick as autumn water, it could be called a peerless sword. Qin Dongxue was moved, her heart trembled slightly, but she shook her head resolutely and said, My aunt has her own sword, and the enemy's main point is to deal with you. This sword is a peerless weapon. You can keep it for yourself. Ling Yan shook his head with a smile, and directly stuffed the dragon pattern sword into Qin Dongshue's hand, and said with a smile, Auntie, just take it, I still have some black gold demon silk left here. I will use them for you in the next 2 days, make a scabbard. Qin Dongxue had no choice but to accept it. An inexplicable tenderness surged in Feng's heart, but she said coquettishly, I really don't know when you will listen to my aunt. Then he added, after this danger is over, when you find it useful, Auntie will return it to you. Qin Dongxue knew that this dragon sword was obtained by Ling Yun and the Tianqing together with the dark blood demon knife, and she had a predestined relationship with Ling Yun, so she didn't want to keep it for herself. After Ling Yun delivered the sword, he stopped talking about it, but asked, the 2 brothers of the Chen family, how are you doing now? Jester's weird and exaggerated voice sounded, Boss, everything is normal, they are still locked in the small warehouse in the backyard. Ling Yun smiled and said, well, these 2 brothers cannot be lost, if they are lost, I will ask you. After arranging everything, Ling Yun was finally relieved, he stretched his hands, and said to everyone, okay, it's too late, everyone go back to their rooms to rest, other things will be discussed tomorrow. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. It was past 2 o'clock in the morning, and not everyone had Ling Yun's energy. After this night, Chao Shanshan and Shui Mining were already exhausted, so they went back to their rooms to rest. DODTW. In the huge hall, only Ling Yun, Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu were left. Ling Yun lazily leaned back on the soft sofa, then pretended to be distressed, and said with a sigh, hey, I still can't hide, and finally I will be cleaned up by my aunt. Qin Dongxue chuckled coquettishly, and said sweetly, look at how pitiful you are, who said you will be punished? Well, for the sake of lending the dragon sword to my aunt, I will spare you this time. Next time if you dare to be the same as me again, see if I don't tear your mouth apart. After Qin Dongxue finished speaking, without waiting for Ling Yun to speak, she twisted her graceful body and disappeared into the living room. So only Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu were left in the living room. Quietly, a touch of rosy glow flew onto Ning Lingyu's white and tender cheeks. She bowed her head and did not speak. She waited for a while, but she didn't hear Ling Yun speak. She raised her head slightly and glanced with her beautiful eyes, only to find that Ling Yun's expression had already changed. Thinking about something. Brother, what are you thinking? Are you thinking about what happened tonight? Ning Lingyu finally couldn't hold back anymore, and asked with a worried face. Ah? Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, and realized that he had lost his mind. He smiled and said, I didn't think about it. My brother was calculating just now. How many enemies have I offended? Ning Lingyu's beautiful eyes widened, her thin eyelids fluttered slightly, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She was actually thinking carefully, counting with her slender, white fingers. Brother has a lot of enemies, There are the Sun family, the Chen family, and Dongyang's ninjas. There are also blood clans, and of course there are gods. Oh, there are too many, I can't count them all with one slap. At the end of the count, Ning Lingyu was so frightened that she didn't dare to count any more, she pursed her soft lips as if worried. Looking at Ling Yun mischievously, that look is cute and beautiful. Instantly killed Ling Yan's eyeballs, and attracted all his attention to himself. Ling Yun was stunned for a while, and suddenly waved to Ling Yu, come here, brother has something to say to you. Ling Yu's pretty face turned redder. But he stood up with the corners of his lips pursed, took 2 light steps, and came to Ling Yun. Ling Yun took Ling Yu's little hand and gently pulled her to sit beside him. Now Ling Yu was even more shy. The little heart was beating wildly, and he didn't dare to look up, but he had nothing to say. Brother, you gave the dragon sword to Auntie is very happy. Ling Yun's expression turned serious, and he said with a serious face, don't change the subject, brother has something serious to ask you. Oh. Ling Yu's voice was like a mosquito. Don't dare to look up. Ling Yu, tell my brother the truth, what's going on with you these 2 days, your mentality has fluctuated too much, and you almost lost your temper tonight, but you scared my brother to death. For Ling Yun. The whole of Qingshui City, including the 3 elixir plants in Villa No. 1, etc., all added up, are not worth as much as Ling Yu. Ling Yu is not only his opportunity to steal the sky, but also his sister who has spent a huge amount of fairy energy to create a fairy body. Now, there was a problem with Ling Yu's cultivation. How could Ling Yun not care about it? Ling Yu's pretty face instantly turned bright red, surpassing the bride's red hijab. She never thought that Ling Yun was asking this. Can you tell the truth? Can you say that you are jealous? That's my biggest secret. What if I frightened my brother by saying it myself? Moreover, Ling Yu is sure that at this time, my aunt and even by Xian'er, as long as they can hear the 2 of them talking in the villa, they will definitely listen to them. Just when Ling Yu was hesitating, Ling Yun said again, Ling Yu, do you really miss your mother? When Ling Yu heard it, he was inexplicably relieved, but he was angry and hated at the same time. In his heart, he secretly resented that his brother was such a big pig and a fool, but he said insincerely, N. Seeing Ling Yu's confirmation, Ling Yun finally let go of his hanging heart. He let out a long breath and said, it turns out that's the case. Ling Yu, don't worry, when brother is busy with this period, I will take you to Tianshan Mountain to find my mother, okay? Although Ling Yu couldn't tell her secret on the spot, after such a long period of adjustments, her mood has gradually calmed down, and she is ice snow smart, and she has already seen that her brother treats her and aunt better than he treats her. Others are much, much better. Otherwise, why didn't Ling Yun give the dragon sword that Ling Yun regards as a treasure to others, and only give it to Qin Dongxue? Ling Yu smiled sweetly, and said softly, brother, you must keep your word? Ling Yun scratched Ling Yu's straight nose fondly, and said with a chuckle, silly sister, as long as you can calm down and cultivate in a down-to-earth way, brother promises to mean what he says. I will definitely cultivate hard, and then I won't hold back my brother. Ling Yu nodded firmly. Okay. Then you go to rest, I will sit here for a while. Ling Yun let go of Ling Yu's little hand. Ling Yu got up and told Ling Yun, brother, you should rest earlier. Ling Yun smiled and said, for me, cultivation is the best rest. You don't have to worry about me, go to sleep. After Ling Yu returned to the room, Ling Yun jumped up from the sofa, stretched his body, floated to the yard, and soon came to the backyard lawn. Tianyang grass, earthine grass, and ambergris grass are all growing healthily and vigorously, and the growth is very gratifying, especially Tianyang grass and earthine grass, which are assisted by Ling Yun's Yinyang True Qi and Xuanhuan True Qi. After that, the growth rate is very fast, and it is about to mature. Ling Yun looked at it with great joy in his heart, all his anger was swept away, his face was full of smiles, and he even said it was good. Ling Yun is practicing Yinyang Ju of 1 Qi, and he wants to hit the Qi training period. If he gets the assistance of these 2 herbs, the effect will be immeasurable, so he attaches great importance to it. Dawn came very early in summer, and the sky was bright at around 4:30 in the morning. Ling Yin didn't plan to go back to his room, but sat cross-legged on the spot and began to cultivate with concentration. The yin and yang qi here is extremely abundant, and Ling Yin practiced the yin and yang formula with 1 qi, which naturally got twice the result with half the effort. He practiced for 4 hours at a stretch, and until 6 o'clock in the morning, he felt that the yin and yang qi in his body were turbulent like a great river, and then stopped practicing Ichi yin yang ju. Well, I've improved again. After Ling Yin got up, he stretched his body, and felt that his limbs were extremely comfortable, and the distance between him and the qi training period was getting closer and closer. But Ling Yin was not satisfied with this. He stepped forward and flew onto the roof of the villa. He stood directly on the easternmost end of the roof, facing the east, frantically absorbing the real fire of the rising sun, and started silently practiced the Dianju Xingju. This is also a practice with twice the result with half the effort, because Ling Yan Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue and Dian Gathering Stars Ju are complementary to each other. Of course, such a cheap and good deed can only be achieved by a monster like Ling Yan, and others will definitely not be able to reap such benefits. Shenwu Chunyang Immortal Art is the most powerful pure combat attack art in the realm of comprehension. It requires extremely strict physical fitness, and only Ling Yin can practice it. At this time, Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, Bai Xianer, and Miao Xiaomiao had all woken up and washed up. Without exception, the 4 of them came to the courtyard to stretch their muscles and bones, and cultivated individually. When they saw Ling Yin standing on the roof, with his hands behind his back, facing the rising sun and motionless, he couldn't help covering his mouth and chuckling at the same time. Miao Xiaomiao suddenly said something, which made Zheng Mei laugh even more. Come down, the foreman promised to pay you. I wipe. Ling Yin only felt that his eyes were dark, and he almost fell off the roof. He looked down from the heights, put on a stinking pose, and glared at Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao, are you looking for a beating? Didn't you see me? Is this what you are practicing? Ling Yin can already focus on 2 things now, and his speech will not delay his cultivation. Seemingly feeling that Ling Yin was threatening Miao Xiaomiao, Xiao Jin fluttered his wings and circled Ling Yin rapidly in the air. Judging by his expression, he seemed to be roaring at Ling Yin. Of course, Xiao Jin is very far away from Ling Yin. It obviously has long understood that it is not Ling Yin's opponent at all. Zheng Mei giggled and went to find a suitable place to practice. It was not until 7:30 in the morning, when Ling Yin flew down from the roof, that everyone stopped practicing and returned to the living room. Ling Yu, call for breakfast. Ling Yin yelled casually, but Qin Dongxue stared and said, it's early in the morning, what is breakfast called? You go make breakfast. Isn't it okay to ask Paul to do it? He is a professional. Ling Yin discussed in a low voice. No. All the beauties refused, with one voice. Seeing that all the beauties went back to their rooms to take a shower, Ling Yin had no choice but to sigh secretly that he was born at an untimely time, and obediently went to the kitchen to work on breakfast. Fortunately, there is everything in the kitchen, and the breakfast is not complicated. Ling Yin put all the emphasis on cooking the porridge, and when the porridge is almost done, then pour in some ambergris. The aroma is simply not to mention. After breakfast was finished, even Chao Shanshan was awakened by the scent, but Shui Mining was still sleeping in, dreaming soundly. Don't call her, let her sleep well. Ling Yin felt sorry for Shui Mining, and didn't ask anyone to wake her up, but had breakfast with everyone. After breakfast, Ning Lingyu and Chao Shanshan took the initiative to clean up the dishes, but Ling Yin made a phone call. The first call was to Tai Xiaohu. Xiaohu, where are you? Why didn't you come back all night? To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Tai Xiaohu went to practice last night, and he ran there in the heavy rain. He practiced the inner strength of the raging waves, and he endured the impact of the tide of the Qingshui River every night, so he was naturally not afraid of any heavy rain. Since it was raining, Tai Xiaohu didn't have a cell phone with him. Ling Yan called Tai Xiaohu, and he contacted him only after asking for the cell phone number of a Qinglonglong cousin next to Tai Xiaohu through a Bing. Tai Xiaohu's voice sounded a little hoarse. "Brother Yun, when I heard about the accident last night, I was still practicing on the dam of the Qingshui River. I knew it would be too late even if I rushed back at that time, so I just took my brothers with me. Come to Clearwater Bay Villa. Later, I heard from a Bing that your side was settled soon, so I didn't go back and stayed at the gate of Villa number 9 all night." Last night, after Tai Xiaohu sent Morong Feishua home, he went directly to the Qingshui River to practice. When the practice was about to end, he heard news of an accident in the city. He knew that even if he returned to Qingshui City at that time, he would help no matter how busy Ling Yun was. He made a decisive decision and rushed to the nearest Qingshuiwen villa with the 6 brothers around him as quickly as possible, and stayed overnight. Ling Yun nodded. Tai Xiaohu was indeed his most powerful arm. He also made the most sensible choice when he heard about the accident. Ling Yun was very pleased. "What about the 2 dead people? Have you found out their identities?" Tai Xiaohu replied, "They should all be god-killing killers, but they are all low-level, because they forced their way into Villa number 9, triggered the killing array, and were crushed to death by those boulders. The brains were cracked, and the body was smashed into 2 piles of mud. Now they have been cleaned up by the police and taken away." Ling Yun laughed when he thought of this matter. He said with a chuckle, "Okay, you don't have to stay there anymore. I'll give you something to do. You ask Bing to buy some shot puts for me, or iron balls are also fine. They must be solid. The diameter of each ball should not be less than half a meter." Ling Yun wanted to set up an array to resist the enemy. This time he mainly dealt with innate masters. Using huge boulders obviously had no effect. This time he changed it to a shot put or an iron ball with a diameter of half a meter. Tai Xiaohu was taken aback when he heard that, and said in shock, "Such a big shot put. How much does it cost?" Ling Yun said, "At least 108. A solid iron ball with a diameter of half a meter weighs at least 200 caddies, and a shot put is heavier than an iron ball." Ling Yun did not hesitate to deal with the enemy this time. This made Tai Xiaohu difficult. He was dumbfounded and said, Brother Yun, there shouldn't be any ready-made items for this in the market, so we need to contact the manufacturer to make it special." Ling Yun smiled and said, "I want you to make a special order. Contact more manufacturers, the sooner the better. Don't be afraid to spend money." "It is good." Tai Xiaohu immediately agreed, only to hear Ling Yun say again, "After you've done this, go back and rest quickly. The enemy has attacked us. You have to pay attention to your own safety. Don't be caught by god-damn people." "I know, Brother Yun, I will be more careful." After Tai Xiaohu finished speaking, he wanted to hang up the phone, but couldn't help but ask Ling Yun, "Brother Yun, Sister Morong is on the plane now?" "Ah?" Reminded by Tai Xiaohu, Ling Yun was dumbfounded. He practiced in one go until 7:30 in the morning, and it was past 8:30 after breakfast, and he had completely forgotten about sending Morong Feishue off. "Bye." Ling Yun immediately hung up the phone, turned around and shouted at Lingyu, "Lingyu, give me your car keys." Lingyu and Zhongmei were puzzled when they saw that Ling Yun had called and asked for the car keys. Lingyu asked, "Brother, do you want to go out?" Even though she asked this question, Lingyu still gave Ling Yun the car keys. Ling Yun took the car keys, flew out of the living room, and said, "I'm in a hurry, let's go first." Driving Maserati rushed out of the gate of the villa. Qin Dongxue watched Ling Yun drive the car and disappeared in a flash, helplessly said coquettishly, "It's like burning your butt, there is no time to stop all day long." Ling Yun drove out quickly, and immediately called Morong Feishue. He kept praying in his heart that Morong Feishue would definitely pick it up. He hoped that the plane hadn't flown away yet. Unexpectedly, Morong Feishua's cell phone was actually connected. It only rang once, and it was picked up over there. Where is it? Ling Yan secretly thanked God. He already knew that it is not allowed to turn on the mobile phone on the plane. As long as Morong Feishue can answer the phone, he must not have left yet. Morong Feishue heard Ling Yan's anxiety and apology. She snickered on the other end of the phone, and said faintly, "I'm at home." Ling Yan asked, "What about the plane?" Morong Feishue said indifferently, "It has already flown away." Ling Yan was dumbfounded. "Ah? Then, what should we do?" Last night, he swore that he would send Morong Fei to the plane, but now it's a good thing, it's all delayed. What else can I do? Come and pick me up. Morong Feishue said coquettishly, her voice seemed a little dissatisfied. Okay, then you wait for me at home, I'll be right there. Ling Yan couldn't care less about other things. He received Morong Feishue first, then he accelerated again, and the Maserati roared all the way, heading straight to Nanqui Bun. Hey! Ling Yan braked suddenly, parked the car at the door of Morong Feishue's villa, floated out of the car, and shouted after entering the gate, "Sister Morong, I'm here, get ready to go." Morong Feishue's slender figure appeared at the door. She had just finished washing her hair, her waist-length hair was wet, and she was wearing a loose and comfortable home clothes, but she wore an elegant taste. She leaned against the door frame, looked at Ling Yan with a coquettish smile, and said casually, "Why are you still wearing last night's clothes? Come in quickly." But she didn't mention the matter of going to the airport. Anyway, the plane had already flown away. Ling Yan was not in a hurry anymore. He looked up and down Morong Feishue with admiring eyes, and said with a grin, "Sister is so beautiful today, where is Grandpa Morong?" Morong Feishue giggled coquettishly, "You're the only one with a sweet mouth, why didn't you dare to say it last night? Grandpa went to the antique market." As she spoke, her delicate body slightly twisted, allowing Ling Yan to enter the room. When Ling Yan entered the door, his ape's arms were relaxed, and he grabbed Morong Feishue up by his waist, and regardless of Morong Feishue's shy struggle, he walked all the way to the sofa and sat down. "You, what are you doing? Let me go." Morong Feishue blushed like blood, her small hands kept beating Ling Yan's chest, but she was limp. "More comfortable than a massage." Ling Yan giggled and said, "Anyway, Grandpa isn't at home, it's just the two of us, what are we afraid of?" Then the big hand became dishonest, touching Morong Feishue was panting, and soon completely gave up struggling, allowing Ling Yan to be frivolous. Ling Yan moved his hands up and down, exploring around Morong Feishue's smooth and delicate body. After taking advantage of all the advantages, he smiled and asked, "Sister, why didn't you catch the plane?" Morong Feishue's pretty face was flushed red, and she said shortly, "You still call her sister? Is there such a frivolous sister?" First she said something coquettishly, and then said softly, "If you don't come, I won't leave. If you don't come, I won't go." Just this one sentence showed Morong Feishue's heart. Ling Yanjun smiled, the dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly, dazzled by Morong Feishue's gaze. He said softly, "Will that delay things in Hong Kong?" Morong Feishue said foolishly, "The exchange meeting will officially start tomorrow morning. The organizer just arranged a welcome party for tonight, so we can't delay it." Hearing these words, Ling Yan was finally relieved. He let out a long breath, waved his hands with a palm, and closed the two antique doors of the room. "You, what are you doing?" Morong Feishue was visibly flustered. Her breathing became more rapid, and she exhaled like blue, staring at Ling Yan with a pair of big eyes with a little fear. "My sister even delayed the plane to wait for me. Of course I have to make good compensation, otherwise I will feel bad." Ling Yan said on his lips. With a sudden move, Morong Feishue ripped off the packaged Morong Feishue's tight and loose home clothes, and Morong Feishue instinctively let out a coquettish call. Morong Feishue only felt her tender body cool down, her white and crystal clear, delicate and smooth skin was all exposed in Ling Yun's eyes. Her upper body. There was only a lavender bra left, and a pair of plump and towering ones bound her, with deep career lines and trembling slightly, which seemed to tell the amazing elasticity. Bastard, you were clearly asked to send someone to the plane, but you not only didn't tell me you were late, but you also bullied my sister like this. In this room, Ling Yun and Morong Feishue had already been intimate once. Morong Feishue saw him playing tricks. Although she was extremely shy, she didn't struggle much. Obviously, what she was thinking now was similar to what Ling Yun was thinking. Sister, don't worry, I promise you won't delay your work. Ling Yun laughed, raised his hand again, and lifted the last covering of Morong Feishue's upper body with ease, then lowered his head suddenly, and kissed her cherry lips. After a cry, the house is full of spring, blazing like fire and mellow like wine. It took more than an hour before Ling Yun came out of Morong Feishue's bedroom with his upper body bare and a contented evil smile on his face. It took another half an hour before Morong Feishue got fully dressed and walked out of the bedroom. On her pretty face was a lingering intoxicated and contented smile, and she was holding a brand new set of men's clothes. Pants. Bastard, the victim took another bath. Morong Feishue changed into a pink silk skirt again, and as soon as she came out, she sat lazily on Ling Yun's lap. I bought it for you, put it on and have a look. Ling Yun was speechless, frowning and said, Sister, how can I dress like this? Morong Feishue giggled coquettishly, stood up with a twist of her delicate body, her beautiful eyes glared and said, TCH, it's as if it wasn't you who was so anxious just now. Ling Yun had already showered in Morong Feishue's bathroom, and he changed into the brand new clothes, making him look more chic and graceful, and he couldn't take his eyes off Morong Feishue. It's really a natural clothes hanger, you seem to grow taller again. Morong Feishue never dreamed that when the two of them met for the first time, that chubby fat man would turn into such a handsome young man who made her yearn for days and nights. After more than 3 months of crazy training, Ling Yun has indeed grown taller, and now he is almost 1.85 meters tall. Ling Yun put his hands in his pockets, smiled coolly, and said surprisingly, Sister, let's not catch the flight anymore, I will send a special plane to take you directly to Hong Kong. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Hearing that Ling Yun actually wanted to arrange a special plane to take her to Hong Kong, Morong Feishue felt happy, but she is not a woman who likes extravagance. And Yuan? Okay, don't try to make my sister happy. I'm the only one. Why don't you book a special plane? From here to Hong Kong, you'll arrive in 2 hours at most, and you'll be there in time. Chartering a special plane to go to Hong Kong would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars just for the flight. Ling Yun smiled faintly, I'm talking about pie, when did I say bag? Don't worry, we use our own plane. What? You have a special plane? Why didn't I know? Morong Feishue was very surprised. She had been staying in Qingshui City, and she hadn't heard that Ling Yun had bought a private jet. What she is most concerned about now is the news about Ling Yun. If Ling Yun buys a private jet, she will definitely know about it. To be precise, it's my grandpa's private jet. I came back this trip by taking it. Oh, so that's how it is. Morong Feishue was stunned, suddenly remembered that Ling Yun had recognized his ancestor and returned to his clan, and became the eldest son of the Ling family in the capital. It is quite normal for one of the 7 major Chinese families to own 1 or 2 private jets. It seems that your grandfather loves you very much. Morong Feishue instantly thought of the key point, and then said quietly, Ling Yun, congratulations. Morong Feishue was also congratulating herself. The original Ling Yun could be described as having a miserable life experience. Morong Feishue fell in love with Ling Yun, she just fell in love with Ling Yun, and she didn't care about Ling Yun's background and status. Morong Feishue knew that she was not worthy of Ling Yun, who was against the sky, but she also had her own pride, which was her family background and her own status in the jewelry industry. But now, Ling Yun has transformed into the young master of the Ling family in the capital, so we really have to talk about his background. His status is far above that of Morong Feishue. Morong Feishue was naturally rejoicing, even fearful. Fortunately she hadn't held back for too long. If it was a step later, Ling Yun would have reason to suspect that she was not in love with Ling Yun, but had other plans. Such feelings. Inevitably there will be flaws, in that case. Morong Feishue will regret it too much. That is. Brother Yun is a stinky fart. With a smug smile, he took out his mobile phone and called Chang Jun, asking him to contact Qingshui City Airport to arrange the route and prepare to send Morong Feishue to Hong Kong. Okay, pack your things, and go to the airport. Ling Yun hung up the phone. Said directly to Morong Feishue. Of course Tianqi Pavilion has its own shop in Hong Kong, and Morong Feishue also has her own house in Hong Kong, so she doesn't have much luggage, only one suitcase, and it was packed last night. Morong Feishue packed up, Ling Yun helped her carry the box, and went out first. Load the suitcase into the car. After locking the door and the courtyard door in turn, Morong Feishue turned around, and when she saw the Maserati, she felt a little embarrassed. My car. Ling Yun could only scratch his head and smile, embarrassingly. If my sister wants it, I can return it to you. Anyway, the ownership has not been transferred. Humph. Who told you to return it to me? Now that you have a private jet, how rare is this car? Morong Feishue shyly said, I remember how you bullied me that day. Ling Yun laughed loudly. In the middle of the laughter, Morong Feishue said, give this car to Ling Yu, just treat it as a gift from me. Ling Yun sat in the driver's seat and greeted Morong Feishue to get into the car. He giggled and said, then it means that I still didn't get anything? Morong Feishue sat down, twisted Ling Yun's waist hardly, and said bitterly, I gave you 1 million back, and I even gave you our family's tianxia, well, and… Morong Feishue quickly stopped her mouth. If she continued, she would have to say, I also gave you myself. After receiving Ling Yun's order, Chang Jun and Su Rui did not dare to neglect. They had already arrived at the airport early, and had already contacted the flight route. When they saw Ling Yun, they had already arranged everything and just waited for Morong Feishue to go to the airport. The plane is gone. Ling Yun, you have to remember to miss me. If someone misses you and calls you, you must not answer. It is good. Don't be seduced by those little girls. If I hear who you ate first, let's see if I will talk to you. Rest assured. Passionate since ancient times hurt parting, Morong Feishue's trip to Hong Kong this time will take more than a month. When parting, she is naturally emotional, and inseparable from Ling Yun, showing her little daughter's mood to the fullest. However, even though the plane was their own, the route arrangement did not wait for anyone, so Morong Feishue finally waved goodbye to Ling Yun and boarded the plane. Ling Yun also left the airport hall and came to the place where he parked, but he didn't drive away immediately, but stood there, waiting to watch the plane take off. Amid the rumbling sound, the plane carrying Morong Feishue rushed into the sky, flying higher and higher until it disappeared into the sky. Hey! If it wasn't for breaking through the Qi training period soon, if it wasn't for cherishing that opportunity of double cultivation. Ling Yun withdrew his gaze, shook his head, got into the car with a wry smile, and drove away from Qingshui International Airport. Brother Yun, where are you? Tell my father quickly and ask him to let me out. While driving, Ling Yun received a call from Tang Meng, and he could tell how depressed Tang Meng was just by the sound. Ling Yun laughed happily, haven't you been released yet? Tang Meng turned around anxiously, yes, but I'm not really locked up. I'm drinking tea in Uncle Kang's office now, but he won't let me go. Ling Yan was happy to see Tang Meng make a fool of himself, and said with a smile, "Then you just stay there, maybe some pretty female policeman will fall in love with you, a hunk, and throw herself into her arms, haha." "Fuck you, brother Yun, to be honest, call my dad quickly and ask him to let me out, I still have so many things going on outside." "Okay, don't worry, I'll call right away." The joke was almost done, Ling Yan responded, hung up the phone, and immediately called Tang Tianhao. Ling Yan's words were of course helpful. After Tang Tianhao answered the phone, he stopped embarrassing his son, and directly ordered Tang Meng to leave on his own. Seeing that noon was approaching, Ling Yan did not forget to call Zheng Ling, first asked about the situation at the Kaishan Hotel, and asked Zheng Ling to invite the students to have another good meal at the hotel at noon, and then let them leave as soon as possible. It is said that Qingshui City is not peaceful, so don't let the students stay in Qingshui City for a long time. The Heavenly Killing Organization is different from Li Jiujiang's uncle and nephew. There are so many young and vigorous classmates, Ling Yan doesn't want them to be involved in this kind of endless vendetta, and take a day of his life in vain. Before hanging up the phone, Ling Yan told Zhang Ling again, "You also make an agreement with Teacher Kong and Shuang Meina, so that they don't have to worry about me. After lunch, you should go home as soon as possible. Go out as little as possible these few days, and be careful." Zhang Ling and the others naturally also heard about the explosion last night. She expressed her understanding and told Ling Yan to be more careful with worry, so the two parties hung up the phone. Hey, it really wouldn't work without Tang Meng. After hanging up the phone again, Ling Yan sighed deeply. These trivial things should have been done by Tang Meng, but Tang Meng was locked up, so naturally he had to do it himself. It is related to the life of the family, and it has to be done. Why did Ling Yan hand over all mundane affairs to Tang Meng from the very beginning? This is because he knows himself too well. It is impossible for a hen and an eagle to soar side by side in the sky, because it cannot fly up, and even if it does fly up, it will fall down and die. Similarly, ordinary people and cultivators are also two kinds of people living in different worlds. Their lives, their encounters, their opponents, and so on are completely different and cannot be compared. Ling Yan is a cultivator. As long as he reaches the Qi training period, he will officially embark on a journey of cultivation. Everything in the secular world will gradually drift away from him until there is no intersection. Ling Yan needs to explore the mysterious world, face powerful opponents, and search for all kinds of panacea to improve his realm's strength. What he goes through every day, apart from the long and boring retreat, is to go through battles of life and death, to hone his will and improve his cultivation. Ordinary people cannot stay together with practitioners, just like a hen and an eagle cannot stay together. To give the simplest and most realistic example, for example, if a cultivator who is as powerful as Ling Yan comes to his door, and if Ling Yan is not around, he can kill everyone around Ling Yan one by one, like crushing ants, and it was a spike. What will Ling Yan do? For another example, if Ling Yan has reached the Biga period, he can eat wind and drink dew, and travel between famous mountains and rivers day and night, so why should he still think about what the people around him will eat next? Then he doesn't need to practice, he just needs to take care of these people's food and drink every day. In short, with the rapid improvement of Ling Yan's realm, the people around him, no matter who they are, will automatically leave Ling Yan's circle. What Ling Yan brings to them is only danger, and what they bring to Ling Yan is also only trouble. People have their own way, and immortals have their own way. At this moment, when Ling Yan is about to reach the stage of Qi training, this huge difference between immortals and mortals is ruthlessly highlighted, very cruel and realistic. Ling Yan knew that this was not only his fate, but also the fate of every cultivator, and he had to face these. However, people always have a starting stage, and the same is true for cultivators. Ling Yan cultivated from the secular world. He needs to find various cultivation resources in the secular world, and he has to solve all kinds of troubles caused by it. This is called xuanhuan. Start from the mundane world, and then let go of the mortal relationship, so that you can set your mind on the path of cultivation and immortality without distractions. Ling Yun was thinking silently, driving silently, and before he knew it, the car had already driven into Villa number 1, the engine had stopped, and he was still in a silent trance. To be continued. Brother Ling Yun, Brother Ling Yun? Ling Yun. Seeing Ling Yun came back, xuanhuan ran out of the living room excitedly, but she called Ling Yun twice, but Ling Yun acted as if she didn't hear him, and didn't respond. The little demon girl suddenly broke out and bent down suddenly, yelled violently at Ling Yun in the car. Ah? Ling Yun, who was in deep thought, was taken aback, and suddenly recovered from his contemplation. He turned his head and saw that it was xuanhuan, and immediately frowned and said, "Why are you yelling? Your ears are deafened by you." Everyone ate the breakfast made by Ling Yun himself in the morning, only xuanhuan didn't eat it because she overslept, and she was secretly angry by herself, so she said angrily, "I called you softly, can you hear it?" Really, so ecstatic, I don't even know how you drove the car back. Ling Yun thought about it seriously. It seemed that the little demon girl had really called out to herself twice first, but she didn't respond. She felt a little embarrassed and said, Ninger, I'm sorry, I was thinking about something just now, and I was fascinated." While talking, Ling Yun got out of the car, and happened to see a sexy and slim figure bent over in the medicine garden in the southwest corner of the yard, where she was seriously tending various herbs. It was Miao Xiaomiao. The medicine garden, covering an area of more than 1 mu, was originally just an artificial lawn. After the Qingming festival, Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu to lead people to shovel the lawn, and then removed all the precious herbs in Xueshan Hospital's yard. After transplanting it, and surrounding it with a fence, it became a small medicine garden. Xuanhuan and Miao Xiaomiao lived here, and the work of taking care of these medicinal herbs naturally fell on the two of them. But xuanhuan was lazy, cheating all day long, and gradually, this medicine garden became Miao Xiaomiao's special garden. Responsible, she also enjoys it. The entire number 1 villa is a large array of gathering spirits. The aura in the yard gathers and does not disperse. How rich the aura is. As these herbs grow, they absorb the spiritual energy in the yard over time, and grow vigorously and vigorously. Each herb is full of spiritual energy, and they are all changing in the direction of the elixir. Of course, this is also inseparable from the meticulous care of Miao Xiaomiao, a professional. Otherwise, these elixirs would have been running wild. Even when they are mature, no one accepts them. Miao Xiaomiao is a Miao girl who came out of the Miao village in the 100,000 mountains. She has a natural intimacy with the flowers and trees in the mountains since she was a child. Wearing an emerald green long dress, she quietly shuttled among the colorful elixir bushes, perfectly blending with that piece of medicine garden, natural and harmonious, like a beautiful picture made by nature. Ling Yun stared blankly. I almost lost my mind again, but remembered that there was a little witch standing beside me, so I immediately looked away, glanced at the villa, and asked in surprise, "Why are there just the two of you? Where are the ants and the others?" What Ling Yun asked was naturally Qin Dongxue. Ning Ling Yu, Bai Xianer and Chao Shanshan are 4. xuanhuan was still angry with Ling Yun. She put her hands on Xiaomon's waist and said angrily, "I don't know." Ling Yun ate the door shut, and was speechless for a while, but saw Miao Xiaomiao straightened up in the medicine garden in the distance. Turned around lightly, smiled at Ling Yun, and explained to Ling Yun, "My aunt and Ling Yu went to the Kaishan Hotel, and said that they agreed with Qi Shaoqing and sisters last night to pick them up. By the way, also go back to Villa number 9 to get some daily necessities." Shanshan was too hasty when she returned to the capital last time. She also said that she would go back to her residence to pack up her things and bring them here. Auntie was worried that she would go alone, so she asked Xianer to accompany her. It dawned on Ling Yun that women have some personal items that they are used to. Since they are going to live in Villa number 1 for a long time, Auntie and Lingyu will of course go to Qingshui Bay to pack and bring those commonly used things. As for Chao Shanshan, she hasn't visited her home since she came back. It's been a lot of inconvenience for her these days, so it's better to bring some daily necessities from her home. However, now that the atmosphere in Qingshui City is so tense, my aunt dared to go out alone with Lingyu, which made Lingyan feel a little worried. He sighed and said, "Hey, my aunt is so bold." On the contrary, he is not worried about Chao Shanshan. One is that the villa where Chao Shanshan lives is very close to the number 1 villa, and the other reason is that she has Bai Xianer's personal protection, which is safer than Lingyan herself by her side. Miao Xiaomiao laughed coquettishly. When she smiled, her 2 big eyes were slightly curved, like crescent moons in the sky, and her neat and white teeth reflected the sunlight, making her extremely glamorous. Sister Qin said, Miao Xiaomiao said as if imitating Qin Dongshua's tone, "What are you afraid of? Are you so frightened that you don't even dare to leave the door when you know the enemy is coming?" That's it. Hearing this, Lingyan silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, smacked his tongue, and thought that my aunt is my aunt, but she is really domineering. She simply treats the enemy like nothing. But suddenly he felt something was wrong. His expression changed instantly, and he said in shock, "What? What are you calling me aunt?" Miao Xiaomiao twisted her tender body and flew out of the medicine garden. She giggled triumphantly and said, "Sister Qin, she made us shout like that, hee hee." Lingyun was speechless, thinking that this was a miserable situation, and asked depressedly, "In that case, aren't Lingyu and I both a generation below you?" Miao Xiaomiao's willow waist was slung, her lotus steps were lightly moving, her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her smile was like a flower. "Lingyun, you are wrong, we and Lingyu have different opinions. As for yourself, if you want to call me a little aunt, I won't be angry." Ha 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 ha. Xue Mining couldn't help laughing anymore. She cupped her belly and laughed out loud, almost crying. Lingyan glanced helplessly at Xue Mining beside him, thinking, "Why are you so happy?" He turned his head up, gave Miao Xiaomiao a hard look, and said, "You want me to call you little aunt? Do your spring and autumn dream?" Bar. Unexpectedly, Miao Xiaomiao let out a hey first, and calmly took advantage of Ling Yun, and then said expectantly, "I've already yelled, why don't I yell again?" Xue Mining looked at her sister and Ling Yun bickering, but she didn't lose the slightest bit. She burst into tears, her stomach hurt from laughing, and she bent down holding her belly. It was only then that Ling Yun remembered that it was this beautiful Miao who yelled, "Come down." The foreman promised to pay when she saw herself standing on the roof practicing kung fu in the morning. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't fight a woman, so why did he fight with her? It's true. Ling Yun murmured secretly in his heart, simply admitted his failure, turned around and ran into the house. Hitting is absolutely unacceptable. If you really want to touch Miao Xiaomiao, why not kill Miracle Dr. Xue to fight Ling Yun? Miao Xiaomiao and Xue Mining chased into the room, looked at Ling Yun sitting on the sofa with an unfriendly expression, seemed to feel that his joke was over, immediately bit his lower lip, and asked cautiously, "Hey, you are not really angry, are you? Cheapskate." Ling Yun squinted his eyes, glanced at Miao Xiaomiao, and said lightly, "No, it's impossible." In fact, he hated it so much that he was itching at the root. He said, Miao Xiaomiao, there will be a day when you will fall into my hands. At that time, we will settle the old and new debts together, and see if I can clean you up. Thinking about it again, I complained about Qin Dongxue again in my heart, and my aunt was really serious. Why should they call her sister if it's okay? Has Tang Meng not come yet? Ling Yun quickly changed the subject and asked about something serious. Xue Mining said, he called and said he wanted to discuss something with that xuanhuan first, and he will come over after the discussion. Ling Yun nodded, took out the phone, but called a Bing, where were the 3 members of the Sun family last night? Send me to Villa number 1. A Bing was currently contacting manufacturers everywhere, talking about the purchase of custom-made large shot puts and large iron balls. Hearing that Ling Yun was an important person, he immediately made arrangements to send the 3 masters of the Sun family to Villa Number 1 immediately. 20 minutes later, 2 black vans drove into the courtyard of the villa, and 6 younger brothers of Qing Long got out of the van. In groups of 2, they carried the 3 masters of the Sun family out of the van in a very smooth manner. "Throw the 3 of them under that big tree." Ling Yun pointed to a big tree and ordered. The 6 Qing Long brothers responded, and carried the 3 people under the big tree, and threw them on the ground like dead dogs. "It's none of your business here, you go back first." "Yes." After sending those 6 people away, Ling Yun came under the big tree with a flick of his body, Chi issued several finger winds, and unlocked the leader's acupoints. The leader's forearm was shattered and fractured by Ling Yun's punch last night. Now that the acupoints were untied, he immediately felt a piercing pain. He grunted and looked up at Ling Yun, his eyes full of fear. He now fully understood why the Sun family sent them here, but only asked them to protect Li Jiuzheng, but did not let them take the initiative to provoke Ling Yun, because Ling Yun was too strong for them to provoke. Working for a tiger, bullying the weak, helping a dude, bullying a family of 3, a mother and a daughter, even a 15 or 16-year-old girl, and still laying down such a heavy hand, you say, "Don't you deserve to die?" Ling Yun stood there with his hands behind his back, like a javelin, looking down at him, and said coldly. The leader's cold sweat oozed out as soon as he brushed, he was speechless and did not dare to answer. He is already meat on the chopping board, his life is at Ling Yun's whim, and it is not up to him to decide. "I can let you live. As for whether you want this life or not, that's up to you." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he didn't bother to say anything else, and asked directly, "Name?" Wang Feihu." Ling Yun nodded. Tell me the purpose of your visit to Qingshui City this time, how many people came, and everything you know about the Sun family, and tell me everything. Remember, if you dare to lie to me, I will make you regret coming to this world." As Ling Yun said, he swept the ground coldly and glanced at the 2 still unconscious companions beside Wang Feihu. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Wang Feihu understood that Ling Yun was silently reminding him that Ling Yun was not afraid that he would lie, because after interrogating him, Ling Yun only needed to wake up the other 2 and ask them about 1 or 2 details, as long as there was one thing that did not match what he said, that is the time of his death. He is now faced with only 2 choices, either sacrifice his life for righteousness, or tell the whole story, there is no other way to go. But obviously, Wang Feihu was not the dead man of the Sun family, and he couldn't afford to risk his life in vain just to keep the Sun family's secrets. "Don't worry, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything I know." Wang Feihu moved his body a little bit, leaned his back against the big tree trunk, tried to find a comfortable posture, and began to talk to Ling Yun. "The purpose of the 3 of us coming to Qingshui City is mainly to protect uncle and nephew Li Jiuzheng and prevent you from resorting to tricks to deal with them. The other main purpose is to come here and make a front stop, collect all kinds of information and movements about you, and report to the Sun family in time. You have killed too many members of the Sun family. They will definitely send experts here. As for how many people will come, I don't know very well. However, it is said that the Sun family has invited super masters from the ancient martial arts world this time, and they will also together with the Chen family. We must kill you and hurry up. As for the Sun family's situation, it's like this. Wang Feihu has reached the peak of the 4th level of innateness, and he is a master in the middle stage of innateness. Ancient martial arts masters of this level usually have a very detached status in the Sun family. Some of the more confidential core meetings, his understanding of the Sun family is of course very comprehensive. Wang Feihu talked for more than 20 minutes in one breath, and answered many questions that Ling Yun focused on during the process, and finally concluded, this is the current situation of the Sun family, and that's all I know. If you don't believe, you can ask them whatever you want. Ling Yun finished listening quietly. Suddenly grinning, I believe in you. In fact, regarding the situation of the Sun family, Ling Yun just wanted to know about the situation in advance, so that he knew what was going on. If he really wanted to know the situation of the Sun family, wouldn't he ask his grandfather Ling Lai or his second uncle? Ling Yu? The 7 major Chinese families have been playing games in and out of the capital for so many years. The Ling family knows the Sun family better than this Wang Feihu. Just more and less. Then, I don't know how Ling Xiao plans to deal with us? Wang Feihu's eyes were slightly bloodshot in the dim yellow. There is a hint of eager anticipation. Ling Yun pondered for a while, and said lightly, I haven't thought about it yet, let's talk about it when I think about it. Jester. Jester had been suffocating in the small bungalow in the backyard for a long time. When he heard Ling Yun calling him, he immediately rushed out the door and rushed over like an arrow. Dear boss, what can I do to help you? Your loyal servant Jest. Willing to serve you. Ling Yun glared at Jester, frowned slightly and said, can you put away your Western tricks? Don't speak so sourly, can't we speak more simply? Jester shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands and said, oh, boss, this is the etiquette we should have. Take all 3 of them to the warehouse in the backyard. Be a good watchman. Ling Yun was too lazy to talk nonsense with Jester. He pointed like the wind. Chi once again sealed several acupuncture points of Wang Feihu with his own technique, and said lightly, I'm sorry, I have to wrong you for a few more days. Wang Feihu's acupoints were restricted again, and his qi and blood were immediately blocked. He coughed twice violently, but was shocked to find that the severe pain in his injured arm was slowly relieving, knowing that he had finally temporarily saved his life. Young Master Xiaoling, thank you for not killing me. After Wang Feihu finished speaking, he suddenly stared at Ling Yun and asked, Young Master Ling, I heard that the dark blood demon knife is in your hands. Is this news true? Oh? The Sun family even knows about this? It seems that the news in Jianghu is spreading fast enough. Ling Yun was slightly taken aback, and then smiled, that's right. The dark blood demon knife is indeed in my hands. So what? Surprise flashed in Wang Feihu's eyes, and he said seriously, the dark blood demon knife has disappeared for thousands of years. It is said that the one who can find and use the dark blood demon knife is the new demon lord of the demon sect. You can be punished if you get it, young Master Ling, you are in big trouble. Oh? Really? Ling Yun chuckled, nodded, and said, thank you for your reminder, I appreciate it. Treasures in the world have always been obtained by those who are destined and possessed by those with strength. Ling Yun has long been used to such things in the big world of cultivation, and he doesn't care at all. Besides, Ling Yun already knew that his biological mother was the previous saintess of the demon sect, and he had absolutely indispensable entanglements with the demon sect. What's the deal? Brush. After Jester brought Wang Feihu and the others to the backyard, Ling Yun took out the dark blood demon knife with a thought, and with a twitch of his left hand, the magic knife came out of its sheath. The whole body is dark, the handle of the simple knife is pitch black, the blade is wider than the palm of an adult man, the blade is more than 3 feet long, and a lifelike black dragon with its teeth and claws is tattooed on the scabbard. The murderous aura made Ling Yun's whole body within a 10-foot radius feel gloomy and chilly. Is it the new demon lord of the demon sect? The world is righteous, and everyone can get it and punish him? Hee, then come. The Sun family wants to devote all their strength to kill me, and then hurry up, then I have no choice but to be polite. Ling Yun held the sheath in his right hand and the knife in his left, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. His aura was shocking. It's so murderous. Miao Xiaomiao, who had been standing silently not far behind Ling Yun, suddenly backed away, and her pretty face changed color, because she not only felt the thick bloodthirsty murderous intent, but also saw Ling Yun's body after the magic knife was unsheathed. The whole body seemed to be faintly enveloped by a cloud of rising black air. Ling Yun kept his posture unchanged, turned his head and glared at Miao Xiaomiao. The corner of his mouth twitched, and said fiercely, "It's good to know. If you dare to tease me indiscriminately in the future, I will use it to spank your ass." "You dare?" Not to be outdone, Miao Xiaomiao also stared back at Ling Yun. Her graceful body even moved 2 steps forward. Zheng. With the magic knife in its sheath, Ling Yun withdrew his momentum. A playful smile appeared on his face, and said with a smile, "Everyone is just joking, why do you take it so seriously?" "Huh." Miao Xiaomiao snorted coldly. Suddenly her pretty face darkened, and said quietly, "Ling Yun, this knife is not good, it's too devilish." Ling Yun knew that Miao Xiaomiao cared about him. He was moved in his heart. He stopped smiling, and said seriously, "Don't worry, I know what I know." Miao Xiaomiao smiled, sighed softly in her heart, but did not speak again. At this time, 2 luxury cars drove into the villa compound one after the other. One was Ninger's Ferrari. The other one is Chao Shanshan's Lamborghini. Qing Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, Bai Xianer, and Chao Shanshan, with their long hair flying, got down from the 2 cars talking and laughing respectively. When they saw that Ling Yun and Miao Xiaomiao were not far away, they stood there staring at each other. In the yard, everyone froze for a moment. Qing Dongxue asked in surprise, "Stinky boy. What are you doing? Is lunch ready?" Ling Yun was speechless for a moment. He almost begged, "Auntie, do you still want me to make lunch? Let's call Qing Shui to deliver the meal." Ling Yunqin said, "This time I can't do anything. If I continue like this, I will no longer be a cultivator, and I will be honorably promoted to be a chef." All the beauties sneered and laughed. Seeing that Ling Yun really didn't want to cook, Ning Lingyu whispered, "Auntie, why don't I cook for lunch?" In the end, Qing Dongshua's heart softened. She gave Ling Yun a look, giggled and said with a coquettish smile, "Okay, I'll just forgive you once. Order lunch at noon, call Qing Shui to deliver it." Ling Yun was relieved as if he had been pardoned, and quickly flattered him, "Auntie Xingming. Hee, the food cooked by a professional chef is delicious." Everyone took their things into the living room. After everyone sat down, Ling Yun asked, "Auntie, didn't you go to pick up Qi Xiaoqing's family? Why didn't they come? Why did you come back together instead?" Qing Dongxue said coquettishly, "Your place is already a battlefield now. Do you want the 3 of them to come and watch you kill people?" It was Ning Lingyu who explained with a smile, "Brother, my aunt has arranged for Qi Xiaoqing's family of 3 to live in Shanshan's villa. Anyway, Shanshan doesn't live there, and the house is also idle." When Ling Yun heard it, he immediately praised it as a good idea. By the way, he secretly gave Chao Shanshan an ambiguous look, which reminded Chao Shanshan of something, and her pretty face flushed instantly. Qing Dongxue seemed to be talking to himself. The 2 sisters, Qi Xiaoqing, are very suitable for practicing ancient martial arts. It's a pity to waste it. Ling Yun has already seen this point. Sisters Qi Xiaoqing and Qi Xiaohong are not only suitable for practicing ancient martial arts, they are more suitable for cultivation, and their aptitude and understanding are not inferior to xuanhuan and others. It seems that my aunt didn't aim for nothing. She was motivated by the idea of accepting disciples, Ling Yun thought to himself. Ling Yun, both of those sisters wanted to see you, especially Xiaohong, who insisted on coming over because of the arguing, so we kept her there. Qing Dongxue said, "If you have time, go and see them." Ling Yun naturally agreed, "Oh, I see, I'll go and see them when I have time." Qi Xiaoqing and Qi Xiaohong were fine, but their mother, Qi Yuzhen, hadn't fully recovered yet, so she needed him, an immortal doctor, to take good care of her. "Hey! I'm so mad." Qing Dongxue suddenly bit her delicate lips, and said this angrily. Ling Yun was shocked, and hurriedly asked, "Auntie, what's wrong?" Who messed with you? Ning Lingyu explained with a smile, brother, it's because of your dragon sword. That sword is very good, but it's a pity that there is no scabbard, and my aunt can't carry it with you. If you can't carry it with you, you won't be able to use it. Qin Dongxue can't get it while guarding Baoshan, so it's no wonder he's not depressed. Ling Yun wondered, isn't it okay to wrap it around your waist? The blade of the dragon sword is so soft that it can even be knotted, and the swordsmith had already thought of this layer when making it. There is a special mechanism in the hilt, which can not only form a ring, but also stretch according to the waist. It's just that Ling Yun has the space ring, so of course he doesn't need to wear it around his waist, but Qin Dongxue can't help it. From this, it can be seen how much Ling Yun's space ring has helped him. Qin Dongxue was even more depressed after hearing Ling Yun's idea. I have torn both of my clothes, and I dare not even walk. Ling Yun chuckled and didn't continue to argue, but secretly made up his mind. To be continued. P.S. Well, there are 900 chapters of the Dandy Fairy Doctor. Please ask for a monthly pass to encourage, thank you. Ben from Reading Net. After lunch, everyone sat on the sofa in the living room to rest while discussing various countermeasures. Ling Yun asked everyone, the talismans I gave you before, do you still carry them with you now? Before Ling Yun went to the capital, he had given many talismans to the people around him for self-defense. Among them, the Fire Talisman, the Fire Spirit Talisman, the Healing Talisman, the Diamond Talisman and the Defensive Talisman were the main ones. Useful in battle. The Fire Talisman and Fire Spirit Talisman are naturally used to attack the enemy, the Vajra Talisman and Defensive Talisman are the best choices for defense, and the Healing Talisman is the best treasure for instant healing of injuries. Among the people present, almost everyone has dozens of these talismans, among which Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu have the most. All the beauties nodded with coquettish smiles, and Qin Dongxue giggled coquettishly and said, I have them all, just wait for the enemies to come and throw them a few to test their power. Since the enemy dared to deal with Ling Yun, they must have roughly known Ling Yun's strength, but even so, they still made a move, which meant that there must be some existence among the enemies that Qin Dongxue couldn't deal with. Qin Dongxue is a member of the Qin family, and she is also a direct disciple of the Xinjian Villa. Her identity means that although she acts domineeringly, she is not confused. She naturally knows how dangerous this crisis is. If she hadn't carried so many talismans on her body, he will not go out with Lingyu without authorization. Formation and Talisman are both Ling Yun's trump card and capital against the enemy. Without these two magic weapons, Ling Yun would not be so stupid, staying at home obediently waiting for the enemy to come to the door. Well, these should be enough, but just in case, it's better to make some more as soon as possible. Be careful sailing for thousands of years. The original talismans that Ling Yun made were all made before the 9th level of physical training. Now that he has reached the peak of the 9th level of physical training, the talismans he made will naturally rise with the tide and become more advanced. The power is naturally greater, the more the better. While speaking, Ling Yun had already written several recipes for boiling medicinal materials. He handed them to Miao Xiaomiao, and said with a smile, take the medicine according to the prescription, each one can't be more or less, don't mix it wrong. I heard Ling Yun talk about making talismans. From the yard came the restless barking of the two big black dogs, and there was a sense of doomsday misery in their voices. Those two big black dogs ate raw meat every day. The ones raised now are fat and strong, and they all seem to have a mighty and majestic aura, and the aura in the yard is so strong that they are almost psychic. I can understand people's words. The making of talismans by Ling Yun meant that they were going to be bled, so it's no wonder they didn't scream. The little demon girl, xuanhuan, doesn't like to take care of the medicine garden, but likes to raise these two big black dogs. She generally knows the process of making Ling Yun talismans. Knowing that the dog was going to be bled, I felt a little distressed, but said in surprise, "These two dogs seem to be getting smarter and smarter, and they can understand human words. But joking aside, business is more important." Zheng Mei is also quite curious about Ling Yan's making of talismans, and they all start to get busy. There are still plenty of yellow paper in the villa. The wolf hair and the cinnabar are also ready-made, and Miao Xiaomiao, an expert in the matching of medicinal materials, is leading it. It is still early to cook the medicine. For a while, Ling Yan has become a big shopkeeper. He sat comfortably on the sofa. Dressed in a great red robe, he was delighted to see all the beauties walking around him like butterflies and flowers. The feeling was really beautiful. But at this time, Ling Yan received a call from Tai Xiaohu, saying that he had rested and had finished his meal. "I want to come to Villa 1. Ling Yan smiled and said, "Come on, there just happens to be a task for you to do." It took only 10 minutes for Tai Xiaohu to arrive at Villa number 1. Ling Yan flew out without waiting for him to enter the house, and pulled Tai Xiaohu under the shade of a tree. "Look, I'll teach you a trick." After Ling Yan finished speaking, the middle and middle fingers of his right hand pointed like swords, touching the acupoints on Tai Xiaohu's body continuously, repeating this cycle. After 3 times, Ling Yan stopped and asked Tai Xiaohu, "The acupoints and their order are different. Do you remember?" Tai Xiaohu has already memorized all the acupoints and their locations on the human body, so he nodded and said, "I remember it." N. Ling Yan nodded in satisfaction, pointed his fingers like the wind again, and pointed at Tai Xiaohu again, while muttering, "Be gentle here, and harder here." What is a unique method? The problem does not lie in the cognition of the acupuncture points and their order, but in the severity of each acupuncture point. A lighter or heavier attack will bring different effects. This is Ling Yan's secret, that's why it's called unique. Ling Yan quickly taught Tai Xiaohu the method of placing the restraint, and then said, "Now I will teach you the method of lifting the restraint." Knowing the method of placing the restriction, it is much easier to learn how to lift the restriction. Tai Xiaohu has learned it after only watching it twice. Good, it's done." Ling Yan was satisfied, and after sincerely praising Tai Xiaohu, he said with a smile, "I learned this today. This is just the simplest restraint method, and I will teach you more complicated ones later. Now, go to the detention center and lift the restriction on Golian Mountain, and then let them release Golian Mountain, just say I said it." Since Ling Yan agreed to go Lianqing, he would naturally do what he said. He didn't want to kill them all, and there was no need to do so. "Yes, Brother Yun, I understand." Tai Xiaohu suddenly learned a method of placing and lifting restrictions. Although it is the most basic, he is very excited. Of course, he can't wait to try it out and go immediately. "Come back as soon as you're done, there's still a big job waiting for you." Ling Yan yelled at Tai Xiaohu, who was driving away, then with a smile on his lips, he looked at the 2 big black dogs under the big tree, waiting for Tai Xiaohu to come back and let them bleed. Seeing the 2 big black dogs looking at him with some unease, and the majestic body like a calf shrinking back, Ling Yan smiled, turned and went back to the house, and went to boil the medicinal materials. To refine so many kinds of high-level talismans at once, even an expert like Ling Yan would inevitably be very busy and exhilarated. Because each kind of talisman requires different combinations of medicinal materials, different requirements for talisman paper, and different requirements for talisman ink, and the aura that needs to be infused is still different. This is an extremely cumbersome matter, not much more complicated than casting the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot due to illness. This is a talisman, which can attach the aura between heaven and earth to a thin piece of yellow paper, and it can exert great power just by calling out. If it is so simple to make, then this thing is also rotten street, worthless. However, during the process of brewing the medicinal materials, Ling Yan stared at all the beauties around him, all of them stared wide-eyed, and there was unconcealable curiosity, shock and admiration in his eyes, and he was secretly proud of it. To be favored by so many beauties, one must have the strength and ability to look up to them. When the Fire Spirit Talisman and the Talisman paper of the Healing Talisman were finished, Tai Xiaohu rushed back with excitement on his face. "Brother Yun, it's done, this technique is really good." Obviously, he was still immersed in the wonderful feeling of using the forbidden technique. Ling Yun thought it was a little funny, and he asked lightly, "Have you let him go?" Tai Xiaohu said, "It's all done, but it can't be released immediately. The public security organs need to go through some necessary procedures, and it only takes these 2 days. Okay. This matter is now completely over, don't make things difficult for the Go Lianqing family anymore." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he no longer cared about this matter. He pointed to the outside of the house, and said to Tai Xiaohu, "Go, let's do bloodletting, make talisman ink." So the whole afternoon, Ling Yun, Tai Xiaohu, Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, and other beauties spent busy making various talismans. Ling Yun made a total of 200 fire spirit talismans, healing talismans, Vajra talismans, and defense talismans each, and another 100 magical talismans. As the name suggests, the magic talisman is naturally used to speed up. Once used, the movement speed will be doubled. Whether it is used for fighting or escaping, it has great magical effects. With the fire talisman, of course there is no need to make low-level fire talismans, which is a waste of resources. At around 5:30 in the afternoon, Ling Yun finally stopped making the talisman. The aura in his body was not consumed much, but the 2 dogs couldn't hold it anymore, because they lost too much blood. They didn't even have the strength to bark. Ling Yun was really tired after all this busy work. Qin Dongxue naturally wouldn't ask him to make dinner, and still called for dinner, but they were already tired of Qing Shui's food, so this time they changed to a Sichuan restaurant with flavor. Ling Yun came to meditate outside the courtyard alone, but he did not absorb the spiritual energy in the courtyard, but relied on the yin and yang zhenqi in his body to give birth, and quickly restored his state to its peak. After dinner, Tang Meng called suddenly. His voice was a little anxious, saying that Tang Tianhao was taken away by the higher authorities in the province. Because of what? Ling Yun was furious and asked directly. Tang Meng said anxiously, "Brother Yun, it is because of the arrest of Li Jiujiang without authorization, and he did not follow the formal procedures. Someone in the province is upset. If there is a problem with an official of Li Jiujiang's level, it should be ordered by his superiors, and then the Discipline Inspection Commission will set up a special investigation team. After various investigations, the Public Security Bureau can arrest people. Tang Tianhao arrested people without authorization last night. Naturally, the higher-ups cannot tolerate exceeding authority." Ling Yun said angrily, "What?" His uncle and nephew Li Jiujiang knew that he broke the law, and he committed a heinous crime. All the evidence is convincing, so he is still not allowed to be arrested. Who is upset? Tang Meng said, "It's from the Provincial Commission for Disciplinary Inspection and the Provincial Public Security Bureau. They demanded that he be released immediately. They will make a decision after careful investigation." Then, Tang Meng added, "Brother Yun, I think this should be Li Jiujiang's relationship after hearing the news," and he came up with an urgent countermeasure. Of course, it is also possible that the Sun family in the capital took action. Ling Yun sneered. He held up the phone and said, "Okay, I see, where are you now? I'll meet you right away." Tang Meng gave the address. Ling Yun put down the phone, took Tai Xiaohu with him, explained to Zheng Mei at home, and went out in the car. The two quickly found Tang Meng. Seeing Tang Meng, Ling Yun immediately asked, "Where did Uncle Tang be taken?" Tang Meng was burning with anxiety. It must be the provincial department. Ling Yun chuckled, "Come on, follow me to ask for someone." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Tang Meng got into the car and sat side by side with Ling Yun on the back seat. Tai Xiaohu started the car, and Dabin started with a bang. DODTW. Ling Yan asked, "Where's Kong Ruiyong?" "Call him and ask him to wait for us at the gate of the provincial department." Tang Meng smiled wryly. "Brother Yun, what do you think? My old man has been taken to the provincial department. Is the Kong brigade okay now?" "He is currently being interrogated by the working group." Ling Yan's expression darkened. "Where is he now?" Tang Mei replied, "City Public Security Bureau." Ling Yan sneered, and said directly to Tai Xiaohu, "Turn around and go to the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau." Now that the rush hour for get-off work has passed, Tai Xiaohu drove away quickly, and in only 10 minutes, he arrived at the gate of the Municipal Bureau. Tang Meng lowered the car window, poked his head out, and said to the guard on guard, "Open the door, let us go there, we are looking for Captain Kong." The guard on guard saw that the son of the Chief of Public Security had arrived, and he was looking for Kong Ruiyong, the captain of the criminal police team, so he immediately opened the door and let him go. Tai Xiaohu kicked the accelerator and drove the Dabin directly to the main entrance of the Municipal Bureau's office building. The three of them got out of the car together and went straight in. "I know where Uncle Kang's office is, follow me." Tang Meng led the way, Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu followed silently, and soon came to the door of Kong Ruiyong's office. Ling Yun swept the inside with his spiritual sense, pushed the door and walked in without knocking. The working group sent by the province consisted of 3 people. 2 of them were interrogating Kong Ruiyong with a stern expression and aggressive words, while the other was a lesbian with a serious face, sitting. Something was silently recorded there. It has been a while since they questioned Kong Ruiyong. Kong Ruiyong had already explained the specific situation clearly and explained everything that should be said, but the other party insisted on one thing. Kong Ruiyong was unable to answer anything but helplessness. "Who gave you the power to arrest people at will, indiscriminately, and arrested so many people in one breath? Say." Kong Ruiyong naturally has no way to answer this question. First of all, he really does not have this power. Another more important reason is that he couldn't say that Tang Tianhao ordered him to arrest him, could he? Although it is true. But as long as he speaks out, it is tantamount to selling his immediate boss, and this matter will be completely confirmed, which will become a big stain on Tang Tianhao. Facing repeated questioning from the staff of the working group, Kong Ruiyong could only respond in silence. When the 2 sides were at a stalemate, the 3 of Ling Yun rushed into the office. "Who are you? Who told you to break in casually?" A member of the working group saw that 3 young people broke into the office inexplicably without even knocking on the door, and was immediately annoyed. With a heavy face, he asked Ling Yun. Ling Yun ignored him at all, and said directly to Kong Ruiyong, "Uncle Kong, where are those people arrested last night?" When Kong Ruiyong saw the arrival of Ling Yun and the others, he was immediately overjoyed, stood up and said, "They are still locked up, they demanded to release them immediately." Ling Yun smiled coldly, "For those first and most important criminals, have you interrogated them all?" Kong Ruiyong nodded, and was about to answer. At this moment, the staff member stood up, pointed at him and shouted angrily, "Captain Kong, our questioning is not over yet. Who told you to stand up? Noisy." Ling Yun frowned slightly, and pointed back, and a blow of finger came out, directly hitting the acupoint of the working group member. The member of the working group couldn't move immediately, his face turned pale with shock, and he was completely dumbfounded. Ling Yun snorted coldly and ignored him. Instead, he turned around and said to Kong Ruiyong, "It's fine when the interrogation is over. You can arrange personnel now, send a few cars to detain Li Jiujiang, and his 2 secretaries, and the few witnesses who took the initiative to report him. Oh, yes, don't forget to bring all their testimony and evidence, and meet us at the gate of the provincial hall." "Okay." Kong Ruiyong immediately nodded and agreed, but leaned towards Ling Yun again, and said in a low voice, "Then they." Ling Yun glanced at the staff member of the investigation team with disdain, and said lightly, "Just let them go." Of course Ling Yan's attack was not heavy. At the most 10 minutes, the staff member whose acupuncture point was tapped, the acupuncture point will be self-relieving, and the body will return to normal. Seeing that Kong Ruiyong was about to go out, the female staff stood up abruptly and shouted sharply, "Captain Kong, you are currently being questioned by us. You are not allowed to leave without authorization. You can also rest here for a while." Ling Yan pointed again, and the female staff member couldn't move immediately. The other member of the investigation team who was in charge of the interrogation saw Ling Yan's aura and this method, and was frightened out of his wits. He didn't know what to say for a while, and trembled all over his body. After Kong Ruiyong went out, Ling Yan turned his head to look at the three of them, sneered with disdain. "Remember, I am Ling Yan, I just didn't follow your procedure. What's wrong? You can call your boss now. Catch me. Let's go." After leaving a word, Ling Yan walked out with Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, leaving behind only 3 stunned members of the working group. After Kong Ruiyong was freed, he immediately called his subordinates according to Ling Yan's request, and asked them to bring the interrogation materials and various evidences, escort Li Jiuzheng and others, and go straight to the provincial office. Ling Yan, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu got into the car again, quickly left the Public Security Bureau, and went straight to the provincial office. In the car, Tang Meng recalled the scene just now, feeling excited and nervous. He swallowed and asked, "Brother Yun, just now, did you do something wrong?" In Tang Meng's memory, it was the first time in Tang Meng's memory that Ling Yun directly suppressed government staff without saying a single word of nonsense. If it's wrong, it was really wrong last night." Ling Yun smiled lightly and said indifferently, "Seeing that the big battle is imminent, maybe it will be a thrilling life and death battle. How can Ling Yan have the time to work foolishly with these people now?" 20 minutes later, De Ben finally arrived at the entrance of the provincial hall. Ling Yan was the first to get off the car, and said directly to the guard on guard, "Open the door. This is the Provincial Public Security Bureau, which is different from the Municipal Public Security Bureau." The 2 guards standing guard at the gate are armed with live ammunition. "Please show your ID." A guard raised his hand and pointed to the east side of the gate. "Go over there and fill out the form, explaining who you are looking for and why you are here." "Huh." Ling Yan was really annoyed. The King of Hades is really nice to see. The little devil is hard to deal with. Why has it become so troublesome everywhere these days? Of course, he didn't have time to fill out any bullshit forms, and then he raised his hand and pointed to the office building of the Provincial Public Security Bureau in front of him, which was similar in shape to a coffin, and said indifferently, "You guys can see clearly whose official is in this building in front of you. Biggest, I'm here to find someone, open the door." What a big tone. When the 2 guards heard this, they were startled and angry. One of them glared and shouted angrily, "Boy, do you know what this place is? This is the provincial hall, not a place where you can mess around. Hurry up and go a little farther away, son." The other one was even more straightforward. With a sweep of both hands, he even picked up the gun in his hand. Seeing this, Ling Yan laughed loudly. "Okay, since you don't open the door, if the door breaks later, I don't care about repairing it." After finishing speaking, Ling Yan turned around, put his hands behind his back, walked slowly 2 steps behind the back of the 2 guards, and suddenly performed the phantom fish dragon step, flying upside down. Boom! Crack! It was said to open the door, but it was actually just a large horizontal railing that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl. It was broken from the root by Ling Yan's light bump, and suddenly flew far away. Not good. The 2 guards were shocked at the same time, raising their guns to aim at Ling Yan. Chi. When Ling Yan was flying upside down, he raised his hands together, and issued 2 fingers. The 2 guards immediately seemed to have been immobilized, and could no longer move. "Remember, my name is Ling Yan." Ling Yan smiled faintly, winked at Tai Xiaohu in the car, and told him to drive in. Tang Meng had already got off the car. he was standing outside the door, watching this scene. He gulped his saliva, thinking that Brother Yun is really too tough today. This is going crazy. Tang Meng, just wait here. If Captain Kong arrives, let him drive in directly. After explaining to Tang Meng, Ling Yun turned around and left, heading straight for the office building. Xiao Tang, you said that you were also a veteran cadre. How could you do such an unprincipled thing? Even if Director Li broke the law, you can't just arrest him casually. You still have to pay attention to the method of doing this job. Our public security organs also have to follow certain procedures when arresting people. Well, in the director's office, a leader in his 50s, wearing a uniform, with a dignified appearance and sharp eyes, was talking with Tang Tianhao. He is the director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau, Liao Zheng. In addition to him, there were 3 other people in attendance, a leader of the Provincial Party Committee, a cadre of the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Commission, and a deputy director. Liao Zheng was full of pity. The leaders of the Provincial Party Committee looked unpredictable, the officials of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection were a little gloating, and the deputy director looked into Tang Tianhao's eyes with a hint of worry. In the entire office, only the deputy director, Du Pengfei, had a really good relationship with Tang Tianhao. The other 3 were actually watching Tang Tianhao's jokes. Especially Liao Zheng, regardless of the awe-inspiring righteousness he said, it seemed that he felt very sorry for what Tang Tianhao had done, but Luo Zheng, the former police chief of Qingshui City, was single-handedly promoted by him. Luo Zheng was brought down by the joint efforts of Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao, and Liao Zheng's face was naturally not good. Now that he finally saw Tang Tianhao's problem, he was actually secretly refreshed. Little Tang, you still listen to me, release them immediately, and let go of all the people you arrested last night. In this case, the provincial committee has set up a task force to take over the investigation again. As for the mistakes you made in this matter, you must conduct a face-to-face inspection and conduct a deep review. Liao Zheng talked eloquently without giving Tang Tianhao a chance to speak. Unexpectedly, before Liao Zheng could finish his sentence, the door of the office was pushed open with a bang. Let people go? Dreaming. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Someone broke into the office unexpectedly, making everyone in the room stunned at the same time. Of course, except for Tang Tianhao, seeing Ling Yun coming in, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, thinking that Ling Yun came really fast. Kindness? Liao Zheng frowned slightly, his face darkened instantly, and his majestic eyes swept towards Ling Yun. This is his office. Since he took over this office, no one has dared to break in like this. Who are you? The deputy director Du Pengfei also stood up at this time. He was really horrified in his heart. He never dreamed that someone would dare to break into the director's office, and even utter wild words. Ling Yun glanced at everyone with a smile, and said lightly, Ling Yun, I am Ling Yun. What? After Ling Yun reported his family name, the 4 leaders in the room were shocked at the same time. 4 pairs of eyes were fixed on him at the same time, with different expressions. Ling Yun, however, was extremely relaxed and comfortable. Facing these rare and important people, he didn't have the slightest restraint. Instead, he laughed, found a sofa at random, and sat on it comfortably. Leaders, everyone, don't make the atmosphere so tense, sit down, sit down. Everyone was stunned. Ling Yun was too loud, right? Is it too arrogant? Do you think this is your home? Still invite us to sit? Liao Zheng finally showed anger. Ling Yun, what did you just say? Letting him go is a dream? Do you know who you are talking to? Ling Yun chuckled. Of course I know. Whoever said to let people go, I was talking to whom. If you didn't hear clearly, I can repeat it now. Want to let Li Zhoujiang go? Let's make your spring and autumn dream come true. You. Liao Zheng was annoyed, and pointed at Ling Yun. but he couldn't say a word for a while. Ling Yun really didn't take him seriously, which made him who had always been aloof. How can it be so embarrassing? Where to save face? Tang Tianhao didn't say much at first. Now that Ling Yun came, he didn't say a word, and let Ling Yun play by himself. He knew that Ling Yun must have a solution to the matter. Ling Yun lay down on the back of the sofa, squinted his eyes slightly, and glanced around everyone. He smiled and asked, I think, all the leaders here should know, by now, that Li Jiuzhong committed a crime, right? Since he committed a crime and is a sinner, why can't Director Tang arrest him? Isn't it wrong to arrest a sinner and eliminate harm for the people? You have to be brought here for questioning? What the hell is that? What logic? No one answered, the room was silent, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became strangely awkward. No need to ask. When the police arrest criminals, they are arresting them. After a while, Du Pengfei, the deputy director, looked at Ling Yun with great interest, and said with a smile, Ling Yun, I heard that this matter has come to this point because of your college entrance examination. I know you are victim, ahem. Du Pengfei first said something innocuous to relieve the atmosphere in the office, and then said, actually, we called Director Tang here to understand the situation. We didn't mean to blame him here. It's just that such a big event happened in Qingshui City. The leaders of the province should be concerned, right? The other thing is that Director Tang did something wrong with this matter. He didn't report to the higher authorities. He arrested Director Li without any formalities in advance. You must know that this is not in line with the law. Case handling procedures. And many more. Ling Yan waved his hand suddenly and stopped Du Pengfei. He said with a smile, the procedure of handling the case. You have repeatedly emphasized the procedure of handling the case. I finally understood what you mean. It means that Uncle Tang does not have enough power. Am I right? Du Pengfei smiled awkwardly, of course you can't say that, but the thing is, in fact, that's what happened. To arrest Director Li, Director Tang really doesn't have enough power without an order from above. Clear. Ling Yun chuckled, and raised his hand to point at the four people. Then I would like to ask you, since Uncle Tang doesn't have enough power, if you want to arrest Li Jiuzhong, among the four of you, which one has enough power? This. The four of them looked at each other in dismay, and at the same time they were extremely embarrassed, and no one dared to answer. When Ling Yun said this, it was obvious that whoever wanted to say that he had enough power, Ling Yun would let anyone arrest him, who would dare to take this talk. At the same time, the four of them were also secretly startled, because Ling Yun was only an 18-year-old boy, but after he came to the office, he didn't have any cowardice or restraint at all. He said nothing, and they choked on every word. They had nothing to say, don't give them any face. This created an illusion for them, as if the power in their hands, at this moment, in front of Ling Yun, instantly turned into scum, and they didn't pay attention to it at all. Why is he so awesome? Why are you so dragged? For an official, when he finds that power has lost its proper function, their majesty and mystery are no longer worth a penny. This young man controlled the whole situation with just a few words. Ling Yin sneered disdainfully, don't you dare to answer? That means you don't dare to arrest people? Then what kind of procedures and laws are you talking about here? Everyone speaks out loud. The leader of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection couldn't hold back, and spoke. His voice was very low, Ling Yun, it's not that we don't dare to arrest, but that we have to investigate thoroughly before handing over Li Jiuzhong to the judiciary for conviction. Ling Yun immediately asked back, you don't even arrest, how do you investigate, how do you hand over to the judiciary? Funny? The leader was choked again, unable to utter a word for a long time. When it comes to double-faced swordsmanship in the officialdom, honey-mouthed swordsmanship, lip service, law, and procedures, these people are the best of the best, and they are definitely more than enough to deal with Ling Yun, but the problem is, Ling Yun doesn't talk to them about those nonsense. Ling Yun beat the master to death with a fistful of punches, and he didn't play cards according to the routine at all. Frankly speaking, at this moment, what the four leaders in the room wanted most was to let Ling Yun go out and not come here to mess around, but for some reason, none of them dared to stand up and say this. After Ling Yun said that everyone was speechless, his expression suddenly changed, and he sank. I just want to ask you one question. If the offender is not Li Jiuzheng, not a director, but an insignificant commoner, or a small official the size of a sesame seed, do you want to send an investigation team to investigate first, and then let the public security organs arrest people? All four of them were wiping their sweat. I dare not answer any more. Ling Yan looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. I'm afraid you have neither the time nor the spare time. Why don't you talk about laws and procedures for an inconspicuous little character? Double standard? Ling Yan closed his smile, stared, and asked, sharply. Seeing Ling Yan being so domineering, Tang Tianhao was also taken aback. He secretly wondered what happened to Ling Yan today, and he didn't care about dealing with Luo Zheng back then. Or deal with Li Jiuzheng, he has never done this before, this is simply ignoring everything. But if he was puzzled, Tang Tianhao still secretly gave Ling Yan a wink, which meant that it was almost enough, otherwise the other party would really retaliate. Unexpectedly, Ling Yan blinked at him. He smiled nonchalantly, not afraid of the opponent's backlash at all. He had already heard that the police cars brought by Kong Ruiyong had already driven in. Kong Ruiyong was talking to Tang Meng, so Ling Yan took out his mobile phone and called Tang Meng. Bring everyone up here, with all the documents. Where? Oh, the minister's office. After speaking, Ling Yan hung up the phone. Liao Zhizeng and Du Pengfei looked at Ling Yan suspiciously, wondering what kind of medicine he was selling in his gourd. 5 minutes later, Kong Ruiyong led a large team, accompanied by Tang Meng, and escorted Li Jiuzheng. Wang Mi, Li Xiaowei, etc., a large group of people came to the door of the office. Ling Yan's indifferent voice sounded, Tang Meng, don't wait outside the door, bring everyone in. So, Kong Ruiyong gave an order, Li Jiuzheng's people, as well as the 2 financial representatives who took the initiative to report as witnesses and helped him collect gifts, lowered their heads one after another, and were brought into Liao Zhizeng's office by the criminal police. The place is full of people, overcrowded. Regardless of the leader's reactions, Ling Yan winked at Kong Ruiyong and asked him to hand over all the interrogation materials, evidence, and testimony collected to Liao Zhizeng. The witnesses, physical evidence, confessions, videos, and interrogation materials are all here. You can come and take a look, just look around, see what else needs to be investigated, and see if Li Jiuzheng should be arrested or not. Ling Yan said with a sneer. No one came to see it. They already knew that Li Jiuzheng was really killed. They just used Tang Tianhao's failure to follow the procedure and exceeding his authority to arrest people as an excuse to delay the attack. Of course, it was also to deal with Tang Tianhao and Li Yifeng, who was far away in the capital. Now all the evidence is there, everything is ironclad, nothing can be changed at all. Ling Yan was slapped in the face on the spot. The slap was clear and loud. Ling Yan suddenly laughed. I know that you are not convinced, and I also know that some of your leaders are from the Sun family in the capital, but please don't worry, I will make you convinced soon. Ling Yan finally used his trump card. He took out his mobile phone, dialed a number, and called Ling Lai directly. Old man, I arrested Li Jiuzheng, but some people refuse to accept it and want to reverse the case for Li Jiuzheng. Their backer is the Sun family. Let's see what to do. Why is Ling Yan so crazy tonight? Just because he is not just a cultivator now, he is also the 4th young master of the Ling family in the capital. Seeing that his precious grandson finally called him, Ling Lai was so happy from ear to ear, he stopped busy talking about things, chatted with Ling Yan a few times, cared for him a few words, and finally said to let him rest assured that he will deal with it immediately. Only then did he hang up the phone. 2 minutes later. In the silent office, Liao Zhizeng's cell phone rang suddenly. He took out the cell phone and looked at it, his face turned pale with fright, and he immediately picked it up. Liao Zhizeng stood at attention, raised his hand in salute, and first said, "Hello, Chief." Then, not daring to take a breath, listening to the instructions on the other end of the phone, the chick nodded like pecking rice. "Yes. Yes. I understand. I understand. I will definitely do it. Yes." Before he could hang up the phone, Ling Yan stood up with a sneer, glanced at the audience, and said to Tang Tianhao, "Uncle Tang, it's okay, let's go." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Seeing Liao Zhizeng answering the phone, Tang Tianhao was shocked and forgot everything. He didn't even hear Ling Yun calling him to leave. Of course, even if he heard it, Tang Tianhao couldn't just leave so swaggeringly. He always had to say hello to Liao Zhizeng. This is the Provincial Public Security Department, and Liao Zhizeng is the head of the provincial department. What kind of a big man is he who is qualified to let Liao Zhizeng be called the head, and he has to respectfully stand at attention and salute, only obedience? Tang Tianhao knew in his heart that even if he was the leader of Jiangnan province, he was not qualified to let Liao Zhizeng answer the phone like this. On the other end of the phone, at least he had to be the most influential leader in the Ministry of Public Security. No wonder Ling Yun came here with a menacing and murderous aura, so he didn't pay attention to Liao Zhizeng and others. But the question is, when did Ling Yun meet those big shots in the capital? This boy Tang Meng never told himself? Tang Tianhao was not the only one who was shocked. In the office, the cadre of the Provincial Party Committee, the leader of the Provincial Procuratorate, and Du Pengfei were all so scared that they stood up respectfully, as if they were listening to the phone with Liao Zhizeng. The expressions on their respective faces were hesitant, occasionally looking at Ling Yun in their eyes, mixed with some unspeakable fear. How could this Ling Yun have such a big background? This relationship is all over the sky. How can that be? This is what each of them thinks in their hearts at the moment. Right here, another pleasant cell phone rang, and the cadre of the Provincial Party Committee also took out his cell phone. He only glanced at it before his expression changed, and he immediately answered the phone. The person on the other end of the phone seemed very anxious, and without waiting for the leader to speak, he said directly, "Don't meddle in this case, and leave it to the comrades in the provincial department. Come back immediately." The tone was completely commanding, there was no room for negotiation, and the phone was hung up immediately without waiting for the cadres of the Provincial Party Committee to answer. Yes. Although there was already a busy signal from the mobile phone to hang up the phone, the cadre of the Provincial Party Committee said yes, then hung up the phone with a mechanical movement, put away the phone and looked up again. There was a little more bewilderment in his eyes. Almost at the same moment, the cell phone of the leader of the Provincial Procuratorate also rang. He quickly picked it up and listened to the phone and said, "Don't say anything now. Listen up, quickly withdraw all investigation team members, and you will come back immediately." Executing an order. Yes. Du Pengfei was completely dumbfounded when he saw that the three big leaders of different departments in the province were silent when they received the call, and honestly could only say yes. What did Ling Yun just say? "Please don't worry. I will let you take it right away." Have you taken it yet? All served. No matter who it was, they didn't even have a chance to say a word. They could only nod their heads in agreement. Some even answered the phone without waiting to speak, and hung up the phone in a hurry after finishing talking. This is the rhythm of the higher-ups who are afraid of getting burned. Humph. Not enough power? Isn't it just a relationship? Who doesn't have any relationship? Ling Yan sneered in his heart, and greeted Tang Tianhao again, "Uncle Tang, Tang Meng, and I won't wait for you. Let's go first." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he winked at Tang Meng and walked towards the door of the office. Please wait a while. Seeing that Ling Yun was about to leave, Liao Zhizeng, who had just hung up the phone, was in a hurry. He hurriedly called out, unconsciously. The word please has already been used. Oh? Ling Yun stopped, turned around, looked at Liao Zhizeng with a smile and said, Why, this leader, can't I leave? Until now, Ling Yun hadn't asked who Liao Zhizeng was, and he didn't bother to ask. Liao Zhizeng had an incomparably kind smile all over his face. After walking a few steps, he came to Ling Yun's side, and grabbed Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun, look at you, you finally came to my place, how can you just leave? You have to eat before you say anything today. Ling Yun was speechless for a moment. Didn't Liao Zhizeng change his face too quickly? It's just a phone call, what are you doing? There's a word for it, it's called the former arrogant and the latter respectful, well, that's what it means. Ling Yun withdrew his hand calmly, and said lightly, Oh, are you eating? I'm really sorry, I've already eaten. Liao Zhizeng held Ling Yun's hand in both hands, and was about to express his kindness, but he didn't expect Ling Yun to get rid of it lightly, so that he didn't know where to put his hand, and he was very embarrassed. Moreover, Ling Yun said that he had already eaten, so he refused his treat on the spot, which made him at a loss, unable to continue the conversation, and made him feel ashamed. Ling Yun didn't think about Liao Zhizeng's embarrassment, he frowned slightly. I want to ask, now, does my Uncle Tang still need to write an inspection and do a review? He raised his hand and pointed at Li Jiujiang, who was covered in chaff in the crowd, and said coldly, Do you still dare to let him go? You really know how to joke. Director Tang has a clear understanding of the details and captured the important criminal. This is a great achievement. It is too late for our provincial department to reward him. How could he still ask Director Tang to write an inspection? Liao Zhizeng said this with a shy face, then his face darkened immediately, and he issued an order, Come here. Detain Li Jiujiang and other criminals, and investigate his charges one by one. We must thoroughly investigate to the end. No mercy. Boom. Hearing this sentence, Li Jiujiang seemed to have been sentenced to death. His whole body was shocked, and his body fell down at once, paralyzed from fright. 2 criminal police guarded a person. How did they bring these people in, and how did they get them out? Of course, Li Jiujiang was dragged out like a dead dog. After all those people left, the huge office seemed empty again and became much quieter. The leader of the provincial party committee and the cadres of the provincial procuratorate originally wanted to take the opportunity to approach Ling Yuntao, but when they saw Ling Yun's attitude of rejecting others thousands of miles away, they all retreated. 36 strategies are the best. Director Liao, that. I have an emergency meeting to be held at my place, so I won't bother you, you are busy. Director Liao, just received the instruction from the superior, this case will be handed over to your department for handling, and we will withdraw first. The 2 of them bid farewell to Liao Zhizeng at the same time, then glanced at Ling Yun cautiously, and fled the office in desperation. Director Tang, look, you have made such a great contribution. As the boss, I let people see our jokes. I am confused. It is my fault. Don't take it to heart. After the 2 left, Liao Zhizeng immediately came to Tang Tianhao, held his hand tightly, shook it for a while, and said apologetically. As Tang Tianhao's immediate boss, he not only called out Mr. Tang, but also used honorific names for Tang Tianhao. It can be seen that the power of the phone call just now had a great shock to Liao Zhizeng. Ling Yun was annoyed and funny when he heard this. When he entered the door, Tang Tianhao who had been scolded came one by one, but now he confessed his mistakes to Tang Tianhao and began to criticize him. This official is really a master. Old leader, please don't say that. It's because I did something wrong this time and caused you trouble. If you want to ask Tang Tianhao how happy he is now, don't mention it, but he still has to do his homework in order to save face. This is only good for him, not bad. Ling Yun knew that Tang Tianhao must be fine. He was extremely uncomfortable with this kind of official social occasion, so he prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a loud shout came from outside the office door. Who dares to break into the director's office? People, I will arrest them all. It was the chief of the security department, and he finally arrived with someone. He heard that someone broke the gate of the Provincial Public Security Bureau and restrained 2 guards. The personnel of the security department rushed to the scene. In the end, he heard that the other party had gone to the director's office. He was frightened out of his wits, and at the same time became even more angry. The bullet was loaded, and he rushed over with a dozen people. Tang Tianhao in the office was speechless when he heard it. He looked at Ling Yun helplessly, and said to himself, "Why did you come here so fast? It turned out that you forced your way in." Ling Yun had a laugh, and secretly said to Tang Tianhao, "Hey, I heard that Uncle Tang is in trouble. Isn't this here to help you?" Tang Tianhao smiled and glared at Ling Yun, but he was extremely relieved in his heart. Report. The chief of the security department had already rushed to the door of the office and did not forget to make a report. Liao Zhizeng was so angry. He was racking his brains to ask Ling Yun to stay for dinner, but this short-sighted security chief rushed over and kept saying that he wanted to arrest Ling Yun. "Are you trying to hurt me? Get out." Liao Zhizeng was extremely bored, and completely broke out at the section chief. Yes. The section chief stood at the door, and was scolded away by Liao Zhizeng before he could figure out the situation. This scene amused Ling Yun. He laughed, turned his head to Tang Tianhao, and said, "Uncle Tang, it seems that you still have work to report to this leader, so you should be busy first, and I will go back first." Tang Tianhao nodded and said, "Well, you guys go first, be careful on the road." Before Ling Yun left, he said to Liao Zhizeng in a half-reminder and half-threat tone, "This leader, I hope you can do business and investigate Li Jiuzheng's case to the end. Your gate is not easy to enter, and I don't want to come here again trip." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun patted Tang Ming on the shoulder, and left the office with him swaggeringly. Ha 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 ha. The two got into the car, and before the car drove out of the gate, Tang Ming couldn't help holding his stomach and laughing wildly. He almost burst into tears. "Brother Yun, I really didn't expect that you still have such a hand. Today is really, it opened my eyes. It's so exciting, it's so relieving, haha." Ling Yun was naturally also secretly refreshed, and said in his heart that it seems that the old man is quite capable. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun, the 4th young master of the Ling family, just experienced the wonderful feeling of being a dandy, and he sincerely praised the old man for his strength. But he didn't know that the officialdom was deeply rooted, and the other party had a secular family like the Sun family secretly backing him. It was not only the strength of the Ling family that could defeat the other party in an instant. Ling Lai is still staying behind closed doors in the capital, hiding his strength and biding his time. No one knows that he has reached the peak of the 8th innate level, and the power of the Ling family has not yet been revealed. Just relying on the power of the Ling family in the past, it is absolutely impossible to beat the Sun family. But behind Ling Yun, there is more than just the Ling family. There is also the Chao family, the Qin family, and the Lin family. The old man made 2 phone calls. Chao Juanxiong from the Chao family made a decisive move, and old man Qin from the Qin family was not far behind. The power of the 3 major families forced the Sun family to stop, and Ling Yun pretended to be coercive with ease. Then once. However, no matter what, Brother Yun really experienced the feeling of purely overwhelming others, which is really good. Of course, to Ling Yun, this incident was just an insignificant episode, and he didn't bother to think about it after it was resolved. Xiaohu, in your personal opinion, if you don't force yourself, how long will it take you to break through the 7th floor of Hotian? What Ling Yun is concerned about now is Tai Xiaohu's cultivation. Tai Xiaohu drove the car, pondered for a while, and replied honestly, Brother Yun, I touched the barrier on the 7th floor of Ho Tian last night, but if I break through, I still have a little time to wait. Ling Yun nodded, thought for a while and said, well, you must not be anxious about this. You have been washed twice by me, and your dantian and meridians are wider and more peaceful than those of people in the same realm as you. It's much stronger, but you still need to fight steadily, don't rush through the level without authorization. Crisis belongs to crisis. But even if Tai Xiaohu managed to break through the 7th layer of Ho Tian, he would not be able to play any role in the face of innate masters. Ling Yun didn't want to lose the big by being small. In the next few days, you can concentrate on practicing in Villa Number 1, and try not to get involved in other things. Tai Xiaohu nodded and said, I know Brother Yun. Listen to practice. Tang Meng regained his energy and his eyes lit up. Said to Ling Yun with a face full of hope, Hey. Brother Yun, even the blood race is no match for you now, you must be very powerful, can you let me quickly improve my strength? Tang Meng remembered Ling Yun's words. He dreamed that one day, Ling Yun would make him a peerless master with a wave of his hand. Ling Yun was speechless towards Tang Meng, who always thought about getting something for nothing. He frowned and said, You have a good idea, but there is no way for now. If Ling Yun wants to pull out the seedlings, to help him grow, and forcefully improve Tang Meng's realm, he must refine the elixir. He has not yet reached the stage of qi training, and there is no suitable elixir for Tang Meng. How can he help him improve his realm? Tang Meng's face collapsed all of a sudden. Disappointed, he said, then when will I have to wait? Ling Yun laughed straight, Don't worry, the wait won't be long, don't think about these things now, and do the things in front of you first. When Ling Yun mentioned it, Tang Meng's eyes lit up again, even brighter than when he set about raising his realm. He asked excitedly, Brother Yun, we have acquired so many assets in Go Lianqing, can we now set up Tiandi Group? 3.5 billion assets, and most of them are ready-made fixed assets, as long as they are successfully taken over, this is Ling Yun's industry. Ling Yun is really not short of money now, he only needs a small capital injection. You can revitalize all these assets and let this behemoth start to create amazing profits for him. But, now is not a good time. Ling Yun thought for a while, and said, There are many crises at present, the enemy has already killed the enemy, and it is the enemy who hides the enemy, and we should not make a big show right now. I think we should properly arrange everything now, stabilize our footing, and integrate all the assets of Go Lianqing before considering the establishment of Tiandi Group. Whether it's Tai Xiaohu's cultivation, or Tang Meng's establishment of the Tiandi Group, what Ling Yun wants now is stability, and he doesn't want to make any mistakes. What Ling Yun said was naturally reasonable, and Tang Meng was not stupid, he immediately gave up the urge to set up the Tiandi Group, and talked about another matter instead. Brother Yun, there is something strange going on today. Ling Yunqin said how many big scenes you have seen with me, what else can make you strange? He turned his head and asked, What is strange? Tang Meng wondered. After I was released by Lao Tzu today, I went to Xuanhuan immediately, and discussed with him about the aftermath of last night's bombing. Ling Yun could guess with his but that Tang Meng must not be idle this afternoon. He nodded and said, I know that, so what's so strange about it? Tang Meng glanced at Ling Yun suspiciously, and then said hesitantly, Because Sister Ro has always managed the Ping Fan Clinic, there are some things that I have to communicate with Sister Ro. But I called her all afternoon, and the phone has been turned off. What? When Ling Yun heard this, he almost jumped out of the car. Yao Ro's phone is turned off, how is this possible? To be honest, Yao Ro was poisoned by Shaanxi people during the decoration process of the ordinary clinic. It can be said that she narrowly escaped death. In her eyes, the ordinary clinic is definitely better than her life. Last night, Ping Fan Clinic was bombed, and the explosion was earth-shattering, and almost everyone in Qingshui City heard it. Yao Rou is now on the 9th floor, so there is no reason why she can't feel it. But she never arrived at the scene last night. Ling Yun felt strange about this matter last night, but he was afraid that something might happen to Villa number 1, so he hurried back and ignored it. Today Ling Yun was extremely busy all day, sending Morong Feishua to the plane in the morning, rushing to make 900 talismans in the afternoon. He was exhausted, and came to rescue Tang Tianhao after dinner. How could he care about this? Shut down? For fear of not receiving Ling Yun's call, Yao Rou even turned on her mobile phone when she was sleeping. How could she turn it off? Yao Rou should be with Lin Menghan. Didn't you call Lin Menghan and ask? Ling Yun suddenly felt a shock, and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Tang Meng frowned and said, Brother Yun, this is exactly what I find strange. I also called Sister Lin a few times, and her cell phone is also turned off. It's over. Ling Yun's heart sank, and he subconsciously said something. Immediately said in a deep voice, Xiaohu, don't go back to Villa number 1, go to Fuhua Manor Hot Spring Villa, use the fastest speed. Yes. Nangqui Peak and Longpan Mountain face each other from south to north, with a height of more than 700 meters, which is more than 200 meters higher than Longpan Mountain. The mountain is steep and steep. Looking from a distance, it looks like a sharp sword. Straight into the sky. Nangqui Peak is covered by green trees all the year round, with dense forests and lush greenery, so it is called Chui. Although it is also in the Qingshui Lake scenic area, it can be developed into a scenic spot for tourists to visit, but 10% of the entire mountain peak won. Of course Ling Yun can't climb the mountain from the mountain road. With his peerless lightness skills and strong eyesight, he only picked inaccessible places and jumped vertically between the cliffs. It only took dozens of ups and downs to reach the top of Nangqui Peak. This is the peak of Nangqui Peak, and it has not been developed at all. Even in the daytime, it is impossible for tourists to come here, and they can only enjoy the scenery here from a distance. Ling Yun stood on an abrupt rock with his hands behind his back, exhaled slowly, and looked up to the east. You can have a panoramic view of the night view of the entire Qingshui city. There are row upon row of high-rise buildings, flashing neon lights, bright lights, and it is too beautiful to behold. Do you really want to force me to kill? Then come on. Ling Yun suddenly said something indifferently, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. This time, he was really angry. Ling Yun, who has reached the peak of the 9th level of physical training, has roughly figured out his current strength after a trip to the capital. Of course, it is relative strength. At first, they were all ants, but now, Ling Yun, relying on the dark blood demon saber and dragon pattern sword, coupled with the magical power of the mysterious dragon and elephant, he can already kill ancient warriors who are at the peak of the 8th level congenital. Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi still don't know where they are, their father Ling Zhao's whereabouts are unknown, and their adoptive mother Qin Qiuyue went to Tianshan Tianjianzong, and she has never returned, and there is no news of it. After going to the capital, Ling Yun escaped death and finally rescued Chao Shanshan, but he didn't expect it. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou are lost again. But this time was different from the past. This time, the two of them were almost lost under his nose. He didn't even think about it. Brush. With the thought of Ling Yun, the dark blood demon knife was in his hand, and he waved it lightly behind him. Clicking click sounded one after another. Wherever the jet black sword glow reaches, it is within a fan-shaped area with a radius of 20 meters. All the trees, no matter how thick or thin, were cut off in the middle, the trunks toppled over, and countless forest birds fluttered in shock. Whoever touches my woman is like this tree. Ling Yun doesn't know who kidnapped Lin Menghan and Yao Rou, whether they are alive or dead now. Ling Yun doesn't know, but he can confirm one thing. As long as these two people hurt even a little hair, the other party will definitely die. Withdrawing his gaze, Ling Yun turned his head slightly, lowered his gaze, and looked at the Tianqing in the valley. In the night, the mouth of the huge crater was dark and irregularly circular. But because of the terrain of the valley, the middle of the pit mouth is slightly lower, while the north and south sides are slightly higher, as if a giant mouth of a beast drilled out of the ground, trying to devour everything outside. After watching silently for a while, Ling Yun moved. He opened his arms, took a step, and used the volley to fly down tens of meters in an instant. In this cycle, he had already arrived in the valley, and his figure fell into the dense forest and disappeared. At this time, there are still tourists on the top of Longpan Mountain. In order not to be discovered by tourists, Ling Yun quietly approached the Tianqing under the cover of dense forest and darkness. A few tens of meters away from the Tianqing, Ling Yun stopped under a big tree, and released his powerful consciousness to confirm that there were no tourists sneaking down around the Tianqing. Then he made a phantom fish dragon step, passing through a distance of tens of meters like lightning. His tall figure drew a perfect parabola, and fell rapidly towards the Tianqing. The height of the water surface in the Tianqing is about 150 meters from the mouth of the pit. It takes about a few seconds for Ling Yun to fall to the water surface. In this extremely short time, Ling Yun took out the water-avoiding talisman, used one on himself. Plop! Ling Yun finally fell into the water, and the strong inertia caused him to enter the depth of more than 10 meters below the water surface in an instant. However, under the magical effect of the water-avoiding talisman, there was no water on his body, not even a single strand of hair was wet. Ling Yun knew how dangerous it was under the water. As soon as he entered the water, he took the dark blood demon knife in his hand. Ling Yun's body slowly fell in the water. The depth of the water was unfathomable, but he knew in his heart that the deepest part of the Tianqing was 400 meters, and the depth of the water was at least 200 meters. Because of the heavy rain and mountain torrents that just fell last night, the water was very turbid, but now these things are no problem for Ling Yun. He not only has divine consciousness, but also has yin and yang divine eyes. The spiritual consciousness was put to the maximum, and the yin and yang eyes were used to the limit, but because it was in deep water, the range of Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness was reduced by at least half, and the range of vision was only 20 meters. While falling, Ling Yun carefully watched his surroundings, waiting for the prey that wanted to eat him to appear, and of course, that was also his prey on this trip. Finally come. Soon, a huge black shadow appeared at the edge of Ling Yun's consciousness, and quickly swam towards him. This is exactly the kind of unknown giant water monster that Ling Yun killed when he went down to the Tianqing for the first time. At that time, Ling Yun only had the cultivation base of the peak of the 3rd level of body training. Without the help of Huanbi, he almost died. The belly of the fish is gone. That time, he escaped from the mouth of the fish, and he didn't even see what this monster looked like. It turned out to be a big fish. Now, with the help of Ling Yun's spiritual sense, he can finally see clearly that this huge black shadow is actually a big black fish, shaped like a whale or a shark. Its back is black and smooth, its belly is white and shiny, and its head is as big as a car. The car is so big, nearly 10 meters long, with huge fangs, it looks terrifying. The big fish found Ling Yun, swung its tail nimbly, and swam towards Ling Yun quickly, with an astonishingly fast speed. At this moment, the effect of the water-avoiding talisman just disappeared, and the muddy water around Ling Yun instantly submerged his whole body, making Ling Yun feel a heavy pressure. Now, Ling Yun has sunk to a depth of 100 meters below the water surface. The huge water pressure can be imagined, but Ling Yun can still easily bear this little pressure. He is not in a hurry, his eyes are opened as usual, the eyes of yin and yang are as sharp as electricity, staring closely at the big fish swimming over. The big fish finally came to Ling Yun's side. It opened its big mouth unceremoniously, and bit Ling Yun down. Well done. If the big fish didn't come, Ling Yun would have nothing to rely on, and could only continue to fall. It was still very difficult for him to resist the water pressure of more than 200 meters. Aware of the big fish's approach, Ling Yun paddled with one hand, turned sideways, and avoided the big fish's mouth. At the same time, he kicked his feet vigorously, and instantly came to the top of the fish's head. "I'm sorry, go to hell." Ling Yun yelled inwardly, and stabbed the big fish's eyes fiercely with the dark blood demon saber in his hand. This is the most vulnerable part of the fish. The tip of the magic knife hit the fish's eye. Ling Yun flipped his wrist and picked out the fish's eye the size of a goose egg. Clatter clatter. One eye of the big fish was picked out, and it was naturally in great pain. It began to sprint around nonstop, trying to throw Ling Yun off its body. How could Ling Yun let it succeed? The dark blood demon knife stuck firmly into Yu's eyes. At the same time, he freed his left hand, moved his mind again, and took out the dark storm. Sharp, pierced the big fish's other eye fiercely. The big fish is blind. In the severe pain, the big fish frantically shook its head and tail, swam rapidly, and unknowingly rushed towards the water above. Well, that's right. The water pressure on Ling Yun's body was rapidly decreasing, and within a short while, the big fish came to the surface of the water. It kept on casting, and jumped out of the water more than 2 meters high. An astonishing scene appeared, under the dark Tianqing, above the bright white water. Ling Yun stood upside down on the head of the giant fish with the dark storm in his left hand and the dark blood knife in his right hand, quickly jumped over the water, and fell into the water again. The giant fish found that it couldn't get rid of Ling Yun after rushing like this, and suddenly went crazy. It swam faster, but couldn't figure out the direction. After wandering around the water surface, it wanted to dive into the water again. "If you come out, don't go back." Ling Yun knew that it was not too late. He smiled slightly, and drew the knife with his right hand. "Raise it high, and slash it down at the head of the fish." Clang clang. The body of this giant fish is really incomparably tough. Ling Yun's eyesight and knife skills are so precise. He exerted all his strength, and slashed at the same place 3 times in a row, but only made a gap. Is he really strong? Ling Yun secretly praised, and continued to cut. It would be easy to say if there was a gap, and then it would be meat. Ling Yun went down with 2 knives. The upper jaw of the giant fish was abruptly cut off by Ling Yun, and half of the head was detached from the huge fish. Body. The giant fish was struggling to die, and with inertia, it swam wildly on the water surface. After a rampage, it finally hit the stone wall of the Tianqing, unwilling to die. Before the other giant fish came over, Ling Yun quickly swam to the back of the fish, quickly found some of the toughest places on its body, and peeled off 3 or 4 pieces of fish skin. Each piece was half a meter wide. More than a meter long. Ling Yun put all of it into the space ring. "Hey, I've got my scabbard, thank you." Ling Yun smiled lightly, tapped the body of the giant fish lightly with his toes, flew up the stone wall, and returned to the Tianqing after a few vertical leaps. Wow! As soon as Ling Yun returned to the land, several huge water splashes emerged one after another, and the body of the giant fish was quickly eaten up. What a thrill! Taking advantage of the darkness, Ling Yun flew into the dense forest, steamed his whole body with pure yang qi, and then passed through Longpan Mountain in the north, and left down the mountain. 10 minutes later, Ling Yun returned to Villa No. 1. At this time, no one in Villa No. 1 could contact Ling Yun, and everyone was extremely anxious and panicked. Ling Yun's figure flashed and appeared in the living room of the villa. "Don't panic, I'm back." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yun is now the well-deserved backbone of everyone's hearts. At such a terrible time, his phone suddenly failed, and everyone's worry and anxiety can be imagined. Seeing that Ling Yun had returned safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Elder brother. Ning Lingyu didn't hide her strength anymore. She used her body skills, and she came to Ling Yan's side with a twist of her delicate body, and tightly grasped his arm, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear again. Qing Dongxue couldn't help but blame. She frowned slightly, and said angrily, "Stinky boy, you don't even say hello. and you turn off the phone when you say it. Do you know how worried we are about you at home? Seeing by Xiener, Chao Shanshan, Shuan Mining, Miao Xiaomiao, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and others staring at him nervously, Ling Yun's heart felt hot, and he suddenly smiled and said, "So you don't believe in my strength so much, what?" Ling Yun's smile naturally carried a kind of stabilizing power. He smiled lightly and said this half-jokingly, which instantly eased the tension in the room a lot. Tang Meng stepped forward, raised his hand and pointed at the corner of the door. "Brother Yun, this is the back door of Sister Lin's car." Ling Yun's eyes followed the direction of Tang Meng's finger, and he saw a blue car door standing on the wall on the right side of the door. "Are you sure this is the door of Lin Minghan's car?" "100% sure. I've seen Sister Lin's car several times. It's unmistakable." "Have you found any witnesses at the scene?" "No, on the road where the car door was found, all the shops on the roadside, including the residents in the residential buildings on the roadside, went door to door and asked, and they all said they didn't see it." Tang Meng's work became more and more stable. It can be said that there is no leakage. He checked everything that should be checked, but unfortunately he found nothing except this car door. Ling Yun nodded, and said lightly, "Okay. You and Tai Xiaohu call now, and let everyone withdraw." Everyone asked anxiously, "Then what about the two of them?" Ling Yun said in a deep voice, "It's a blessing, not a disaster. A disaster can't be avoided. They must have been hijacked. If the other party intends to harm them, even if we can find them, we will only find 2 corpses at most. If the other party uses them to blackmail us, we should receive news soon. It's time to prescribe the right medicine." But everyone is not reconciled, but everyone understands. What Ling Yun said is correct. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou have been missing for nearly 24 hours. During such a long period of time, the enemy has already done everything that should be done, not to mention Ling Yun, even a god. But don't worry, as long as Lin Menghan and Yao Rou lose one hair, I guarantee that those who hurt them will live or die, and make them regret coming to this world. When Ling Yun said these words, the expression on his face was very indifferent, and his tone was very calm, but everyone in the room knew what anger and murderous intent was contained in Ling Yun's words. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he went to the sofa and sat down. Without thinking about it, he said directly to Tang Meng, "Tang Meng, tomorrow, I will give you a whole morning to buy all the villas around our villa." Tang Meng was taken aback. "Huh? Buying a villa? Brother Yun, what are you doing buying a villa?" "Villa number 1 faces south, and the west side is of course Qingshui Lake. Behind it is a green hill less than 200 meters high, and to the east is villa number 2. To the south of it, on the opposite side of the road, are 2 smaller villas next to each other. Now, the number 2 villa in the east is already inhabited. However, the 2 villas across the road have not been sold because of the bad terrain." Ling Yun said indifferently, "For the convenience of killing people. Once the enemy came, it was a life-and-death fight, fierce fighting, and there would inevitably be sounds of metal and iron clashing, and fierce shouting, which would definitely alarm the surrounding residents." Ling Yun didn't want to scare ordinary people crazy, so he came up with such a method. "It's very simple. If you buy all the houses around villa number 1 and no one lives there, it won't alarm ordinary people." Tang Meng instantly understood what Ling Yun meant. He couldn't help but glance to the east and said, "Brother Yun, someone has already lived in the number 2 villa on the east side." Ling Yun glanced at Tang Meng and asked back, "Do you still need me to teach you how to do such a small matter?" Tang Meng was speechless and could only nod his head. "Of course there is a way. Take money and throw it hard. If the other party doesn't know how to flatter a lion, then you have to think of other ways. Anyway, it's for their own good." Ling Yun smiled slightly, and suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, by the way, speaking of buying a villa, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Do you still remember the more than 100 acres of land that Uncle Li allocated to us?" used to build a medical and drug center. This 100-acre land is a major event that Tang Meng focuses on every day. Of course he remembers it, so he nodded and asked, "Brother Yun, what do you mean?" Ling Yin said, casually, "Take the money and continue to buy land around the 100 acres of land, the more the better, at least 1,000 acres. Tang Meng was dumbfounded in shock, unable to turn his head for a long time, and muttered, 1,000 mu, then 700,000 square meters. No matter how cheap we are now, 1 mu of land will cost at least 2 million yuan, that is, my God, more than 2 billion. It turned out that the land of more than 100 mu was due to its unique geographical location and good environment, and it was the land king that all developers robbed. Therefore, the final auction value was more than 1 billion yuan, and 1 mu of land was equivalent to tens of millions of yuan. The surrounding area of the 100 mu of land is mostly wilderness and tidal flats. Naturally, it is impossible for it to be worth tens of millions of yuan per mu. However, considering the future development space of Linjiang New City, 5 million yuan per mu is quite normal. Tang Meng said that it can 2 million per mu is already the limit. Ling Yin smiled confidently, "If you want to buy it, you can buy it. Don't worry, when the medical and drug center is built in the future, I guarantee that the value of these lands will increase by dozens of times." Ling Yin is absolutely confident that as long as the medical and drug center is built, it will be one of the most expensive places in China, a place where world celebrities gather, and it is said that the value of the land has increased by dozens of times. Okay. Then I'll follow Brother Yun's advice and buy it. Tang Meng understood Ling Yun's meaning as soon as he heard it, and he was naturally very excited, so he readily agreed. After talking about this matter, Ling Yin turned his head to look at Qin Dongxue. "Auntie, I need some communicators, the ones you usually use. Make sure that each of these people has one, you see?" Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were hijacked. Ling Yin absolutely didn't want it to happen again. The exquisite communicator used by the Heavenly Killing Organization has the function of positioning, and it is extremely convenient to use. Of course he urgently needs it. Originally, Ling Yin wanted to wait until he went to visit Qin's house before asking for it, but now, he couldn't wait anymore. If the people around him lost another one, Ling Yin would not do anything else. The only thing left was to find someone. Qin Dongxue smiled sweetly, "It's easy to handle. I'll ask Aunt May to bring some over tomorrow, to make sure there's enough for everyone." After finishing speaking, Qin Dongxue suddenly asked Ling Yin, "Stinky boy, I think the enemy's approach this time is not kind. Do you want my aunt to find some helpers for you?" Ling Yin smiled proudly, shook his head and said, "Auntie, I caused all the troubles and brought all the dangers. If I can't even solve such a small trouble, am I still qualified to do other things?" Ling Yin's words were so arrogant and domineering that the beauties in the living room couldn't help but flash their beautiful eyes and fell in love secretly. If he wanted to find helpers, Ling Yin had already asked Ling Lai, Cui Lao, and Marquis Edward to rush over, so why wait until now? Also, Tang Meng, help me contact the TV station tomorrow. I want to be on the hottest show. What? Tang Meng has been completely stunned by Ling Yin until now. After Ling Yin came back, he talked about buying a villa, buying land, what kind of communicator, and now even talking about the hottest show. Where? These things are completely out of reach, and they can't be connected at all. Not only Tang Meng, but Zheng Mei was also shocked and dumbfounded, completely unable to understand what kind of medicine was sold in Lingyun Gourd. Qin Dongxue wondered, "Stinky boy, it's because Lin Menghan and Yao Rou are lost. You are completely crazy, right? How come you are so good? What TV show are you going to be on?" Ling Yun is now a master of ancient martial arts, and he is mysterious enough. Even for ordinary people, he can't be more low-key, but now he is suddenly clamoring to be on a TV show. Isn't this a mess? On the cusp of this kind of turmoil, it was the time to keep a low profile, and Ling Yun wanted to appear on a TV show. wouldn't that be the target of public criticism? Ling Yan chuckled, and was about to speak, when suddenly his expression changed. He turned his head to look outside the courtyard, and said calmly, "Someone is here." Without waiting for everyone to react, Ling Yunfei stepped out, and with another dodge, he arrived at the gate of the villa. Two extremely ordinary-looking people happened to come to the door at this moment, none other than Li Yi and Jiao Fei. Seeing the two of them suddenly, Ling Yun was stunned for a moment, and after thinking hard for a long time, he remembered who these two were, and he said lightly, "It's you?" Plop. Plop. After 2 beeps, Li Yi and Jiao Fei knelt down on the ground at the same time, and cowed out at the same time, "Li Yi, Jiao Fei, please help Xiao Ling." Since Ling Yan recognized who they were, of course he knew why they came, he suddenly smiled. "Unexpectedly, you are still alive. The past 3 months have not been easy, have you?" Li Yi and Jiao Fei didn't dare to raise their heads, and said at the same time, "Don't dare, young Master Ling will be extra merciful if he doesn't kill us." Ling Yan smiled lightly, and sent out several wisps of finger wind one after another, instantly breaking the restraint on them, and said, "Okay, you are all fine now, let's go." Li Yi and Jiao Fei trembled at the same time, feeling unprecedentedly relaxed, knowing that their restraint had been lifted by Ling Yun. The two knelt on the ground, staring at each other, as if a little unbelievable. Happiness came too easily, too suddenly. A few seconds later, the two of them suddenly lay down on the ground at the same time, their foreheads banged on the concrete floor, and they said loudly, "We have nowhere to go, please take us in, young Master Ling." No hesitation. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. This. Ling Yun was speechless for a moment. Li Yi and Jiao Fei are 2 yellow rank killers from the sky. Their strength is said to be at the 2nd level of Hotian. If such strength goes to Ling Yun, it can be said that it is of no use to Ling Yun. They really can only do their best for Ling Yun. At the beginning, Ling Yun put a restraint on them on the Longpan Mountain and Huju Cliff, mainly to prevent them from making trouble for him, and save them from jumping over the wall to deal with their relatives and classmates. Now, the two of them have been struggling for 3 months and begged him to lift the restriction. Ling Yun has countless enemies now, so of course he is not afraid of how big waves they 2 little shrimps can make, and he also knows that they are really hopeless now. But let's go, after I take the 2 of them in, they will definitely be loyal to Ling Yun. But the problem is, it's useless to take them in. Qing Dongxue and others flew out, landed beside Ling Yun, and asked suspiciously, "Stinky boy, what are these 2 people doing? What are you doing here?" Except for Xiao Mimi and Shuang Meifeng, no one knew about Li Yi, Jiao Fei, and the 4 snipers, so they all felt baffled. Ling Yun smiled and said, "It's 2 old friends from the past who said they wanted to join me." Saying this, Xiao Mimi's figure could not help appearing in front of Ling Yun's eyes, and he secretly sighed in his heart, Xiao Mimi, where are you? Old friend?" Qing Dongxue was even more puzzled. When did Ling Yun become friends with 2 low-level masters? She frowned slightly, and turned to ask the 2 people on the ground, "What are you 2 doing? Why did you come to join Ling Yun?" Li Yi and Jiao Fei felt bitter in their hearts, wondering if they should tell the truth. Ling Yun had no choice, but to explain with a smile, "Auntie, both of them are yellow rank killers of the Heavenly Killing Organization. They came to kill me 3 months ago, but they were defeated by me. I spared their lives, but I killed 3 of them. The month's ban, no, now the ban has broken out. Humph. Courting death." Before Ling Yun finished speaking, suddenly there were several coquettish shouts from beside him. All of Zhongmei's willow eyebrows stood on end, their almond eyes widened. Bai Xianer couldn't help but was about to strike. "Xianer!" Ling Yun stopped Bai Xianer, opened his arms to stop him, and said, forget it, they are just responsible. There are other people who really want to kill me." Ling Yun asked the 2 of them, "You too?" Can you drive? After much deliberation, he could only let these two drive for the time being. When Li Yi and Jiao Fei saw Ling Yan's intention to take them in, they were overjoyed and nodded desperately, saying yes. Wouldn't it be a joke if a professional killer couldn't drive a car? Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed at Tai Xiaohu. From now on, you two will follow him and be his servants. If you want, you can stay. If you don't want to, you can leave now. I won't stop you. Tai Xiaohu is in the period of cultivating desperately, and he can only concentrate on it. It is good for him to have two people to take care of his basic necessities, at least he can save himself the trouble of arranging for others. Yes, yes. Young Master Ling asked us to do anything. If you don't trust us, you can impose restrictions on us. There is no need to put down the restriction, don't worry, if you have two hearts, you will die embarrassingly. Tai Xiaohu had two more servants out of nowhere, feeling very uncomfortable. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard Ling Yan's voice transmission, when you advance to Xiantian, let them join Qinglong and perform some special tasks. They are better than those younger brothers of Qinglong. Okay, it's not Chinese New Year, you don't need to kneel. Get up. Ling Yan asked the two of them to get up, and then asked with a smile, the four snipers, do you have any contact with you? Why didn't they come? Jiao Fei replied politely, let me tell you, young Master Ling, we have been hiding in Qingshui City for a while and have no contact with those four snipers. However, I think if they are still alive, they should come tonight. As long as Ling Yan's restriction breaks out, a living person can't bear it, and even if he is dead, he will rush over. Sure enough, around 11 o'clock in the evening, 3 more people came outside the gate of Villa number 1, they were 3 of the 4 snipers. Naturally, Ling Yan also lifted the restraint for them. After asking casually, he found out that a gunman was found and killed by the enemy. Anyway, the 2 sheep were driven away, and the 5 sheep were also released. Ling Yan simply took them in and let the 3 snipers join Qinglong to protect Bing. After dealing with these 2 insignificant matters, Ling Yan told Zhongmei not to waste time, and asked them to go back to their rooms to rest, but he called Tang Ming and Tai Xiaohu and got busy all night. For Ling Yan, a great master of crafting in the realm of comprehension, making a scabbard is really a child's work, an extremely easy task. He is very familiar with the dragon sword. According to his memory, he used the dark blood demon knife to cut off 2 pieces of tough fish skin slightly larger than the body of the sword. Magic silk cloth, stick it firmly. Next, Ling Yan firmly glued the edges of the 2 fish skins together, and a scabbard was freshly baked. The skin of that giant fish is already extremely tough, even if Ling Yan uses all his strength to chop it with the dark blood demon knife, it will be difficult to cut it off, and the surface is covered with Wu Jing demon silk cloth, so he no longer has to worry about being cut off by the dragon sword. Scratched. After making the scabbard, Ling Yan asked Tang Ming to rest in his room, while he practiced hard with Tai Xiaohu in the yard as usual. In the early morning of the next day, Qin Dongxue got up early to practice kung fu with the dragon pattern sword in hand. Seeing Ling Yan standing on the roof practicing the great expansion Ju Xingju again, she couldn't help but fly up and stood beside him. Stinky boy, tell me the truth, what were you 3 doing secretly last night? Ling Yan stopped working for the time being, turned around to look at Qin Dongxue, smiled, and said, Auntie, I have a gift for you. Qin Dongxue wondered, gift, what gift? Didn't you give the dragon sword to my aunt? As he said that, Qin Dongxue showed his dragon pattern sword, gently pulled a few sword flowers, and smiled softly at Ling Yan. Auntie, look, what is this? With a thought, Ling Yan took out the scabbard that he had made, and threw it to Qin Dongxue as if by a magic trick. Ah? This is... Qin Dongxue grabbed the scabbard in her hand, and then saw clearly that it was a brand new scabbard. She was instantly pleasantly surprised. Ling Yan laughed and said, try it, is it suitable? If not, I will do it again. Qin Dongxue couldn't wait to put the dragon pattern sword into the scabbard, and the shiny sword slipped into the scabbard almost silently, perfectly fitting. This, brat you, where did you get it? Qin Dongxue couldn't believe her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were shining brightly, and she couldn't help but grasp the hilt of the sword, and let the blade move left and right in the scabbard. The scabbard was of course unharmed. Hey, secret! Ling Yan laughed, looking at Qin Dongxue proudly, thinking that auntie's smile is so beautiful. Qin Dongxue was repeatedly testing the scabbard she had obtained, when she suddenly felt Ling Yan's eyes staring at her. She panicked and felt her pretty face burning hot, so she hurriedly said, "Ah, I forgot about the business last night now. I have to contact Aunt May first and ask her to send the communicator as soon as possible." Before she could finish speaking, she twisted her delicate body and fell back to the ground, as if fleeing back into the house. This morning, Tang Meng really completed all the tasks assigned to him by Ling Yan. Not only did he buy all 3 villas around Villa Number 1, but he also contacted the provincial TV station, waiting for Ling Yan to do the show. The big shot puts and big iron balls that Ling Yan asked to buy, Bing also brought the first batch over early in the morning. Ling Yan didn't let others do it. Like sandbags, there were a total of 4 carts of 60, and it took only 10 minutes to unload them all. Throughout the morning, Ling Yan calculated the distance in the villa, using these big shot puts, surrounded the entire villa, and set up a 1,000-shot 9-kill formation. This 1,000-chance 9-killing formation is more than 10 times more lethal than those laid out with boulders. Even if an innate mid-stage expert comes, once the killing formation is triggered, even if they don't die, they will be seriously injured. After setting up the formation, Ling Yan piled the remaining 7 or 8 large shot puts under a big tree in the courtyard of the villa, saying that they would save them for everyone to practice in the future. Well, with this killing formation, plus all kinds of talismans in everyone's hands, Villa Number 1 is considered impenetrable. Ling Yan is very satisfied with the fruits of his labor. He no longer has to worry about enemy attacks, and he can finally go out to do real big things with peace of mind. After a hasty lunch, Ling Yan was about to take Tang Meng to the provincial TV station, but he didn't expect that another unexpected guest came to Villa Number 1. Bai Yuanjia. Bai Yuanjia is a master at the peak of the 8th level Hotian, and he is good at lightness kung fu. After the Qingming festival, Sun Tianbiao led hundreds of people to turn Qingshui City upside down. He used to be one of them. Later, Ling Yan became angry and became a concubine. He broke into the dealer's villa in the western suburbs and beheaded dozens of masters brought by Sun Tianbiao. In the end, he spared his life because he let Bai Yuanjia lead the way. Bai Yuanjia came to the gate of Villa Number 1 and asked to see Ling Yan by name. Ling Yan naturally greeted him. "Hey, you have broken through the 9th floor of Hotian, congratulations. Today is different. Bai Yuanjia came here at this critical moment, he must have something important to do." Ling Yan naturally greeted him with a smile. When Bai Yuanjia saw Ling Yan, he was startled at first, then scratched his head shyly and said, "Xiaoling praised you." 3 months ago, after experiencing that shocking battle, after Bai escaped his life by chance, he felt something when he went back. Thinking of making a breakthrough, it can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. Ling Yan nodded and asked with a smile, "I don't know why you came to see me?" Bai Yuanjia's face suddenly became extremely serious, and he used sound transmission to enter the secret, and said to Ling Yan, "Young Master Ling, last time you spared my life, Bai is very grateful. I came here this time because I heard some news. Every news is related to you, and it is extremely unfavorable to you. Bai is not talented. I know that my meager skills can't help you. But I have to come over and tell you the news I heard, so that you should be careful, otherwise, Bai will have trouble sleeping and eating. P.S. Ling Yun is ready, Qingshui City is in trouble again, ask for monthly tickets and recommended tickets, and welcome the big climax. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The grace of saving a life is a grace, but the grace of sparing a life is not a grace. At Yuan. In the battle of life and death, one side wins tyrannically but does not kill the opponent. Those who escape with their lives are often thinking about how to retaliate, or how far they can escape. Few people spare the other party as a kindness to repay. Ling Yun is now in danger, and I don't know how many enemies have come to Qingshui City, hiding in the dark and waiting to kill him, but he didn't expect that at this time. Bai Yuanjia rushed to report for him. Yuanjia asked Ling Yungao to take a look at him, and he felt differently towards him. Ling Yun glanced at Bai Yuanjia with admiration, and said with a smile, "Thank you, let's go to the other side and say, this is not a place to talk." Ling Yun waved Tang Meng, and the three of them went straight across the road to the small villa on the east side. These two small villas were just bought by Tang Meng in the morning, and the keys are still on Tang Meng's body, and they haven't been warmed yet. Villa number 1 is not a place to talk, but Ling Yun knows that the news that Bai Yuanjia will tell him next must be very shocking, and he doesn't want everyone in the family to worry about him. What kind of news is it? It's worth Mr. Bai's trip in person. Please let Mr. Bai know. After entering the room and sitting down, Ling Yun was not polite, and went straight to the point. Ling Yun suddenly became so polite, which made Bai Yuanjia feel a little uncomfortable. He smiled blushingly and said, "Ling Yun, you are a rare talent in cultivation, so please don't call me Mr., just call me by my name." Ling Yun smiled slightly. "Well, how about I call Brother Bai?" "Brother Bai, please tell me." Bai Yuanjia was only 27 or 8 years old, about 10 years older than Ling Yun. It was just right for Ling Yun to call him Brother Bai. It would be boring to push and push again, so Bai Yuanjia complied, and immediately got to the point. "Ling Yun, the news that you hold the blood demon knife is now an open secret in Jianghu. Many hidden families and famous Jianghu sects have already known about it." This was something Ling Yun had already expected. He smiled and nodded and said, "Thank you, Brother Bai, but I never planned to hide the fact that I own the dark blood demon knife from the world. They will know it if they know it." "It doesn't matter." Seeing Ling Yun's indifferent attitude, Bai Yuanjia was a little anxious. He said eagerly, "But Ling Yun, you know. The dark blood demon knife is the first of the 9 sacred objects of the demon sect. Once they learn of this news, the demon sect will definitely use all its strength to snatch it." Ling Yun secretly laughed in his heart, and said in his heart that it was indeed the case. This time Tiansha came to Qingshui City to stir up wind and rain, and he really came for the dark blood demon knife. "Can be myself now." "Are you afraid of some shit demon sect?" Ling Yun said indifferently, "Brother Bai has a heart, but I, Ling Yun, haven't paid attention to mere demon sections. Since they want to come and snatch them, then come, and I, Ling Yun, will accept them all. Follow them all." When Bai Yuanjia saw Ling Yun's calm and breezy attitude, he was stunned on the spot. He never expected that the demon sect, whom everyone in the world was talking about, would be treated as nothing by Ling Yun. For a moment, he didn't know how to go on, after finally organizing some rhetoric in his mind. Then he continued, "Ling Yun, according to the information I have inquired, your opponent this time is not just as simple as a demon sect." "Oh?" Ling Yun finally became a little interested. The Heavenly Killer had already made a move the night before, a shocking bombing. In addition, Ling Yun made Lin Menghan and Yao Ro disappear. It was also counted on the head of God. In addition, the Sun and Chen families in the capital would definitely send people over, and this was also expected by Ling Yun. He wanted to hear, besides these enemies, who else came to deal with him this time. If the Sun family sent someone over, needless to say Brother Bai, I know they will come to me sooner or later. Ling Yun reminded Bai Yuanjia with a smile. Bai Yuanjia once appeared in Sun Tianbia's team. He must have had some connections with the Sun family before. If he only talked about the Sun family's affairs, he might as well not talk about it, because Ling Yun already knew about it from Wang Feihu. As for the Chen family, Ling Yun didn't mention it at all. From the current point of view, the hatred between Ling Yun and the Chen family is definitely much deeper than that of the Sun family. Bai Yuanjia glanced at Ling Yun in surprise, and then suddenly said, "It seems that young Master Ling is already on guard against the Sun family, so naturally I don't need to remind you about their family's affairs. Then I'll tell you some other news." Bai Yuanjia was not a long-winded person, and his expression was a little dignified. He said again, "Young Master Ling, I don't know if you have heard the saying that the emperor of the world comes out of clear water, and the world depends on one person?" Ling Yan's heart shook violently. The emperor of the people and the emperor of the earth come out of the clear water, and the world should be robbed by only one person? Oh, isn't that what I said? At the beginning, before Master Xingqi died, he once said that Ling Yun was a man who was destined to be robbed. These words are still in his ears. Ling Yun has not figured it out until now, but he heard such a sentence again. The human emperor's pen and the earth emperor are both in Ling Yun's body now. Doesn't that mean him or who? However, even though Ling Yun was extremely shocked in his heart, his face showed a look of bewilderment and confusion, wondering, what kind of emperor is the emperor? The destiny should be robbed, why can't I understand? Ling Yun has to play dumb. This is not the dark blood demon knife, it is related to Ren Huangbi and Di Huang. This is one of his biggest secrets. Bai Yuanjia looked at Ling Yun's face very seriously. After watching for a long time, he didn't see that the expression on Ling Yun's face was acted out. He couldn't help frowning and shaking his head, and said in surprise, "It seems that you really don't like it." "Got it, it's strange." Ling Yun followed up and asked, "Brother Bai, what you said made me feel like a cloud, please tell me what that sentence means." Bai Yuanjia said, "The emperor of the people and the emperor of the earth come out of the clear water, and the world should be rescued by one person." It is a legend in China. It has been passed down for many years. The meaning of this sentence is that the Renhuang Pen and the Earth Emperor will be born in Qingshui, and at the same time, as long as the Renhuang Pen and the Earth Emperor are born, then the person who is destined to be calamity will appear. Ling Yun was even more shocked, and he simply pretended, "The Emperor's brush and the Emperor's land? What kind of stuff are these? Why have I never heard of them?" Ling Yun had to ask knowingly. What he really wanted to know was not what Ren Huangbi and Di Huang were, but he really wanted to know why everyone seemed so sure that Ren Huangbi and Di Huang had already been born. The 3 sky-level killers of the 9-story acquired Heavenly Killer who know Ren Huangbi. Du Guimo came to Qingshui City for the sake of the Emperor. Not only Du Guimo, Ling Yun met Dongfang Ting, Shiman Gang, Nangong Jian, Shangguan Zhu, Tai Jingping, Lei Wenxing and other young people at the bottom of the sinkhole. Masters, they all went there to explore in order to seek the Emperor. How did these Chinese ancient martial arts sects and hermit families know about Renhuang's pen? And why can it be determined that the Emperor of the Earth will be born under the Tianqing? This is not the key point. The key point is that the Renhuang pen was really born in Qingshui City, and the Di Huang was really born under the Tianqing. Ling Yun was puzzled, and said to himself, apart from not knowing that the Emperor's pen and the Emperor of the Earth are on Lao Tzu's body, what else do you not know? This is so weird. And why do you say that the person who gets the Emperor's pen and the Emperor of the Earth is the one whose fate should be robbed? Could this have something to do with coming to Earth? Who knew Bai Yuanjia had a wry smile on his face. Young Master Ling, you're flattering me too much. I'm just a latecomer of a low-level Jianghu sect. How could I know such an earth-shattering Chinese legend? What kind of pens are Renhuang pens and Di Huang pens? Above the 7th floor, you will basically hear this sentence. Just like the common people in Huaxia, they will say the first few lines of the 3-character classic, or the meaning of 100 surnames is almost the same. Human nature is good at the beginning, similar in nature, but far away from each other. Zhao Qian, Sun Li, Zhou Wu, Jing Wang. As long as they are Chinese, those who have read it will almost always recite these few sentences. This is common sense. Ling Yun understood Bai Yuanjiao's meaning. He had a little understanding. He knew that the legend of Ren Huangbi and Di Huang was just a widely spread legend in the Chinese ancient martial arts world. Ling Yan's thoughts flashed, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, but he pretended to be happy and asked, then according to Brother Bai, the human emperor's pen and the emperor's pen should be great treasures, right? Ling Yan still asked the question knowingly. Of course he knew how heaven-defying treasures the human emperor's pen and the earth emperor were, and they were existences that surpassed immortal artifacts. Bai Yuanjia scratched his head and said, Young Master Ling, I really can't explain this clearly, but these are all legends, and it's not important. What's important is that there are legends in the world now, that the man whose destiny should be robbed seems to be the same as you are about. I wipe. When Ling Yan heard this, he jumped up from the sofa. He was shocked and said, What? The person who is destined to be robbed has something to do with me? Who is he who wants to harm me? Ling Yan really couldn't sit still. Originally, only Master Xingqi said this sentence, but before he died, he used sound transmission to enter the secret. Only Ling Yun and Master Xingqi, the dead, knew it, but how could it happen now? Spread out? The shock in Ling Yun's heart is indescribable, but he jumped up all of a sudden. Of course there was an element of acting in it, it was just an exaggeration on purpose. Bai Yuanjia seemed to have expected Ling Yun to behave like this. He shook his head helplessly, and sighed, Whether the person whose destiny should be calamity has anything to do with you, I don't know, but your last sentence is right. Someone is indeed trying to kill you. Ling Yan's face darkened instantly, and he frowned and asked, Who is it? Bai Yuanjia shook his head again. Of course I don't know who it is, I only know that many ancient martial arts sects in China, hidden families, and of course the demon sect, have already heard the news and rushed to Qingshui to find you. To be continued. According to the definite information I have inquired along the way, the ancient martial arts sects that came this time include Shaolin, Wudong, Kunlun Sword Sect, Maoshan Sect, Longhu Mountain, Excalibur Villa, Xuanhuan Sect, Nether Sect. There are quite a few hidden families, including the Shimin family, the Nangong family, the Shangguan family, the Northwest Taiqianglii family, and the Sun family in the capital. When Ling Yan heard the names of ancient martial arts sects and hermit families coming from Bai Yuanjia, he couldn't help being slightly moved, and said solemnly, So many? Ling Yan was really speechless. If these people really came for him, then the situation is too big. At the end of Bai Yuanjia's speech, he felt a little vain. He peeked at Ling Yan, but saw that Ling Yan's face was only a little dignified, and there was no sign of shock or fear. He couldn't help secretly admiring Ling Yan's courage. If it were another person, let alone hearing so many ancient martial arts sects and hidden families coming to kill him, even hearing any one of them, he would have been paralyzed with fright. Infected by Ling Yan, Bai Yuanjia somewhat regained some courage, stabilized his mind and said, Young Master Ling, I just inquired about this casually. As for whether anyone else has come to look for you, I really don't know. Ling Yan nodded slightly, and suddenly asked, Did someone come from Jingxin Temple? This is what Ling Yan is most concerned about. If the nuns from Jingxin Nunnery come, Zhuang Meifeng may follow. Even if she doesn't come, Ling Yan will take a few nuns as hostages, and then wait for Jingxin Nunnery, obediently send Zhuang Meifeng back. But Bai Yuanjia shook his head and said, Jingxin Nunnery seems to have lost contact with the Sun family. This time I didn't hear that people from Jingxin Nunnery are coming. This made Ling Yan feel very disappointed. He thought that those old nuns in Jingxin Nunnery liked to join in the fun the most, and they would not come to such a big event. What a pity. Bai Yuanjia pondered for a while, then suddenly asked Ling Yun tentatively, "Young Master Ling, I have a question, I don't know if I should ask it or not." Bai Yuanjia had confided his heart to Ling Yun to such an extent, so there was nothing else he couldn't ask. Ling Yun chuckled and said casually, "Brother Bai, please feel free to ask." Bai Yuanjia obviously hesitated. He raised his hand and pointed in the direction of Qingshui Lake, and asked in a low voice, "Young Master Ling, please forgive me for being abrupt. I don't know about that sinkhole. Have you ever gone down there?" Ling Yun said frankly with a smile, "Brother Bai, I will tell you nothing. I did go into that Tianqing. The day I went to the dealer to kill Sun Tianbiao. In fact, he just came out of the sinkhole." I don't know why Brother Bai asked this question. Bai Yuanjia did not expect Ling Yun to tell him the truth so simply. He was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and said, "Young Master Ling, everyone in the world knows that during that time, there were probably more than 20 ancient martial arts masters entering the Tianqing. Among the more famous ones are the Dongfeng court of the Dongfeng family, Dugu Mo of the Dugu family, Shimen Gang of the Shimen family, Nangong Jian of the Nangong family, Shanghuan Ju of the Shanghuan family, and Lei Wenxing and Taekwon of the Lei family. The iron of the door is flat." However, the only ones who came out of the Tianqing were the Dongfeng court of the Dongfeng family and Dugu Mo of the Dugu family. Moreover, these two people have both broken through the innate realm. It can be said that they have entered the realm very quickly. Both Dongfeng Ting and Dugu Mo broke through the innate realm, which is good news for Ling Yun. He smiled slightly and said, "Oh? Breaking through the innate realm? It's really gratifying." Ling Yun said heartily. Both of them are assisted by dragon saliva. If they can't break through the innate realm after so long, then they are not geniuses, but useless. Compared to young Master Ling, they are far behind. Bai Yuanjia first complimented Ling Yun sincerely, and then returned to the topic. There are speculations in the world that the two of them can improve so fast. Under the Tianqing, everyone got a lot of opportunities. Ling Yun didn't comment on this. He said with a smile, "Maybe, the treasures of heaven and earth, those who are destined to get it." In terms of chances, Ling Yun got all the chances under the Tianqing, and the little dragon saliva that Dongfeng Ting and Dugu Mo got was given to them by Ling Yun. What Ling Xiao said is true, but Bai Yuanjia frowned and said, "It is precisely because of the rise of Ling Xiao in Qingshui City, like a comet in the past 3 months, that people in the world generally speculate that you must also. I went down the Tianqing, and got a lot of benefits." Ling Yun said lightly, "It's a little bit, for example, the blood demon knife." Bai Yuanjiaxu had already guessed that Ling Yun's dark blood demon knife was obtained under the Tianqing, so he didn't ask any more questions, but immediately said, "However, some families quit, such as the Shimen family, Nangong family, etc. Wait, not only did they not get any benefits, they also inexplicably lost an outstanding junior genius." Ling Yun was speechless, and he thought that even Shimen Gang and Nangong Jian could be regarded as outstanding geniuses. These hidden families really don't know the heights of heaven and earth, and they can really put gold on their faces. He sneered and asked, "So what?" Bai Yuanjia said embarrassingly, "So many people went in, only the 3 of you came out, and you are holding the dark blood demon knife, and you are suspected to be the holy son of the demon sect, so." Ling Yun already knew what Bai Yuanjia was going to tell him, so he helped him with a smile and said, "So, these families thought that their juniors were all killed by me, and now they come to seek revenge from me?" Bai Yuanjia silently nodded, and then fell silent. Ling Yun suddenly asked, "Aren't there still Dugu Mo and Dongfeng Ting? Why do they just believe that I killed those people?" Bai Yuanjia glanced at Ling Yun with some sympathy, and said in a low voice, Since these two are from famous families, they are both decent people, so they shouldn't do anything like killing innocent people." Ha 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 ha. Ling Yun couldn't help laughing up to the sky after hearing this. A queen from a famous family? A decent person? Ling Yun suppressed his smile, raised his sword eyebrows, and said coldly, "Okay, very good. I said why these irrelevant hidden families are here to join in the fun, so they regard me as a sworn enemy." Bai Yuanjia was stimulated by the killing intent suddenly released by Ling Yun, his back went cold, his whole body tensed up, and he quickly persuaded, "Young Master Ling, if you didn't kill those people, you can explain clearly in public at that time. After all, at that time with Dongfang Ting and Dugumo down there, you can't make enemies of those hidden families." Ling Yun suddenly stood up and said with a stern smile, "Explain? Why should I explain? Do I need to explain to them? Just hit it, beat it and pull it down." Bai Yuanjia was dumbfounded. Ling Yun's logic was too domineering. Ling Yun turned his head to look at Bai Yuanjia, and said gratefully, "Brother Bai, the news you said is indeed very important to me." Ling Yun is grateful. Bai Yuanjia basically finished what he needed to say, and he also stood up and clasped his fists and said, "Young Master Ling, you are welcome. Bai has heard these news in Jianghu. If he doesn't come to tell you, he will always feel a lump in his heart. Now that I tell you everything I know, it will be considered as an end of my mind." After finishing speaking, Bai Yuanjia's face suddenly turned red. He lowered his head slightly and said, "Young Master Ling, in fact, I intend to stay and do my best for you, but my current strength is really—" Ling Yun waved his hand to prevent Bai Yuanjia from continuing. He supported Bai Yuanjia's shoulder and said, "Brother Bai, where did you go? At this time you can rush over here regardless of your own safety." For telling me this, Ling Yun is already grateful. I, Ling Yun, know how big the trouble is this time, so Brother Bai doesn't have to wade through the muddy water for me. What Ling Yun said was from the bottom of his heart. He pushed Bai Yuanjia into the sofa and sat down. "Brother Bai, please wait a moment, I will come as soon as I go." With a sweep of Ling Yun's spiritual sense, he already knew where the villa's room was. He ignored Bai Yuanjia, who was surprised, and rushed to the room. When he came to the room, he took out a pen and paper from the space ring, and scribbled a few hundred words, then took out a self-made jade bottle and poured a bottle full of dragon saliva into it. Back to the living room. Brother Bai has repaid his kindness, and Ling Yun has nothing to repay. Ling Yun handed the piece of paper and the jade bottle to Bai Yuanjia. This piece of paper is a set of lightness kung fu, called Fuguangli Wianbu. The jade bottle is filled with a bottle of psychic liquid. Brother Bai should be of great help to practice in the future, please accept it. Bai Yuanjia was stunned. He was stunned for a while, and quickly declined, "Young Master Ling, this is absolutely unacceptable. Bai didn't come here for these." Ling Yun laughed and said, "If Brother Bai came here for these, you will never get these. If Brother Bai thinks highly of me and considers me Ling Yun as a friend, then don't refuse, just accept it." Who is Ling Yun? Naturally, there is no way to take advantage of Ling Yun, but if anyone gives him a drop of water, he can give him a sea in return. Bai Yuanjia originally wanted to decline, but when his eyes fell on the floating steps written on the paper, he seemed to be firmly attracted by a magnet, and he couldn't bear to take his eyes away anymore. "This is peerless lightness kung fu, peerless lightness kung fu." Bai Yuanjia murmured, his voice trembling again and again. "In addition, Brother Bai, I, Ling Yun, will give you a promise. If I survive this calamity by chance, if Brother Bai has any troubles in the future, you can come to me." Finally, Bai Yuanjia reluctantly withdrew his gaze, held the paper tightly with both hands, and said gratefully to Ling Yun, This is really. Brother Bai, please take these two things away, otherwise you will be killed, and I will kill you." Ling Yun smiled faintly, stood up, and lightly patted Bai Yuanjia on the shoulder. "Brother Bai, take advantage of no one's attention in the afternoon, let's leave Qingshui as soon as possible. If you are interested in these few days, you might as well pay attention to Jiangnan Satellite TV. The most popular shows, and some news on the internet." Bai Yuanjia said blankly, "TV? Internet? Young Master Ling, you want to Ling Yan smiled mysteriously. You will know when the time comes. Bai Yu and Jia left with gratitude, and Tang Meng also came back from the villa in the west. Brother Yun, what is he here for? Ling Yan smiled leisurely. He came to tell me how many people came to die this time. Okay, don't worry about this. Has the provincial TV station made any arrangements? Tang Meng replied, I just called, and Su Lingfei told us to go there now. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The Emperor of the People and the Emperor of the Earth come out of clear water, and the world should be robbed by one person. Someone wants to kill me? Who will be the mastermind this time? In the car going to the provincial TV station, Ling Yun was silent all the way, with a calm expression, but his heart was always overwhelmed, thinking about Bai Yu and Jia's words over and over again. This mastermind, who was able to connect the ancient Chinese legend with Ling Yun's performance against the heavens in the past 3 months in an extremely clever, and insidious way, was able to seamlessly connect it without any flaws, and he was quite a remarkable person. Of course, it may not be one person, but a group of people or a certain powerful force. Ling Zhen and Ling Hao? Ling Yan recognized his ancestor and returned to his clan, rescued his second uncle Ling Yu, saved the entire Ling family from death at a critical moment, and helped the old patriarch Ling Lai reach the peak of the 8th level of innateness. This series of defying actions not only made the old man believe that he, the next generation of successors of the Ling family, has received the support and even the allegiance of everyone in the Ling family, but at the same time, this also caused Ling Zhen, the current patriarch of the Ling family, to be in a precarious position. Ling Hao fell out of favor in front of Ling Lai in an instant, and was almost kicked out of the house. He had no choice but to join the Sheniying group, which was tantamount to being completely marginalized. Melted. Every time he thinks of Ling Zhen's sinister smile behind his back, and Ling Hao's determination to kill him at all costs, Ling Yun shivers like a light on his back. Long Tianjiao? Ling Yun and Long Tianjiao had a feud between slapping faces and taking his wife. Long Tianjiao stayed in Qingshui City for a while, except for the occasional meeting with Ling Yun a few times, and then he disappeared. No one knew that he was investigating something and reported something to the Long family. However, when he thought of Long Tianjiao's hypocritical politeness and pretentious behavior, Ling Yun knew that Long Tianjiao would never become friends with Ling Yun as he showed, and he wished he could swallow Ling Yun alive. What Ling Yun was worried about was not Long Tianjiao, but the incomparable mystery. Incomparably powerful, the Long family who has secretly controlled China for thousands of years. With the Long family's control over China, it would be deceiving oneself to say that the Long family did not know much about China's ancient legends. As for the Qin family and the Sun family, needless to say, the Qin family's early arrangements made Qin Jiangui go to the United States and help him become a blood family at a huge price. It even made Qin Jianren take the Oriental ninja to Shenangjia to find the Chinese national treasure Shenongding with incomparable accuracy. And at the same moment, the Sun family in the capital, however, sent Sun Tianbiao and nearly 100 experts to make a big fuss in Qingshui City under the pretext of looking for Niu Fenjiao and Sun Xing. Note that at that time, Ling Yun hadn't shown any leaks. With the comprehensive power of the Sun family, no matter whether it was to find someone or deal with Ling Yun, it only took 2 phone calls to solve the problem. Why did they need to go to great lengths? Turning Qingshui City upside down? Now Ling Yan thinks back, the purpose of the Sun family at that time should be to control the entire Qingshui City, and then gain control over the Tianqing, that is to say, the real purpose of Sun Tianbiao's grand visit. It should be the Tianqing, it should be for that ancient legend in China. Emperor. It's just that Sun Tianbiao is too crazy and too stupid, pretending too much. He wants to completely wipe out Ling Yan's influence in Qingshui City. He picked sesame seeds and lost watermelon, before implementing his plan. He was killed by Ling Yun without leaving anything behind. The Qin family went to Shenanjia to look for the Shenongding, and the Sun family came to Qingshui City to grab the land emperor. These seemingly unrelated events happened at the same moment as the Tianqing appeared. Ling Yun didn't think anything of it before, but when he heard the Chinese legend, he instantly connected them. Thinking about it further, since even the relatively weak Qin family and Sun family know about it. So what about the more mysterious and powerful Long family and Yi family? What are they doing in the dark? God damn it? Mazong? In April and May, the demon sect suddenly appeared in the rivers and lakes. With the momentum of thunder, it bloodbathed several righteous sects and hermit families, and then disappeared suddenly. Until now, because of the news of the dark blood demon sword, it appeared in Qingshui City. As soon as it came, there was a shocking explosion. Today, if it is said that Tiansha came to Qingshui to avenge those yellow level, mysterious level, earth level, and even sky level killers, even if he killed Ling Yun, he would not believe it. For the blood demon knife? Ling Yun thought secretly in his heart, and he judged instinctively that the Heavenly Killing Organization kidnapped Lin Menghan and Yao Rou just to coerce him to hand over the dark blood demon saber in his hand. Or, in order to get the secret under the Tianqing from me, and also for the legend of Huaxia? Ling Yun thought a lot along the way, with a myriad of threads, but every one of them is inseparable from the legend that the Emperor of the People and the Emperor of the Earth come out of clear water, and the world depends on one person. It is obvious that both the human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor are in Ling Yun's body, so he is undoubtedly the one who should be robbed. Then, what made Ling Yun rack his brains and couldn't figure it out was, what kind of calamity did he face? As his thoughts fluttered, Ling Yun even thought of the catastrophe that was aimed at him on Daogui Island, which was beyond his comprehension genius cognition, the menacing and sure-to-kill catastrophe, nine-colored tribulation cloud. These things are all Ling Yun's own secrets. Of course it is impossible for him to share them with Baiyu and Jia, but it doesn't mean he doesn't want to. Ling Zhen, Ling Hao, the Sun family of the Qin family, the Oriental ninjas, the heavenly killer of the demon sect, even the Yi family of the Long family, and even the source of the mysterious nine-colored tribulation cloud, all regard Ling Yun as their deadly enemy, and they are all potential enemies in Ling Yun's heart. The mastermind who harmed Ling Yun is really impossible to guess. It's not simple, it seems that I really have a big deal this time. Ling Yun thought of the potential connection behind every incident, and seemed to have grasped some clues, but he still couldn't get the essentials, unable to run these incidents into a logical whole. Perhaps only people of my grandfather's generation can help me break through this thick fog. Since he couldn't figure it out, Ling Yun didn't think about it anymore. He believed that his current strength was enough to deal with this crisis. He just wants to take this opportunity to meet the heroes of China, take this opportunity to deepen his understanding of the world, and before he breaks through the Qi training period, he will have a hearty fight to improve himself by fighting Cultivation base. Only fight. Since you want to fight, let's fight, I will accompany you to the end. Thinking of this, Ling Yun raised his sword eyebrows, his dark pupils shrank, and a confident and leisurely smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Brother Yun, what are you thinking, so engrossed? Tang Ming and Ling Yun were alone together, and there were very few times when they didn't talk. Ling Yun had been silent just now, and Tang Ming had already been suffocated. He had a lot to ask Ling Yun. It's nothing. Oh, by the way, give me all the rings you bought for me. Ling Yun asked Tang Ming to buy him 8 platinum rings in one go. Pattern, slightly different. Tang Ming held the steering wheel with one hand, and rummaged through it with the other. Soon, he handed a delicate bag to Ling Yun. In that bag there were 8 similar exquisite small boxes, and each box contained a male platinum ring. Brother Yun, why did you suddenly ask me to buy so many rings? Ling Yun smiled, of course I bought the ring for wearing. Tang Ming was speechless. He said 8 rings, plus the one I made into the space ring, there are 9 in total, almost 10 fingers will be worn, Is this the rhythm of pretending to be a nouveau riche? Brother Yun, do you wear them all? Well, wear them all. As Ling Yin said, he had already unpacked one ring and put it on the middle finger of his right hand. Soon, he unpacked all 8 rings and put them on his hand. In the end, only the ring on the right hand, the little finger, is empty and not worn. Tang Meng glanced at Ling Yun's hands through the rearview mirror in the car, almost didn't burst out laughing on the spot. His big face turned red, and he said, Brother Yun, do you want to wear so many rings on your hands? Like that Lu Qianqian, you want to go on TV and do magic tricks? Ling Yun laughed and said, Congratulations, you got the answer right. I just want to perform magic tricks on TV, otherwise, why would I ask you to spend 5 million to get 2 primetime slots on the provincial and city TV stations? How big of a crisis this time is, even if Ling Yun doesn't say it, Tang Meng probably knows it in his heart. According to Ling Yun's past practice, he should be extremely low-key, waiting for the enemy to come to the door, to close the door and beat the dog, and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Why did he do magic tricks on TV this time? Tang Mei really didn't understand what Ling Yun wanted to do now. He almost scratched his head, and asked wonderingly, Brother Yun, now that the enemy is in the dark, we should try to keep a low profile. Why did you suddenly become so high profile? You still want to be on TV? Ling Yun didn't let Tang Meng continue to wonder. He smiled mysteriously, and told the truth. Yes, now the enemy is dark and we are clear, but unfortunately, I am not clear enough. Ah? Tang Meng was in a hurry, almost jumping up from the car seat. He was almost yelling, What? Brother Yun, our property in Qingshui City can't be moved or hidden. Yes, as far as that shit is concerned, it is simply a lice on the monk's head, it is obvious. And your 2 villas, number 1 and number 9 villas, as long as anyone who knows you or has heard of you, almost everyone knows that this is your home, the enemy will find it if they want to find it. Isn't that clear enough? Don't you have to bring the enemy to your villa in person? Is that called Ming? Ling Yun endured Tang Meng's roar, and when he finished speaking, he frowned and said, Why are you so excited? Listen to me. Yes, I said that we were not strong enough before, so we should keep a low profile as much as possible, but, Tang Meng, you know, when a person can't hide, as you said, everything about him will be checked by others when the bottom is upside down. You say, can we continue to keep a low profile? Absolutely not. On the contrary, we should stand up with the most high profile and chic posture. This time, I want to be the focus of everyone's attention and everyone's discussion. I want to let the entire Qingshui City know about my existence, and I want to attract everyone's attention, and then lead the snake out of the hole and wipe out the invading enemies. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. What? Tang Meng was completely shocked. He slammed on the brakes, stopped the car, turned around in astonishment, and stared blankly at the god in his mind, Ling Yun. Ling Yun took a good rest, calm and confident, with a signature smile on his mouth, and was also looking at him with a smile. Who told you that I set up a large formation just to wait for the enemy to come to my door and come to my house to fight and kill? The property cannot be moved, the house cannot be moved, can I still not move? Ling Yun was full of arrogance, his eyes were bright, and he suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the west. I will not hide it from you until now. The real battlefield is not in Qingshui City, but in the mountains to the west of Qingshui City. Wherever I go, there is a battlefield. At this moment, Tang Meng's shock had reached the point where he couldn't be more shocked. He was stunned for a while, and finally said in a daze, Brother Yun, what do you mean? This time you want to be a living target, and you have to keep attracting everyone human eyes, let the enemy come to chase you. Ling Yun was speechless for a moment, and patiently corrected him. I said, can you speak? I just let the enemy chase me, but they will only die, okay? It is indeed a pursuit, but they are responsible for the pursuit, and I am responsible for the killing. Ling Yun chuckled and waved his hands. Come on, you park your car in the middle of the road, the people behind will curse you. Provincial TV station, in studio number 1. Su Lingfei, the leading female anchor of Jiangnan Satellite TV, deliberately asked the makeup artist to do her makeup early, and was waiting for Ling Yun's arrival with complicated emotions. Su Lingfei never dreamed that there would be a day when Ling Yun came to her specifically and said that he wanted to do a show with her as a super guest. Even, for this program, Ling Yun did not hesitate to spend 5 million, and asked Tang Meng to book 2 primetime slots on the 5 channels of the provincial TV station and Qingshui City's city, life, variety show, entertainment, etc., saying that it would be broadcast at the same time. Su Lingfei waited for this opportunity. She has waited for too long, she has seen through the autumn water, and she has even rotted this whimsical idea in her stomach. However, just when she thought it was impossible to invite Ling Yun as a guest to make a show, this opportunity just happened to come. It came very suddenly, it made her unprepared, and it made her excited inexplicably. Su Lingfei and Ling Yun have dealt with each other more than once. In Linjiang Garden, when Ling Yun single-handedly demolished Tian Buetao's 2 villas, pointing at Luo Zhong's nose and cursing, she interviewed Ling Yun, but the result was, the higher authorities strictly ordered that all video and audio materials be destroyed and not broadcast. At the opening ceremony of Pingfan Clinic, Su Lingfei went again. She prepared perfectly, and she brought everything that should be brought, the invisible camera. There are high-end recording pens, but unfortunately, when she left, she found that the pictures she took were all snowflakes. And the interfering sound of chi-chi-la-la. Both times were shocking scenes that could subvert the concept and cognition of ordinary people. She was present, but missed all of them. In Linjiang Garden, Ling Yun vividly demonstrated the bloody masculinity of a man with practical actions. Arrogant and domineering, in the opening of an ordinary clinic, Ling Yun also used a performance against the sky, showing a doctor's celestial doctor's skill, benevolence. Su Lingfei, who was born noble and always had eyes high above her head, had never seen a boy like Ling Yun who perfectly combined 2 diametrically opposite temperaments. Most importantly, Ling Yun was too mysterious. Curious because of mystery, attracted because of curiosity. She really wanted to know Ling Yun too much, wanted to interview Ling Yun so much, even if it was for the benefit of the public, it didn't matter even if it couldn't be broadcast. It's just that she is restricted by work, she has to commute to and from get off work on time every day, and she insists on anchoring news programs even on Saturdays and Sundays. She doesn't have much private time, so she has no chance to find Ling Yun. Now, the opportunity finally came. Su Lingfei couldn't help but secretly elated, but because of Ling Yun's delay in coming, she was inexplicably anxious. Is the photographer in place? Lighting, makeup, costumes, props, all of you, hurry up and get everything ready. Why are there so few people in the audience? Assistant Wang, call and ask immediately to see what's going on. In studio number 1, the beautiful anchor Su Lingfei is definitely a well-deserved first sister, known for her intelligence, ability, and resoluteness. Just because I took one more look at you in the crowd. A pleasant cell phone rang. It was Wang Hao's legend. Su Lingfei's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately picked it up. Sister Su, we've arrived at the door, where are you now? Tang Meng asked. Su Lingfei smiled and said, where else can it be, studio number 1, do you want me to pick you up? Tang Meng chuckled, no need, how many times have I been to studio 1, I'm more familiar than my backyard. Tang Meng parked the car, and went straight to the studio, with Ling Yun. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Su Lingfei greeted him with a smile on his face. Sister Su, I brought Brother Yun to you. Brother Yun, don't I need to introduce you? This is the number 1 beauty in Jiangnan, the leading female anchor of Jiangnan Satellite TV, Su Lingfei, the most beautiful woman. Tang Meng was slick, the introduction was fake, but it was true to take the opportunity to make Su Lingfei happy. Hello, Sister Su, let's meet again. With a signature smile, Ling Yan stretched out his hand, and lightly held Su Lingfei's slender hand, and at the same time, looked at her carefully with a slightly appreciative gaze. Su Lingfei is 27 or 8 years old, with short hair around her ears, white and delicate skin, a pure and beautiful face, and picturesque features. She is wearing a professional office suit, a small suit with a white lapel and a waist, a V-shaped low-cut placket, and it is a white lace tube top, with a pair of snow-white plump and extremely plump bulges on the chest, and a seductive career line squeezed out of the deep groove, but it is faintly visible. Her lower body is a short black skirt, flesh-colored stockings covering her slender legs, and high-heeled sandals on her feet. Although she is not as sexy as Liang Fingyi, she exudes a powerful intellectual beauty, and her manner is elegant and decent. Ling Yan, you are really a dragon who can't see the end. I just heard that you went to the capital not long ago, but I didn't expect to come back so soon. Su Lingfei smiled subtly, 2 dimples formed on both sides of her cheeks, and her teeth were neat and white, as if announcing her eloquence. Oh, you. But immediately after, Su Lingfei uttered a coquettish cry, why do you wear so many rings? You opened a jewelry store instead? After finishing speaking, Su Lingfei frowned slightly. She didn't want Ling Yan to turn into a vulgar nouveau riche image. Hee, I'm here to do magic tricks. Of course, I need to wear a few more rings. This is a trick. This is indeed a blindfold, but it is not for magic tricks, but for the people in front of the TV screen to watch his magic tricks. Judging that everything is related to the space ring on his left middle finger. What? You paid such a large amount of money. It's just to do magic tricks? Su Lingfei's reaction was almost the same as Tang Meng's. Yes, magic trick. As Ling Yan said, he raised his left hand, and there was a bottle of mineral water on top of his empty left hand. This? Su Lingfei was stunned for a moment. Really come to do magic? But this is too violent, right? If you say it changes, it will change? Ling Yan smiled, opened the mineral water himself, and handed it to Su Lingfei. Then he said, Sister Su, are you ready? Can we start recording the show? Su Lingfei was a little disappointed. Originally, she wanted to do an exclusive interview with Ling Yan seriously, but she didn't expect that Ling Yan came to do magic tricks. However, disappointment is disappointment, but Ling Yan spent a lot of money. As for what program to do, of course Ling Yan has the final say, she can only do her best to cooperate. Ling Yan, tell me, how do you need us to cooperate with you? How to shoot? What props do you need us to prepare for you? Ling Yan chuckled, I don't need any props, and I don't need to cooperate. As long as you provide me with an ordinary table, I can put things on it. Just shoot, and the recording program begins. After everything was ready, Ling Yan stood on the stage empty-handed. He smiled and said, Hi everyone, I'm Ling Yan, below. I'll perform a magic trick for you. The name of the magic trick is create something out of nothing. Next, it is naturally a moment of miracles. Ling Yan really has the space ring in his hand, I have it in the world. He raised his hands, his fingers spread out, first showing that his hands are empty, and then in an instant, there is an extra bottle of mineral water in his hand. Oh my God, another bottle? Su Lingfei couldn't believe her eyes, because she really knew that Ling Yan really didn't bring anything with him, so he went on stage to perform. Ling Yan put the mineral water on the table with a smile, turned his hand, and a can of beer appeared in his hand, followed by another bottle of Coca-Cola. At this moment, no matter in front of or behind the stage, whether it was the temporarily invited audience or the staff of the studio, except for Tang Meng, everyone was completely stunned. But this is not over yet. Next, Ling Yan gave another dazzling performance, learning, office, pots and pans, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, and even conjured up a gas tank. The audience is crazy. Brush. Amidst the screams and exclamations, another thick stack of 100 yuan bills appeared in Ling Yan's hand, bright red, 10 bundles in total. The lights were dazzling, and the sound of taking pictures was non-stop. People sometimes held their breaths and yelled, and all eyes were focused on Ling Yan without blinking. Impossible, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Lingfei's beautiful eyes widened, staring at Ling Yan's hands, just saying it was impossible. This is really something out of nothing, not to mention that Lu Qianqian, even the top magic masters in the world can't do it. When the table was full and there was nothing left to put on it, Ling Yan stopped, motioned for everyone to be quiet, and then said with a smile, "Just now I just performed a little magic trick for everyone, and it's just an appetizer. Everyone brings a real magic show, the first one, holding water and fire." After Ling Yan finished speaking, he walked away from the table, secretly holding a fire talisman and a clear water talisman in his hands. After secretly shouting, a ball of dazzling flames and a huge blue water ball appeared out of thin air above Ling Yan's left and right hands. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Wow. It's a real flame. Oh my god, I can feel the heat of that flame. How could his hands be fine? At this time, because they were shocked by the magic performed by Ling Yan, the audience in the audience had already forgotten where they were. They all stood up, especially the audience in the first row at the front. Many people had left their seats without knowing it. Go ahead to enjoy Ling Yan's performance. Ling Yan looked leisurely but calm, and June had a mysterious smile on his face. He deliberately took a few steps towards the front of the stage so that the audience below could see it more clearly. He only used the second-level fire talisman, and the temperature of the flame was only around 600 to 700 degrees. It was not very powerful, but the volume of the flame exceeded the size of a basketball. It was bright red and suitable for bluffing people. The flames are all right, it's just that the big blue water polo was held by Ling Yan in his hand, so why didn't it fall? It's amazing, the water polo didn't hit the ground. Thinking people noticed something even more miraculous and exclaimed loudly. The water polo, created by the Qingshui talisman, is also about the size of a basketball. It is round and transparent in blue. It is quietly held by Ling Yan in his hand, reflecting the various lights in the studio, which is very dazzling. Of course, Ling Yan cannot really be created out of nothing. The clear water talisman is a water-gathering talisman. After it is cast, it instantly condenses the water vapor around the person using the talisman. Each is different. The water polo that Ling Yan is holding now can last for about 40 or 50 seconds, and then it will be scattered on the ground. However, how could Ling Yan let the water polo scatter on the ground? He let the flame on his left hand go out slowly, and when the time was almost up, Ling Yan performed a yin-yang art, and the cold air in his body swam from the Ren meridian to the palm of his right hand, and then instantly overflowed the palm, enveloping the water ball layer by layer. The next magic trick, the water polo freezes. Ling Yan smiled slightly, but did not finish speaking. The audience in the audience were surprised to see that the surface of the water polo on Ling Yan's palm was completely frozen, and it quickly turned into a transparent ice ball. Wow! It's turned into a hockey puck. It's amazing and beautiful. How can that be? After witnessing this scene with his own eyes, everyone in the studio was shocked. Even Tang Meng, who knew Ling Yan best, was dumbfounded. He didn't know that Ling Yan would play this trick. Su Lingfei was completely stunned. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her small mouth opened into an O shape. She couldn't believe the scene she saw, as if in a dream. Ling Yan smiled, glanced at Su Lingfei with his handsome eyes, then turned his head to look at the audience, and said loudly, "Actually, magic is not my specialty is sculpture." Brush. Ling Yan had a thought. The pitch-black dark blood knife appeared in his left hand, and at the same time he lightly tossed the ice puck in his right hand into the air. The next moment, the sharp tip of Ling Yun's dark blood demon knife faced the ice puck in the air and went up to meet it. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Ling Yun's wrist kept shaking, and he slashed and slashed the ice puck with the tip of the knife like lightning, seemingly carelessly, but in reality every time he made a move. They are all handled so well that there is no difference. As large and small ice shards fell to the ground, all the spectators were amazed to see that the transparent ice ball became thinner very quickly, and gradually turned into a slim figure. The eyebrows, eyes, mouth and nose are vivid and lifelike, and there is a microphone in his right hand. Brush. Until the last carving was completed, Ling Yun retracted the knife and disappeared. He raised his hand lightly, and took the transparent and exquisite little iceman who was about to fall in his hand, and glanced lightly. Nod with satisfaction. No need to look, the exquisite little iceman carved by Ling Yun in one go is exactly the miniature version of the beautiful anchor Su Lingfei. Oh my god! It's Su Lingfei! It's so similar, wow, it's amazing! Ling Yun chuckled, holding the little ice figure in his right hand. He walked to the side of the stage in a few steps, and handed the little ice figure in front of Su Lingfei. Sister Su, thank you for giving me this opportunity to perform. This is a gift from me. The carving is not good, please don't blame me. Su Lingfei had been stunned by the shock for a long time. She stared at the little ice man in Ling Yun's hand, her delicate body trembled with excitement, and the excitement in her heart was beyond description. Ling Yun, is this really for me? Su Lingfei stammered in excitement. Ling Yun nodded with a smile, grabbed the little Su Lingfei and shook it gently. Suddenly, Su Lingfei noticed the body part of the little ice man that Ling Yun was holding. Her face turned red suddenly, and she stretched out her empty left hand, snatching herself from Ling Yun's hand all at once. Ling Yun was taken aback for a moment, and then suddenly realized that he was holding the waist and buttocks of Su Lingfei just now, and his right thumb was pressing on the twin peaks of little Su Lingfei by coincidence. It was originally an impromptu sculpture, so it is of course easy to hold it where it is, but in the eyes of the caring Su Lingfei, it is naturally different. Ah! It's so cold. Su Lingfei snatched the ice sculpture, and immediately felt her hands were icy cold, and a ray of cold air hit her face, which made her tremble all over. However, Su Lingfei doesn't care about these things at all now. She took the ice sculpture and looked at the face of the ice sculpture villain carefully, and she was dumbfounded, because Ling Yun's depiction is so similar, not to mention the hairstyle, clothing, or shoes. Now, even her lace tube top that was exposed outside was perfectly displayed. At this time, Ling Yun had already calmly walked back to the middle of the stage. He first smiled and bowed to take the curtain call, and finally said calmly, I'm so excited, I just carved a gift for our beautiful anchor sister Su Lingfei from Jiangnan province. This is the end of the magic show, thank you everyone. The applause from the audience was like thunder, and the applause and cheers resounded through the entire studio hall, and it gradually weakened after a full minute. In addition, I want to announce one thing here. During my summer vacation, I will go to Xianrenling and Tianmao Peak in Jiangnan province to carve a huge Buddha statue. I will probably leave tomorrow. I will go to Tianmao Peak to choose it is a suitable stone wall, please wait for me to finish carving, and then go to appreciate it by yourself. Ling Yun finished announcing, but he didn't bow again. Instead, facing the camera, he suddenly stretched out his arm and pointed to the west of Qingshui City. That is of course the direction where Tianmao Peak of Xianren Ridge is located. Crack. As the shooting director called to stop, the entire recording process finally came to an end. As soon as the recording stopped, the director in charge of recording the program rushed towards Ling Yun in 3 steps at a time. His face was full of excitement, and when he rushed over, he grabbed Ling Yun's hands tightly, shook violently, and said shockingly, "Wizards, miracles, Ling Yun, I can absolutely guarantee that as soon as this program is broadcast, you will be popular in half the sky immediately. No, it is normal for you to be popular all over the world. How about it? Are you interested in entering the entertainment industry?" Ling Yun was a little embarrassed. Of course it is impossible for Ling Yun to enter the entertainment circle. But Tang Meng over there's eyes lit up when he heard this, as if he thought of a way to make a lot of money again. At this time, no matter it was the lighting engineer, photographer, costume props, or the audience who were originally in the audience, they all rushed over, and soon 3 floors in and 3 floors outside, surrounded Ling Yun tightly, and everyone raised their hands. Looking at the phone, he took crazy shots of Ling Yun inside. "Ling Yun, I love you." Among the audience were some female students who had been recruited temporarily, and they were already crazy about Ling Yun's miraculous performance. "Hey! I knew it would be like this." Tang Meng was completely left out. He put his hands in his pockets, stood there helplessly, looked at the girls who were frantically pushing forward, shook his head and said with a sigh. On the other side, Su Lingfei ignored the coldness in her hand. She tightly held the gift Ling Yun gave her, and there was a kind of emotion in Feng's heart that even she couldn't express. It was extremely complicated. No wonder, Fengyi talks about him every day. This boy is really, not good. Suddenly, a drop of cold water dripped from Su Lingfei's palm onto the floor. Seeing that the self in her hand was about to start to melt, Su Lingfei let out a coquettish cry, and after realizing it, she quickly dropped the microphone and rushed towards a freezer in the corner of the studio recklessly. She doesn't have Ling Yun's ability, so she can only put her ice sculpture in the freezer and freeze it to ensure that it will not melt. Ling Yun, who was completely surrounded by people, happened to notice this scene, and couldn't help laughing secretly. Everyone surrounded Ling Yun, chattering and asking almost everything. Of course, the main topic was how Ling Yun's magic changed. Ling Yun just smiled and said nothing. He didn't answer all the questions about himself, but some people asked curiously, when will he go to Tianmao Peak in Xianrenling to carve the Buddha statue? Tianmao Peak is very big. For the next week, the key point is to choose a specific location. I will go there every day to find a suitable stone wall, but please rest assured that I will finish carving the Buddha statue before the end of the summer vacation. Of course, Ling Yun will not forget his purpose of coming here. After performing magic tricks and deliberately showing the dark blood demon knife, what he repeatedly emphasized is the location of Tianmao Peak in Xianren Ridge. He believed that as soon as this program was aired, it would attract the attention of countless people, and the news he deliberately leaked would surely reach those enemies who came to deal with him. Because Studio One had to rehearse other programs, people began to evacuate one after another, and finally calmed down. "Ling Yun, what are you going to do with these props?" Su Lingfei looked at the pile of things on the table on the stage, and asked Ling Yun. She had carefully inspected those things just now, and they were all real, not props at all. She also deliberately checked the table and stomped on the stage floor. Everything was normal. In the end, Ling Yun transformed these things. "I don't even want it anymore, you can deal with it." Ling Yun smiled freely. It took Ling Yun a lot of effort to empty out the rubbish of the interspatial ring, and of course he won't take it back. Su Lingfei couldn't help reminding, "There is still 100,000 yuan." Ling Yun said with a smile, "Everyone has put in a lot of effort today, and the 100,000 yuan is reserved for your dinners and drinks. It is my treat." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Su Lingfei saw that Ling Yun handled things so generously and openly, which made her face in front of her colleagues, and she couldn't help feeling a little more fond of Ling Yun in her heart. She was inexplicably moved, blushing, and was about to ask Ling Yun to go to her office to chat about the specific details of the show, when Ling Yun beckoned Tang Meng over. "Tang Meng, the recording of the show is over. You stay here to discuss the details with Sister Su." I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. Just now I received a text message from a Bing, saying that the new big shot put and big iron ball have been pulled to the gate of number 9 villa in Qingshui Bay, and Ling Yun has to rush there to set up a big formation. Naturally, Tang Meng also received the letter, so he nodded bluntly and said, "Okay, brother Yun, then I will send you out first." Su Lingfei saw that Ling Yun left as soon as he said so. She couldn't help but felt a feeling of reluctance, but she couldn't think of a good reason for him to stay, so she could only sigh in her heart, and accompanied Tang Meng to send Ling Yun out of the provincial TV station. "I'm leaving. Oh, by the way, Tang Meng, don't you forget, all the copyrights of that program belong to us." Ling Yun got into the car and started the car. Before leaving, he did not forget to ask Tang Meng about the copyright of the show. In order to grab the prime time, he invested 5 million yuan, and of course he had to double it back. "Really, how could I forget that the copyright of the show belongs to you?" Su Lingfei was angry and ashamed, her high heels stomped on the ground, even she didn't know why she cared so much about Ling Yun's words, let alone why playing the temper of a little woman at Ling Yun. Sister Su, at first I thought brother Yun was just going to perform a few tricks, but I didn't expect him to display all his skills of suppressing the bottom of the box today. If this is the case, we really have to talk about the income of this show." After Ling Yun drove away, Tang Meng seriously talked with Su Lingfei about the income from the show. Su Lingfei has worked in the provincial TV station for many years. Of course, she can imagine how much sensation this program will cause after it is broadcast, and also knows how high the ratings this program can bring. So she graciously agreed. "Just know the money." "Alright, I promise you will make a lot of money this time. Let's go to my office." Ling Yun drove the car, and quickly rushed up the expressway around the city, and then headed east all the way to Villa number 9 in Qingshuiwen. 123. Hi. 123, hi. When Ling Yun arrived at Villa number 9. From afar, I heard the chants of Qinglong's brother, struggling to unload the truck. When I got closer, I saw several large trucks blocking the gate of Villa No. Ball or big shot put. There were 5 or 6 Qinglong boys crowded into the carriage closest to the door. All of them were sweating profusely and their buttocks were sticking out. "Push those big iron balls, with a diameter of more than half a meter under the car." A big iron ball weighs more than 300 caddies, and a shot put is even heavier. Usually, 2 people can't handle it at all, and the crane can't get in. If they want to unload the truck, they can only use the most stupid method. However, they did not move down by force, but used thick, long steel plates. A slope is built between the carriage and the ground. You only need to push the iron ball to the side of the carriage, and the iron ball can roll down the slope to the ground. Stop, stop, stop. If you unload the car like this, you can't unload it until tomorrow night. Ling Yun got out of the car with a smile, and waved to the little brother Qinglong, who was in the car, telling them all to get off. Then he threw the key of Villa number 9 to a Bing, the conductor, and told him to open the door. Seeing what Ling Yun meant, he wanted to unload the car himself. A Bing couldn't help but said, "Brother Yun, why don't you go in and rest, and let them unload the car slowly here?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "I'm not as expensive as you think. When they finish unloading the car, it will be almost dark, so should I do other things?" As he spoke, Ling Yun jumped lightly and came into the carriage. He took aim at a big shot put, hooked it with his foot, and then lightly raised his leg to kick it. A parabola fell into the woods more than 10 meters away with a bang, and the smashed mud splashed. Wow! All the Qinglong boys saw that Ling Yun was playing with those big iron balls weighing hundreds of caddies, which was easier than playing a football, and they all exclaimed immediately, "Long Tu is good at Kung Fu, amazing." In the morning, a Bing didn't follow the car to Villa number 1, so he didn't see Ling Yun unloading the car. Now that he saw it, he was shocked. He secretly thought about the amazing weight of these big shot puts, and thought that Brother Yun, how much strength do you have to have? Now, Ling Yan's De Yen Gathering Stars treasure art is the pinnacle of the second largest realm, and each arm has at least 3,000 kilograms of strength. At the same time, he has now reached the peak of the 9th level of body training. If he uses his true energy at full strength, each arm can gain more than 1,500 kilograms of strength. The addition of these two means that each arm of Ling Yun can exert a maximum strength of more than 4,500 kilograms, which is the legendary strength of 10,000 caddies. To use the most vivid analogy, if you can catch it, Ling Yun can lift a full-grown elephant weighing 10 tons with all his strength. Frankly speaking, if a person possesses this kind of power, he will have the power of 1,000 pounds in his hands, casually, but if he handles it poorly, cups, plates, bowls, etc., will be broken in his hands. But Ling Yun is going back to the path of cultivation. He has already experienced these difficulties and obstacles on the road of cultivation. No matter what he does, the strength in his hands is extremely precise, so everything he can perform is no different from ordinary people. Of course, for ordinary Hotian 9-level peak masters, under the operation of the skill, one arm can have the strength of 1,000 caddies, which is already a natural supernatural power, but Ling Yun is different. He also practiced the heaven-defying De Yen Gathering Star treasure. The essence of the sun, moon, and stars is naturally not absorbed in vain. The second largest realm peak, the body can have an extra 3,000 kilograms of strength. This is also where Ling Yun takes advantage of everything in the battle. It is conceivable that when he swings a knife or punches casually, it is packed with tremendous strength, and the opponent has to use all his strength to resist. Several times? All the people present were Qinglong's people, and Ling Yun didn't want to hide his strength, so he quickly unloaded all the goods on several cars with his hands and feet. After unloading the car, Ling Yun didn't delay for a moment. Just like in Villain Number 1, he used his divine sense to calculate the distance and direction, and used hundreds of big iron balls to form 1,000-shot 9-kill formation. Because it is necessary to repeatedly calculate the distance and azimuth. It also took about 2 hours to place iron balls and shot puts, even for Ling Yun, a formation master who was extremely familiar with formations. I didn't expect to be quite tired. Villain Number 9 is much larger than Villain Number 1, nearly 10,000 square meters, and hundreds of meters long and wide. The circumference is nearly 500 meters, and the traffic in front of and behind the Ling Yun gate survived. He was really tired and not brisk, and his forehead was slightly sweaty. Brother Yun, are you exhausted? Come in and drink some water. A Bing watched Ling Yun moving those big iron balls of hundreds of kilograms around, but he couldn't help at all. He felt very ashamed, so he could only boil water and make tea in advance. Well, let's go into the room and talk. Ling Yun brought A Bing into the house. The two sat on the sofa. Ever since he reached the 4th level of body training and came out of the sinkhole, Ling Yun hadn't exercised his muscles and bones for a long time. After drinking a few cups of tea, he felt that his limbs were extremely smooth and very comfortable. Ah Bing, you have done a good job during this period of time. Ling Yun was half lying on the sofa, drinking some tea, and praised A Bing. Thank you, Brother Yun, for your compliment. You have given me such an important position. I will do my best to make Qinglong well. A Bing bowed slightly, and replied honestly. Ling Yun smiled and said, we are all brothers of our own family. When you talk to me in the future, don't be so rigid, just be more casual. Yes, Brother Yun. Ling Yun nodded and said, during this period of time, don't let Qinglong make too much noise, and don't fight for territory. Just develop our existing business as well. First explain a few words to A Bing. Ling Yun said again, the keys to this Villain Number 9 will be kept by you in the future. You have to send someone to guard it 24 hours a day, and then find someone to install a set of professional monitoring facilities. Try to protect this place as much as possible. A being stood up and said, I understand, Brother Yun, I will definitely try my best. Ling Yin waved him to sit down, and continued, also, you are also aware of the recent situation in Qingshui City. I am in big trouble here. You have to help Tang Meng and send people to keep an eye on all our properties in Qingshui City, including those that Go Lianqing transferred to us, remember? This is a big deal, all being naturally understood. He nodded vigorously to express his memory. Ling Yin stared at Abing for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, Abing, do you want to learn martial arts like Tai Xiaohu? This is what Abing dreamed of, how could he not want to? Hearing these words, he quickly stood up and asked in surprise, Brother Yun, are you willing to teach me? Ling Yin chuckled, you are my brother, as long as you are willing to learn, of course I will teach. However, not now, after I get rid of the enemies this time. As for you, when you have time, follow Tai Xiaohu and learn some basic martial arts knowledge. After I have been busy for a while, before I leave Qingshui City, I will lay the foundation for you. Thank you, Brother Yun. This time Ah Bing was so excited, he didn't wait for Ling Yun to finish speaking, he jumped up happily, jumping 3 feet high. Ling Yin picked up a cup of tea, drank it all in one gulp, then stood up, patted Abing on the shoulder, and reminded him, don't be happy so early, what I practiced with me is not ordinary martial arts, but practice against the sky, you have to prepare hard first. Abing had seen how Tai Xiaohu cultivated before. He understood the meaning of Ling Yun's words, but his eyes showed determination, and he said firmly, Brother Yun, don't worry, I grew up in the army, so I'm not afraid of suffering. Ling Yin laughed happily, that's good, I hope you will do what you say. By the way, there is one more thing to tell you. Tonight, a video about me will appear on the internet. Remember, don't forget to ask us Qinglong people to help post and spread the word. Qinglong has 3 halls, Dragon Hall, Human Hall, and Criminal Hall. There are hundreds of people in total. These people are already equivalent to a large number of professional sailors. Of course Ling Yun will use them. Abing asked, Brother Yun, is that the program you recorded on the provincial TV station this afternoon? Ling Yun chuckled, yes, that's the show. Remember, the focus is on promoting me these few days. I will go to Xianrenling and Tianmao Peak every night. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. In the end, Ling Yun told Abing that the formation he created with those big shot and iron balls was called Qianji 9 Killing Formation. Anyone who wants to enter Villa number 9 must go through the main entrance, otherwise he will surely die. After everything was explained, Ling Yun drove away from Villa number 9 around 6 p.m. He returned to Qingshui City soon. He didn't go home directly. Instead, he found a large supermarket and bought food and water. After returning to the car, he put all those things into the space ring, and then returned all the way. Villa. It's business as usual at home. Ling Yun knew that no matter how much those enemies wanted to deal with him, they would not be able to hit him in broad daylight. After all, this was in a bustling city, not a mountain gate or sect in the big world of cultivation. He briefly told Qin Dongxue and others about his itinerary for the afternoon, and then explained a few words to everyone before returning to his bedroom. After turning on the computer and connecting to the internet, Ling Yun searched for some basic information on Tianmao Peak in Xianrenling, so he knew it well, and then turned off the computer. He stood up, paced slowly in the spacious bedroom, first carefully filtered through the events of the past few days, and then with a thought, he began to check the objects in the space ring. The weapons that can be used include the Dark Blood Demon Knife and the Dark Storm, and the hidden weapons include hundreds of silver needles and large iron nails that are more than 10 caddies and 3 inches long. Of course, there are also his golden longbow, hundreds of arrows made of sterling silver, and more than a dozen bundles of ordinary arrows made of steel arrows. Talismans include Fire Talisman, Fire Spirit Talisman, Diamond Talisman, Defensive Talisman, Divine Movement Talisman and Healing Talisman, and of course Auxiliary Clear Water Talisman and Water Avoidance Talisman. The elixir includes 1000-year-old ginseng, 1000-year-old showu, 100-year-old snow lotus, and Qiao Dan, which I personally refine and use to improve my energy level, and a lot of spirit stones. Certainly. There is also the strangely fragrant ambergris in the magic gourd, and the emerald jade box filled with the aura of the Earth Emperor Immortal. As for the Shenong Ding, needless to say, there are other Buddhist holy relics such as bodhisattva, green lanterns, and Buddhist beads. Naturally, these should be carried with you at all times. Of course, there are also 2 sets of night clothes made of Yujinmo silk. Remove the above. There are 2 other large items in the space ring. One is the Emperor Greenstone King. The other is the bunch of 5-color super candied haws. The last thing is the food and water just bought from the supermarket. One more umbrella, preferably an iron umbrella. When Ling Yun was fighting against the Blood Clan in Yunming Mountain, he had escaped with an ordinary umbrella, and he never forgot the danger of that time. Ling Yun didn't suffer a loss, but this kind of unforeseen hidden loss, he should eat as much as he should, but only once, and there will never be a second time. Before Ling Yun reached the 4th level of Qi training, he couldn't fly in the air. His current limit is to land from a height of more than 100 meters without getting injured. As long as the height exceeds 150 meters, if he falls down abruptly, even with his current tyrannical body, he will still vomit blood and get injured. Of course, this is him. If it were an ordinary innate 4th level master who fell from a height of 150 meters. In the end, even if he does not die, he will be seriously injured and disabled. Unfortunately, it's too late. Let's find a strong umbrella to cover it. After all inspections were completed, Ling Yunpiao left the house and went downstairs to have dinner with everyone. He proposed at the dinner table that he would go to Xianrenling to the west of Qingshui City. This is the main battlefield chosen by Ling Yun. As long as Ma Zong wants to get the Dark Blood Demon Saber, as long as the enemy wants to kill him, he has to obediently come here to find him, and he can completely wait for work at leisure. It's a pity that as soon as Ling Yun mentioned it, all the beauties rushed to accompany him. Ling Yun could only smile bitterly, and he said seriously, "This is not going to the street. I am going to survey the battlefield and choose favorable terrain." Although Xianren Ridge is also a scenic areas, places that can be developed for tourists to play, do not even have 5% of the area, and the rest are remote mountains and old forests. Tianmao Peak is a mountain that goes straight up and down like a knife. "Come with me, what is that place for?" Ling Yun calmed down the scene by saying something first, then stared at Shui Mining, who was the most fierce in the competition, and said, "Can you jump up a 30-meter-high cliff? Do you still want me to carry you up?" Shui Mining bit her lip, her pretty face flushed red. She wanted to refute, but she didn't say a word after holding back for a long time. Ling Yun looked at Ning Lingyu again, and asked, "Lingyu, if there are 7 or 8 enemies with the strength of my aunt, they will use 6 to deal with me, and find 2 to deal with you. Tell me, then what should I do now?" Ning Lingyu was tongue-tied, but finally lowered her head and stopped talking. What Ling Yun said was the truth, because when he rescued Chao Shanshan, he experienced such a battle. Given the danger at that time, if Ling Yun hadn't been strong enough and well prepared, it would be impossible for Chao Shanshan to accompany him to eat here now. Where I am, the enemy's main force will go. I'll stay in Villa number 1. If a large number of enemies swarm up, it doesn't matter much. As long as a dozen viscounts and earls with the strength of Paul and Jester swarm up, I will be fine. With 3 heads and 6 arms, there is no way to protect you comprehensively. Life and death fighting is not what you imagined. It's not just a joke. The 2 sides really want to fight. If you are red-eyed, no one will care who you are. And if I go to Xianrenling, all the enemies will be led into the mountains by me. At that time, whether I want to fight or leave, it will be a matter of one thought. There will be no ties or scruples. They can't do anything about it, mine. Speaking of this, Lingyan smiled confidently, signaling that Zheng needn't worry about him. Brother Lingyun, I'll accompany you. Bai Xian'er twisted her delicate body and stood up. Of course she would not cause any trouble to Lingyun. Xian'er, you can't go this time. Lingyun directly refused. He smiled and asked Xian'er to sit down, and then said, Xian'er, with the methods of the demon sect, they will never send everyone to Xuanhuan to chase and kill me. Here, I still need your protection. If it was an ordinary innate master, Lingyun believed that Qin Dongxue, who had practiced the Diyan Ju Xingju, Phantom Fish Dragon Step and 9-kill sword technique, would be able to deal with it easily, but what Lingyun was worried about was the demon sect Saintess. If the Saintess of the demon sect personally took action and came to villain number 1, all of Lingyun's painstaking arrangements would be tantamount to blindness. Bai Xian'er is the only one who has the strength to fight against the demon sect Saintess. Xian'er, in that barren mountain. There is no difference between me alone and the two of us. However, if you want me to fight there with peace of mind, you must ensure the safety of your home. Brother Lingyun will leave this important task to you. Be obedient, okay? Bai Xian'er was naturally very reluctant. But she noticed Lingyun's expression, so she pouted and sat down helplessly. Qin Dongxue glanced at Lingyun, frowned slightly, and said with a hint of worry, then you can't go alone, otherwise, if something happens, there won't even be anyone to report it. Lingyun smiled and said, don't worry, Auntie, of course I won't go alone, I will take Jester with me. Jester can fly. It can provide Lingyun with great convenience. The combination of the two of them will make Lu Kang invincible, and Lingyun no longer has to worry about anything. Seeing what Lingyun said, Qin Dongxue knew that Lingyun had already made up his mind, so he felt relieved, nodded and said, Stinky boy. You have cleaned up the Chen family like that in the capital, and this time the Chen family will definitely send a very powerful master to take revenge. You must not be careless, it's really not possible. Just come back to Qingshui City, after all, in the city, they don't dare to be too foolish. Lingyun smiled lightly and said, don't worry, Auntie, I'm ready for everything. Everyone quickly finished their dinner. Lingyun took the napkin handed over by Ninglingyu. Wiping his mouth, he said to Zheng who was looking at him eagerly, when I'm not at home, you all have to listen to my aunt, including Xian'er, do you understand? All the beauties nodded one after another, and Lingyun said with a hey smile, okay, for the next week, as long as the enemy doesn't come, you can practice hard at home and wait for my triumphant return. I'll call Jester. Lingyun left the sentence, flew out of the house, and then came to the lawn in the backyard, where 3 elixir plants were planted. Concentrating, meditating, sitting cross-legged, with the help of the aura of the 3 elixir, he quickly adjusted his state to the peak. Half an hour later, Lingyun floated up and came to the small bungalow in the backyard. Dear boss, what can I do for you? Paul and Jester hurried out to greet Lingyun when he saw Lingyun coming. Lingyun nodded and smiled at Jester. Jester, you must be overwhelmed these days, right? Come with me to go around the mountains? Jester was so excited when he heard it, he exaggeratedly exclaimed, wow, boss, let's go to the mountains. Are you going to fight? Jester is definitely a militant, Lingyun said with a faint smile. Well, there is indeed a fight to be fought, but this time the enemy is very strong, and what we are facing is a battle of life and death. When Jester heard that it was a life and death battle, he became even more excited. A life and death battle? That's so exciting, boss, you must take me with you. Viscount Jester is willing to help you. When are you leaving? Let's go now. After finishing speaking, Lingyun said to the quiet Paul, Mr. Paul, you stay at home and take care of these 5 people. In addition, protect my aunt and the others. When I am away, my aunt's order is my order. Can you do it? Paul gave Ling Yan a gentleman's etiquette again, and said respectfully, "Boss, please rest assured, Paul is willing to use his life to protect your relatives and friends. Give me your hand." Ling Yan shot like lightning and grabbed Paul's hands. He silently circulated the xuanhuan mantra, allowing the huge xuanhuan true qi to continuously enter Paul's body. For a moment, Paul was so comfortable that he almost wanted to yell. It felt like an addict taking the best drug in the world. "Wow, boss, you are too biased," Jester yelled jealously, almost forgetting that he was Ling Yan's servant. Feeling that it was almost done, Ling Yan withdrew his hands, turned to Jester, and said, "Don't worry, you are indispensable." Ling Yan used sound transmission to enter the secret again, told Paul a few words, and then took Jester back to the living room to say goodbye to everyone. At 8:30 in the evening, Ling Yan and Jester left Villa Number 1 by car, and bought 2 large and strong umbrellas after going out. After everything was ready, the master and servant went straight to Xianrenling, Tianmao Peak. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. In the night, a black car drove out of the western suburbs of Qingshui City without a sound, gradually leaving the bright lights of Qingshui City behind. Hashtag. After leaving the western suburbs, whether in the northwest or the southwest, there are undulating hills, lush and beautiful. The terrain of the entire Qingshui City is high in the west and low in the east. At the beginning, there were some low hills. As soon as he got out of the city, Ling Yan turned on the GPS positioning and navigation system in the car, locked the destination on a small mountain village near Xianrenling, and then asked Jester to drive at full speed according to the navigation route. In the past few days when Jester came to Qingshui City, he has been staying in the small bungalow in the backyard of Number 1 Villa. He didn't care about speeding or not, he stepped on the accelerator to the end, and the speed of the car went up to more than 150 miles per hour. Jess doesn't care about speeding, and Ling Yan certainly doesn't care. Xianrenling is in the west of Qingshui City, and the straight-line distance from Qingshui City is 90 kilometers, but because of the winding mountain road, the distance was at least 100 kilometers longer, and Ling Yan wished he could reach his destination sooner. Walking this mountain road, you will pass Lingjue Temple along the way. When you are very close to Lingjue Temple, Ling Yan did not forget to take out all the sacred Buddhist artifacts such as bodhisattvas, blue lanterns, and Buddhist beads, and let them absorb the surrounding mountain temples. The powerful Buddha power that is constantly overflowing. This time, it was no longer Murong Feishua who accompanied Ling Yan in the car. Ling Yan simply hung the string of Buddhist beads around his neck, held the blue lantern in his right hand, and pinched the Bodhi seed in his left hand, with a solemn expression, thinking silently. What Ling Yan was thinking about was, of course, the matter of the man whose fate should be robbed. Slow down ahead. When passing the mountain where Lingjue Temple is located, Ling Yan suddenly spoke to Jester. "Yes, boss." There was a heavy rain just the night before, and the mountain road was very slippery. There was still water in some sections of the road, and there were some broken rocks washed onto the road by flash floods in some places. Even if Jester could see at night, he don't dare to be too big. With the headlights wide open, the speed of the car was reduced to about 100 miles per hour. "Boss, what are you holding in your hand? Why is it still emitting a blue light? I feel so uncomfortable." Jester slowed down, and his concentration became less concentrated. He noticed the Bodhi seed in Ling Yan's hand, that gray and old bead. At this time, it was emitting a blue light. At the beginning, when Ling Yan took out these 3 Buddhist artifacts, Jester felt uncomfortable all over, and he instinctively wanted to hide these things far away. The farther the better. The Buddhist holy utensils are originally the supreme magic weapon to restrain demons and evil spirits. What's more, these 3 Buddhist utensils are all used by the eminent monk with the Vajra glass body under the Tianqing. This is Jester, embraced by Ling Yan with a drop of blood. His physique has long been fundamentally different from that of the original vampire, otherwise, as soon as he took out these 3 magic weapons, let alone driving, he would be suppressed on the spot and unable to move. Ling Yun didn't answer him, but just raised his head. Looking at the mountain outside the car window, his sharp eyes were like lightning, and he slowly searched for the Lingjue temple on the mountain, and asked lightly, "These are all things used by an eminent monk, why, do you feel uncomfortable?" Jester is a vampire, so he naturally belongs to the category of demons and evil spirits. It was expected by Ling Yun that Badizi could restrain him. "Yes, boss, when you just took out these 3 things, I felt something was wrong. It felt like, as if the blood in my body was gradually congealing and was about to stop flowing. And it seems to be even stronger now." At this time, the car had arrived not far from the foot of Lingjue Temple, and the power of the Buddha was surging to the extreme, so Jester couldn't stand it even more. Ling Yun didn't put the things away. "Get used to it, your physique is different from before, but I don't know exactly what's going on, but now that you've adapted, it will be of great benefit to you in the future." Blood vampires and first embrace are new things and topics for Ling Yun. He is very interested in these and will study them whenever he has time. After all, there are still 10 members of the Chao family waiting for him to save. And Ling Yun has these Buddhist sacred objects in his hands, and in the future he will have to deal with people from the Buddhist sect. As one of his servants, Jester has naturally adapted to it early. According to Bai Yuanjia, among the enemies who came this time were eminent monks from Shaolin. "Yes, boss." Jester could only endure the strong feeling of being suppressed and restrained all over his body, and concentrated on driving, but subconsciously, he quietly accelerated the speed of the car. He wanted to get away from this ghost place as soon as possible. Ling Yun secretly laughed in his heart, but he ignored it, pretending he didn't know anything. There are indeed many temples around this section of the road, including Fuguang Temple and Bodhi Temple. But further west, after passing the westernmost Siya Temple, the power of the nearby Buddha has obviously weakened, and the Bodhi seeds no longer emit green mist. There was only a layer of cyan halo left on the surface. It wasn't until he could no longer feel any Buddha power that Ling Yun put away all 3 Buddhist holy artifacts. Jester felt his whole body lighten instantly. The blood in his body was no longer suppressed, and gradually flowed unimpeded. He was so happy, and then kicked the accelerator to let the car run at full speed again. "Boss, those things just now seem to be used by your monks in the East." "Good. I heard from those blood races who have lived for a long time that the monks, nuns, and Taoist priests in the East are all evil. They have many spells that can suppress our blood race," Jester said casually. Ling Yun's heart suddenly moved, and he turned his head and asked, "Oh? A blood race who has lived for a long time. How old is it? What kind of spell?" Although Jester casually said this information unconsciously, it was extremely important to Ling Yun, and he couldn't ignore it. Jester drove the car, suddenly drifted, turned a sharp corner, and then said casually, "At least 200 years old, boss, you know, the age of our blood race is very *** secret, anyway," he said, "you Chinese monks and Taoist priests are very powerful, let us try to hide as far away as possible after we meet, and don't provoke them easily. He even warned us, if it is not necessary, try not to come to your huaxia." Jester was vague, but Ling Yun frowned slightly when he heard it. He was more than 200 years old. China, 200 years ago, happened to be the end of the Qing dynasty. At that time, hot weapons were far from being as powerful as they are now. But even the vampires at that time were so afraid of the spells of the monks and Taoists in the East. Spells? A name suddenly popped up in Ling Yun's heart, Cultivator. Undoubtedly, the only person who can make such a powerful and proud vampire turn pale after talking about it can only be a cultivator. Ling Yun began to get faintly excited, but he knew that Jester definitely didn't know much about it, so he didn't ask any more, but pondered and analyzed it slowly in his heart. "Boss, we seem to be being followed," Jester said suddenly. Hearing that tone, he seemed extremely excited. Ling Yan chuckled. "It doesn't seem like we were being followed. I didn't expect them to come so fast." Now, their car has already driven into the vast mountains, and the road ahead is getting narrower and narrower. The surrounding mountains stand tall and dark, and the surrounding is silent, only the sound of the car engine. The other party has 4 cars, and they are not following very closely. They just hang their cars from a distance, like a cat playing with a mouse, as if they have a plan in their chest. "There is a tunnel not far ahead. Shall we kill them there?" Ling Yan shook his head with a smile and said, "What are you in a hurry for? Don't worry, when we get to Xuanhuan, there will be a lot of fights. Let's talk to them first." It's already past 10 o'clock at night, and it's only half an hour's drive away from Xuanhuan Ridge. Counting the time, the magic show performed by Ling Yan has already been broadcast twice on the 5 channels of the TV station. If the enemy reacts quickly enough, this time to catch up, very reasonable. Ling Yan didn't know who was following, and he didn't care, but he didn't want to make a move halfway. Facing a big mountain, there was no way to go around here. A tunnel was dug, which was as long as 4 kilometers. Passing through this tunnel, you entered the range of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan is located at the junction of Jiangnan Province and Anhui Province, west of Qingshui City, 100 kilometers away, in a straight line. It belongs to the Huangshan Mountains, and is a branch of the Huangshan Mountains. Xuanhuan Ridge is surrounded by mountains, and is inaccessible to people. Although it is also a scenic spot, the scenic spot that can be developed for tourism is only 5%. The average altitude of Xuanhuan is more than 1,000 meters, and the upper half of the mountain is shrouded in clouds and mist all the year round. The mountain is dangerous and the scenery is beautiful. According to the local people, when viewed from a certain direction, this mountain looks like a giant standing tall. Facing the south, there is a sharp mountain in its southwest direction, with a height of 1,400 meters. Is the 3rd highest peak in Jiangnan Province. The peak is like a spear piercing the sky. It is Tianmao Peak. Between Xuanhuan and Tianmao Peak, there is a naturally formed precipitous stone beam. Looking from a distance, it looks like a giant with outstretched arms and holding a sky spear in his hand. It stands tall, so it is named Xuanhuan. 15 minutes later, Ling Yan arrived at the small mountain village. He found a house with lights on and gave the family 2,000 yuan, saying it was parking fees. In summer, many tourists come to Xuanhuan to enjoy the coolness of the mountains, but they pay 2,000 yuan to park a car. People in the mountains have never even seen them. Ling Yun parked the car. After parking the car, Ling Yan said goodbye and went out. When he came out, he happened to see the 4 cars following behind. With a smile on his face, Ling Yan glanced at the 4 cars, ignored them, and said to Jester, "Jester, let's go, into the mountains." "Boss, there are mountains all around, which one shall we go to?" Ling Yan smiled, pointed to the spear-like black mountain in the distance ahead, and said loudly, "Tianlan's Peak." To be continued. It has been agreed that Tianmao Peak is going to Tianmao Peak, and Xuanhuan Ridge is too large. Ling Yan is afraid that the enemies who come to hunt him down will not find him. Copy address access. With just a glance, Ling Yan knew that there were 17 people in the 4 cars behind, but at least 16 of them were Dongyang people, because there were at least 16 bright Dongyangs hidden in their rear compartments. Long knife. A sneer appeared at the corner of Ling Yan's mouth. The efficiency of the Dongyang people is really well-deserved. Since you are in such a hurry to die, I have to send you on your way first. He sent a voice transmission to Jester. Let's not go directly into the forest, but walk along this mountain road for a while, and then enter the mountain after we are far away from this village. Jest understood, and the two took advantage of each other's parking time, and under the supervision of those Orientals, they walked forward swaggeringly along the mountain road by the village. The mountain road was rugged, and soon they turned a corner and disappeared behind a rock wall. Mr. Fengchen, according to our information, that young man from Huaxia must be Ling Yun. They have already entered the mountain. What should we do now? The Oriental man who spoke was called Takeda Masuki. He got out of the car early, and his pair of small mung bean-sized eyes exuded a wolf-like light, and he kept staring at Ling Yun and the two of them. Toyotomi sat on the back seat of the first car, his eyes narrowed into two slits. When he heard Takeda Masuki's request, he suddenly smiled cruelly and said, "Mr. Go 1 more mile." After Toyotomi gave the order, the driver of the first car immediately started the car, leading the 3 cars behind to drive forward slowly. After all 4 cars passed the stone wall where Ling Yun turned, Toyotomi Yuichi waved his hand lightly to signal the cars to stop. "Stop the car, turn off the engine, everyone put on ninja suits, bring weapons, and go into the mountains to hunt down." Takeda Masuki has been closely following the car. He turned his head and asked Toyotomi Yuichi, "Mr. Toyotomi, should we wait for Mr. Tokugawa and the Chen family to arrive, and then go into the mountains to chase after everyone?" "Idiot!" The mustache on the lips of Toyotomi Yuichi jumped up and down, and said in a deep voice, "We now have 5 Chunin, and 12 Hunin with superb concealment skills, and this is still in our best interest, under the terrain, and at night again. Could it be that our 17 ninjas still can't deal with a Chinese kid? If you have to let Mr. Tokugawa do it yourself, then what are we powerful ninjas doing in China?" Toyotomi Yuichi pushed open the car door and got out of the car after reprimanding Takeda Nobuki. With a proud but cruel smile on his face, he patted Takeda Nobuki on the shoulder and said, "Mr. Takeda, it is necessary to respect Mr. Tokugawa, but please don't forget that our Toyotomi family is also one of the best families in Dodonjiang." Takeda Masuki bent down quickly, let out a sigh, and then carefully reminded Toyotomi Yuichi, "But, Mr. Toyotomi, there is another blood race on the other side." Toyotomi Yuichi suddenly laughed lowly, and said with disdain, "Strigoi? Apart from living longer, they will also turn into those disgusting bats. What else can they do? Executing an order." "Hi." Takeda Masuki didn't dare to say any more, so he hurried over to open the trunk, and went to pick out his ninja costume and weapons. At the same time, all the ninjas in the 3 cars behind, including the driver. They all got out of the car silently. In the darkness, they quickly changed their clothes and took out their long knives. It took no more than 20 seconds for each of them to change clothes. Obviously, each of them was a well-trained ninja master. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Toyotomi Yuichi waved his hand violently. The other 16 Oriental ninjas in blue and black samurai uniforms all flew over and gathered together. "Mr. Takeda Masuki, Mr. Yamamoto Kennen, and Mr. Inoue Shinji, please 3 of you Chunin, each of you will lead 4 Chunin, divide into 3 groups, and go into the mountains to hunt down Ling Yun. Mr. Lushing, the 2 of us form a team of our own and hold them back. No matter which group finds Ling Yun's trace, it must immediately send out a signal. Mr. Lushing and I will rush to catch Ling Yun as quickly as possible." Toyotomi Yuichi was so arrogant that he didn't take Ling Yun seriously. Yagyu Yuno was also one of the leaders of the 17 ninjas. He nodded silently and didn't say anything. "That Ling Yun is just a Chinese kid who likes to show off and doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. This time, we must capture him alive and bring him to Mr. Tokugawa before Mr. Tokugawa arrives." "Hi." "Set off." "Hi." The 17 Oriental ninjas split into 4 groups like lightning, and chased after Ling Yun and Jester in the direction where they disappeared. Ling Yun and Jester did not eavesdrop on the conversation of the 17 ninjas at all. During the period of time arranged by Toyotomi Yuichi just now, they had already climbed a 400-meter-high mountain. At this time, Ling Yun and Jester were standing on the peak of this mountain, stepping on a huge raised rock, and looking towards the Tianmao Peak in the distance. Ling Yan had already put on a black gold demon silkworm knight suit, and he frowned slightly as he looked at the towering Tianmao Peak. It's really a dead horse looking at the mountain. It seems that we have to climb 4 mountains before we can reach Tianmao Peak. The two of them were not walking on a mountain road. The rocks were steep and slippery, and the branches and leaves were dense in the forest. Jester followed Ling Yan and jumped all the way up the mountain. The clothes on his body were scraped to rags. He gradually became impatient and couldn't help it. Suggested to Ling Yan, "Boss, in my opinion, I will transform now and fly directly to Tianmao Peak with you on my back. A few minutes at most will be enough." Ling Yan. He turned his head to look at Jester, angrily and amusedly said, "I didn't know you could fly? If you need to fly, I'll transform you as soon as I enter the mountain. Why don't you wait until now? Don't even think about it, we flew into the sky, how can we kill people?" Jester could only scratch his head and asked, "Boss, what do you mean?" Ling Yan smiled faintly, and raised his hand to point to a higher mountain in front of him. "We are waiting for them on that mountain. If those idiots can't find us, I can make some open flames and show them the way. That mountain is the place where these Orientals died. Walk." After Ling Yan finished speaking, he immediately showed his figure, in the darkness of night. Like a big bird, it rushed towards the dense forest below the mountain. According to the speed of Ling Yan's figure, which is nearly 100 meters, Jester struggled to follow. In the end, he became anxious and simply transformed into a small black bat, flapping lavender wings, flying above the dense forest. After coming to the peak of the second mountain, Ling Yan stopped abruptly, his consciousness swept away. "I found a cliff," chatted casually with Jester, and began a long wait. "Here we come. 10 people." The Dongyang ninjas didn't make Ling Yan wait too long. They rushed up the mountain in only 5 or 6 minutes, and followed Ling Yan's voice, and quickly surrounded them. The two groups of Yamamoto Kennen and Inoue Shinji rushed over. They used the method of spreading out and outflanking, and after locking up Ling Yan and the two of them, the signal was sent immediately. At the same time, Kennen Yamamoto waved his hand abruptly, and said, "Kill," in Japanese dialect. He and Shinji Inoue stretched out and rushed towards Ling Yan at an indescribable speed. Both sides understand what's going on, and there is no need for any nonsense. Meeting is where the battle begins. Ling Yan was full of fighting spirit, and he smiled proudly. "Welcome, I have finally arrived at your cemetery. I have been waiting for you for a long time, come on." The dark blood demon knife suddenly appeared on Ling Yan's left hand, and his tall figure rushed forward suddenly, while performing a yin-yang art at the same time. Sweep with the knife. An extremely cold, jet-black sword glow suddenly appeared and passed by with a single wave. Chi-chi-chi. Wherever the black blade light passed, the sound of clothes being ripped immediately sounded, and at the same time, there were several shrill screams in the dense forest on the peak. Ah 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 ah. Ling Yan has been gaining momentum for a long time. He cut the opponent's 6 ninjas from the waist and abdomen with only one blow. While the blood was flying, the 6 corpses still maintained the inertia of rushing forward, and rushed directly into the cliff behind Ling Yan, falling from a high altitude. During the fall, the upper and lower bodies were completely separated. Kill 6 people in seconds. Hey, come again. Ling Yan succeeded with the first knife, and his killing intent became stronger. He was not polite, and he swung the second knife in an instant, regardless of the fallen trees around him that had been cut down in the middle. Ah! Ah! After 2 more screams, the bodies of the other 2 low-level ninjas were in different places at the same time. Kennen Yamamoto and Yuji Inoue, 2 Chunin ninjas, saw Ling Yan's 2 knives and killed all their subordinates. They were so angry that they looked at each other and gathered in one place. "Are you injured? Take another stab at me." Looking at the movements of the two of them, Ling Yan already knew that they were also injured. He opened his mind, locked onto the two of them, shouted violently, and a phantom came to them in front of them. Die! With the dark blood demon sword in his left hand, he slashed the universe with one move, and formed a fist with his right hand, Tiangang Fumiquin, and blasted at Shinji Inoue in front of him. Kenin Yamamoto saw the dark blood demon knife coming towards his face with a black light. He was terrified, and in desperation, he could only raise the knife to resist. When Shinji Inoue saw Ling Yan attacking him with his fist, he thought he had taken advantage of it, so he quickly exhausted all his strength, swung a knife, and slashed towards Ling Yan's fist fiercely. Choke! Chi-chi! The dark blood demon knife cut off Kenin Yamamoto's long knife like cutting tofu, without stopping, without slowing down, and directly split Kenin Yamamoto in half diagonally. He didn't even have time to let out a scream, so he hung up. At the same moment, Inoue Shinji's sharp long knife was about to hit Ling Yan's right fist. Grandpa's bargain, are you able to pick it up? Ling Yan yelled wildly, his real move turned into a vein, his arm suddenly swung sideways, and he tried his best to run the Dian Gathering Star's treasure, facing the sharp blade with his arm to meet it. This made the only remaining Mr. Inoue Shinji very happy, but he never expected that after his long knife hit Ling Yan's arm, there would be a sound of gold and iron clanging. With the second peak of the Dian Gathering Star treasure art, coupled with the protection of the Wu Jing Demon Silkworm Night Clothes, Ling Yan has long ignored such a knife. Ling Yan smiled, stretched out his arm suddenly, and with a swipe out of thin air, he clamped the long knife under his armpit. At the same time, the dark blood demon knife swiped sideways at Shinji Inoue, who wanted to draw the knife from left to right. Chi-chi! Shinji Inoue was cut in two by Ling Yan. In 10 seconds, 10 people were all wiped out by Ling Yan. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Wow, boss, you are so fierce. Jester suddenly stopped his scurrying figure, and stood there dumbfounded, only to be amazed again and again. It took less than 10 seconds from when Ling Yunfei swung the knife, to finally beheading Shinji Mitsui at the waist. Jester didn't even choose his opponent, and the enemy was completely wiped out by Ling Yun. Of course, under Ling Yan's aggressive, swift, and indiscriminate sword attack, Jester didn't dare to rush into Ling Yan's attack range. He knew the horror of the dark blood demon saber so that he would not be accidentally injured by the boss. Kerala, boom. It wasn't until Jester's voice fell that a big tree that was swept by Ling Yan's black blade finally fell to the ground. In front of Ling Yan's body, within a fan area with a radius of 20 meters, there was no longer a single standing tree. All the trees had turned into bare wooden piles at this time. 2 corpses, with blood flowing everywhere, dyed the rocks and branches and leaves red, a scene of destruction. This is the power of Ling Yan's 2 sabers. Ling Yan held the knife in his right hand instead, with the sharp tip pointing obliquely at the ground. He was tall and proudly standing, and 2 sharp gazes shot out from his handsome eyes, murderous and shocking. Jester, you don't need to take action. Let me do the killing. You just need to be responsible for protecting yourself, and at the same time intercept and kill those rogue fish. As a viscount of the blood race, Jester is of course also a fierce general of Ling Yun, but Ling Yun brought him by his side mainly because he can fly. As for fighting and killing people, Ling Yun was afraid that he would get in the way. If Jester had rushed to the front just now, it would be impossible for Ling Yun to use his sword to kill the enemy, otherwise, Jester would die the fastest, and he would be his own person beating his own person. Killing 10 people in an instant, Ling Yun was very satisfied with his combat power. After several battles in the capital, he absorbed Shinhaiken and Yamada by using the power-absorbing method. After the skills of Mitsui, Qinjianjia and others, Ling Yan's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Although he is still at the peak of the 9th level of physical training, his combat power has risen several steps. Under the 8th level of innate, there is no longer a general of Ling Yun. Idiot. With an angry shout, only a few whoosh, whoosh, whoosh were heard. There are 7 ninjas in black samurai uniforms. Arrived in front of Ling Yun, and the 2 of them like lightning. The 2 leaders. Naturally, it was Toyotomi Yuichi and Yagyu Yuno, 2 senior chunin. Seeing the tragic scene of the 4 corpses on the ground and the horrific scene of blood flowing into rivers, Toyotomi Yuichi could no longer suppress his anger. They were only 1 step late. Ling Yun just smiled lightly. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Toyotomi Yuichi looked at Ling Yun in the chaotic bushes in front of him. His eyes were narrowed into 2 slits, his pupils shrunk. He couldn't help but exchanged glances with Yagyu Yuya. They could both see the murderous intent and fear in each other's eyes. Kennen Yamamoto and Shinji Inoue. Although the strength of these 2 chunin is much weaker than the 2 of them, they have also reached the early stage of the 7th innate level. With such strength, they are almost instantly killed by Ling Yun. They have no reason not to be afraid. Ling Yun didn't pay attention to the 7 Japanese devils at all. He turned his head from side to side casually, and glanced around. Then he said lightly, "This is the cemetery I chose specially for you. What do you think? The surrounding scenery is not bad, right?" Hachi! Hachi! Toyotomi Yuichi and Yagyu Yuno roared angrily, their eyeballs popping out. Ling Yun smiled casually, and suddenly raised his hand to point to Tianmao Peak in the distance, and said proudly, "A bunch of trash, you are not qualified to be buried in Tianmao Peak." Contempt. Provocative. Exercise the escape technique, let's go together and kill him. Finally, Yuichi Toyotomi couldn't bear it any longer. He gave an order in Japanese, then held the handle of the bright long knife with both hands, turned sideways, and crossed his feet back and forth. He rushed towards Ling Yun. At the same time, Yagyu Yuno smiled grimly, lost his figure in a flash, and used escapism to hide his whereabouts. "Jester, be careful." When Ling Yun saw the figure of Yuyan Yagyu suddenly become blurred, he knew that the other party was going to use escapism. He was not afraid, but he did not forget to remind Jester instantly. "Damn it, where's the person?" Jester's eyes widened, and he was about to watch Ling Yun perform another flash kill, but he suddenly found that the enemy's trace had disappeared before him. He felt bad and didn't care the direction was changed, and he made a vertical leap and left the spot. Scrub. 2 bright long knives appeared at the same place where Jester was standing just now, forming a crisscross pattern. If Jester was still standing there, he would definitely be stabbed in 2 holes. "Hurry up and transform, don't fall to the ground, be careful of their hidden weapons." Ling Yun yelled again, reminding Jester, and at the same time swung the black knife in his hand. The shadow of the black knife flashed, and he hit the long knife that Yuichi Toyotomi had slashed. Clang! Sparks splashed everywhere in the dark night. Toyotomi Yuji felt a strong force coming from the blade. His hands shook violently, his arms hurt when he shook. He couldn't help kicking back 7 or 8 steps. "Good knife." Ling Yun gave a thumbs up, and at the same time raised his left hand, grasping a flying knife like lightning. "Back to you." After Ling Yun caught the throwing knife, he laughed loudly and shook his wrist lightly. The flying knife immediately came out of his hand and flew back at twice the original speed. Ninja Heart. The Oriental ninja who was sneaking in the dark and throwing knives at Ling Yun thought that he would be able to hit him with one blow, but he never dreamed that at such a short distance and at such a fast speed, Ling Yun raised his hand to catch it. The flying knife flew back. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge it, but Ling Yun shot back so fast, almost in an instant, he didn't even have time to react. He felt his chest was icy cold, and died on the spot. "Playing with hidden weapons with me, you are 10 years too early." Ling Yun chuckled, like a cat playing with a mouse. A phantom dodged Yuichi Toyotomi's second knife, and his body happened to land next to an Oriental ninja. Send you a ride. Ling Yan raised the saber in his hand, and neatly chopped that Dongyang Sharan in half. Baga. How is this possible? What's wrong with our escape technique? Toyotomi was shocked and turned pale. He roared again and again, but unfortunately his movement skills were not as fast as Ling Yan's. Every knife he slashed at Ling Yan just hit the air. Movement skills are secondary. What makes Toyotomi Yuichi and Yagyu Yuno the most terrified and puzzled is that Ling Yan can actually see where they are hiding. Their evasion techniques are completely ineffective in Ling Yan's place. This is something that only Jonin can do. How did Ling Yan do it? They were puzzled, but Ling Yan was not puzzled. He rose and fell in the dense forest, showing off his movements. Every place where he landed was a hiding place for a ninja, one knife at a time. Soon, 2 more ninjas were killed. Even if you are pinching persimmons, you have to pick the soft ones first. This is Ling Yan's principle. No, he can see through our escapism. Mr. Yagyu, stop using evasion, let's get together. Lu Xingyongye was very depressed. He used the method of would escape, under the cover of darkness and trees, tried to get close to Ling Yan several times to launch a sneak attack, but he didn't expect Ling Yan to find out all of them in advance. They all hid, and took the opportunity to kill 2 of his subordinates, so he had no choice but to show up. Toyotomi, Yagyu, and Takeda gathered together in one place, and the 3 raised their long swords high in the shape of a Chinese character. Leaning back to back, 6 eyes stared fiercely at Ling Yan. Ling Yan didn't pursue, he also stood still, looking at the 3 chunin with a smile, like a cat playing with a mouse. 14 of the 17 people have produced fruit, and the remaining 3 are here. It seems that there is no plan to escape. Ling Yan is not in a hurry. Can you understand Chinese language? How many people from the Chen family are here this time? Are there people from the Tokugawa family? Are the blood clans here? Holding the knife, Ling Yan asked leisurely. Baga. If Mr. Tokugawa comes, now is your time to die. Toyotomi said angrily, raising the long knife with both hands. Oh? Threatening me? Do you think I'm scaring you? Ling Yan didn't bother at all. He replied indifferently, and then asked casually, can you tell me why you sent so many people to chase me down? Ling Yan wanted to be sure now. How much did these Dongyang people know about the killing of the Dongyang archaeological team in Shenangjia, Dio Guido, and the Chen family and Ling family in the capital? Toyotomi Yuichi stared at Ling Yan closely, with hatred in his eyes, and said angrily, Baga, Ling Yan, you made a big fuss about the Chen family in the capital and killed many of our ninjas. This one reason is enough. Moreover, according to the information sent back by Mr. Tokugawa Takazuka, who went to Shenangjia, and the surveillance video on our Dongyang patrol ship, we are completely sure that the murderer of these things is you. We Orientals must repay such hatred. Ling Yan immediately frowned. As soon as he heard the other party finish speaking, he knew that he was going to fight the Japanese devils forever. Unexpectedly, when he was in Shenangjia, Tokugawa Takazuka didn't lie to him before he died, and he really passed the news back. In the sea area of Daogui Island, Ling Yan slaughtered all the men on every patrol boat of the Dongyang devils. At that time, he covered his face in black and changed his voice, but he did not expect that there were monitoring equipment on board the Dongyang patrol boats. It's not that Ling Yan's 100 secrets are sparse, but that the current military technology is too powerful. Even if Ling Yan is against the sky, there will always be something he ignores. That's right, I killed all the Japanese devils who went to Shenangjia. I also did the fishing for Turtle Island incident by myself. In the capital, I also took care of all the ninjas you died. Now, it's your turn. Ling Yan simply admitted generously. He smiled brightly, and said murderously, go to hell. Slash the world with anger. Ling Yan's figure flew up into the air, holding the handle of the dark blood demon saber with both hands, facing the top of the 3 people's heads, and slashed down. The black blade instantly formed a pitch-black blade curtain from the air, wrapped in a domineering aura, and murderous intent enveloped the three of them. Welcome! Toyotomi Yuichi, Yagyu Yuno, and Takeda Masuki, seeing Ling Yun's momentum, knew that they could not avoid it. The three of them gritted their teeth suddenly, and raised their swords with all their strength, as if they wanted to hold Ling Yun's magic sword together. It's up to you? Can you stand it? To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. There is no need to answer at all, the answer is obvious, it can't stand it at all. Ling Yun's knife combined the power of the second peak of the Dian Gathering Star Treasure Ju, and the full power of the Yin Yang Ju, which is enough to be powerful. Oh, my Satan, this knife is really terrifying. Jester was just above the dense forest 100 meters away, and he was shocked to see that there was a yellowish light around Ling Yun's body again. Clang clang. It was too late to say it, but it was so fast, 3 sounds of gold and iron clanging sounded, and the 3 bright long knives snapped off in response. Crack, click, click. The rock under the feet of the 3 chunin was shattered inch by inch, and their feet were smashed into the rock with great force, not even reaching their knees. Toyotomi Yuichi, Yanaji Yuno, and Takeda Masuki felt a terrifying force on their bodies at the same time, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. Their hands shook violently, and 3 broken knives flew out of their hands. Puff puff. The 3 of them lowered their bodies almost at the same time, spurting a mouthful of blood, their faces pale as paper, and their eyes filled with unspeakable fear. But, it was only for a moment, because Ling Yun's saber did not stop, but after being blocked a little, he cut down again with the power of his fall. The knife is ruined, what else can be used to stop it? Earth escape. Toyotomi Yuichi is a master of Tuduan, his feet fell into the rocks. Naturally he immediately thought of Tuduan to escape, suddenly lowered his figure, and his figure disappeared again. Yagyu Yuno suddenly leaned back, using his knees as the axis, his whole body was directly attached to the ground, and he didn't care about the blood flowing from his hands, he kicked his feet violently, letting his body stick to the ground and fly horizontally. Takeda Shingmu's skill was a bit weak, he hadn't reacted from the fear just now, and he was chopped to death by Ling Yun on the spot when his figure was lowered. Boom! Takeda Masuki's body was split in half by Ling Yun from the top of his head, but the 2 halves of his body fell into the rock because of his feet. It didn't fall over, hot blood splashed everywhere, that scene was extremely terrifying. Wouldn't it be a joke if Ling Yun couldn't even kill a person with such a shocking blow? It's your turn. Ling Yun's figure landed on the ground, and immediately stared at Yugyu Yagyu, who was flying across the ground, and he touched the ground with his toes. Instantly blocked the way of Yagyu Yongno. Yagyu Yongno was horrified, he ignored the numbness all over his body. With a shake of his hands, 2 throwing knives struck Ling Yun violently. Boom! Next, around Yuyano Yagyu's body, a cloud of green smoke burst out suddenly, and his figure miraculously disappeared again. Hey hey! Ling Yun raised his hand and swept away, knocking the 2 throwing knives into the air. At the same time, his eyes widened, and he used his yin and yang eyes. Immediately saw the whereabouts of Yagyu Yongno. I didn't kill you with a single knife, I'm already upset, and want to escape? Ling Yun yelled violently, and stretched out again, a phantom fish dragon step landed beside Yuyong Yagyu, swiped, and another slash. Idiot! Yagyu Yongya was really stunned by Ling Yun. He never dreamed that a chunin of his innate 7th level peak would not have the slightest power to fight back in front of Ling Yun. He also didn't think about Ling Yun's power and defense. Speed, weapons, all surpass him, and he can fight back, isn't that nonsense? Lu Xing Yongya wanted to escape, but he was not as fast as Ling Yun. Ling Yun's sword was faster. It was almost like a person followed the knife, and when the knife came, Lu Shenjianji couldn't dodge it with his body skills, so he could only do his best to fight against Ling Yun's blade with a pair of fleshy palms. What? Lu Shenjianji saw Ling Yun's approach, he let out a loud shout, and slammed his palms together in the air, intending to clamp the blade of Ling Yan's attack with both hands. Court death. Ling Yan sneered, his right hand remained in the slashing posture, and at the same time, he flicked his wrist left and right, causing the blade of the dark blood demon knife to pull out a mysterious and beautiful knife flower like lightning during the falling process. Scrub. After a horrific cry, Yuyano Yagyu's 2 arms were severed from the elbow by Ling Yan, and 2 streams of blood spurted wildly. Boom. Ling Yan used the Wind and Thunder King Kong legs, and kicked Yuyano Yagyu's lower body with great precision, sending his body flying into the sky. Jester, I leave it to you. Ling Yan knew that the kick just now had completely kicked Yagyu, and he lost both arms, so he could no longer pose any threat to Jester. Boss, don't worry. Jester let out a strange laugh, and quickly flew over. Before Yagyu landed, he grabbed the broken body of Yagyu from midair. Ling Yan's consciousness swept wildly, and found that Toyotomi Yuichi had escaped from the range of his consciousness. He couldn't help but sniffed lightly, and rushed out following the smell of blood. His body swayed 100 meters. You can't escape. Ling Yan made 2 vertical leaps in a row, and found the trace of Yuichi Toyotomi. At this time, he was like a frightened bird, darting down the mountain recklessly. At this moment, in Toyotomi Yuichi's heart, there is only one thought, that is, Ling Yan is a devil, and the power emanating from him cannot be resisted by human beings at all. However, he still doesn't know that Ling Yan's speed is beyond his reach. Ling Yan exerted his lightness kung fu with all his strength, almost stepping on the treetops and rushing wildly, like a wisp of light smoke, and soon came within tens of meters behind Toyotomi Yuichi. Come on. Run faster. Ling Yan chased after him wildly, and cheered for Toyotomi Yuichi with a smile on his face, thinking that this bastard was so panic-stricken that he fled in the direction of Tianmao Peak. So why was I so anxious? Mom. When Toyotomi Yuichi heard Ling Yan's voice, he hurriedly turned his head and saw that Ling Yan had already chased him, so he was so frightened that he made such a noise. Boss, I'll go ahead and stop him. Jester turned into a humanoid bird, flew down from the top of the mountain, and reached Ling Yan's head in an instant. You still have to be careful of his hidden weapons. Ling Yan gave a leisurely grace, and slowed down even more, completely playing cat and mouse. He didn't need to think about it, Jester had already torn Yagyu to pieces. Haha, Mr. Ninja from Toyo, I advise you to be obedient and let him go. Our boss is a gentleman, and he will definitely let you die happily. The bastard Jester, with a 2-meter-long wing, quickly came to the sky above Toyotomi Yuichi's head. He yelled and couldn't help provoking Toyotomi Yuichi, who had gone crazy. Ah! I'll kill you. Yuichi Toyotomi raised his hands in anger as he ran wildly, shooting a total of 4 throwing knives at Jester above his head. Wow! Jester let out a strange cry, and quickly circled sharply, avoiding the 4 throwing knives. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing this, Ling Yan chuckled. But he didn't care about it. There will be countless battles in the future. There will be many such scenes, and Jester must face and solve them by himself. It's really not difficult to block Toyotomi Yuichi. A 100-meter-high cliff blocked his way, and he stopped for a while. Ling Yan chased him up from behind. Since you want to die here, then I will fulfill you. Ling Yan smiled lightly. Withdrawing the knife, he flew forward, clenching his fingers into a fist, and hit Toyotomi Yuichi violently. There was a cliff in front of him, and Jester was staring at him above. Ling Yan blocked the way behind him, and Toyotomi couldn't escape. I can only fight in a hurry. Boom! Ling Yan's fist and Toyotomi Yuichi's fist collided fiercely at one place, and the true energy collided violently and exploded violently, scraping the broken rocks of the mountain rocks and flying them everywhere. This punch. Ling Yun's stature was steady and he didn't take a single step back, but after running wildly all the way, Yuichi Toyotomi's true energy was already disordered, his breath was unstable, and he was punched by Ling Yun and flew more than 10 meters away. "Punch me again." Ling Yun was excited and laughed loudly. He twisted up like lightning, and threw another punch. "Baga. I will fight with you." Toyotomi was so angry that he finally started desperately. He wanted to kill himself, and even if he died, he would try his best to consume Ling Yun's true energy so that he could no longer continue the subsequent battle. He no longer dodged, instead he rushed towards Ling Yunquang, fighting with Ling Yun with bare hands. "That's right, this is in line with your ninja spirit." Ling Yun was at ease. While playing, he kept teasing Yuichi Toyotomi. When Toyotomi Yuichi first started, he still had the idea of exhausting Ling Yun's physical strength, and even wanted to use fighting to delay the time and wait for the arrival of reinforcements, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Because he found that the harder he fought, the harder it was for Ling Yun to fight more and more easily. His internal strength was getting less and less, but Ling Yun's fists and strength became more and more fierce. Suction Dafa. The yin-yang vortex in Ling Yun's dantian has long been completed, and it continues to rotate, going forward and backward in a single thought. He is using the method of absorbing energy to continuously absorb the innate chi of Toyotomi Yuichi and turn it into his own use. Consume? The more you fight, the stronger you get. Under the ebb and flow, within dozens of rounds, Toyotomi Yuichi became out of breath, his meridians began to be blocked, his true chi was not functioning well, and he couldn't even display the 6 successes of the peak state. However, Ling Yun has already replenished all the Zhenqi consumed in the battle to the full state, nourishing the battle with battle. It is exhilarating. Ling Yun, who survived the triple terrifying thunder calamity on Daogui Island, not only has an unusually strong physique, but also his dantian and meridians are even more terrifyingly powerful, and he is still growing rapidly. He could absorb as much innate chi as he had, but he didn't worry about exploding his body. The only pity was that his dantian was like the sea, and it was unfathomable at all, and he didn't know where the limit was. After exhausting Yuichi Toyotomi's 5 successes, Ling Yun finally stopped teasing him. He changed his move in an instant and used the Sky Nirvana Palm, which was a move of Sky Nirvana. Boom! Ling Yun's right palm traced a mysterious and inexplicable trajectory, and instantly hit Toyotomi Yuichi's chest, sending him flying with his palm. Toyotomi Yuichi was beaten and flew upside down, hitting his back against a rock. Absorb power. Ling Yun is no longer polite, he follows him like a shadow, comes close to his body, directly performs the great method of absorbing energy, and continuously absorbs the pure innate chi of Toyotomi Yuichi. Toyotomi Yuichi was terrified and struggled desperately, but it was all useless, and he couldn't escape at all. You can hit the road. When the opponent's skill fell below the innate level, Ling Yun withdrew his hands, and with a thought, he waved his left hand lightly, killing Toyotomi Yuichi. New enemies are coming, Jester, let's go. Ling Yun killed all the first wave of enemies, and without stopping, he flew up and landed on Jester's back. The two of them didn't delay anymore and flew directly to Tianmao Peak. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Wow, boss, you were so powerful and majestic just now, your servant Jest, I am so proud of you. It's just, my honorable boss, why is your body so light? Jester carried Ling Yun firmly on his back, fluttered his wings, and rushed straight into the sky, not forgetting to flatter Ling Yun wildly. Ling Yun has just absorbed Toyotomi Yuichi's 80% success power, and his physical condition has climbed to the peak again. Like an upstart, he completely let go of his consciousness, carefully observing the surrounding terrain and environment, and constantly thinking about how to deal with enemies behind. Hearing Jester flattering him, Ling Yun chuckled, stepped on Jester's back lightly with his foot, and scolded with a smile, "This is light work, do you understand light work? Don't be so wordy, hurry up and fly. Yes, boss. Jester violently flapped his wings downward several times, and the height of the two quickly surpassed the 100-meter cliff, then flew higher and higher, and quickly flew towards the skyspear peak in front of them. His flying speed was extremely fast, and he quickly passed the 3 mountains in front of him, and came to the halfway up the mountainside of Tian Peak. What a dangerous mountain! When he came near Tianmao Peak, Ling Yan raised his head slightly and couldn't help but praise. Boss, shall we go down or go up? Ling Yan ordered decisively, fly up, go to the peak first. Okay boss, as you wish. Jest responded, flapped his wings again, and quickly climbed 600 meters to the top of the peak. Ling Yan spotted a huge rock on the top of the peak, flew down, stepped on the rock and looked around, gazing at the surrounding scenery to his heart's content. The ground area of Tianmao Peak is 500 meters square, and it becomes sharper as it goes up, and the top is less than 1,000 square meters. It is an irregular circle, with a maximum diameter of less than 40 meters. There are no trees on the peak, bare rocks are everywhere, and some unknown weeds grow everywhere. The altitude here is 1,400 meters, and the mountain wind at night is very strong, whistling in the ears, blowing Ling Yan's hair fluttering, and the clothes fluttering. You will be the top of the mountain, and you will see all the mountains and small ones at a glance. Surrounded by mountains, Tianmao Peak stands on the top of the peak. Looking around, there are undulating mountains all around. In the dark night, like a dormant and sleeping dragon, clouds and mists are everywhere, and the scenery is like a fairyland. Here, except for helicopters, it is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to come up. Ling Yan admired the beautiful scenery for a while, and he performed lightness kung fu, quickly turning around the edge of the peak, and the bottom is full of cliffs. You can't see the end at a glance. If you fall, you will die. It's a good place to kill and rob. Jester can fly. It seems that he has seen this kind of scenery too much. He didn't pay much attention to it, he just asked Ling Yan, boss, are we waiting for the enemy here? Just as Ling Yan was about to continue talking, his mind suddenly moved. He suddenly turned his head to look towards the west, and at the same time narrowed his eyes slightly, using the yin and yang eyes to the extreme. In the night sky in the distance, there are countless densely packed black dots, condensed together like a dark cloud. Covering the sky and covering the earth, it is flying towards Tianmao Peak at a high speed. Bloodlines. Ling Yan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he said in a deep voice, Jester, your kind is here, get ready to fight. Except for those Oriental ninjas who couldn't wait to catch Ling Yan first, the fastest ones came, of course, were the flying vampires. At this time, Jester also noticed it. When he saw the big dark cloud in the distance, he was stunned and exclaimed, wow, it's expensive, why are there so many blood races here? Could it be that the Grand Duke Dracula himself come yet? In the capital, after Ling Yan subdued Marquis Edward, Jester and Paul had several contacts with the Marquis, and knew that the blood of the Qin family was brought by Grand Duke Dracula. Duke Dracula? How powerful! After Ling Yan rescued Chao Shanshan, he never went back to Ling's house, and naturally he didn't communicate with Edward. He didn't know the situation there yet. Jester's face became a little ugly. Grand Duke, honorable boss, it seems that we are going to be in big trouble this time. Ling Yan frowned slightly, glared at Jester and said, Jester, didn't you brag to me that after accepting my first embrace, you are already the legendary king of the Blood clan? How did you hear about a Grand Duke, so scared? Jester quickly defended, oh, my honorable boss, you don't know, the King of Blood is only talking about bloodline and possible status in the future, but we are only Viscounts now. Viscounts are 3 levels behind Dukes, this is what the Blood cannot make up for. Boss, you must be careful this time, because the Grand Duke can use dark magic. Dark magic? Ling Yan's heart moved. When he was cultivating in the great world, he had seen angels with wings. He knew that those people worshipped light and used light magic. Ling Yun wanted to ask again, but saw that those blood races had already flown within a few hundred meters, and they were about to rush over. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Okay, don't think so much for now, let's fight." Brush. Before Ling Yun finished speaking, the golden longbow appeared in his hand. He quickly handed it over to his right hand, and with another thought, 3 ordinary arrows hit the bowstring. Draw the bow like a full moon, and shoot an arrow like a shooting star. Whoosh whoosh. Ling Yun was not polite, and shot 3 arrows at the group of bats. No matter what, let's give the other party a blow first. The effective shooting range of the golden longbow is more than 1,000 meters. Within a distance of 500 meters, with the strength of Ling Yun and the speed of the arrow, it is absolutely possible to shoot the arrow without missing a shot. There are 6 or 7 bats falling in response to the sound. Each of the 3 sharp arrows pierced through at least 2 bats. After the Battle of Yunming Mountain, Ling Yun already had a deep understanding of the blood race, including the combat effectiveness of the Earl and Viscount. He was not afraid of the Earl and Viscount. Earl and Viscount, he can kill as many as they come. Ling Yun is worried about the Marquis, and even Grand Duke Dracula, who may really come over in person. Jester swallowed sharply. "Boss, there are too many of them, how do we fight?" "You just need to protect yourself, and leave the rest to me." Looking at the huge black mass flying over in the night sky, the momentum was extremely terrifying, and the ants killed the elephants. It was impossible for Ling Yun to expect Jester to rush up to fight. Ling Yun's 3 arrows shot out, immediately causing chaos among the bats of the Blood Clan. Like a frying pan, they fluttered and flew randomly, and soon formed into 5 strands, flapping their wings and flying towards higher air. "Is this so frightening? Didn't dare to come over?" Ling Yun swished and wounded more than a dozen bats one after another, and when the opponents flew out of his range, he stopped immediately, looked up at the swarm of bats circling in the air, and murmured, "Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da." The answer to Ling Yun turned out to be intensive gunshots, and countless bullets poured wantonly towards the place where Ling Yun and Jester were standing like a torrential rain. "Not good. Withdraw quickly, go down the mountain." Ling Yun suddenly lowered his head, shouted violently, calling for Jester to retreat quickly. "Whoa! My Satan, are they crazy?" Jester was hit by more than a dozen bullets at once, and he screamed in pain. With a curse, he rushed towards the edge of the cliff, and then jumped. Ling Yun didn't stop, he flew up. Jester simply folded his wings, and amidst the dense gunshots, he fell sideways in a free fall. Relying on the cover of the night and the mountain, the two quickly avoided the range of the Blood Clan's gunshots. Ling Yun calmed down for a while, and said speechlessly, "Damn it, these Blood Clans have become smarter." Grand Duke Dracula didn't come, but there were quite a few Blood Clans, and this time, they brought guns. Da-da-da. There was another gunshot, and the bullet scraped against the bodies of the 2 people who were falling rapidly. Occasionally, some bullets hit Jester, causing him to scream strangely. "Stupid, fly close to the rock wall, use the rocks and trees as cover." Ling Yun possessed the body protection of Dian Juxing Baojua and the Wu Jin demonic silkworm cloves. Even if a bullet hit his body, it would be no different from scratching an itch. He only needed to protect his head. Occasionally, he raised his head and shot at the vampires who were chasing after him, shooting down some big human-shaped birds. At the same time, his mind was spinning, thinking about how to deal with it. Obviously, the members of the Chen family and Grand Duke Dracula went to the place where the Yunming Mountain battle was fought, and carefully cleaned up the battlefield. They saw how those blood races died, and came up with an effective way to deal with Ling Yun. Bats can fly, and in the air, if they shoot with guns, Ling Yun will become a living target. No matter how strong he is alone, he can't stand it at all. "Boss, why don't we go back to Qingshui City?" In the city, these vampires would never dare to shoot. Jester was wounded in more than 20 places. He was a little discouraged and couldn't figure out how to fight. Fart. Don't you claim to be a devil, and you want to hide when you encounter such a little difficulty? Hurry up and fly down, let's talk at the foot of the mountain. Lingyan cursed and cursed, but he still bent down, put his palm on Jester's back, and crazily poured black and yellow true energy into his body. Miraculously, after accepting Lingyan's black and yellow true energy, those parts of Jester's body that were shot by the bullets healed quickly. Lingyan noticed this, and he said happily, "It turns out that my xuanhuan true qi can also heal the blood race?" Jester was so comfortable that he wanted to snort, and he replied, "Boss, it's true, this feeling is really wonderful, more enjoyable than smoking marijuana." Stop. Lingyan felt that it was almost done, so he made Jester stop at a height of about 50 meters from the ground, and looked at a protruding rock wall. With a thought, Lingyan took out the dark blood demon knife, and quickly dug a 3-meter-deep cave with the knife under the rock wall, and the two quickly drilled in. "Jester, hurry up and recover from your injuries, I have to think about how to get rid of these bats." Lingyan sat cross-legged, his eyes flickered, and he quickly thought about ways to retreat from the enemy. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Damn. They are absolutely crazy. Is this still our great, noble, glorious, and proud blood race? This is the shame of the blood race. It's okay to bully the few with more, but even use a gun against an ordinary person? Oh, no, the boss is not an ordinary person, the boss scared them. Jester was so angry that he didn't care about the injuries on his body, jumping up and down in the cave, roaring like thunder. Lingyan was very calm. He was caught off guard just now, and suffered a big loss, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground, his thoughts flashed, and he thought about how to deal with the enemy. Melee? He has the dark blood demon knife and dark storm, long-distance attack? He has a golden longbow and silver arrows. In addition to these things, he also has a lot of fire talismans, countless silver needles, and his own pure yang energy, and even a yin-yang vortex, which absorbs energy. Finally, he has a skill that he has never used before that can definitely restrain the blood race, the Shenwu Chunyang immortal art, but this skill itself consumes too much, and he does not want to use it lightly until the critical moment. Now, on my own side, the disadvantage is that there are few people, alone, and 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. The other is that the other side has a lot of guns, and they are condescending from a high altitude, shooting intensively, and they have taken advantage of the ground. Whoosh whoosh. With a sudden shake of Lingyan's left hand, he shot 4 iron nails towards the entrance of the cave, only to hear 2 screams, and the 2 blood clans who flew to the entrance of the cave to spy were instantly blinded by Lingyan and fell into the air. What the hell, they used Sand Eagle pistols. There are so many Sand Eagle pistols. It seems that the Chen family has become cruel, this time. Jester fiercely used his sharp claws to dig out a bullet that had hit his lower back, and cursed loudly. Lingyan's mind moved, and he suddenly asked, "Jester, what is the effective range of the Sand Eagle pistol?" Jester and Paul have different hobbies, and his understanding of guns and ammunition is super expert. He immediately replied, "Boss. The effective range of an ordinary Sand Eagle pistol is about 200 meters, but according to the bullets on my body look, these Sand Eagle pistols are all modified, with an effective range of at least 300 meters. When Lingyan heard this, he was overjoyed, and said casually, "The effective range is only 300 meters? I thought it would be at least 1,500 meters. As a cultivator, Lingyan's attitude towards guns is the same as his attitude towards cars. He has zero understanding at all, and he rejects these things in the field of science and technology from the bottom of his heart, and he is even less willing to spend time to understand. Ling Yin originally thought that the effective range of hot weapons like guns should be at least 1,000 meters, so when he was shot by such dense bullets just now, his first thought was to dodge. After all, Ling Yin had already seen the power of guns and even missiles when he was fighting in the waters of Daogui Island. Jester sneered and said, "Boss, in fact, ordinary guns are not very lethal to our blood race. Even if they are within the effective range, those ordinary guns can't do us any harm, not to mention the speed of our blood race. Fast enough to fly. Can easily escape the effective range of the gun. As long as the bullet escapes from the effective range of the gun, the flying speed and shooting power of the bullet will be greatly weakened. Even if it can hit the body, it is similar to a small stone hitting the body. This point, even for ordinary people, are all the same." Ling Yan's eyes lit up, and he nodded slightly. Suddenly realized that I had made a mistake. But at this time, Jester said again as if reminding, "But boss, they are shooting downwards from a high altitude, and the flying speed of the bullets will only become faster and faster, so the shooting power will not be weakened, but will be doubled. That's why I was injured just now." Ling Yin was stunned. When there is hail in the sky, the bean-sized hail can smash through the glass of a car, let alone shoot bullets from the barrel of a gun. However, he was also determined in his heart, thought of an idea in an instant, and smiled lightly. "Then what if we go on top of them?" Jester was taken aback, blinking his lavender eyeballs the size of a copper bell, and said in a daze, "Boss, of course it's because we're making a lot of money, and we don't need 200 meters at all, as long as we stay a little above them. More than 100 meters, their bullets can't hurt us." "But boss, your idea is really amazing. They have already occupied the peak of Tianspear Peak, and we can't get out of their blockade at all." "Ha ha ha ha." Ling Yin suddenly looked up to the sky with a long smile, stood up suddenly from the ground, raised his hand and pointed at the mountain opposite to Tianmao Peak, and said secretly to Jester, "That mountain is also more than 1,000 meters high. And the top of the mountain is at least 800 meters away from the top of Tianzhu Peak, so why don't we go to that mountain first? Few people is a disadvantage, but the advantage lies in the flexibility. You can fight when you want, you can leave when you want, you can do whatever you want, and you can play around with enemies." Jester was stunned again, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, honorable boss, you are so wise, why didn't I think of this?" Ling Yin smiled slightly and said, "Okay, stop flattering, let's sneak up the mountain from the dense forest while the enemy is not paying attention, and then quickly fly above their heads, and kill them back to the carbine. If even this little difficulty can't be solved, Ling Yin won't be Ling Yin anymore. You can turn into a bat, so that the target will be smaller, and the battle on the ground, leave it to me." Ling Yin gave Jester an order, and ignored him. Instead, he took out 2 silver needles, pinched them in both hands, let go of his powerful spiritual sense, swept out the cave, and immediately wiped out several silver needles outside the cave. The situation within 10 meters is very clear. Ling Yin's current consciousness limit is already 100 meters in diameter and 50 meters in radius. Otherwise, he would not have dug this cave to hide at a height of 50 meters from the ground. They didn't send any more people down. They should have occupied the high place and waited for the reinforcements from the Chen family to arrive. We just didn't give them this chance." Ling Yin sneered, and flew out from the entrance of the cave. He fell straight to the bottom of the cliff, and got into the thick and chaotic bushes all at once. Jester turned into a small bat, followed Ling Yin and shot down the dense forest. His figure disappeared. After Ling Yin entered the dense forest, he did not rush up to the opposite mountain, but looked up first. His eyes penetrated the gaps in the branches and leaves of the dense forest, and saw that the height of 400 or 500 meters in the night sky was surrounded by clouds and fog, which separated the upper and lower sight. Although it is said that Ling Yin possesses yin and yang divine eyes, his eyesight is strong, and he can see things at night as if they were in daytime, but there is a limit to the distance. In the middle of the night, surrounded by mountains, without any lights, he can see clearly for 400 to 500 meters far is already the limit. Of course, it's different in a bustling city. At night in a bustling city, there are always lights everywhere. With the help of those lights, Ling Yan can see clearly even when he looks down at a height of 1,000 meters. Ling Yan couldn't see the enemy, and it was even more impossible for the enemy to find him. Ling Yan laughed secretly, and began to use his movement skills, walking quickly through the dense night forest to climb the mountain. Jester flew in front of Ling Yan, exploring the way. Jester, which of the 5 senses and 6 senses of your blood race is the most powerful? While climbing the mountain quickly, Ling Yan did not forget to continue asking the blood race about their weaknesses. Unexpectedly, there was a squeak from the front. Ling Yan smiled wryly, and said in his heart that after the blood race underwent the ultimate transformation, it really became a vampire bat and could not speak. He then stopped asking and began to climb the mountain with all his strength. For Ling Yan, the 1,000-meter peak was only a few minutes. When he was about to reach the peak, Jester finally changed back to his humanoid bird appearance. He stopped quietly, and said seriously to Ling Yan, "Dear boss, our blood race has the strongest hearing ability, followed by the sense of smell, which is the most sensitive to the smell of blood, and then the eyesight, especially sunlight. As for pain, as long as it is not a vital part, it can be ignored directly. We are bats." Ling Yan smiled. Bats, mainly nocturnal animals, rely on the echolocation system to fly and catch food, and their hearing is naturally strong. "Very well, let's go. While they are not paying attention, let's go to the summit." Of course Ling Yan would not do in-depth research on these. As long as he knew that the ears of blood races were very powerful, that was enough. The two soon reached the peak, and Ling Yan flew onto Jester's back. Jester flapped his wings violently and soared into the sky. "Raise it sharply, raise it again." The two masters and servants quickly shot high into the sky until they reached a height of more than 2,000 meters. Ling Yan shook his hand and pointed at the peak of Tianmao Peak, and ordered, "Fly towards the top of their heads at the fastest speed." Jester also took a deep breath. In order to get revenge, he exerted all his blood-sucking strength, increased the frequency of flapping his wings to the limit, and quickly flew towards the top of the Skyspear Peak. What a speed! Feeling Jester's flying speed, Ling Yan couldn't help admiring inwardly. He said that after reaching the 4th level of Qi training and flying in the air, he was probably only a point or two faster than Jester. Jester's current bloodline is the bloodline of the King of Blood. Although he is a Viscount, his limit flying speed has surpassed that of an ordinary Earl and is close to that of a Marquis. In less than half a minute, 1,000 meters passed by, and Ling Yan and Jester had already arrived at the top of Tianmao Peak, 600 meters away. At a height of 2,000 meters, the mountain wind was too strong, and the silver needle could not play any role at all. Ling Yan had already put it away, and he looked at the densely packed, circling black blood clans on the top of Tianmao Peak, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. With the golden bow and silver arrows in hand, Ling Yan quickly started shooting mercilessly. Swish, swish, swish. Lianju arrows. The effective shooting range of the golden bow is 1,500 meters, which means shooting into the sky, but now the distance is less than 600 meters, and it is shooting from a height to the bottom. This feeling can only be said to be too cool. Ah 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 ah. The shrill screams rang out one after another, and the blood race on the top of Tianspear Peak saw the sharp arrows shot from above their heads in horror. They never dreamed that how could that terrifying demon break through their blockade and came to their overhead. In an instant, they all became lambs waiting to be slaughtered. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Buzz buzz buzz. The vibrating sound of Ling Yan's rapid pulling of the bowstring kept lingering in his ears. This is the bowstring twisted from Yujinmo silk. If it was an ordinary bowstring made of beef tendon, it would have been broken by him long ago. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sharp arrows pierced through the air, and each sharp arrow carried either cold or hot yin and yang true energy, piercing through the bodies of the vampires below, either as huge as a humanoid bird or as small as a bat, connecting them into a string. It was firmly nailed to the top of Tian Mao Peak. Whether it is an icy arrow infused with yin and cold energy, or a scorching arrow infused with pure yang energy, as long as it hits the blood race, it can cause fatal damage to the blood race and cause them to be severely injured. In a short time, no more fighting power. Not good. That demon has come over our heads, hurry up and chase after it. A marquis was shocked when he saw this, and he decisively used the secret language of the Blood clan to order, so that all the stunned Blood clans should quickly chase and kill Ling Yun. Ling Yun was too fierce, taking advantage of the fact that the blood race below hadn't reacted. He shot dozens of arrows in one breath, killing or seriously injuring hundreds of blood races. Fluffing. Countless humanoid birds took off hastily, and quickly turned into 5 strands in the night sky again, trying to avoid Ling Yun's attack range first, and then chase and kill Ling Yun. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. A big humanoid bird with a gun finally reacted. After flying up, it started to shoot in the direction of Ling Yun and Jester, but this time, they were completely disappointed. Their bullets flew 300 to 400 meters in the air and I started to get tired, and I couldn't even reach Jester's side. Ling Yun laughed out loud. While pulling the bowstring and shooting at the target at will, he said in English, "You still want to shoot me with a gun? Let me tell you, I, Ling Yun, have only suffered once, and I will get it back thousands of times. Call out." The voice just fell. Please search, and Yuan, to see the most complete. The fastest updated novel, Ling Yun, suddenly let out an extremely high-pitched, sharp and strange whistling sound, and he cast Shenlong Xiao. This is Shenlong Xiao, who is at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body training. A pure sonic attack, if anyone is nearby, even at the foot of Tian Spear Peak, after hearing the howling. The ears also hurt as if being pricked by needles and drilled by countless bugs. I can only cover my ears desperately. The howling sound pierced the air, extremely ear-piercing, and it was an indiscriminate attack. Countless big human-shaped birds and small bats that just flew up immediately tried to block their ears with their hands or wings in extreme pain. Blood race, whether it is transformed into a human-shaped bird, or finally transformed into a bat. Their ears are particularly big, and the sound made by Ling Yun's Shenlong Xiao is simply a nightmare for them. Of course you can cover your ears, but the problem is that if you want to cover your ears, you won't be able to hold the gun. Dozens of pistols fell from the hands of the human-shaped big bird, pierced through the clouds and missed instantly, and fell into the dense forest at the foot of Tian Mao Peak. The opponent's gunfire weakened a lot in an instant, and it was no longer so dense. Even, under Ling Yun's divine dragon roar, there are many low-level barons. They couldn't stand such a strong sound wave stimulation at all. Some of them fell in the air, and some flew down desperately, looking for some crevices in the rocks to avoid. Hey, even though you guys beat me with guns, I want to sing for you. See how kind I am to you. Ling Yun succeeded in one blow with Shenlong Xiao, and he was overjoyed, so he simply used Shenlong Xiao to sing again. Honey, fly slowly, and be careful of the sharp arrows in front of you. Honey, don't cover your ears, my singing will make you intoxicated. Honey, you fly with me, and I will reward you both if you fly close. Needles, darling, come and dance, there will be no darkness after death. In a rage, Brother Yun directly used Shenlong Xiao to sing the adapted version of the two bats. Oh, by a high one. Boss, don't sing anymore, I can't bear to sing anymore. Jester flapped his wings and desperately blocked his ears with his two huge claws, almost begging Ling Yun not to sing. When Ling Yun reached the 4th level of body training, he was able to use sound transmission to enter secrets. Now that he has reached the peak of the 9th level of body training, His control over Zheng and voice has reached an unbelievable level. He uses xuanhuan shout to hurt the blood. Naturally, we should control the sound waves and try not to hurt Jester, but even so, Jester still can't stand it after listening to it for a long time. It is conceivable how much pain the blood race below is suffering now. One advantage of using xuanhuan is that you don't need to delay the movements of your hands. Lingyan sings and shoots at the same time, frantically harvesting the lives of the blood race. He is high above, with a powerful and sharp howling sound. The suppressed blood race dare not fly high, and firmly occupies the commanding heights. Hearing Jester's shout, Lingyan stopped singing in an instant. He glanced to the southeast, and saw some powerful vampires flying up with their ears covered. He immediately ordered Jester to rush over. Not surprisingly, those who can withstand his sonic attack are at least earls. With Lingyan's order, Jester flew over without hesitation. Lingyan had already pinched a lot of 5th-level fire talismans in his hands. It's not good on TV, let me show you my magic tricks. With the technique of all over the sky, more than a dozen fire talismans were shot out suddenly, and Lingyan quickly shouted, "Come on!" Bang 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 bang. The 5th-level fire talisman, when Taoist Lu Deming fought back when he was dying, he used an unpopular fire talisman, which has the power of a bomb, not to mention the 5th-level fire talisman made by Lingyan himself. As soon as more than a dozen fire talismans were attached to the huge bodies of those earls, they immediately began to explode. The huge explosion sound resounded through the air and reverberated in the mountains, causing the animals in the forest to scurry around. Oh! Those poor counts, whose limbs were broken by the fire talisman, some had no wings, some had no arms and legs, and some had only half of their bodies left. Seeing that they couldn't survive, they all screamed and fell in the air. Several blood counts dodged quickly and escaped the explosion of the fire talisman, but Lingyan flew into the flames, and the blood demon knife slashed wildly, hacking them to death. Jester was shocked when he saw this, and quickly rushed to Lingyan's body, saving him from falling. Humph. Well done. Cooperated well. Lingyan snorted coldly and looked down, only to see countless humanoid birds unable to stand the flames of the explosion, and began to desperately find places to hide, but there were a few blood races, still flying steadily, commanding desperately. Marquis? Lingyan sneered, stretched his bow and set an arrow, and suddenly pulled the bowstring, and the 3 sterling silver arrows shot at the 3 marquises. Whoosh whoosh. There were 3 more screams. 2 of the 3 marquises were shot in the body by sterling silver arrows and nailed to the rock alive. Another blood marquis was shot in the head by Lingyan, died on the spot, and fell off the cliff. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The gunfire sounded again, and the bullets swished past Lingyan. It turned out that as soon as Lingyan's howling stopped, some blood clansmen with guns flew up and shot them again. Court death. Lingyan yelled violently, retracted the knife and took the arrow. The bowstring vibrated again, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 blood clans who shot were shot to death by Lingyan instead. Boss, those who can fly now are all earls. Jester did not forget to remind Lingyan. Lingyan shot 2 more arrows, and said in a leisurely manner, I know. Fly over and kill with a knife. Lingyan was standing on Jester's back, where there was a gunshot. He just shot an arrow with his backhand, and then Jester quickly flew over. Lingyan made up the knife in the air, 1 knife at a time. This is aerial hunting, this is bloody massacre. The current Lingyan has already killed the enemy's guts. All the blood races looked at Lingyan as if they were looking at an unrivaled demon god, and they were completely stunned. In this battle, Lingyan once again hunted and killed more than 200 blood clans, most of whom were earls and viscounts. He had already killed half of the invading enemies. Fly at a lower altitude, be careful not to let the opponent exceed our altitude, many of them still have guns in their hands. Lingyan firmly suppressed the blood clan. He wanted to lower the height to kill more happily, but no matter how low, as long as the enemy has a gun, they must occupy the commanding heights. Jester responded, and landed quickly, and soon came to the sky 300 meters above the peak of Tianzhu Peak. During the rapid descent, Ling Yin did not forget to shoot arrows one after another, and more than a dozen blood races died on the spot. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Ling Yin was in a good mood to kill, but suddenly found that all the ordinary arrows in his interspatial ring had been consumed, and there were only more than 100 pure silver arrows left. But fortunately, just now Ling Yin shot and killed a blood clan with a gun, and the enemy no longer had an effective weapon to attack him. At this time, most of the blood clan had been killed by Ling Yin, and there were more than 200 left, but most of them were viscounts and barons, and they could no longer pose a threat to Ling Yin. Jester, descend another 100 meters, then search carefully, and tell me where the Marquis and Earl are. The most effective weapon must of course be used on the most powerful enemy. Ling Yin does not want to waste it. The enemy had no guns, and Jester no longer had to worry about being shot. He immediately swooped down, and suddenly saw a marquee, and he raised his finger. "Boss, that's a marquee." Whoosh whoosh. Ling Yin saw the target, and suddenly shot out 3 pure silver arrows, nailing the marquis alive on the top of the mountain in an instant. "He's a demon, we can't deal with him." Everyone rushed down the mountain and fly into the dense forest. The commander-in-chief of this group of blood clans, the 500-year-old Marquis Mr. Anderson, saw Ling Yin kill so many earls and viscounts. He was terrified and distressed, and finally gave the order to retreat. Whoosh whoosh. Ling Yin stared at him and shot 3 arrows. Anderson was terrified, and tried his best to dodge, but he only dodged 2 sharp arrows, and was shot through the thigh by the last one. "Mr. Marquis, others can escape, but you cannot escape." Ling Yin snorted coldly, causing Jester to quickly dive towards Anderson. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Seeing Ling Yin rushing towards Marquis Anderson quickly, those blood races who were running around suddenly gave up and turned around, and rushed towards Ling Yin and Jester recklessly. The 500-year-old Marquis Anderson is a loyal servant of the Grand Duke Dracula, and even the ancestors of these earls, viscounts, and barons. Of course, these blood servants will desperately protect the Lord. It's just that in this way, it fell right into Ling Yin's arms. Of course, Ling Yin knew that Marquis Anderson couldn't be killed in a short while, so he took the opportunity to kill all these little guys first. Ling Yin put away the golden longbow, took all the blood demon knife and the dark storm in his hands, and ordered to Jester, "Jester, charge me." At this time, the top of Tianmao Peak and the bats hiding in the crevices of the cliffs, regardless of rank, seemed to no longer be afraid of Ling Yin's divine dragon roar and fire talisman, but flew into the sky one after another, turning into humanoid birds, one by one with green faces and long fangs, spread their huge wings, gathered quickly, and rushed towards Ling Yin. Jester was not afraid. He flapped his lavender wings violently, carried Ling Yin firmly on his back, and rushed towards the crowd of human-shaped big birds in front of him. The distance of 100 meters was reached in an instant. The bloodiest hand-to-hand combat broke out in an instant. Ling Yin's left hand is the blood demon knife, and his right hand is dark storm. Standing proudly on Jester's back, once he enters the enemy's formation, he swings his hands wildly. Chi-chi-chi. The sharp blade and sword edge, the sound of cutting the blood clan's body suddenly sounded. Jester was the first to sprint, and all the blood clans standing in front of the two were cut off by Ling Yin's magic knife and magic sword. Numerous broken arms and stumps fell from the air, and the screams of the blood race resounded through the sky. Ling Yin's expression was indifferent, his eyes were firm, and he was not affected in any way. With just one charge, Ling Yin beheaded more than 20 blood clans. He shot very fast, and none of the blood clans that entered his attack range could be whole. Kill. Jester froze. Immediately Ling Yun pressed the tip of his tongue to the tooth hall, let out a loud shout, and surrounded by countless humanoid birds, he started chopping melons and chopping vegetables with knives, hacking wildly. Of course, Jester will not be idle, he rampages excitedly in the encirclement, wherever he goes. It's all a bloodbath. People don't offend me, I don't offend others. Bloodlines. Since you have found me, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this moment, Ling Yan seemed to have turned into a peerless killing god who came out of hell. With the magic knife and magic sword in his hand, he crazily harvested the lives of the blood race. Bang bang. 2 loud bangs. Jester's body trembled wildly, and Ling Yan's figure naturally shook as well. Ling Yan's consciousness swept away, and it turned out that the 2 earls rushed under Jester. They saw the opportunity and punched Jester twice. Jester has been flying in the air now, his wings are open, and Ling Yun can protect the safety above him. But being covered by Jester's wings, he couldn't protect Jester's underside. Now they were in the enemy's formation, surrounded by blood races in all directions. Although Jester tried his best to avoid and rushed left and right, it was still difficult to avoid the same kind of attack. This time he was finally fatally wounded. Jester, I'll open the way for you, fly up. Ling Yun didn't panic, and with a violent shout, he impervious to the wind and rain of the dark blood demon knife and the dark storm dance, killing the blood race above his head and scattered. At the same time, Ling Yun changed his mind. All of a sudden, the xuanhuan mantra started running. The powerful xuanhuan zhenqi left the body in an instant, covering Ling Yun and Jester directly. After being injured, Jester was already flying unsteadily, but with the help of xuanhuan zhenqi, he was instantly refreshed and let out a strange sound. He screamed, raised his claws suddenly, and tore apart a blood baron who was close to him. Ah! Xuanhuan zhenqi is a panacea for Jester, but for other blood races, it is simply a deadly poisonous gas. All of them who are around Ling Yun feel stagnant at the same time, and they screamed miserably. Humph, kill again. Until now, Ling Yun finally started to use his whole cards one by one. Now, he has too many ways to deal with the blood race. Chi 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 chi. Ling Yunming's blood demon knife and the dark storm cut violently again, and a dozen blood clansmen were cut in the body by Ling Yun again, and huge corpses fell down one after another. Soon, Ling Yun and Jester rushed out of the encirclement of the vampires. After this killing, hundreds of vampires died completely. The devil. He is a devil who rushed out of hell. How is this possible? On the peak of Tianspear Peak, the old Marquis Anderson's old and pale face was full of unspeakable fear. He came with the order of the Grand Duke Dracula, and brought a total of 5 marquises, 100 earls, and more than 400 viscounts and barons. But the 2 sides have fought until now. 5 marquises were killed and 2 were injured, and 1 marquis was left intact, and Ling Yun shot an arrow in his thigh. The sharp arrow has been pulled out, but the wound is still bleeding. More than that, it was the injury caused by the pure silver arrows all over the body. Even the marquis couldn't recover in a short time. There are less than 30 earls left, and more than 400 viscounts and barons, and only 100 left. This battle can be said to be a heavy loss. Anderson raised his head desperately, seeing Ling Yun galloping in the air, killing all directions, as if entering the land of no one. He was almost scared to death. That's really a dark storm, the Blood Clan's magic sword, Dark Storm. But, what's going on with that black magic knife? No. He should be a legend, a monk from the East. But, it seems that he can't fly yet. How can he restrain our blood race like this? Anderson even forgot the pain, and even gave up commanding. His tall body was trembling, and he kept mumbling to himself. Mr. Anderson, what should we do now? The only uninjured marquis, looking at the corpses of servants falling from the sky, was extremely anxious, and asked Anderson. Dark Storm. Dark Storm is the nemesis of our blood race, we must find a way to take it. Anderson's red eyes stared sharply, emitting two terrifying rays of light. With a light flap of his wings, he came to the side of the two wounded marquises. Dear Satan, I am your loyal servant, Marquis Anderson, please grant me the power of darkness. Dark healing. As Anderson chanted the spell, he stretched out his two sharp claws, emitting two clusters of dark red light at the same time, which disappeared in a flash on the wounded parts of the two injured marquises. Each of the two marquises was shot with 2 arrows, both of which were penetrating wounds, caused by pure silver arrows. They were bleeding profusely, but after Anderson treated them, the 4 wounds miraculously began to heal slowly. This is the healing magic of the vampires, using blood to heal wounds, but the old Marquis Anderson is obviously not high enough, and it is very difficult to cast it, but in order to get back the Dark Storm, he has to do so. In the air, Ling Yun and Jester rushed out of the battle group. Standing proudly on Jester's back, he asked in a deep voice, Jester, can you still stand it? Ling Yun's strength is boundless, his defense is strong, and he is still fierce, but Jester is now equivalent to his mount. If Jester can't stand it, no matter how powerful he is, it will be useless. Who, ph. Jester flapped his wings lightly, panting like a cow, like pulling a bellows. Just now he rushed fiercely into the encirclement of countless earls and viscounts. Although Ling Yun was cool, the pressure he was under was extremely great. Old boss. I may have to take a break, please, give me some fairy energy, there are too many of them, I can't stand it. This is Jester, who was embraced by Ling Yunchu. If he were of another blood race, let alone a viscount and an earl, he would be a marquis. He would have been exhausted just now. Bang 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 bang. Ling Yun raised his hand abruptly, threw out a fire talisman, and killed several blood races who rushed to him, then put away the dark blood demon knife, bent down and put his hand on Jester's back. A large amount of black and yellow Zheng was continuously sent to Jester's body. This is a special enemy, this is a special battle, master and servant, whoever leaves can't do it, Ling Yun deeply understands this. What makes Ling Yun extremely happy is that xuanhuan Zheng is really the supreme treasure that can restrain the blood race and help Jester. Soon, Jester's injuries have almost recovered, and most of his physical strength has also recovered. It's strange. After killing them like this, why didn't they escape? While Ling Yun was healing Jester's wounds, he was staring at the blood race in the distance. 10 to 80% of them had been slaughtered, but they didn't want to run away anymore, and it looked like they wanted to fight Ling Yun to the death. Jester said, Boss, you took out the Dark Storm just now, any blood race, as long as they see the Dark Storm, they will either run away after hearing the news, or grab it, there is no other choice. If I'm not wrong, the old Marquis below must have recognized it. Since he saw the Dark Storm, he will definitely take it back, because your Dark Storm is the nightmare of all blood races in the West. Ling Yun was stunned when he heard this, and he smiled coldly, Really? That's how it is. I said they didn't run away, but it's better this way. Let's just kill them all. Jester nodded, but carefully reminded Ling Yun, Boss, you must be careful, the Marquis below must be very old, and he already knows some advanced magic of our blood clan. And beside him, there are 3 marquises joining forces with him. This battle is not easy to fight. Ling Yun is now less than 300 meters away from the peak of Tianmao Peak, and he is always watching Anderson's movements with his yin and yang eyes, so he naturally saw the scene where Anderson healed the 2 marquises. Don't worry, let's kill all the little guys in front of us first. As for the 3 marquises, he saved them in vain. Just kill them again. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. With few enemies and numerous kills, after this fierce battle, nearly 50% of Ling Yun's true energy was consumed. Although he is not exhausted yet, there are still 4 powerful marquises and dozens of earls on the other side. This strength should not be underestimated. But Ling Yun is not worried. He still has hundreds of pure silver arrows, more than 200 fire spirit talismans, and powerful black and yellow true energy, which are all magic weapons that can restrain the blood race to death. He also has dragon saliva to supplement his aura, and he also has the aura of xuanhuan stored in the emerald jade box, all of which can restore his true energy in an instant. In addition, Ling Yan also has one of his biggest trump cards, Shenwu Qinyang Xianjue. Therefore, Ling Yan is full of confidence. As long as the enemy does not retreat, he is absolutely sure that he can wipe out these blood races. However, Ling Yan doesn't know how many enemies will come tonight, so he hasn't shown all his strength until now, especially the Shenwu Qinyang immortal art, which consumes too much once to use it, and it is not a life and death moment. It cannot be used casually. Kill. When Jester had almost recovered, Ling Yan stood up from Jester's back, and with a thought, the dark blood demon knife appeared on his left hand again, and the two of them, like flying eagles fighting rabbits, pointed straight at the 4 sides below. The Marquis rushed. In terms of healing speed, Ling Yun is much faster than Anderson. Until now, the healing process over there has not yet ended. A group of earls, viscounts, and barons, under the command of the Marquis below, no longer cherished their own lives, but were like moths to a flame. Although they knew that they must die, they all rushed to Ling Yun to buy time for their masters. As the enemies killed less and less, Ling Yun and Jester naturally became more and more relaxed. This time, Jester was already more than capable, and he also became smarter. People are in the crowd. Instead, he rushed forward and let Ling Yun hack and chop. Before the enemy surrounded him, he turned around and left, starting a guerrilla battle in the air. This is tantamount to leading the enemy by the nose, because the blood race on the other side must firmly block them. Don't let them go down and attack the 4 marquises at the top of Tian Spear Peak. Ling Yun didn't need to think about Jester, he let go to kill. In order to quickly deal with these enemies, he simply condensed the yin and yang zhenqi in the sword. Every time he swung a sword, there was a black sword gang and a black sword screen. The Blood Clan screamed again and died piece by piece. But after this battle, Ling Yun also really saw the power of the Blood Clan, Those below the Marquis, although they have no other special abilities except transformation, but their spirit of sacrificing their lives for their masters and seeing death as home is really terrifying. And this is just a team brought by Grand Duke Dracula. If a Blood Prince, or even a Blood Lord, came to China, wouldn't it be a disaster for China? Ling Yun was secretly startled, but he showed no mercy. The more he killed, the more courageous he became, and he quickly killed more than 100 blood counts and viscounts in the air, leaving no one behind. Only the 4 marquises above Tian Spear Peak were left. In this battle, Jester deliberately preserved his strength, was not injured much, and still had physical strength. Boss. Shall we rush down now? When Jester saw that Ling Yun had wiped out all the more than 500 vampires of the opponent, he yelled excitedly and was eager to try. Little did he know, Ling Yun on his back was really tired. They wouldn't run away just now, so they won't run away now. Let's rest for a while. The reason why they let those low-level blood races die is to consume my energy. Can Ling Yun not be tired? Even if his arms are as strong as 10,000 caddies, but after countless times of drawing the bow and hundreds of times of swinging the sword, his physical strength will be exhausted. After all, he is a human being, not a god. This is easy to understand. For example, a person can lift a 200-gene barbell with all his strength, but you let him throw a 10-gene shot put continuously, try to throw it hundreds of times? You know, every time Ling Yun's golden longbow pulls the bowstring, it takes several hundred caddies of strength to fully fill the bow. Come on, it's no wonder you're not tired. This is just physical strength, but there is still energy. Ling Yun used the less to the more. In order to avoid injury, he put his consciousness to the limit, carefully protected himself and Jester, and his energy was exhausted. After such a crazy series of killings, the current Ling Yun's physical condition has been exhausted by 70%. He is covered in blood and his arms are numb. Ling Yun guessed right. Anderson let the last 200 blood races die, feeding Ling Yun with knives, just to consume his physical strength. Even if he couldn't cause any damage to Ling Yun, he would be exhausted to death. Now the opportunity has finally come. Anderson is old and sophisticated, how could he miss such a good opportunity? Come on. Take back the magic sword of our blood clan, capture this devil back, and dedicate it to our master. Anderson gave orders in the secret language of the blood clan, and at the same time his wings trembled, and he took the lead and flew up towards Ling Yun. The other 3 blood marquises naturally also rose into the sky, and charged towards Ling Yun with a murderous aura. Although there are fewer people, the real battle of life and death has just begun. I really want to take advantage of it. Ling Yun sneered, but instead of fighting, Jester sent him to fly in the direction of Xuanhuan Ridge, through sound transmission. It's not that he doesn't dare to fight, but that Ling Yun doesn't want to fight at the top of Tianmao Peak, because they have been fighting here for more than an hour. Ling Yun estimated that the masters of the Qin family and the Sun family are almost here. Once they arrive at Tianmao Peak, if someone who can rival him comes, then Ling Yun will suffer a lot. As for whether the Qin family and the Sun family will send peerless powerhouses, Ling Yun knows even with his ass. In order to kill him, the Sun and Qin families must have spent a lot of money this time. If you don't come, you'll be damned. As long as he looked at the lineup of the blood race, Ling Yun knew that there must be a series of hard battles ahead. Fortunately, Ling Yun had the foresight. Jester could fly, and it was up to Ling Yun to decide whether to fight or escape. Anderson and the other 4 marquises chased after him. Their ranks were displayed there, and their flying speed was much faster than that of Jester, the unreal king of the blood clan. They were getting closer and closer. Anderson didn't know the Chinese language, so he shouted to Ling Yun in English, "Mr. Ling, we can make a deal. As long as you are willing to return us the holy sword Dark Storm of our blood race, I can guarantee that the relationship between you and our blood race all hatred, all written off." Manpower is sometimes poor, and Anderson has now confirmed that Ling Yun is already at the end of his strength and can only escape, so he actually negotiated a deal with Ling Yun in order to get Dark Storm. When Ling Yun heard this, he felt both angry and funny. "Hey, I took you to play hide and seek. Did you really think that I was afraid of you?" With the magical gourd in his hand, he drank dragon saliva to supplement his spirit energy, while circling the yin and yang qi to restore his physical strength. At the same time, with a thought, he also took out one of the Ling family's inheritance God Willow, and crazily absorbed the God Willow to release it. The wood aura that comes out. The wood aura of Shenlu has an indescribable auxiliary effect on the Ling family's xuanhuan scriptures. Ling Yun is now drinking ambergris to absorb the wood aura, nourishing both internally and externally. The dragon saliva entered the body, and the powerful dragon aura quickly moved around along Ling Yun's meridians, bringing new strength to Ling Yun. At the same time, the wood aura of the God Willow tree was inhaled into the body. Ling Yun felt refreshed, and the circulation of his dantian accelerated. The vortex of yin-yang true qi rotates violently, giving birth to new yin-yang true qi, which is continuously sent into the 8 extraordinary meridians. After Ling Yun drank the dragon saliva and drank half full, he put away the magic gourd, and then put away the God Willow, and with a thought, the golden longbow appeared in his hand again. "Jester, fly slower, I'll kill one first." With his back facing the 4 blood clans who were chasing after him, Ling Yun quietly put 3 sterling silver arrows on the bowstring, without even turning his head, locked on a marquee with his divine sense, and shot with the bow. Whoosh whoosh. Lianzhu arrows were shot, but they all shot at the same target. At a distance of less than 50 meters, Ling Yun shot every shot accurately. The Marquis didn't even react, and was pierced through the head by 3 pure silver arrows. The dead can't die anymore. Spike. A Marquis fell in the air. Turn around. Ling Yun succeeded with 1 arrow, and immediately ordered Jester to turn around. Jester had already had an incomparable understanding with Ling Yun, so he turned around instantly, and rushed towards Anderson and the 3 of them. Originally chasing and escaping, now they are flying on both sides, with a distance of tens of meters in an instant. When passing by a Marquis, Ling Yun slashed at the Marquis head with lightning speed. Fall. Puff. Blood splattered in the air. A good head was cut off by Ling Yun with a single knife, and the body of the Marquis was separated, and another one was hanged. Shet. Anderson saw that Ling Yun instantly killed the 2 marquises in the blink of an eye. He was about to go mad, turned his head abruptly, chased after Ling Yun, bit his tongue suddenly, and sprayed a mouthful of blood mist at Ling Yun. Dark fog. This is also one of the dark magic of the blood race, the evil fog of darkness, which can make any sensitive person lose their sense of sight and hearing, and lose their way in the dark. Boss, be careful. This fog is poisonous. Jester was 2 levels behind, and he was hit directly. Ling Yun felt his whole body suddenly wrapped in a cloud of dark red blood mist. He held his breath suddenly, and his spiritual consciousness soared. Fly to the left. Anderson tried his best to hunt down Ling Yun this time. His level is not enough. If he forcibly casts the dark magic of the Blood Clan, he will drop at least 1 level later. It's just that he has calculated thousands of times, but he can't figure out that Ling Yun not only has divine consciousness, but also has yin and yang divine eyes, which can break through his fog of darkness, and Ling Yun's De Yen Gathering Star's secret art is not afraid of his poison. Blood arrow. At the same moment, another Marquis who turned around from the left and outflanked him desperately cut his hands and 5 fingers with his sharp claws, raised both hands, and shot 10 bloody arrows at Ling Yun at the same time. Court death. Ling Yun yelled violently, and raised his right hand abruptly. The vortex of yin and yang true energy reversed, and suddenly sucked all 10 blood arrows into his hand, and at the same time, the dark blood knife with his left hand slashed out in the air. Chi. The Marquis who surrounded him was cut in half by Ling Yun's dark blood demon knife. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Laugh. After Ling Yun sucked all the 10 bloody arrows shot by the Marquis before he died into his palm, he immediately felt a burning pain in his palm, as if being burned. He looked down and saw that the palm of his right hand there was white smoke. Soon, the palm of his right hand became bloody and charred, and there were many purple-red blisters on his fingers. Damn it, what's the matter with him? Ling Yun was shocked. After he had practiced the De Yen Ju Xing Bao Ju to the 2nd peak, his skin was already invulnerable to water and fire, invulnerable to swords and guns, and invulnerable to 100 poisons, but he did not expect to be injured by a Marquis blood arrow be like this. But at this moment, Ling Yun didn't have time to think about it. He made a decisive decision, put away the dark blood demon knife, took out a healing talisman, slapped it on his right hand, and yelled Lin. The healing talisman exerted its powerful effect, and soon Ling Yun's right hand healed completely, and Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Ah! My eyes! During the rapid flight, Jester suddenly cried out in pain and covered his eyes with his hands. Not good. Ling Yun knew that Jester must have been injured by Anderson's dark mist, so he slammed a clear water talisman on Jester's head, and then shouted again. A bluish water polo instantly enveloped Jester's head, washing away the blood mist on his head, and at the same time transmitted a voice, Jester, don't panic, the top of the mountain is 100 meters below us, you can go slowly. Fly down, I will use xuanhuan true qi to help you heal. As Ling Yun said, he bent down like lightning, put his left hand on Jester's back, and used xuanhuan qi to quickly heal his injuries. At the same time, Ling Yan did not forget to use his spiritual sense, and fixed on Anderson's figure firmly to prevent him from taking the opportunity to sneak attack. To Ling Yan's surprise, Anderson didn't surprise the two of them, but flew straight down. His speed was extremely fast, like a black meteorite flying from the sky. It caught the body of the Marquis whose head had been beheaded. Ling Yan's mind was shocked, and he thought he couldn't do it. Could it be that the Blood Marquis who lost his head, he also has a way to revive him? That would be really troublesome. But the next scene. But seeing Ling Yan was even more dumbfounded. I saw Marquis Anderson opening his bloody mouth. Baring his thick fangs, he bit the Marquis' neck. Damn it. He's actually sucking the remaining blood from that Marquis. He's strengthening himself. Ling Yan instantly understood what the other party was doing, and couldn't help but exclaimed. It turns out that the means of high-level blood races are also endless. Anderson grabbed the corpse of that companion, sucking blood non-stop, but the Marquis of the blood race was beheaded by the dark blood demon knife. Most of the blood on his body had already been sucked away by the dark blood demon knife, and he hadn't recovered much strength. But he was still falling rapidly downward. The target was the Marquis that Ling Yan shot to death with the silver arrow at the beginning. Soon, Anderson's figure disappeared from Ling Yan's consciousness and was swallowed by the night. Wow, that old Marquis's magic is really powerful, I can't hold it. Jester carried Ling Yan on his back. Slowly landed on the top of Xianren Ridge. As soon as he stood still, he wiped his eyes with both hands and found that his eyes were intact, so he said with lingering fear. Ling Yan's expression was gloomy, and he didn't say a word. After he had practiced the great expansion gathering stars treasure art to the peak of the second largest realm, he was almost uninjured despite repeated battles. He did not expect it to be carried in the hands of a Marquis today, which made him a little unhappy. It seems that the dark magic of the blood race is quite powerful, so don't underestimate it. Ling Yan said lightly. Jester said cautiously, Boss, your servant Jester, I really appreciate your help, otherwise, those 10 bloody arrows just now would have seriously injured me. What happened? Jester explained, Boss, the blood of our vampires is completely different from that of human beings. They all carry strong acidity, which means they are highly corrosive. The longer you live, the higher the level, the more acidic it will be. Strong. Moreover, that Marquis also used dark magic just now, which is why you were injured. Ling Yan was a little annoyed. Damn it, you didn't talk about such a matter of life and death until now? Jester scratched his head, and said innocently, Dear boss, don't forget that your servant Jester, before accepting your first embrace, was just an unknown pawn in the Blood clan. These mighty marquises. Ling Yan knew that Jester was not to blame for this matter, but he had to be more careful in the future. He nodded and smiled and said, Okay, I don't really blame you, he is the only one left now, let's go rush to the top of the mountain and get ready to fight. After a while of flying just now, the two of them had already flown over the stone beam and came to Xianren Ridge, but they didn't land on the top of the mountain. The current position is still 300 to 400 meters away from the top of the mountain. With such a short distance, Ling Yan didn't bother to let Jester carry him, so he unleashed his movements and charged towards the top of the mountain. Xianren Ridge runs from east to west, with a peak of 1,200 meters. Compared with the palm-sized place on the top of Tianmao Peak, Xianren Ridge is much larger. It takes an ordinary person to walk from the east end to the west end in a few hours. Can't finish it all. There are lush dense forests everywhere on the top of the mountain, with luxuriant branches and leaves, and overgrown grass. On this moonless night, it is dark everywhere, and you can't see your fingers. As soon as Ling Yan and the two reached the top of the mountain, they saw a huge black shadow soaring up from the mountainside, and it took only a few seconds to reach the top of their heads. It was Anderson. Anderson sucked the blood of 2 marquises, and he didn't know what kind of Blood clan secret method and he became very energetic. Not only did he not appear to be injured, but his strength seemed to have greatly increased. Ling Yan looked at Anderson. Without saying a word, he suddenly raised his hand, took out his golden longbow, and shot 3 arrows at the top. Dark shield. Ling Yan's speed was fast enough, but Anderson's speed was not slow. With a loud shout, a dark red shield appeared in his hand, which happened to block 3 sharp arrows. Although the dark red shield was transformed by magic, after the 3 sterling silver arrows hit it, there was a sound of gold and iron. Dang, dang, dang. Anderson blocked Ling Yan's attack, and roared in the air, "Huasha boy, for the holy sword of the blood race, for the Duke Dracula, and even more for the honor of the blood race, I will kill you today." Blood spear. Anderson spat out a mouthful of blood and chanted the incantation. The blood instantly turned into a huge spear more than 2 feet long. His whole body was red. He stretched out his huge claws and raised his hand to grab it. "Throw it over. I wipe." Ling Yan saw that the blood spear was coming. It was powerful, the speed was not slower than the arrow he shot, and he didn't catch it hard, and suddenly used the phantom ichthyosaur step, and teleported, barely avoiding it. Boom! As soon as he flew away, he saw the blood spear hit the rocks on the ground. The rocks smashed into pieces and shot everywhere. What's more, the most shocking thing is that the blood spear pierced into the rock more than a foot deep, but it didn't disappear. What a powerful blood magic! Ling Yan was surprised, but he couldn't help but praise him. His spiritual consciousness was pushed to the limit, and his complexion became serious. Fighting spirit rises. Jester, get out of the way, this battle, you watch the battle honestly. Brush. Ling Yan put away the golden longbow, but took out the dark blood demon knife. The blade swept wildly, cutting off all the surrounding trees in a radius of 20 meters. Then he pointed at Anderson in the air with the tip of the knife, and said coldly, "Since if you really want to kill me, then come down and have a fair fight." At this moment, Ling Yan finally saw the real blood magic, and he wanted to learn it seriously so as to increase his combat experience against the blood. Anderson laughed evilly. That's exactly what he meant. After speaking, he swooped down, and after his huge figure landed, he directly pulled out the blood spear stuck on the ground, and pointed at Ling Yan in the distance. Anderson is an old man. Although he said it nicely, it was for the holy sword and the blood clan, but now he knows that everything is worth less than the blood on Ling Yan's body. Ling Yan is powerful, but he can't fly. Without Jester's help, he couldn't have killed so many vampires, but even so, Jester should have been exhausted long ago, but Jester didn't. A person who can instantly help the blood race recover their physical strength and injuries, how precious is his blood? Anderson dared to bet that if he could give Ling Yanchu a hug, even with just one bite, he would be promoted to Grand Duke in an instant. This is Anderson's wishful thinking. Kill. Anderson didn't hesitate. He held a shield in his left hand and a blood spear more than 2 feet long in his right. His tall figure dashed forward like lightning, ignoring the trees in front of him, and thrust at Ling Yan. Ling Yan's pupils shrank, and Anderson teleported. It was too late to dodge, and Ling Yan didn't want to dodge. He used the Dian Gathering Stars treasure to the limit, and slashed wildly with the dark blood demon saber in his hand. Slashed 3 times like lightning. Dang, dang, dang. The black blade hit the blood spear almost in no particular order. With that overbearing power, the blood spear was smashed by 3 points. Ah! So much power? Anderson held the blood spear tightly with one hand, only feeling that the jaws of his claws were so numb from being smashed, the blood spear almost fell out of his hand. Anderson gritted his teeth sharply, clenched the blood spear again, turned into a thorn and swept across, only to hear the chirping. The thick tree trunks were swept off one after another, and smashed towards Ling Yan. You will lose in the power contest. Ling Yan smiled coldly, but still stood still, facing the coming of the blood spear. he slashed 3 times in a row, and all 3 slashed at the same place. Puff. The blood spear finally couldn't bear being chopped off abruptly, but it immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist, covering Ling Yun's whole body. Within the blood mist, the sound of chi-chi-chi eroded again. But this time, Ling Yun was prepared. He used the clear water talisman on his head to protect his head, and his figure quickly rose into the sky from the blood mist. Slash the world with anger. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Come and not reciprocate indecently. #Yuan. Ling Yun stayed where he was, and after receiving 2 attacks from Anderson, he was no longer passive. Looking at Anderson below, he slashed down. Ling Yun's phantom ichthyosaur step is now within 100 meters away, and it is also close to teleportation. He suddenly bursts out, and Anderson can't dodge it either. Blood wall. Anderson yelled violently, spat out a big mouthful of blood again, and suddenly built a blood-red high wall in front of him. At the same time, he raised the dark shield with both hands, and took Ling Yun's shocking knife forcefully. Like cutting tofu with a knife, the dark blood demon knife split the blood wall into a cloud of blood mist in an instant. The knife continued, and then hit the dark shield in front of Anderson. Boom! On the shield of darkness, there were countless cracks in an instant, and it was about to be shattered. Ling Yun broke through 10,000 spells with one force. Cultivator Ling Yun, at this moment, finally displayed his combat experience and excellent insight that he had fought in the transition period. Any battle is nothing more than the word strength and skill. In a big way, Shu refers to fairy art, spells, and Taoism. In a small way, it refers to some formations, illusions, and changes in the moves of ancient warriors. These all belong to the category of Shu. Relying on the ever-changing, using skills to make people unable to use their strength. Strength is easy to understand. In fact, it means physical strength and strength. If the physical strength is strong enough, any spell can be cracked. Art can impede strength, and strength can break art. For example, if a mountain is pressed down, even if you have thousands of spells and all kinds of changes, they can suppress you alive, and no spells will work. Ling Yun exerted his strength to the limit, and his arms possessed 10,000 caddies of strength. How can a mouthful of blood from a marquee, a blood wall, and a blood shield transformed by the magic of a spell be able to stop it? Received Anderson's full 2 strokes. Ling Yun tested Anderson's strength, knowing that he could completely crush him, so Ling Yun was full of confidence. Puff. Anderson blocked Ling Yun's knife. However, he was also chopped and flew upside down more than 10 meters away. His huge body knocked down more than a dozen big trees, and a big mouthful of blood spewed out on the spot. Ling Yun made a meritorious deed with a single blow, and he laughed. Follow the shape like a shadow, rub your body, and go up. Aiming at the unstable Anderson, he slashed again. Anderson didn't dare to stand up to the enemy, and hurriedly teleported away from Ling Yun's blade again, but was swept in the lower back by the black blade, and he screamed in pain. Acid arrow. Anderson raised his hands together, and shot 10 black arrows the size of chopsticks at Ling Yunhua, and then took the opportunity to flap his wings fiercely and rush to the sky. What the hell is this? Naturally, Ling Yun would not be hit by these things, so he also shook his hand. With the technique of raining flowers all over the sky, he shot a handful of silver needles at the flying Anderson. Chi-chi-chi. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The sound sounded almost at the same time, and the acid arrow shot by Anderson hit the tree trunk behind Ling Yun, and immediately began to corrode the verdant tree trunks, causing the trunks to emit white smoke. As for the silver needles shot by Ling Yun, more than a dozen of them penetrated Anderson's wings. There was also the sound of tearing cloth strips. It turned out to be something similar to the blood arrow. There are so many tricks of the blood race. With a sweep of Ling Yan's consciousness, he knew what kind of magic the acid arrow is. He muttered, took out the longbow again, and aimed at Anderson in the air, with a string of arrows. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Anderson could only spit out another mouthful of old blood. Turning into a shield of darkness, it blocked Ling Yan's sterling silver arrows. At the same time, his body didn't dare to stay for a moment, and shot towards the sky. Ling Yan knew that Anderson was now at the end of his strength. No matter how strong he was only a marquis. And Jester said that no matter how old a marquis is, the blood magic they can cast is extremely limited. Didn't you agree to a fair fight? How did you run away? With this voice, Ling Yan resolutely gathered his voice into a line, and cast Shenlong Shao, now only attacking Anderson alone. He is much more relaxed, and it will not affect Jester at all. Anderson soared into the sky, and Jester, who was not far away, immediately followed closely. Ling Yan jumped up and came to Jester's back, and said loudly, "Give me full speed chase, absolutely don't let him escape. Lose." The Marquis is also a blood race, and he also has two big, pointed, and long ears. When Ling Yan yelled, Anderson was so dizzy that he quickly covered his ears with his paws. Anderson froze, and Jester quickly chased after Ling Yan on his back. At the moment when the two sides were closest, Ling Yan struck out 3 fire talismans. Boom boom boom. 3 5-level fire talismans exploded violently behind Anderson. The powerful shockwave and the dazzling fire made Anderson's body shake violently. No way, Anderson could only spit out another mouthful of old blood, which turned into a dark shield, blocking his vital parts, frantically flapping his wings, and fled in the direction of Tianmao Peak. Ling Yan followed closely, and laughed loudly. "Mr. Marquis, do you think you can still escape now?" He simply withdrew his knife, bent his bow and set an arrow, and chased after Anderson's butt, shooting 13 arrows in a row. Anderson didn't dare to speak anymore. While blocking his vitals with the shield of darkness, he flew up and down, left and right, but the flight became slower and slower. The Blood Clan uses its own blood as a guide to cast magic, and the Blood Clan's powerful spiritual power as a matchmaker. Just now, Anderson tried his best. It can be said that in order to kill Ling Yan, he not only consumed the little blood he sucked, but also he had almost exhausted his own mental strength, and was already sluggish. Now he not only has to maintain his flying speed to avoid being overtaken by Jester, but also desperately resists the sterling silver arrows shot by Ling Yan. How can he speak? Puff. After Ling Yan shot another arrow, the magic shield in Anderson's hand was finally crushed by Ling Yan again. Whoosh whoosh. Persevering, Ling Yan shot 3 arrows again, and the 3 sterling silver arrows formed a zigzag shape, sealing off all of Anderson's escape routes. What? Anderson tried his best to dodge the 2 arrows, but he couldn't dodge the silver arrow on the right. The sharp arrow pierced his ass fiercely. He immediately felt a chill in his ass. It wasn't cold, but bone-chilling cold. Anderson felt that the cold instantly froze his entire lower back, including his right wing. "I can barely move. Pure yin chi. What's going on here?" Anderson's huge figure suddenly tilted in the air, and his flying speed slowed down again, even worse than Jester. Ling Yan chuckled, and proudly said, "Mr. Marquis, you know magic, don't I?" "Ling Yan, know how to do magic? Don't forget. I just performed magic on TV, and now I will let you experience my magic." Boom. Ling Yan said. He slashed in the air, and the black blade turned into a 20-meter-long blade curtain, violently slashing towards Anderson in front. At this time, if someone was watching the battle from the sidelines, they would really think that there was a black magic knife more than 20 meters long in the sky. This knife, what Ling Yan used, was pure yang energy. Even the blade is hot. The heat wave was rolling, and Anderson was so frightened that he hurried to avoid it, but he didn't expect that he was in a panic. He almost bumped into Ling Yun's arms. At some point, Ling Yun had come to his side. Without any hesitation, he stabbed Anderson head-on. Chilla. Anderson's entire left wing was chopped off by Ling Yun. Ah. Anderson lost one of his wings, and he let out a beast-like howl in pain, and his red eyes suddenly shone fiercely. Boom. Anderson's entire body. Suddenly, it exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and its body turned into a black bat, flying away before fleeing. Yin-yang vortex. Ling Yun is already sure of winning now. He laughed loudly. The vortex of yin and yang true energy was retrograde, and he wanted to suck Anderson to his side abruptly. Just didn't expect it. After Anderson turned into a bat, his speed was twice as fast as before, and he rushed out of the range of Ling Yun's true energy. Huh? So fast? Ling Yun snorted, but calmly, raised his hand and took out a magic amulet, and directly used it on Jester's body. The Marquis turned into a bat, and his speed could have more than doubled. But Anderson's consumption is too high, so he can only double the increase. Even so, it is impossible for Jester, who is transformed into a humanoid bird and carrying Ling Yun, to catch up. Jester's flying speed doubled in an instant, and he chased Anderson in front of him like a fired bullet. Boss, this Marquis, you can give him his first embrace. Jester flew faster and faster. During the flight, he did not forget to remind Ling Yun that he could embrace Marquis Anderson for the first time. But Ling Yun curled his lips and said, "No, this Marquis is different from Edward. He is much stronger than Edward and ordinary blood races. I want to give him a first hug. Who knows what will happen? Kill him with one knife. Already. The battle is not over, but has just begun. Who knows whether Grand Duke Dracula has come to Qingshui City?" Ling Yun knew what Jester was thinking, but he didn't want to take such a risk. He said lightly, "Don't worry, if you want to learn magic, there will be opportunities in the future. When the time comes, I will capture a few big princes and lords of the Blood clan. You can learn as much as you want. That's it. Hurry up, I'll catch up." Standing on Jester's back, Ling Yun made a swipe with his left hand, and once again cast a vortex of yin-yang true energy, pulling Anderson's petite figure to a standstill. Seeing the opportunity, Jester flew to Anderson's side extremely swiftly. "Go and meet your Satan god." Ling Yun yelled violently, raised the saber in his hand, and the dark blood demon knife struck Anderson's bat body with incomparable precision. Ling Yun turned his wrist and stirred Anderson into a pile of bat meat. Boom. A fire talisman was shot, the fireball exploded, and burned blazingly. Poor Anderson, dying without even making a scream, turned into fly ash. Strigoi, all destroyed. The first wave of ninjas and the second wave of vampires were all wiped out by Brother Yun. It's time for the Great Rebellion, please ask for a monthly ticket. Thank you all. To be continued. Go to the top of Tianmao Peak and clean up the battlefield. Ling Yun and Jester quickly returned to the top of Tian Spear Peak. On the top of the peak, there were huge corpses of blood races everywhere. Broken arms and stumps covered the entire ground, and there was almost no place to step down. The strange thing is that because all the dead are blood races, there is no scene of blood flowing into rivers on the peak, but the more this is the case, the more terrifying it seems to have come to hell on earth. Ling Yun jumped down from Jester's back. He frowned slightly, took out the corpse powder, and sprinkled some corpse powder on the wound of a blood clan's corpse. Unfortunately, everything went as he expected. Everything is fine with that wound. The corpse powder has no corrosive effect on the corpses of the vampires. Ling Yun shook his head, stood up straight, and told Jester, "Don't worry about these corpses, collect as many silver arrows as possible from my shots. Oh, yes, if you see their guns, give them to me too." Received a piece, I am useful. Naturally, Ling Yun didn't need these Mountain Eagle pistols, but a Bing's Qinglong definitely did, and he certainly wouldn't waste them in vain. Jester responded and went to work, while Lingyan came to the edge of the cliff, kicked the 2 Blood Clan corpses off the cliff in front of him, and then took out his mobile phone. Although it was in the depths of the mountains, Tianmao Peak was high enough, and the signal of the mobile phone was not bad. As usual, as soon as Lingyan took out the mobile phone, the reminders of missed calls and received text messages rang. Lingyan ignored everything, and the first call was made to Tang Meng. Tang Meng picked up the phone almost instantly, and asked, "Brother Yun, what's going on with you? Are there any enemies over there?" As soon as Lingyan heard Tang Meng's tone, he knew that Villa Number 1 should not have encountered any troubles. He was certain in his heart, and said with a faint smile, "Yes, there are quite a few, but I have wiped them all out. Brother Yun is mighty. Stop flattering. Tell me, how is the family? Where's my aunt?" When Lingyan called at this time, he was most concerned about the situation at home. There's nothing serious about the family, but it seems that some awesome people came here just now. Aunt Qin went to negotiate with them and hasn't come back yet." Lingyan frowned slightly. Shinxing said, "Why is it still like that? Who is here?" Tang Meng scratched his head and said, "Brother Yun, I didn't notice them at all. When those people went outside the villa, they didn't even notice the 2 big dogs in our yard. Only Aunt Qin and Sinner found them. Those people didn't come in at all. My aunt asked who they were, and then flew out. Then she said that Sinner would stay at home and she went out to negotiate with the other party." When Lingyan heard this, he immediately knew what to do, and went to Villa Number 1. But the people who could only alarm Qin Dongxue and by Sinner must be experts above the 4th level of innateness. Auntie communicated with them naturally through sound transmission, so Tang Meng knew nothing about the specific situation. Thinking of this, Lingyan's heart suddenly sank. Qin Dongxue is in danger. Do you know where they went to negotiate? Tang Meng immediately said, "Sinner said that the dragon is on the mountain and the tiger is on the cliff." "Okay, I get it, you tell Lingyu and the others that I'm fine, so that they don't have to worry about me, just wait at home with peace of mind." Lingyan finished speaking. He hung up the phone directly and put the phone into the space ring. With a sweep of consciousness, he came to the pile of sterling silver arrows collected by Jester in a flash, put all the arrows into the space ring, counted silently, and there were 70 or 80 arrows. Then, Lingyan put away all the more than 30 Mountain Eagle pistols that Jester had picked up. Said to Jester, "Jester, don't look for it anymore, let's go back to Qingshui City." From the very beginning, Lingyan didn't intend to spend the night in the mountains of Xianrenling. He said on TV that he just came to survey the terrain tonight. "Okay, boss." Jester flapped his wings and flew up, but asked, "Boss, what should we do with so many Blood Clan corpses?" Ling Yunfei jumped onto Jester's back, and said lightly, "Don't worry about it, anyway, as soon as the sun comes out tomorrow, their corpses will naturally be reduced to ashes." "Then what if there are enemies coming over?" Ling Yun smiled and said, come here, it's so cool in the mountains. It's good to let them hang around in the mountains all night, let's play tricks for them." "Okay, stop talking nonsense, 100 kilometers, how long will it take to fly back?" Jester flapped his wings and flew into the air, and shot eastward for 100 meters in an instant. He chuckled and said, "The wind is blowing, and it will take about 20 minutes. On the high speed, the limit speed of a good car can reach 200 kilometers in an hour. But Jester is flying at high altitude, all the way in a straight line. If the wind is favorable, it will not even take 20 minutes. The sound of the wind was whistling, flying at a high speed of more than 1,000 meters. Even though it was the scorching summer, the cool wind still carried a biting chill. But neither the piercing cold wind nor Jester's almost air-breaking flying speed could affect Ling Yun. Physical training was originally intended to prepare for these. Ling Yun sat cross-legged on Jester's back, closed his eyes slightly, and silently performed a yin-yang art, quickly recovering his true energy. Still negotiating? What a mess to negotiate, just kill it. At midnight, the dragon and the tiger are sitting on the cliff. Although the spectacle of dragon and tiger twin moons is famous all over the world, but now it is the first month of the lunar calendar, there is no moon in the sky, and half of the tourists have long since disappeared. However, there are no tourists on Huju Cliff, but there are still people, and there are quite a few people. Miss Jean, we kindly discussed with you. Don't think that we dare not touch you. You should know by now. This time, it's not just us, Sun and Chen, who came to kill Ling Yun. A tall man in gray clothes had obviously lost his patience at the moment. His face was full of impatience, and he said arrogantly, that kid Ling Yun, who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth, is so arrogant that he dares to appear on TV. Holding the dark blood demon knife and showing off to the people of the world, it is obvious that he does not pay attention to the righteousness of the world's martial arts. Do you think that the heroes of the world will let him go? As soon as this remark came out, the people beside the man in gray couldn't help but let out a few chuckles, contemptuous laughs. Qin Dongxue was wearing a black nightgown, which was made of Wujing demon silk. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes were full of autumn water, she held a sword in one hand, and her black hair fluttered gently with the mountain wind. She didn't cover her face. Seeing the contemptuous smiles of the dozen or so people in front of her, Qin Dongxue also twitched her lips and smiled softly. Qin Dongxue glanced at the man in gray with disdain, and spoke in a clear voice. Sun Tianba, don't tell me those high-sounding words, and don't think that our Qin family will be afraid of you if your Sun and Chen families join forces. Today, my aunt will tell you the truth. Ling Yun is my sister's son. He is naturally a member of our Qin family. Our Qin family has protected him. What can you do? As Qin Dongxue was speaking, he suddenly pointed the sword in his hand at a man in Xingyi beside Sun Tianba, and said sternly, and you, Chen Haishan, don't think that what your Chen family did to the Chao family in the capital is not our Qin family doesn't know. As for what your Chen family wants to do, it's Sima Zhao's heart now, and everyone knows it. So you don't need me to point it out again, right? Chen Haishan was dressed in green clothes and of medium build. Although he was a head shorter than Sun Tianba, he was as imposing as ever. Seeing Qin Dongxue targeting him again, Chen Haishan smiled slightly, and said lightly, Miss Qin, forgive me, it's not me, Chen Haishan, who is talking big. From my point of view, your Qin family can't keep Ling Yun. Ling Yun dared to openly show off his dark blood demon saber on TV. This is already a disgrace to the world. You are also a descendant of a famous family. You should know that people from the demon sect are punishable by everyone. Now, Ling Yun's behavior has already enraged the heroes of the world. As the saying goes, those who know current affairs are heroes. Miss Qin, for the sake of an adopted son, I don't think you, the Qin family, would choose to go against the righteous way of the whole world just to protect him, right? Qin Dongxue sneered, stared at Chen Haishan with great interest, and suddenly said, Chen Haishan, you are indeed worthy of being the brains of the Chen family, but I can hear what you said, and those who know current affairs are outstanding, is it? I think this sentence should be given to your Chen family. Chen Haishan frowned slightly, stepped forward suddenly, and said in a deep voice, Miss Qin, I have been trying to persuade you with good words, just hoping that your Qin family can withdraw from this matter. You have to know that Ling Yun killed and wounded so many people from our family. This is already a blood feud that cannot be shared. If you insist on protecting him, it is tantamount to announcing that your Qin family chose to oppose us? Qin Dongxue sneered proudly, it's against you, so what? After speaking, she let out her true energy, and took a step forward in the same way. You. Chen Haishan was so angry that he laughed instead, Miss Qin, don't toast and refuse to eat fine wine, and don't think that we talk to you so earnestly that we are afraid of your Qin family. Don't talk about your Qin family, and don't talk about your Sherman Shinjian villa. If we didn't consider the Ning family behind your Qin family, do you think we would be so polite to you? There was a cold light in Chen Haishan's eyes, and he suddenly reminded him, if I remember correctly, the 18-year agreement between the Ning family and the Qin family should be coming soon, right? Zheng. Qin Dongxue suddenly drew his sword. Chen Haishan, you're courting death. Chen Haishan didn't mention the Ning family, and Qin Dongxue didn't plan to do anything. When he heard the word Ning's family, and an 18-year agreement, Qin Dongshua's pretty face was as cold as ice, and he was furious. At this time, Chen Haishan also seemed to know that the matter had collapsed and was irreversible. He deliberately provoked Qin Dongxue to draw his sword, just looking for an opportunity to take Qin Dongxue down on the spot. Chen Haishan waved his hand violently, do it. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. It's not speculative, and the Sun and Chen families didn't pay attention to Qin Dongxue at all because of their large number of people. Now that Chen Haishan ordered to do something, an old man in black rushed forward, straight towards Qin Dongxue. Chen Haishan floated back, and at the same time warned, Mr. Du, be careful, don't hurt the girl of the Qin family. Although he gave the order to do something, it was only to force Qin Dongxue to retreat. At most, he wanted to temporarily arrest Qin Dongxue so that she could not stand up for Ling Yun, but he did not dare to do anything to Qin Dongxue. Because although Ling Yun is now the target of public criticism, the Qin family is not. The Sun and Chen families are currently losing troops and generals, and they don't want to tear their faces with the Qin family and fight to the death. Qin Dongxue stood with his sword in his hand, and said coldly, Chen Haishan, you don't need to be hypocritical. If my aunt was afraid of your numbers, she wouldn't come here with you. While speaking, the old man surnamed Du had already arrived in front of Qin Dongxue. He paused slightly, and slightly cupped his hands at Qin Dongxue, saying, Miss Qin, since you are obsessed with obsession, don't blame the old man for offending me. After the old man surnamed Du finished speaking, he stepped forward, stepped on the palace, and stretched out his right hand like lightning, in the direction of Qin Dongshue's long sword. Judging by his posture, he wanted to snatch the blade with his bare hands. Take my sword? You deserve it. Qin Dongxue sneered, flicked his wrist, and shook his long sword. Without dodging or dodging, he slashed straight at the arm of the old man, surnamed Du. Hee, Miss Qin is too big. The old man surnamed Du cultivated both internally and externally, his true energy was powerful, his strength was long, and he had a hard-boiled kung fu. When he saw that Qin Dongxue was going to confront him head-on, he couldn't help laughing. His right arm sank slightly avoiding Qin Dongshue's long sword, and at the same time twisted his body lightly, and grabbed Qin Dongshue's sword with one palm forcefully. The old man surnamed Du is very confident. With his kung fu, as long as Qin Dongshue's long sword is caught by him, then this sword will be snatched by him immediately. Qin Dongxue is unarmed, so he can only grab it without a fight. But he forgot one thing, if he pretends to be realistic, he will be struck by lightning. Laugh. Sword light slashed, and the old man surnamed Du really caught Qin Dongshue's long sword, but there was only a chirping sound, and the old man surnamed Du's palm. It was cut off by Qin Dongshue's sword, and the blood flew flying. What? The old man surnamed Du only felt his hands go cold. Then he found that half of his palm had been cut off, he let out a miserable cry, and flew back immediately. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Chen Haishan and Sun Tianba brought experts who were above the peak of the 3rd innate level, and this old man surnamed Du even reached the peak of the 5th innate level. In just one round, Qin Dongxue chopped off his palm. Chen Haishan didn't have time to think about it. He flew forward, supported the old man surnamed Du at once, shot like the wind, touched 3 acupuncture points on his arm to stop his bleeding, and asked at the same time, "Mr. Du, what's going on?" The old man surnamed Du was sweating profusely from the pain. With a ferocious expression on his face, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Mr. Chen, be careful, this little bastard is surprisingly powerful, we can't hold back anymore." No matter how good the old man surnamed Du is at the hatred of breaking his hand, it is impossible to be polite to Qin Dongxue at this time. Surprisingly powerful? How is this possible? Chen Haishan was puzzled. He originally thought that what Qin Dongxue held in his hand was a sword that could cut iron like mud, that's why the old man surnamed Du knew the truth, but he didn't expect that the old man surnamed Du was talking about Qin Dongshue's power. No matter how powerful a woman is at the early stage of the 5th level, can she still be stronger than Mr. Du, who is 2 small realms higher than him? Everyone didn't know that the reason why Qin Dongxue was able to do this was because he had practiced the Diyan Ju Xingju. Qin Dongxue succeeded with one move. But he didn't chase after him, he just stood there, pointing at the old man surnamed Du with the tip of his blood-dripping sword, and said coldly, "My surname Du, if you dare to speak rudely to me again, I will cut off your tongue." The old man surnamed Du was about to yell, but when he saw Chen Haishan signaling him to keep silent, Chen Haishan suddenly turned his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said suddenly, "I didn't expect that Miss Qin is really good at kung fu. If that's the case, then don't blame me for bullying me more." He waved his hand violently. 5 tigers of the Ping family, you guys go together." 5 burly men with steel knives came out in response, swaying, standing in 5 directions, and surrounded Qin Dongxue in an instant. Kill. The sound of killing has a hint of killing, and it is completely gone from the politeness just now. The 5 tigers of the Ping family all used the same saber technique, but the directions of their strikes were different. The 5 dazzling steel knives curled up in a flash of light and attacked Qin Dongxue in 3 directions, up, middle and down, almost instantly. Sealed off all Qin Dongshue's escape routes. Good knife skills. But it's not enough. Facing the incoming 5 knives, Qin Dongxue stood still. She lightly raised the long sword in her right hand to block it. At the same time, Xue Bai Raoan leaned towards her waist, holding the hilt of the dragon-patterned sword, and yanked it. Brush. The sword light is like water, and the dragon-patterned sword is out of its sheath. Qin Dongxue knew that there was bound to be a fierce battle tonight, and she would not foolishly use her original sword to waste money with the enemy here. Left hand waved wildly. The dragon-patterned sword turned into a silver-white poisonous dragon, dancing around Qin Dongxue. Song Lang Lang. After hearing a fierce clash of gold and iron, the 4 steel knives that besieged Qin Dongshue's middle and lower lanes all had their handles left. Only the steel knife that was slashing at Qin Dongshue's head was still intact. Unfortunately, although the Peng family's tiger's knife was fine, the wrist holding the knife was severely hurt by the shock, and his arm was sore and numb. He couldn't help but secretly frighten Qin Dongxue. The power of. What a fast sword. After Chen Haishan and Sun Tianba saw Qin Dongshue's dragon-patterned sword, they exclaimed almost at the same time, and there was a hint of greed in their eyes at the same time. Everyone knows that the 5 tigers of the Ping family sword is 100 refined treasure sword. Although I dare not say that cutting iron is like mud, at least it is no problem to blow the hair and break the blade. Now it is easily cut by Qin Dongshue's soft sword. How amazing is this sword? Sharp? After Qin Dongxue shot twice, she still didn't pursue. Taking advantage of the time when the Ping family's 5 tigers were in a daze, a phantom leaped out of their encirclement, and said coldly, "This time is just a lesson. It was your arm that was broken. Get out of here before I want to kill anyone." From this point, we can see the difference between Qin Dongxue and Ling Yun. If it were Ling Yun, the Ping family's 5 tigers would have to say whether their lives could be saved, not to mention their steel knives were broken. Ling Yun wouldn't be so polite to his enemies, he either didn't make a move, or he wouldn't show mercy. Chen Haishan and Sun Tianba suddenly looked at each other, looked up to the sky, and said, haha, unexpected, really unexpected. Miss Qin is not only proficient in swordsmanship, but also has a magic sword that cuts iron like mud. Before Qin Dongxue could speak, Chen Haishan's face suddenly changed, and he said coldly, Miss Qin, now, I might as well tell you that our Chen family has already sent dozens of Oriental ninjas and hundreds of blood clans, and now we have already, when we arrived at Tianmao Peak, if there were no accidents, Ling Yun would have been captured alive by us long ago. You can think about it, 8 blood marquises, more than 100 blood counts, and 500 blood viscounts. These people can turn the entire Xianrenling upside down in an instant, and Ling Yun has no escape. We came here to talk to you, not because we are talking about Ling Yun, but after we capture Ling Yun, I hope your Qin family will never interfere in this matter again, and our relationship will remain the same as before. As for how to deal with Ling Yun after we catch Ling Yun, it doesn't matter if we, the Sun and Chen families, have to say it now. It depends on what the heroes of the world think. If Miss Qin is willing to listen to my persuasion, please promise me now that your Qin family will no longer care about this matter, and then put down your weapons, and you can leave. We can turn hostility into friendship. After hearing this, Qin Dongshua's pretty face changed slightly, her delicate body trembled imperceptibly, and forcibly suppressed the surging blood in her heart. Of course she knew that Ling Yun had many enemies this time, but she really didn't expect that so many people would come. Ling Yun is in trouble. Qin Dongxue felt infinitely annoyed in her heart, feeling that she had overreached this time, and should not have let Ling Yun go to Tianmao Peak alone. Thinking of this, Qin Dongxue almost gritted his silver teeth, and pointed at Chen Haishan with his sword. My surname is Chen, let me tell you. If Ling Yun hurts a hair, our Qin family and your Sun and Chen family will die forever. Now, my aunt is leaving, whoever dares to stop you, don't blame me for being ruthless. After finishing speaking, Qin Dongxue didn't want to delay for a second, she stretched out her figure and flew straight up. Stop her. How could Chen Haishan let Qin Dongxue go to rescue Ling Yun? Almost at the same moment, he soared into the sky, blocking Qin Dongshue's way all at once. His arms trembled, and the 2 judge pens in his hand pierced Qin Dongshue's chest. At the same time, Sun Tianba yelled violently, people from the Sun family will come with me, and we'll talk about capturing Qin Dongxue alive. Immediately, more than a dozen people rushed forward, showing what they had learned, and instantly surrounded Qin Dongxue, forcing her to fly back and fall back to Huju Cliff. Those who stand in my way die. Qin Dongxue finally got angry, she yelled violently, and unleashed the 9-kill sword technique with both hands and swords. Chi 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 chi. The 5 tigers of the Pim family were the lowest level, and they had no weapons to handle, so they were the first to be unlucky. 4 of the 5 were stabbed by Qin Dongshue's dragon sword, and their bodies were dripping with blood. However, as soon as Chen Haishan joined the battle group, the other masters became much more relaxed. He was slashed, but fortunately he was protected by Wu Jing demon silkworm cloves, so he was not injured. Miss Qin, you can't get out. Chen Haishan's innate 6th-level realm was a big realm higher than Qin Dongshue's. He protected himself with innate qi and was not afraid of Qin Dongshue's dragon sword, so he was able to speak with ease. However, Chen Haishan's joy turned into sorrow, and before he could finish his sentence, he only heard a few swish, swish sounds, and immediately there were a few screams from around him. Then, the sound of the bowstring vibrating from above the head was endless, and only a clear voice said, "Who said my aunt must break out?" To be continued. Ben from Reading Net.